Chapter 1. The white waves roared, threatening as a deluge. On the shimmering beach, a few white-tailed sand crabs cautiously approached a morsel of food not far away. Above, several vultures circled, seemingly fixated on the same treat on the shore, poised to swoop down for a feast. Suddenly, the nearby sand crab halted abruptly, swiftly retreating into a burrow in the sand, eliciting a glimmer of disappointment in the vulture's keen gazes. What is happening? The food struggled to right itself, revealing itself to be a boy in his teenage years. The glaring sunlight blinded him momentarily, forcing him to squint. Cough, cough, cough. Who am I? My body aches terribly. Abruptly, the boy's eyes widened with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. A fierce headache assailed him, akin to having a searing iron pressed against his skull, as a tumult of chaotic memories surged, collided, and intertwined within his mind. Despite feeling utterly drained, his body involuntarily rolled about, tumbling across the beach for numerous revolutions. It was only after several minutes that the excruciating pain in his head began to subside. With labored breaths and a heaving chest, he slightly opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the azure sky, where vultures continued to soar. Have I crossed over the East Sea? Pirate King Roger? Noah? Carnegie Noah. From this day forth, I shall be known as Carnegie Noah. As for my former name, let it be carried away by the winds. Noah lay still on the beach, accepting the reality of his transmigration while silently organizing the memories in his mind. Whether from his past life or the original persona, these recollections held immense significance. The original owner was named Carnegie Noah, age 13, standing 184 centimeters tall and weighing 88 kilograms. He was born on Starfish Island of the Polaris Archipelago, the very region where Loguetown is located. 3 years prior, his parents were murdered by pirates, leaving him an orphan, surviving on his inheritance and fishing. The reason he lay on the beach today was that he had set out to fish and encountered an assault from a sea beast, which caused his small boat to disintegrate at sea. Fortunately, the beast was preoccupied with battling another creature, allowing him to escape and be swept to the nearby shore by the currents. Enduring the fatigue, Noah crawled toward a coconut tree not far away. A refreshing sea breeze, coupled with the shade of the palm, shielded him from the harsh sun. Leaning against the tree, he gazed out at the sea, seeing no signs of vessels. However, he believed he was still near Starfish Island. After all, the original owner was an ordinary person. Had he drifted too long at sea, he would have already become prey to the aquatic creatures. Since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable, Noah thought, calming his mind. He continued to sift through the memories in his mind. The current year was 1501 in the sea calendar, and he had met with misfortune on the morning of May 7th. The sun was still high in the sky, so it was likely still the same day. The original owner's family background was quite simple. 3 years prior, due to the outbreak of the Great Pirate Era, the Navy had been hunting pirates around Loguetown, and one band of pirates had fled to the vicinity of Starfish Island, resulting in the death of his parents. Aside from his parents, he had a cousin named Carnegie Joseph and a younger cousin named Carnegie Joshua, both of whom were also fishermen from Starfish Island. At the time, the 10-year-old Noah survived thanks to the support of his Uncle Joseph. Uncle Joseph will probably notice my absence soon, Noah mused, staring out at the sea. He used to greet him when going out to fish, and if he hadn't returned by evening, his uncle would undoubtedly realize something was amiss. He recalled the surroundings of Starfish Island. Starfish Island is located approximately 168 kilometers north of Loguetown, belonging to the main island of the Starfish Archipelago, which comprises 3 inhabited islands and 16 uninhabited islands with vegetation. The island beneath him was likely one of the uninhabited islands of the Starfish Archipelago. He had visited the inhabited islands, which were bustling with fishing and merchant ships, while this stretch of sea was devoid of any signs of activity, save for the seagulls and white clouds, indicating he had strayed from the busy shipping lanes. As he continued to organize his thoughts, he took a moment to rest. After half an hour, feeling less fatigued and sore, Noah quickly stood up and picked up a discarded bamboo pole over 3 meters long from the beach. Glancing up at the coconut tree that had provided shade earlier, he noticed a dozen green coconuts hanging from its branches. After about 20 minutes of prodding, 2 coconuts finally fell. Noah licked his dry lips, picked up the coconuts, and smashed them against a nearby rock. Crack! Upon hearing the sound of the shells breaking, he quickly turned the coconuts upside down, and sweet coconut water gushed forth from the cracks. Gulp, gulp. Ah, refreshing. Noah wiped the coconut water from the corner of his mouth and continued drinking. By the time he had finished both coconuts, his stomach finally felt somewhat satiated. He surveyed the area. The small beach was dotted with over 20 coconut trees, all bearing green coconuts. These coconuts would be his lifeline until he could find fresh water. After drinking the coconut water and resting for another half hour, Noah picked up the bamboo pole again, along with a few palm-sized stones from the beach to stow in his pocket. He intended to explore the small grove along the coast. Although such small, uninhabited islands were unlikely to harbor large predators, Noah remained cautious. Clutching the stones in his pocket, he hurled one toward the thicket a few meters away, simultaneously wielding the bamboo pole to rustle the surrounding grass and bushes, startling any potential creatures hiding within. Sure enough, his prudence was justified. Not far off, a green snake was struck by the pole and swiftly fled to another area. In this primordial jungle, the most perilous creatures were snakes, insects, rodents, and poisonous plants and fungi. Traversing over 20 meters through the coastal mangroves, the terrain began to rise, with many bamboo shoots appearing, yet he had not encountered any large beasts. However, he found no trace of fresh water, which dampened Noah's spirits. He pressed on with his exploration. After venturing about 200 meters into the bamboo forest, he suddenly brightened at the sight of a rugged mountainous area nearby. Among the crevices of the stones, a gentle stream trickled down. He did not rush forward, continuing to disturb the surrounding grass and bushes to avoid any unforeseen dangers. As he approached the source of the dripping spring, he quickly cupped his hands to collect some water, licking it with his tongue. It's fresh water. How wonderful! With fresh water, he could sustain himself on the deserted island for a longer period, for coconut water was not a long-term solution. Noah picked up a pebble from his pocket and hurled it at a nearby rock. Soon, he chipped off several pieces and selected one with a sharp edge to return to the bamboo forest. Finding a suitably sized bamboo, he struck it with the sharp edge of the stone. After several minutes, he finally severed the bamboo. At that moment, Noah's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had caught a glimpse of something extraordinary. What is this? Could it possibly be? Noah peered through the sparse bamboo leaves, and in the afternoon's slanting sunlight, he spotted a fruit the size of a fist hanging from the tip of a bamboo branch. Although several bamboo plants bore fruit, this particular one captivated his attention. The reason was the unique markings on the surface of the fruit, which distinctly set it apart from the others. He raised the bamboo pole and struck at the fruit. After 5 or 6 minutes of striking, the fruit finally fell. Noah dropped the pole and picked up the fallen fruit, discovering that its green surface was adorned with spiraled vine patterns, each composed of square shapes. Indeed, it is a devil fruit. However, I don't seem to recall this particular shape and type. Based on the fruit's form, I can immediately rule out those devil fruits I am familiar with. Should I eat it? His expression fluctuated as he pondered for several seconds, then gritted his teeth and stuffed the entire fruit into his mouth. Noah had little hesitation regarding whether to consume the devil fruit. He had no choice. Even if this fruit was an ordinary zootype, he bore no disdain for it. Many might covet fruits, such as the thunder fruit or the vampire fruit. The issue was that he was currently situated in the East Sea, and he was merely an ordinary person. Even with rigorous training, he doubted he could attain the combat prowess of a commander-level officer immediately. Without such strength, he would be unable to leave the East Sea, let alone venture into the Grand Line to seek the thunder fruit or the vampire fruit. Now, with a devil fruit before him, if he chose not to consume it, what if pirates landed on this deserted island tomorrow, or if hidden dangers lurked within? That regret would be inescapable. As he swallowed the fruit, a peculiar wave began to ripple through his body. Simultaneously, instinctual information surfaced in his mind. So it's a card fruit? How fascinating. Noah's palm struck the bamboo pole, and instantly a card materialized upon the surface of the bamboo, a blank card. Krishishan. As he held the card, a myriad of thoughts flickered across his mind. He picked up the stone he had just used to smash the bamboo and pressed it against the surface of the blank card. In an instant, the stone seemed to sink into the card as if it were submerging in water. As the stone disappeared into the blank card, an image of the stone appeared upon its surface. Noah could sense the stone within the card, as well as the minuscule space inside it, approximately 1 cubic meter in volume. As expected, the book fruit user from the Ant Pirate crew can develop a spatial storage capacity within books. The card fruit possesses a similar capability. The two are remarkably alike in this regard. Noah then attempted to transform his own body into a card, but to no avail. Evidently, the card fruit belonged to the category of super creations and superpowers, rather than that of superhuman abilities. He bore no resentment towards the card fruit for being ineffective after all. There are no worthless fruits, only inept users. While this assertion may be somewhat absolute, it holds a degree of truth. At the very least, Noah did not consider the card fruit to be worthless if developed properly. Its potential could be immensely powerful. After his preliminary experimentation with the fruit's capabilities, he glanced at the blazing sun in the azure sky, noting that only 2 or 3 hours remained until dusk. Thus he decided to pause his further attempts with the fruit. Dragging the broken bamboo, he made his way to a nearby rocky slope. Before long, Noah discovered an ideal spot to construct a shelter. On one side of the rocky incline, near the bamboo grove, there was a large rock jutting out over a meter, which could be cleared away to accommodate a person. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he swiftly gathered a substantial amount of dry twigs and leaves from both the bamboo and mangrove forests and stripped some bark from a palm-like tree, which was particularly suitable for weaving grass rope. In no time, he had fashioned a length of grass rope. Coupled with the bamboo and a segment of dry tree trunk, he constructed a rudimentary bow drill. He carved a notch into a piece of sturdy dry wood, placed a generous amount of prepared wood shavings within, and grasped the bow drill to begin. The hardwood drill bit rapidly rubbed against the notch. After several minutes of exertion, Noah, drenched in sweat, saw a wisp of blue smoke rising from the notch and promptly halted the bow drill, leaning down to observe. Whoosh! Gently blowing on the ember, he soon witnessed the spark gradually spreading within the notch. Upon reaching a critical point, a small flame erupted from the pile of wood shavings. Continuing to add dry twigs and leaves, the fire quickly began to blaze. With the fire established, Noah felt a renewed sense of security. He placed a small pile of sizable dry wood into the flames, then ignited a dry branch, carrying with him the card containing a cubic meter of twigs and leave beneath the large rock. Release. As the card's defenses were lifted, the twigs and leaves stored within were instantly liberated. He ignited these materials, setting the area surrounding the large rock ablaze to deter any potential snakes, insects, or vermin. Half an hour later, he used several cubic meters of sand collected from the beach to extinguish the flames beneath the rock, then dragged over a dozen bamboo poles to encircle the large rock with a makeshift barricade. Additionally, he kindled another fire on one side of the rock. Dusk settled in. The sun dipped below the horizon. Within the rudimentary shelter, several 100 pounds of dry would have been stacked, alongside a few green coconuts. On the stone-built stove, half a coconut shell roasted, filled with boiled clams and sand crabs. Noah held the other half of the coconut shell and took a sip of warm water. Subsequently, he smeared some grass juice, derived from a plant known as ghost chrysanthemum, onto his face and exposed limbs, which served as an effective insect repellent. Many residents of Starfish Island would gather this juice, dry it, and use it to make mosquito coils. However, he had no time to dry it now and could only apply it directly. After a simple meal of sandy clams and sand crabs, darkness enveloped the land. He sat cross-legged on the sand, tending to the fire while examining the card fruit, grasping a burning piece of wood. He attempted to seal it within a card. Yet, upon contact with the flames, the card ignited, and the power contained within the bamboo slip dissipated. Are wooden cards susceptible to fire? Noah pondered. Then pried a stone card from the rock wall behind him and successfully sealed the burning wood this time. The stone card displayed a pattern of the burning wood. Gazing at the design, another thought struck him. Is time within the card space static? Half an hour later, when he re-engaged with the stone card seal, the burning wood remained unchanged, indicating that time indeed stood still within the card's realm. That he then retrieved a card encapsulating a sand crab, and upon breaking the seal, the crab was still lively and active. He was not overly surprised, as the book fruit could similarly encapsulate living beings. However, compared to the book fruit, the card fruit exhibited greater versatility in its applications. After clarifying some basic aspects of the card fruit, Noah began his card printing process that he wove several bamboo cages, each a cubic meter in size, filled them with dry twigs and leaves, and ignited them. Once the flames reached their peak, he sealed the burning bamboo cage. Thus, the stone card lantern was born. Using a similar principle, he created a dozen types of cards, including stone card smoke lantern rain, which could release several soccer ball-sized bamboo lanterns filled with a mix of semi-dry and wet twigs, generating a substantial amount of smoke. Stone card mist lantern rain, which functioned similarly but released a disorienting mist. However, his knowledge of poisons and narcotics was limited, so he could only gather a nearby toxic plant. The drunken fish vine, as a raw material. Stone card falling rocks contained a large stone sealed within, which would crash down when released from midair. Stone card rock rain encapsulated dozens of small stones, which would also descend from the air upon release. Stone card thornball rain contained numerous small bamboo cages filled with stones, entwined with a vine named wasp thorn. Being pricked by it would inflict pain akin to a wasp sting. Stone card sea wave sealed a cubic meter of seawater, specifically to counteract those with devil fruit abilities. Stone card mud pit contained a cubic meter of soil, useful against flames. Stone card dust storm encapsulated a cubic meter of fine dry sand, capable of instantly creating a vast cloud of dust to obscure vision. Stone card poison ant nest sealed a den of red-toothed poison ants. A bite would cause agony akin to burning flames, lasting for several days. Stone card storage box contained a cubic meter-sized bamboo basket, suitable for storing food or essentials. In total, he crafted 11 types of cards. Had it not been for material and tool limitations, Noah could have produced even more powerful cards. He printed over 100 cards in total, but many were incomplete, and fatigue soon overcame him, compelling him to rest. The wilderness of the deserted island was remarkably quiet. Under the soothing sounds of chirping insects and crashing waves, the night slipped away in silence. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated his face, Noah awoke, yawning. He had not slept soundly the previous night. Having stoked the fire several times, after patting his sore body, he grasped a bamboo pole and made his way through the bamboo grove and mangroves to the sandy beach, gazing out at the distant sea. He still saw no signs of a ship. Clearly, waiting idly was not an option. Noah began searching the beach for useful resources, collecting some oysters and clams to prepare for breakfast. The beach was littered with discarded ship timber, bamboo poles, and old fishing nets. He even found a rusty, broken knife. After returning to prepare breakfast, Noah hastened along the coastline before noon to explore the entire deserted island. After more than 4 hours of trekking, he had circumnavigated the island. It was not small, with a coastline measuring approximately 50 to 60 kilometers, and a high mountain in the center. No other islands or ships were visible in any direction. On the western side of the island, he stumbled upon a large group of sea lions and seized the opportunity to ambush one. Upon returning to his shelter, he sharpened the broken knife and sliced up several kilograms of sea lion meat, sealing the remainder in the storage card, then wrapping it in banana leaves and mud to create a makeshift dish. Although lacking seasoning, Noah devoured the meat ravenously, consuming several kilograms. After finishing, he patted his belly, feeling only 7/10 full. My appetite has increased significantly. I used to manage only 5 or 6 kilograms at a meal, but now it's more than tripled. It seems that even the superhuman type devil fruit enhances bodily potential, albeit with less pronounced strength compared to animal type fruits. With a food reserve established, Noah spent the afternoon exercising in the bamboo grove. When the sun was less intense, he collected a large number of shells by the sea and constructed a simple charcoal kiln and lime kiln not far from his shelter. Beginning the process of making charcoal and lime, he dedicated his evenings to developing card fruit. Days turned into a week. While barbecuing by the sea, Noah suddenly spotted a small fishing boat in the distance. He quickly retrieved a card and unleashed a smoke lantern. Instantly, thick smoke billowed across the beach, prompting the distant fishing boat to adjust its sails. After more than an hour, the fishing boat surged onto the shore, and a figure hurriedly jumped down. "Little Noah, you're safe? Uncle, I'm sorry to have worried you." The newcomer was none other than Noah's uncle, Carnegie Joseph, a middle-aged man with a tired expression and bloodshot eyes, who grasped Noah's shoulders tightly. "Noah, you should fish with me from now on. If something were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father, seeing his exhausted uncle. Noah could only nod in agreement. All right, uncle, let us sit down and rest for a moment. The two rested on the beach for over an hour, sharing barbecued meat and coconut water before working together to push the fishing boat back into the sea. With the sails filled, they set off. No? We're going home. Okay, uncle. Noah helped maneuver the sails. After more than 7 hours, under the glow of the setting sun, a small fishing boat gently docked at the pier of Starfish Island. A few elderly fishermen, spotting Joseph and Noah, let out sighs of relief and quickly gathered around. Little Noah, it's a relief you're safe. We searched for you for several days. Where did you drift off to? Joseph chuckled. He drifted off to Sea Lion Island. Thank you all for your help these past few days. Tomorrow, I'll treat you all to drinks at the old Captain S bar. Ha ha ha. Joseph, you said it. Don't forget to bring money. The group began to joke amongst themselves. Amidst the warmth and playful banter, the two finally returned home. Upon opening the wooden door, a young boy repairing a fishing net spotted his father and cousin and expressed his surprise. Brother, father, I'm so glad you're safe. The two brothers embraced, patting each other's backs. Noah silently vowed to protect his uncle's family in gratitude for their kindness. That evening, after washing up, Noah, his uncle Joseph, and his cousin Joshua dined together, sharing stories of their experiences over the past few days. He did not conceal the fact that he had eaten a devil fruit, recognizing that such matters were difficult to hide from family, and that keeping them secret could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Brother, what is a devil fruit? It is precisely the kind of treasure from the depths of the ocean that bestows extraordinary powers upon those who partake of it. However, Joseph's expression turned grave. Noah, you must not disclose your acquisition of the devil fruit to anyone else. Joshua, you two must remain silent. Do you understand? Although Joshua did not fully grasp the situation, the seriousness etched on his father's face compelled him to nod vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I understand. Father, I shall not speak of it to anyone. Uncle, I will keep it a secret as well. You need not worry excessively, Noah reassured, aware that his uncle feared he might attract jealousy or unwanted attention. In the year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar, on May 22 ND, deep within the orchard of Joseph's family on Starfish Island, a week had passed since Noah's perilous ordeal and subsequent rescue. The uncle's residence lay on the outskirts of the town, adjacent to a mountainous forest, with several neighboring households situated 100 to 200 meters away. Particularly, the fruit trees in the rear were nestled within the embrace of a small hill, providing relative concealment. Bang Bung Bong, with fists raised, struck a large wooden block with the ferocity of a torrential downpour. With each relentless blow, the immense timber was gradually embedded into the earth. After a week of recuperation, Noah was prepared to embark on a rigorous regimen to train and develop his card fruit abilities. He had devised an arduous training plan for himself, awakening at 6 each morning, consuming breakfast, and then hauling a massive boulder uphill and downhill for 10 kilometers, all within a 2-hour time frame. Initially, he chose a 30-kilogram stone as his weighted burden, eschewing lofty ambitions. 8-9 in the morning. He commenced boxing with the wooden block, continuing until 11. After a brief respite for lunch and rest from 11 to noon, he dedicated himself to practicing calligraphy in a secluded wooden cabin within the orchard from noon until 2 in the afternoon. During this time, he also adapted the 5 volumes of dragon slaying, translating it into the local dialect, while singing No Savior to continually reinforce his self-affirmation. From 2 to 4 in the afternoon, he blindfolded himself, allowing Joshua to strike him with a bamboo rod to stimulate the awakening of his observation Haki. From 4 in the afternoon until 6 in the evening, he crafted various implements within his modest cabin. Between 6 and 10 at night, he immersed himself in reading and studying to further develop his devil fruit abilities to satisfy his needs. He also planned weekly fishing expeditions and even prepared to hunt sea beasts. In terms of his devil fruit capabilities, he not only updated his cards to include metal materials, but also endeavored to expand the volume limits of his card space. Time flew swiftly, and 6 months later, a stirring song resonated from the small cabin within the orchard. There has never been a savior. We do not rely on deities or emperors, he sang. Noah diligently transcribed his adaptations and localization of the 5 volumes of dragon slaying. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. He paused his riding to see a young boy entering. The visitor was none other than his cousin, Joshua. However, compared to 6 months prior, Joshua had grown considerably, now standing around 1.8 meters tall, with increasingly prominent muscles. During this half year, Noah had not merely been practicing at home. He made it a point to fish every week. Utilizing his card fruit abilities, he had hunted numerous sea beasts. As the saying goes, a scholar may be poor in knowledge but rich in martial prowess. Without adequate sustenance from meat, relentless training could prove counterproductive, even leading to physical collapse. That he sold a portion of the smaller sea beasts to support household expenses and procure materials, while reserving the larger ones within his cards as a source of daily nourishment for the family. As a result, Joshua also benefited from this arrangement, which was largely due to Noah's training and oversight. Brother, here is the newspaper you requested. Accepting the newspaper, Noah perused several editions from that day. Whether it was the Loguetown Daily, the East Sea Times, or the Global Economic Journal, he meticulously studied each, occasionally making notes of noteworthy items. For instance, there was an announcement regarding the Navy's recruitment in Loguetown, highlighting the exceptional recommendation of the rookie smoker to the naval headquarters. Under what circumstances would a newly enlisted soldier receive such an extraordinary endorsement? Drawing from memories of his past life, Noah began to formulate a plausible answer. Another article reported on the flame pirates being eradicated by the heroic Navy in the Karamba Sea, with the flame wielder base succumbing to a single strike from Iron Fist, only to be devoured by a sea beast after falling into the water. Clearly, the flame fruit had entered a state of reincarnation and wandering. Occasionally, the public dissemination of information holds intrinsic value for analysis and extraction. Noah meticulously recorded thick volumes of over 700 pages of news analysis, providing him with an exceptionally deep and detailed understanding of the entire East Sea. After finishing the newspapers, he stored away the newly noted information in the secret library. Meanwhile, Joshua took the first volume of the 5 volumes of dragon slaying, sitting on a nearby wooden chair, carefully flipping through its pages while curiously inquiring, "Brother, you are so clever. How can you write such impressive books?" "I merely stand upon the shoulders of giants," Noah replied modestly. "By the way, brother, I have completed the investigation you assigned to me." Noah continued to peruse the newspaper. "Do tell." "Our town has a total of 1,376 households, with a population of 6,855. There are 273 orphans, of which 32 have no other relatives to care for them." "Very good. Is there anything else?" "Yes, I have also compiled the ages of these orphans. There are 8 under the age of 12, comprising 3 girls and 5 boys. Noah nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. Joshua, I have a new task for you. Tomorrow, invite these 8 orphans to my place for a barbecue, but remember to keep it discreet." "Leave it to me," Joshua replied with a nod. Noah returned to his reading of the newspaper. In this world, he felt profoundly isolated. Despite the presence of familial bonds, he yearned for friends who shared a common language. Yet, the harsh reality of the pirate world was that ignorance and folly were rampant. If he could not find individuals who spoke the same language, he would cultivate them himself. One day, he would possess companions and allies who shared his ideals. Thus, his initiative to gather orphans marked the beginning of this endeavor. The following day, as dawn broke, Joshua stealthily slipped out. After more than an hour, he returned, accompanied by 8 children. The group arrived at the small cabin adjacent to the orchard. Noah had already set up a grill, adorned with several pieces of meat. Noticing the somewhat shy demeanor of the newcomers, he greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome to my home. Let us roast some meat while getting to know each other." With that, he handed a few brushes to the 3 girls. "My name is Noah Carnegie. I am 13 years old. Could you help me brush the barbecue sauce on the meat?" "Hello, Brother Noah. I am Lilith, and I am 11 years old." The girl who spoke had flowing light golden hair, her face dotted with freckles, and a slight blush on her cheeks. Her hands, rough and pale, indicated that she often washed clothes for the fishermen in town. Another girl, hiding behind Lilith, bore a resemblance to her, with light golden hair as well. She seemed exceedingly shy, responding softly, "I am Lillian, and I am 8 years old." The last girl, more boisterous, laughed heartily as she brushed the barbecue sauce. "Hee hee. Hello, Brother Noah. I am Mary Green, and I am 9 years old." According to Noah's arrangements, Joshua also took 5 boys to gather charcoal, chairs, and other dining utensils. He sought to instill in these children a sense of hard work, wanting to prevent any notions of unearned entitlement or feelings of being pitted. Indeed, as Joshua continued to organize the tasks, the atmosphere gradually shifted from one of tension to ease. The barbecue continued, and as everyone dined, they began to grow more familiar with one another. Apart from Lilith, Lillian, and Mary, Noah also became acquainted with 5 other boys. 12-year-old Anthony, with his spiky black hair, the son of a fisherman whose parents, like Noah's, perished at the hands of pirates. 11-year-old Tomini, with his brown, curly hair, the son of a painter whose father met with tragedy while visiting the kingdom of Goya, and whose mother succumbed to despair the previous year. 10-year-old Vic, with black hair and striking blue eyes, the son of a farmer whose father was bitten by a venomous snake and whose mother died of illness. 10-year-old Alii, with green hair and 7-year-old Age. A small boy also with green hair. Alii and Age were brothers. Their father had abandoned them 3 years prior to pursue a life of piracy, and 2 years ago, his pirate crew was annihilated in a fierce battle with another band, leading to their mother's tragic suicide out of shame. Consequently, the brothers harbored a deep-seated resentment towards their father and all pirates. Lilith and Lillian, whose parents also fell victim to the pirate attack 3 years ago, shared a similar fate. Mary, on the other hand, had been found as a child by the seaside and raised by her grandmother, who sadly passed away last year, after they had eaten their fill. Noah finally revealed his intentions with a smile. Would you be interested in helping out? What? Mary, who had been devouring her food, looked somewhat bewildered. As you saw earlier, I consume over 50 kilograms of meat in a single sitting. And Uncle Joseph needs to work while I am quite busy myself. Thus, the kitchen and daily life require assistance. Would you care to join? Of course, I can only offer food and lodging, with no salary. Food and lodging. I'm in. Mary was the first to raise her hand, eager to escape her previous life of uncertainty over meals. Lilith glanced at her frail sister Lillian and nodded. Brother Noah. I can wash clothes and clean, while Lillian can cook. You are hired. Welcome aboard. Noah replied with a nod, then turned to the 5 boys. Are you interested in assisting me with the orchard and workshop? The same offering of food and lodging applies. I am willing. Anthony, the eldest, immediately responded, uncertain of what Noah's plans entailed but eager for employment. We are as well, Alii said, tugging his brother Age along. The two had endured much hardship due to their father's choices, facing scorn from the townsfolk, and were quick to accept the opportunity. Tomini, with some savings at home, pondered for a moment but ultimately agreed. I can help out in the orchard and workshop. But I want to require lodging. That's perfectly fine, Noah assured him. Lastly, Vic, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. Brother Noah, I have quite an appetite. Noah had noticed Vic's hearty consumption of at least 20 kilograms of meat. With Vic still looking somewhat unsatisfied. Are you worried about depleting my resources? Rest assured, as long as you work diligently, I will guarantee your fill. Really? Come on, Vic. I need your help, Noah said sincerely, extending his hand. Vic's eyes welled with tears. Whoa, Brother Noah, I'm willing. Joshua quickly interjected to lighten the mood. Let us not just talk. Let us continue eating. Cheers. The glasses of juice clinked together, and in that moment, their fates began to intertwine. In this tumultuous age of piracy, they were like inconspicuous grains of sand, so ordinary, so unremarkable, that none could foresee the paths their futures would take before they realized it. A day had passed, marking the founding of Noah's estate. Noah undertook a series of personnel arrangements, appointing Lilith as the chief administrator, Lillian as the cook, Anthony as kitchen help, and Mary as the errand girl. Tomini would handle logistics and statistics, while Vic and Alii tended to the agricultural duties in the orchard, and Age assisted in the workshop. With the work assignments completed, Noah utilized the evening to conduct training and guidance, primarily to instill an understanding of the estate's rules, particularly the confidentiality clause, which he emphasized repeatedly. After more than a month of training and instruction, Noah began to teach them some ideologies and songs. For instance, the song No Savior lacked a certain vigor when sung solely by Noah and Joshua, but when all 10 joined in chorus, the resonance and emotional impact of the collective singing created an almost transformative experience. This song became a staple before dinner at the estate. On February 28, 1502, in the small wooden dining hall of the estate, the slightly chubby Lillian brought over a large platter of roasted sausages, exclaiming, "Dinner is served." Soon, everyone took their seats. Joseph smiled warmly at the children, feeling a sense of contentment. Joshua clapped his hands cheerfully. Everyone, take your seats. Prepare to sing. Before long, they began to sing No Savior. As Noah sang, he suddenly felt a surge of power erupt within him, an overwhelming presence radiating from his core, sweeping outward in all directions. Uncle Joseph and the other children looked on in astonishment. And in the next moment, they all simultaneously collapsed into unconsciousness. Had the conqueror's Haki awakened? Noah remained remarkably composed, Unaffected by the incident, he rose and gently patted his uncle's face, and after a short while, Joseph opened his eyes. What just happened? Why is everyone unconscious? Uncle, please tend to Joshua and the others. I'll check outside and return shortly with the details. Although Joseph was bewildered, he nodded. I'll take care of things here. You go ahead. Noah dashed toward the nearest neighbor's house. Under the night sky, he moved like a nimble leopard, reaching the neighbor's doorstep in less than 2 minutes. Peering through the window, he observed that the family inside was also unconscious. Yet there was no immediate danger, so he quietly departed and hurried to the next neighbor. After checking on 5 households, he found one with smoke rising from the stove. He conjured a card and doused the flames with water. Continuing his inspections of the other neighbors, he finally discovered a location about 800 meters from the small wooden dining hall where no one was unconscious. He refrained from greeting them and discreetly left. Evidently, his conqueror-esque Haki had erupted, encompassing an area of approximately 800 meters. Upon returning to the estate's wooden hall, all had awakened. Brother, what just happened? Joshua asked, somewhat frightened. Noah waved his hand, reassuring everyone. There's no need to worry. This appears to be the awakening of the conqueror-esque Haki. Suddenly, he retrieved a book from the card library, its cover inscribed with analysis report on the Great Route. This was an analytical report he had compiled based on several years' worth of articles from the World Economic Journal and various travelogues. After the crowd read the explanations and analyses concerning the conqueror's Haki, a dawning realization washed over them. Following the successful awakening of his conqueror's Haki, Noah, mindful of its indiscriminate oppression in its early stages, would retreat to the northwest bay of Starfish Island each day for training. The northwest bay of Starfish Island is approximately 17 kilometers away from the town, alleviating any concerns about the conqueror's Haki affecting the townsfolk. Remarkably, just a month after awakening his conqueror's Haki, in early April, Noah successfully awakened his observation Haki amidst relentless training. Time flew by. On June 13, 1502, within the Orchard Cabin restaurant of the estate, Noah had completed a year of rigorous training, and his height had surged to 2.09 meters. The other youths, benefiting from ample nutrition, also exhibited notable growth. Among them, the most pronounced change was in Vic, who had skyrocketed from 1.76 meters to 2.23 meters in just 6 months, with his appetite reaching an astonishing 80 kilograms per meal. Joshua, the second most noticeable, had grown to 1.94 meters. In this world, a greater appetite often signified greater physical potential. Observing the towering Vic and Joshua devouring their meals, Noah realized that certain arrangements needed to be made swiftly. Wiping his mouth, he addressed the group. I will be stepping out today, during my absence. Take turns monitoring the safe house. Following the procedures we rehearsed, be careful. Brother, Joshua expressed with concern. Noah, do you need me to prepare food? Lillian inquired. Noah shook his head. Do not worry. I have enough provisions in my card for over a month. Take care of yourselves. If danger arises, prioritize your safety. Understood? Yes, Noah, the group replied in unison. Noah turned to Joshua and added, please inform Uncle that I will be away for 2 to 3 days at the quickest, or at most half a month. Noah, please return safely, Mary said, her eyes filled with worry. That he nodded and proceeded towards the back mountain, arriving at the northwest bay where he previously trained. Utilizing his observation Haki, Noah concentrated and scanned the vicinity for a radius of 5 kilometers. This was his innate talent, super wide area. Upon awakening, he could cover an area of approximately 1 kilometer in radius. If he concentrated his perception in a single direction, he could extend his awareness to around 5 kilometers. After scanning the area without detecting any anomalies, he produced a card and tossed it toward the makeshift dock he had constructed. Release submarine. A small submarine, crafted from steel, emerged on the surface. This vessel measured 12 meters in length and 3 meters in diameter. Upon unscrewing the circular hatch on the submarine's deck, he found the interior spacious enough. Although termed a submarine, it was essentially a metal shell comprising 12 watertight compartments, devoid of any other facilities. After sealing the hatch, he inserted 2 cards into their designated slots. Release water filling. Fresh water gushed into the 2 sealed compartments, and as the internal water levels increased, the pressure within the compartments surged, prompting the unidirectional ventilation valve to expel air outside. Within 10 minutes, the submarine sank into the depths, stabilizing at a depth of approximately 50 meters. Noah inserted 2 more cards. Continuous release of water thrust. After a year of development, the volume capacity of his card space had reached around 1,000 cubic meters, akin to a cube measuring 10 meters on each side. The two cards were supplying 2,000 cubic meters of seawater, continuously funneled through two pipes, generating thrust that propelled the submarine forward. This exemplified the power of the devil fruit, simplifying the once complex structure of a submarine to merely a shell. The air supply in the cockpit was also sustained by the air stored in the card space, eliminating the need for intricate oxygen candles. He activated the periscope, scrutinizing the surroundings, coupled with his observation Haki. He could effectively avoid underwater reefs and large sea creatures. Should he encounter an unavoidable large sea beast, he could utilize his Conqueror's Haki to intimidate it. This newfound confidence, granted by his Conqueror's Haki, emboldened him to navigate the submarine alone. Otherwise, he would likely have resorted to alternative means of venturing into the sea. After all, as a user of powers, engaging in combat with sea beasts underwater posed significant challenges. The submarine glided through the depths at a pace of several kilometers per hour, swiftly making its way toward Frost Star Island, where Loguetown was located. After several hours of travel, Noah finally reached the waters near Loguetown. At this juncture, he refrained from employing his observation Haki to probe Loguetown, as it was home to a naval base. Particularly since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, Loguetown had been a focal point of naval defense in the East Sea. Likely manned by naval officers well-versed in Haki, directly probing with observation Haki could potentially draw the attention of the Navy. He maneuvered the submarine to a deserted stretch of coastline, disembarking and sealing the submarine back into the cart. Once ashore, Noah transformed his appearance, donning a mask and a wide-brimmed hat, complemented by a black cloak. He even spritzed himself with orange sea salt-scented perfume to mask his natural scent. He conjured a small wooden cabin and began to rest. The following morning, Noah dismantled the cabin and made his way to Loguetown. Soon, he arrived at his destination, number 38 Carl Street in the Harbor District of Loguetown. The sign at the entrance read World Economic News Agency, EC branch. Indeed, this was one of the branches of the World Economic Journal, owned by the prominent newsman Morgans, brazenly established in Loguetown. In truth, this was merely a nominal branch, easily dispensable. Even if the world government were to shut it down, it would not hinder the publication of the journal's newspapers. He pushed open the door, causing the bell to chime. Behind the counter, a nondescript middle-aged man glanced at Noah and, with a smile, inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Noah remained silent and handed over a piece of paper. The middle-aged man accepted it and unfolded the note. It revealed that there was a significant news story requiring a face-to-face discussion with President Morgans, requesting to arrange a call with the snail. Noah then produced a stack of berries, which bore a note indicating a service fee of 1 million berries. The man's eyes flickered momentarily, and he then pocketed the 1 million berries. Speaking in a subdued tone, "I need to communicate with the president. Please wait 10 minutes. Without the 1 million berries as a service fee, the middle-aged man would likely not have been inclined to assist. As he would not risk it if Noah's news did not pique the president's interest, he could face repercussions. After 10 minutes, the middle-aged man emerged from behind the wooden door of the counter. "The president has agreed, but you only have 10 minutes. All right, arrange the call," he instructed. "Please follow me." Noah followed the man into a soundproof basement. Once inside, the middle-aged man produced a secure communication snail and dialed a number. In no time, the snail transformed into a bird-headed figure, and after establishing the connection, the middle-aged man silently exited the basement. Go ahead. What is this significant news?" Noah, observing Morgan's snail form, cut straight to the chase. "It pertains to intelligence regarding the Golden Lion. Is President Morgans interested?" "Oh," countless thoughts raced through Morgan's mind as he chuckled and asked, "What compensation do you require?" "Straightforwardly, I seek the training methods for armament Haki and the 6 powers of the Navy. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share one piece of information. The Golden Lion has been frequently operating in the calm belt between Paradise and the East Sea, particularly around the waters surrounding a small island known as Little East Sea." Upon hearing Noah's words, Morgans erupted into laughter. "Do you truly believe this information holds any value for me?" "Morgans, this merely serves to validate the intelligence I possess." With a chuckle, he continued, "I see. You've memorized the training methods of the 6 styles." For over 10 minutes, Morgans elaborated on the techniques and key points of the 6 styles. As for whether Noah could retain this information, that was of no concern to him. Meanwhile, nestled within Noah's cloak, a small recorder purchased from Loguetown was diligently capturing their conversation. When Morgans finally ceased speaking, Noah took the opportunity to present his second piece of intelligence. After escaping from impelled down, the Golden Lion encountered an island named Vermilion, where he utilized his abilities to transport the entire island. If one were to acquire a permanent pointer for this island, it would lead directly to the Golden Lion's location. Vermilion Island. Morgan seemed to catch the scent of a significant story, his expression growing animated. The key points for the training method of armament Haki. After absorbing the information regarding armament Haki, Noah proceeded with his third report. It appears that the Golden Lion has discovered something on Vermilion Island, which has prompted him to conduct some form of biological experimentation there. During my passage near the waters of Little East Blue, I encountered several mutated beasts, whose combat capabilities rival those of a Navy captain. This constitutes the entirety of my intelligence. Morgan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. It wasn't that he found the information lacking, but rather that it was quite explosive. He harbored a certain trepidation towards the Golden Lion. Nevertheless, as a figure of major news, Morgans was audacious enough to defy even the world government, and he had resolved to publish this news. I am exceedingly pleased with this information. Should you procure similar intel in the future, we may continue our transactions. Might I inquire as to how you prefer to be addressed? Simply call me Dawn. I too wish to maintain collaboration with President Morgans, though I must make a trip to the West Sea shortly. Not a problem. Take note of my exclusive phone number, 555-382-55089. As long as you dial this number, you can reach me at any time, my friend. After Noah departed the basement, the middle-aged man re-established contact with Morgans. President, shall we dispatch someone to follow him? No need. He possesses observation Haki, and your men would not be able to tail him. It was evident that the seasoned Morgans had deduced from their earlier exchange that Noah wielded observation Haki, which quelled his inclination to send someone after him. Meanwhile, Noah underwent several transformations in Loguetown, procuring various items, and by the stroke of midnight on the third day, he stealthily piloted a submarine back to Starfish Island. In truth, he had contemplated this transaction since the previous year, but his insufficient strength at the time had deterred him from ensuring a safe return, leading to a delay until June of this year. From Noah's perspective, as a time traveler with a certain informational advantage, Morgans represented the most expedient and relatively safe channel for acquiring the training methods for Haki and the 6 styles in the early stages. After all, Morgans was deeply committed to major news. As long as one could provide such news, it was feasible to exploit the information advantage to achieve something for nothing. Contrarily, while the Navy presented a significant opportunity for acquiring Haki and the 6 styles, it required enduring a lengthy period of apprenticeship. Comprehensive training in Haki and the 6 styles was scarce in the Navy branches across the 4 seas, necessitating attendance at the training camps in Marineford, which entailed considerable time and uncertainty. As for pirates, their only recourse would be to advance their studies in the New World. Regarding whether Morgans possessed the training methods for Haki and the 6 styles, the answer was a resounding affirmative. One of the renowned underground kings, with a network of informants spanning the globe and a thorn in the side of the world government, it was inconceivable that Morgans would lack knowledge of Haki and the 6 styles. Otherwise, he would have long since been buried beneath 3 meters of grass. Hours later, at the northwestern bay of Starfish Island, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the water suddenly swelled as the submarine emerged. Opening the hatch, Noah stood on the deck, gazing at the waves glimmering in the golden light of the setting sun. I've returned. After securing the submarine, he hurried toward the manor. Half an hour later, in the kitchen of the wooden cabin, Lillian and Anthony were preparing dinner when they heard the doorbell ring. Assuming it was someone else returning, they did not rush to answer. I'm back. Don't forget my dinner. When Noah's voice echoed from the kitchen, the two rushed out in delight. Brother Noah, you're back. Welcome home, Brother Noah. Noah waved his hand. Please, continue with your tasks. I will check on the others. As dinner time approached, the rest of the manor's residents gradually gathered in the dining room, joyfully surrounding Noah upon his safe return, showering him with warm greetings. He offered little explanation, but introduced them to the training methods for armament Haki and the 6 styles, urging them to maintain confidentiality and refrain from practicing or utilizing these techniques in front of outsiders. As for the training methods for observation Haki, Noah had successfully cultivated them himself, and after several months of summarization, he assured them that by adhering to his training regimen, they would inevitably awaken their observation Haki. The acquisition of the training methods for the 6 styles was a tremendous boon for Joshua and the others, who were still laying their foundations. Despite Noah's previous academic pursuits and a brief stint in a university martial arts club, his knowledge had been largely theoretical and lacked practical martial artistry. With the 6 styles training methods now in hand, he could refine his previous training plans, discarding any ineffective approaches. Noah formulated a plan for the 6 styles training. The initial stage would undoubtedly involve practicing the iron body technique. Many had dismissed the iron body as ineffective, but this was a fundamental misunderstanding of its significance. Within the 6 styles, the iron body stands as the core and foundation, also serving as a prerequisite for training in armament Haki. Mastery of the iron body would naturally pave the way for the development of techniques such as the finger gun, suru, jeppo, and tekai, as it signified a sufficiently robust physique at AS for the paper drawing technique within the 6 styles. This skill was essentially a precursor to observation Haki, which could be integrated into its training. The following day, while Noah was experimenting with the 6 styles in the training grounds, he was approached by Lilith, who carried a bamboo basket. "Brother Noah, here are today's newspapers. Thank you, just place them aside. Uncle Joseph mentioned he won't be back for lunch. He's organizing shelves at the hardware store. The hardware store owned by Uncle Joseph had been one of Noah's motives for venturing to Loguetown. Concerned for his uncle's safety while fishing alone, and noting that his uncle had little to occupy him at the manor, Noah procured a substantial inventory of hardware and small machinery, along with a large quantity of iron and copper materials, to establish a hardware store near the town's dock for his uncle. Whether the hardware store would be profitable was not the primary concern. Rather, it was intended to provide his uncle with some engagement. Of course, opening a hardware store also served to obscure the internal workshop of the manor, rendering the procurement of raw materials like iron and copper more justifiable, despite the world government's seemingly laissez-faire attitude towards pirates. Their control over the global economy was profoundly entrenched. Within the CP organization, there were undoubtedly departments dedicated to monitoring sensitive materials. What constitutes sensitive materials? Steel and copper would certainly fall under that category. Over the past year, Noah had purchased over 50 tons of steel through the sale of sea beasts, primarily for constructing submarines and ship components, as well as secretly crafting weapons. If he continued procuring at this rate, he would inevitably draw the attention of the CP organization. Therefore, he needed to establish a reasonable justification for importing steel materials. The hardware store, which also offered ship repairs, served as that justification. Simultaneously, Noah reiterated to everyone in the manor the importance of vigilance and the need for a unified narrative. Should one encounter individuals who question and probe, it would be prudent to assert that steel has been utilized in the crafting of agricultural tools, hardware, kitchenware, and components for vessels to circumvent potential complications. He has also sealed a portion of the more sensitive equipment and finished products within cards, to be unsealed only when necessary. Presently, he and his companions remain in the phase of accumulating strength, making it unwise to attract the attention of other factions. After over an hour of exertion, Noah paused to rest, casually picking up a newspaper from the table. The front page of the World Economy Daily boldly declared, "Shocking. The Beast Legion of the Pirate Admiral." It was evident that Morgans had confirmed the whereabouts of the Golden Lion in recent days and had covertly infiltrated Vermal Island for investigation. Truly, this qualifies as significant news. Morgans dares to offend even the Golden Lion for the sake of a story. He couldn't help but admire Morgan's tenacity and fearlessness. However, all of this bore little relation to Noah. Even if the Golden Lion were to discover that someone had sold information in Loguetown, he would have no means of identifying the culprit. After all, this locale in the East Sea is a bustling hub of commerce, teeming with a mix of people rather than a secluded isle. This explains why he chose not to converse with Morgans on Starfish Island, as its relative seclusion would make it all too easy for his presence to be detected. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, in the office of the Chief of Staff, Admiral Tsuru, freshly returned from the North Sea, had scarcely caught her breath when Lieutenant Colonel Kong Ming from the Intelligence Department knocked and entered. "Admiral Tsuru, we have an urgent intelligence report." Tsuru took the folder, and upon opening it, her pupils dilated in shock. The Golden Lion had not anticipated that this individual was concealed within the comm belt. "Kong Ming, do we have a permanent pointer for Vermal Island in our reserves?" Kong Ming promptly replied, "Yes, I have just inquired with the logistics department. There are 3 permanent pointers for Vermal Island in the reserves, ready for retrieval at any moment. Retrieve them immediately." I will inform Admiral Akainu of the situation. Understood. Minutes later, Tsaru hastily arrived at the Admiral's office, knocking before pushing the door open. Admiral Akainu lifted his gaze toward her. Tsaru, what is the urgent matter? It concerns the Golden Lion. Morgans has reported part of the intelligence regarding him, and we need to take action. That I suspect that communication from that side will arrive shortly. No sooner had she spoken than the black telephone on Akainu's desk began to ring. It was a direct line to the Gorosei, and he immediately answered. Bru, Gorosei, this is Akainu. You are aware of the situation regarding the Golden Lion? Indeed, I have just received the report. Deploy Borsalino to obliterate Vermal Island and simultaneously assess the Golden Lion's physical condition. Understood. The Gorosei promptly hung up. Akainu turned to Tsaru, knowing she had anticipated the Gorosei's reaction. And instructed, I leave this matter in your hands. No problem. Tsaru nodded. Shortly thereafter, a golden streak shot from the port of Marineford towards the East Sea. With the permanent pointer in hand, Borsalino appeared above the calm belt on the East Sea side in less than half an hour. Utilizing his moonwalk ability, Borsalino's expression grew serious, for only a single island remained floating in the vicinity, appearing as though it had been gnawed upon by dogs, pockmarked and battered. Has it been evacuated in advance? This is troublesome. Suddenly, Borsalino's expression shifted. His body transformed into a beam of light as he veered to the left. In the next moment, a deluge of seawater cascaded from above. Yet, Borsalino, having swiftly evaded, halted once more. Extending his hands, Yada no Kagami, dense orbs of light shot forth towards the front. In an instant, a barrage of slashing waves and light projectiles collided with one another. Boom, boom, boom. Little monkey, quite capable, aren't you? The Golden Lion, descending from the heavens with a cigar clenched between his teeth, gazed coldly at Borsalino. This is indeed a headache, he remarked. As soon as the words left his mouth, Borsalino executed another light-speed transfer. While the Golden Lion manipulated the seawater, transforming it into a dozen water lions, the two engaged in a fierce battle, with slashing strikes rending the sky and explosive light projectiles erupting, after more than half an hour. Observing Borsalino's delay tactics, the Golden Lion casually hurled the abandoned Vermal Island towards him while rapidly retreating in the opposite direction. Faced with the incoming island, Borsalino had no choice but to dodge repeatedly. By the time he evaded the island, the Golden Lion had vanished without a trace. Though he did not succeed in annihilating the Golden Lion's biological research base, this encounter nonetheless allowed him to glean some understanding of the Golden Lion's current condition. The decline in the Golden Lion's Haki was alarmingly evident. Had it been during his peak, Borsalino would not have dared to engage him alone for half an hour, even with tenfold courage. Moments later, the island crashed into the surface of the calm belt, causing numerous massive sea kings to surface. Borsalino resignedly patted his collar and retrieved the snail phone from his wrist to report the battle situation to Tsaru. She seemed to have anticipated the outcome of this mission, instructing Borsalino to return to headquarters. This operation was fundamentally a test and a warning. She understood that the Golden Lion was not to be trifled with. Should he choose to flee, it would be difficult to contain him unless the Navy deployed 3 Admiral-level forces to encircle him. The Golden Lion's sensational news had indeed attracted widespread attention. Yet the battle in the calm belt. Aside from the ever-watchful Morgans and the parties directly involved, other factions remain oblivious to the events unfolding there. However, it is anticipated that Morgans will undertake a follow-up report. The Navy, evidently, lacks the resources to maintain constant vigilance over the Golden Lion, especially with the fierce competition for dominion over the seas of the New World now underway. The first proclaimed Emperor of the Sea is none other than the notorious Whitebeard, who has been actively expanding his influence. With Whitebeard's ascension, the remaining formidable pirates of the New World are stirring, either overtly or covertly extending their domains, which has only exacerbated the turmoil engulfing the New World. Notably, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are rapidly expanding their respective powers. Kaido, having eliminated the internal threats in Wano and slain Kazuki Oden, has begun to launch frequent offensives. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin has adeptly manipulated various underground factions through her tea parties, employing both coercive and conciliatory tactics. Additionally, the Wangji pirates, entrenched on Hive Island, add to the chaos. Following the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the first wave of new generation pirates from the Four Seas has infiltrated the Grand Line. After 3 to 4 years of sifting through the tumult, they have also begun to penetrate the New World, further intensifying its disorder. But in response to the shifting tides of this era, the Navy has been compelled to contract its influence and concentrate its defenses in key regions of the New World. Contrarily, the East Blue, known for its peace and stability, remains a tranquil haven on Starfish Island. Noah's family continues to follow their routine. However, with the widespread dissemination of the techniques for harnessing armament Haki and the Six Powers, the strength of family members has surged impressively. In early September 1502, after over 3 months of arduous training, Noah finally awakened his armament Haki, albeit with a potency that could only envelop his fist. And its duration was limited to just under 20 minutes. Given his naturally high physical resilience, he is now able to utilize iron blocks and finger pistol techniques. His Conqueror's Haki has not only increased in oppressive force but also expanded its effective range to approximately 1,200 meters, allowing him to exert some control over its intensity, though directional control remains inconsistent in terms of observation Haki. His perceptive range has similarly broadened, with an all-encompassing detection radius of about 1.5 kilometers and a unilateral range of roughly 7.5 kilometers. Among his peers, Joshua and Mary have successfully awakened their observation Haki, while Vic has made initial progress with iron blocks. The others have yet to show significant advancements. In his study, Noah set aside the training progress reports and fell into contemplation. From the reports of his cousins, he discerned an anticipated outcome, a clear disparity in talent among individuals. Joshua and Mary possess a natural affinity for observation Haki. Vic has a talent for martial techniques and armament Haki. Anthony shows promise with swordsmanship, and Ale has a gift for marksmanship, while the others lack notable talents. Noah found no surprise in this revelation. However, talent is not always immutable. For instance, devil fruits can enhance one's physical potential to a certain degree. It seems the time has come to devise the next phase of our plans. The following day, just as dawn began to break, at the makeshift dock on the northwest bay of Starfish Island, he and Ajia had spent the past 3 months upgrading their submarine. The vessel now measures 18 meters in length and 4.5 meters in diameter, with an additional underwater access hatch at the bottom for ease of entry and exit while wearing diving gear. At the dock, Noah and Vic entered the submarine. Soon, the submarine submerged and commenced exploration of the seabed in the vicinity of the Starfish Islands. The chosen route for exploration was not arbitrary. It was strategically selected as the trade route from the Starfish Islands to Loguetown, primarily due to the abundance of sunken ships along this bustling maritime corridor. In contrast, the waters near deserted islands often see no vessel for years, thus yielding no submerged wrecks. After over an hour of navigation, Noah referred to the Starfish maritime chart, which indicated the presence of a reef in the vicinity, information he had acquired in Loguetown. Such well-established routes typically come with detailed hydrological data. Indeed, through his observation Haki, he detected over 20 underwater reefs nearby. He promptly reduced the thrust of the propulsion chamber, causing the submarine to decelerate. Before long, the first sunken ship emerged within his perception. Vic, there lies a wreck beneath you. Explore it. Understood, brother Noah. Leave it to me. Be cautious. Noah activated his Conqueror's Haki, driving away all marine life within a kilometer radius. The submarine was approximately 10 meters above the wreck when Vic, clad in diving gear, descended from the submarine's exit hatch, equipped with a breathing tube and an emergency safety rope, illuminating the murky depths with a waterproof flashlight. Vic soon spotted a wooden vessel overturned in the seabed silt. Without hesitation, he grasped the flashlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other, prying open the wooden hatch of the shipwreck. An hour later, Vic crushed a wooden card that he had secured to his left arm's diving suit, in the submarine's cockpit. Noah instantly sensed the card's destruction and began to reel Vic back from the depths. After over 20 minutes, Vic emerged from the submarine's hatch, dragging a fishing net bag behind him. Brother, this is what I managed to salvage. Noah examined the contents of the bag: a dozen gold and silver artifacts, several hundred coins, and a few gemstones, all valued at approximately 300,000 berries. Not bad. Have a bite to eat and take a moment to rest. All right. Vic opened a nearby temporary storage locker, retrieving a box of milk and a substantial piece of jerky before settling down to eat. Meanwhile, Noah casually sealed away the gold and jewels in the hidden treasure chamber. The submarine continued its descent towards another sunken ship beneath the waves. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the new year of 1503. Since September of the previous year, Noah had been taking Vic on weekly underwater treasure hunts along nearby routes. After 4 consecutive expeditions, The Noah Manor had amassed treasures worth over 80 million berries, including a fine cutlass and 2 permanent log poses for the Grand Line. The ocean depths of the pirate world held the true treasures. After all, the countless shipwrecks accumulated over thousands of years across several eras amounted to an astronomical figure. Compared to the treachery of land disputes, the ocean depths were the focal point for many traversers. It is essential to recognize that over 80% of this blue planet is covered by oceans, and with the majority of powers lacking the capability to explore underwater, the capable world government dismisses it. While the fishmen can only retreat to the waters near Fishman Island, the seabeds of the 4 seas remain largely undeveloped. After 4 treasure hunts, the underwater routes between the Starfish Islands and Loguetown, particularly those at depths exceeding 200 meters, had been thoroughly searched by Noah and his crew. Just after the new year, following an assessment of Joshua and the other strengths, Noah wasted no time in setting sail with Vic again. This time, their destination was the route between Loguetown and Levis Mountain. This route was exponentially busier than that from Starfish Island to Loguetown and was a necessary passage for pirates entering the Grand Line, resulting in a high density of sunken ships in the region. 2 days later, aside from a 6-hour rest on a deserted island, they spent the remainder of the time traveling. Soon, the submarine reached their designated route, southwest of Loguetown's harbor, which led to the canal towards Levis Mountain. Utilizing his observation Haki, Noah quickly detected a location likely to harbor numerous shipwrecks, a submerged reef area at a depth of approximately 100 meters. Indeed, upon entering this zone, his Haki sensed the outlines of several shipwrecks beneath the seabed. Vic, accustomed to such endeavors, immediately dove down with his tools after Noah had intimidated the surrounding sea creatures. Under the spotlight, the wreckage of the ships was a grim sight, with the hull riddled with cracks of varying sizes, noticing a series of skull carvings on one of the wooden planks. Vic surmised it was likely a pirate vessel. Pushing open the dilapidated cabin door, he found a skeleton lying quietly on a wooden board, still clutching a corroded axe, judging by the layout of the cabin. It appeared to be the captain's quarters. Picking up the ring from the skeleton's finger, he opened the drawer inside the cabin and discovered a pile of decaying berries, over 20 pieces of silver and gold artifacts, and a dozen gemstones. Stowing the items into his bag, Vic lifted his iron spear and probed the wooden boards of the cabin, searching for any hidden compartments. After 20 thrusts, he had broken through the rotting wood to create several large holes. Suddenly, Vic's gaze fixed on the spot where the skeleton lay. Beneath the bones, in the gaps of the wooden planks, a faint golden glimmer reflected in the light, clearing away the bones and prying open the boards below. He found indeed a hidden compartment containing several wooden chests, one of which had already cracked open, revealing its treasures of gold and silver. Vic could hardly contain his excitement. It seems our haul this time is quite promising. As he opened each chest, he found 2 filled with gold and silver, one containing rotting berries, and the last filled with miscellaneous items, decaying books, a log pose, a dagger embedded with a large sapphire, and a small box. Upon opening the small box, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a melon-shaped black fruit, adorned with intricate vine patterns. Could it be a devil fruit? How splendid! Vic tucked away the devil fruit and conducted a final search of the remaining cabin before returning to the submarine with his newfound treasures. Half an hour later, Vic emerged from the submersible. "Big brother, look at what I found." Upon seeing the black fruit in Vic's hand, Noah's eyes flickered with surprise. Who would have thought it was a devil fruit? And one unlike any he had seen before. Noah was not particularly astonished by the appearance of a previously unknown devil fruit, as much of the information in the pirate world was closely tied to the main characters. However, beyond the protagonists, there undoubtedly existed other uncharted devil fruits. Noah picked up the fruit. "Vic, I will find a way to ascertain this fruit's specific characteristics. If it aligns with your abilities, you may consume it." However, Vic shook his head. "Big brother, this fruit should go to Lilith and the others. I do not wish to become a landlubber, and I believe mastering the 6 styles in Haki can also lead to strength. I will seek out more devil fruits. Whether you consume them or not, there will be one for you." "Thank you, big brother." Vic expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Noah patted his shoulder, then instructed Vic to rest while he navigated the submarine towards the southeast. Over 80 kilometers from Loguetown, after more than 4 hours, the submarine arrived in a bay on a deserted island. Securing the submarine, he led Vic ashore, deep within the island's jungle. Noah once again altered his appearance and instructed Vic to conceal himself by the coast, keeping watch over the nearby waters. Taking out his transponder snail, he dialed Morgan's number. Bloop, bloop. Before long, the transponder snail transformed into a bird-headed figure. President Morgans, it has been quite some time. He. Is that you, Lord Dawn? What major news do you wish to trade? Noah wasted no time and got straight to the point. 2 pieces of intelligence. I require the most comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia and a set of nautical charts regarding the paradise of the Grand Line. Place the encyclopedia and charts at the Loguetown branch. I will collect them in a week. The devil fruit encyclopedia, the paradise nautical charts. Okay, but I wonder if your major news is worth the price? Noah replied calmly. One is a scandal involving the world government. The other is intelligence on Kaido. Morgan's eyes widened in surprise. Lord Dawn, you truly are well informed, even possessing knowledge of the world government and Beast Kaido? If this is the case, then this trade is absolutely acceptable. Splendid. As before, I will first disclose an easily verifiable piece of information, and I will provide the other piece after I receive the goods. Understood. In the white town of Fervans in the North Sea, a mineral known as pearlite has been mined for nearly a century. However, the local residents are unaware that the dust produced during the mining process poses significant health risks. The world government, prioritizing profit, has concealed this truth, rebranding the lead poisoning affliction as an unknown infectious disease, and secretly plans to incite surrounding nations to obliterate Fervans entirely. Gulp. Even Morgans, who had witnessed his fair share of tumult, was taken aback by this intelligence. He knew full well that if this news were reported, the world government would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Yet, as a major scoop, Morgans was unwilling to bury this information, leaving him in a quandary. After a moment, Morgans finally regained his composure, smiling as he said, Lord Dawn, you wouldn't happen to be affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, would you? I am not, Noah replied without a hint of hesitation. Morgans scrutinized him deeply. The items will be available for you to collect in Loguetown in 7 days, until we meet again. Have a pleasant day. Farewell. After hanging up the phone, Noah sealed the phone bug and continued his treasure-hunting expedition near Loguetown with Vic. On January 12, 1503, 4 days had elapsed since his last conversation with Morgan. Noah and Vic persevered in their underwater treasure-seeking endeavors. Over these 4 days, they had methodically explored 17 sunken ships, amassing a fortune exceeding 60 million in gold, silver, and jewels, alongside various miscellaneous artifacts. These included navigational pointers, swords, a parchment treasure map, a telescope, a table crafted from atom wood, a stone tablet inscribed with unknown characters, and several barely legible nautical logs as the submarine drew closer to the Leviathan Mountain Canal. The number of wrecked vessels increased. However, due to depth limitations, Noah was unable to explore sunken ships lying deeper than 200 meters. After all, the submarine's maximum diving depth was approximately 100 meters. Any further exploration into the depths relied on Vic. Clad in a diving suit, enduring the harsher conditions, unbeknownst to them, they soon found themselves in a relatively shallower region of the sea. Suddenly, Noah's observation Haki detected the remains of a massive shipwreck, albeit at a depth of around 220 meters. After a brief discussion, they decided to investigate further. Vic donned his diving suit and descended swiftly. Upon reaching the ship's surface, he was astonished by its enormity. That insignia looks somewhat familiar. A lion's head and 3 swords. After a few moments of contemplation, Vic recollected that it was the emblem of the Kingdom of Triss, located north of the Polaris Islands. Continuing deeper into the wreckage, he discovered numerous cabins filled with an abundance of chests, all brimming with gold and jewels. Even for one accustomed to treasures, the sheer volume before him left Vic in awe. After a brief moment to regain his composure, he resumed his exploration. It was only after thoroughly searching all the chests and compartments that he returned to the submarine, clutching 2 small chests. Noah, upon witnessing the 2 newly acquired devil fruits and hearing Vic's account, quickly referenced the intelligence he had previously gathered about the East China Sea. In 1422, 81 years prior, the Kingdom of Triss had lost a tribute ship laden with heavenly gold near Loguetown due to a sudden storm. The reason Triss had not attempted a salvage operation was due to their helplessness. Such ships lost to storms were nearly impossible to recover. The vastness of the sea was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, even if the sinking location was known, recovery required both skill and specialized equipment. The waters near Loguetown, often devoid of strong guardians, were frequented by smaller sea kings, posing a significant risk during salvage operations. In fact, in recent days, Noah had encountered two small sea kings measuring several dozen meters in length. Were it not for his conqueror's Haki, an ordinary ability user would likely meet a grim fate in such encounters. After 2 days of diligent effort aboard the sunken ship, Noah estimated that the treasure they had unearthed was worth approximately 2 billion berries, since the threshold for heavenly gold was set at 10 billion berries. Alongside high-value gold, silver, jewels, devil fruits, and precious minerals, this newfound wealth would alleviate Noah's financial concerns for the foreseeable future. With their spirits dampened, the duo decided against further treasure hunting and steered the submarine back toward Loguetown. Upon secretly landing in Loguetown and resting for a night nearby, Noah received a notification from Morgans the following day, directing him back to the same underground chamber. After reviewing the Devil Fruit Compendium and the navigational records of the Paradise, Noah promptly disclosed to Morgans the intelligence concerning Kaido, specifically that Kaido had executed his coup in Wano and had deceived and murdered the Kazuki Oden family. Morgans was well aware of Kazuki Oden's significance. Had Wano not been so insular, and had Kaido not tightly controlled the flow of information, even Morgans would have been oblivious to the internal affairs of Wano. Clearly, upon receiving this news, Morgans understood the potential ramifications. If this information were to leak, a fierce conflict between the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates was all but inevitable. Following the completion of their transaction, both parties expressed immense satisfaction with their respective gains. After hanging up the phone bug, Noah utilized his cards to seal away several hundred kilograms of books, swiftly departing the offices of the World Economic Society. After several discreet transformations, he boarded the submarine and returned to Star Island in the early hours of the next day. Upon his arrival at Star Island, it was already evening. He immediately made his way to the study in the orchard, retrieving the 3 devil fruits along with the Devil Fruit Compendium to begin identifying them. The first fruit, a black melon-shaped devil fruit, was quickly identified in the compendium as the paramecia type, graphite fruit. The second fruit, shaped like a red banana with a scaly surface, was classified as a zoan type, common fish fruit in the form of a carp. The third fruit, resembling a white peach with a fuzzy exterior, was also a zoan type, common human fruit in the shape of a silverback gorilla. Aside from the rather comical carp fruit, both the graphite fruit and the silverback gorilla fruit were promising. According to the brief descriptions in the compendium, the graphite fruit leaned towards creation, lacking the manifestations of superhuman abilities. As dinner time approached, Noah presented the 3 devil fruits to everyone, providing an overview of their properties. "Brother, this carp fruit has such pitiful abilities." Joshua could not help but critique that. "Let's not bother with that carp fruit. Who among you is interested in the remaining graphite fruit and silverback gorilla fruit?" The group fell into contemplation. Vic was the first to speak. "I'll pass. I plan to focus on my physical techniques and Haki. If my strength stagnates in the future, I'll reconsider consuming a devil fruit." "I am not interested either. Neither of these fruits suits me." Lilith shook her head. Lillian and Mary also declined, as the graphite and gorilla fruits held little allure for them. "Brother Noah, may I have the graphite fruit?" Age asked somewhat shyly. Noah smiled. "As the family's designated shipwright, this graphite fruit is indeed well suited for you. So, it shall be yours." "Thank you, Brother Noah," Age exclaimed, elated as he took the graphite fruit and took a substantial bite. The next moment, Age's expression changed drastically, his face contorting grotesquely. Nevertheless, he persevered through the nausea, consuming the devil fruit bite by bite. Noah had specifically instructed that the entire fruit be consumed, while a single bite could grant abilities. Consuming the entire fruit was fundamentally different. This distinction lay not in the completeness of the powers, but rather in the enhancement of one's spirit and willpower. The essence of devil fruits is somewhat metaphysical, and Haki is closely intertwined with one's will. The resolve of one who dares to consume an entire devil fruit is markedly different from that of one who merely takes a bite. As they watched Age consume the devil fruit, the group turned their attention to the remaining silverback gorilla fruit. Anthony shook his head. "I aspire to be a swordsman. Consuming this zoan type would be a waste." The curly-haired Tamani likewise waved his hand. "I intend to follow in my father's profession. A zoan type is simply too unrefined. Brother, you know me well. As a sniper, I have no need to waste this zoan fruit." Eli also refused the fruit. Suddenly, Uncle Joseph, who had remained silent, picked up the fruit and smiled at everyone. "Let this old man have the fruit." Noah observed his uncle with a complex gaze. Filled with concern, it was evident that Uncle Joseph had sensed the impending dangers that lay ahead. Not wishing to become a liability for Noah and Joshua. In truth, Joseph had also engaged in training. But at the age of 33, he had long surpassed the optimal training years, only managing to enhance his strength by 4 to 5 times over the past year, in the past 6 months. The effects of training have diminished significantly. Although there has been an increase of 4 to 5 times, it appears to be considerably enhanced. However, when compared to Noah, Joshua, and Vic, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. After approximately a year and a half of training, Noah has increased his strength by 83 times, Joshua by 21 times, and Vic by 49 times. Even Mary, despite being a girl, has enhanced her strength by around 8 times. Uncle Joseph quietly noted these developments, and upon seeing the silverback gorilla fruit today, he felt tempted. Noah nodded and said, "Uncle, we are all family. You should consume this fruit." With a crunch, despite being aware of the fruit's unpleasant taste, Joseph found the nauseating flavor unbearable as he took a bite. However, thinking of the dangers that might arise in the future, he steeled himself and, with his eyes closed, swallowed the remaining flesh in large bites. By the time he finished the last morsel, Uncle Joseph wore an expression that conveyed, "This world is not worth it." Lilith hurriedly grabbed a glass of grape juice and poured it into Joseph's mouth. After drinking the juice, Uncle Joseph seemed to come back to life. The taste was truly revolting, but this strength is undeniably formidable, and no sooner had he spoken than his body suddenly surged. Towering over 3 meters, with muscles inflating as if pumped with air, with a loud rip, his clothes burst apart, though fortunately, his pants were sturdy and elastic enough to withstand the transformation. Hee. Uncle Joseph scratched his head awkwardly and then attempted to revert to his human form. Once he regained his human appearance, he quickly dashed off to change clothes. Noah chuckled and turned to instruct, "Lilith, please procure a batch of large, high-elasticity clothing tomorrow." "I understand," Lilith nodded. The following morning, the newspaper featured an article detailing the events surrounding the white town of Finalizing. After reading it, Noah's expression remained unchanged. Even if he had exposed the situation in Finalizing years earlier, the outcome would likely not have altered significantly, as long as the world government, the ultimate evil, persists. The town's future is predetermined. However, he was surprised that Morgans had the audacity to report on the matter. He then recalled that after the transaction concluded the day before, the local branch of the World Economic Society in Loguetown had been vacated that very night, indicating that Morgans had anticipated the ensuing events. For now, Noah felt he had no right to involve himself in these tumultuous affairs. Utilizing the information advantage from his previous life to secure his initial fortune was the best choice for a traveler. However, such easy opportunities were dwindling. Setting the newspaper aside, Noah activated the card embedded in his shoes. Instantly, 2 fierce jets of flames erupted from beneath him. This flame-spouting card utilized hydrogen and oxygen stored in the card's space and released them in a controlled manner. Ignited by a spark from the modified shoe. As for the source of the hydrogen and oxygen, the answer lay in the wind turbines that electrolyzed water. The electricity on Starfish Island was generated through wind power and batteries. Over the past year, Noah's estate had procured several wind turbines and battery sets. Aside from daily electricity consumption, the remaining power was directed towards electric furnaces for steel making, electroplating, and water electrolysis. With the flames erupting, Noah soared into the air, adjusting his flight direction with grace. Before long, he arrived above the training grounds at the northwest corner of the bay, a space he had specifically designated for practicing Conqueror's Haki. At that moment, AJ was experimenting with the abilities of the graphite fruit, having landed in the center of the training area. "Noah, do you need the training ground?" AJ inquired. Noah shook his head. "No. I came to observe your progress with the fruit." Having formulated a preliminary plan for the development of the graphite fruit the previous night, Noah suggested, "AJ, try turning your shoes into graphite. Transform my shoes into graphite. Let me give it a try." AJ concentrated, and in an instant, the shoes beneath him turned into black graphite. "Deactivation of power," AJ responded, somewhat confused, but complied. Noah continued, "Instead of transforming the shoes, generate a layer of graphite on the soles." "Understood, Noah," AJ affirmed. "Now take a few steps." As AJ lifted his foot, he unexpectedly stumbled backward, startled, and attempted to twist his waist to regain balance. However, as soon as the other foot touched the stone floor, it slipped, causing him to fall hard. Do not rely on brute force. Envision your shoes as ice skates and glide swiftly across the ground. Following Noah's guidance, after several tumbles, AJ finally managed to stabilize himself on the graphite ice skates, gliding across the stone surface. "Ha, brother, I've succeeded." Noah chuckled and shook his head. "Don't celebrate too soon. You can only glide on stone or concrete surfaces that if you encounter dirt or swampy ground. This technique will be of no use." He further explained, "The principle behind the graphite ice skates relies on graphite's lubricating properties. You can delve deeper into this characteristic for further development." "Brother, you're amazing. Even knowing this," AJ exclaimed. "That's why I encourage you all to read more." "Sometimes, knowledge is power." AJ, with admiration, clenched his fists. "Knowledge is power? I must remember this quote. You truly are my brother." "All right, next, let's explore other properties of graphite." Noah instructed AJ to create some graphite shields and then attacked them with flame-type cards. As expected, the results aligned with his predictions. Regular flame attacks had minimal effect on the graphite shields, and even the hydrogen-oxygen combination fire card could only burn through 1 centimeter of the shield at close range. This was due to graphite's inherent properties that in normal air, graphite ignites at temperatures between 850 and 1000 degrees Celsius, and its excellent thermal conductivity makes it challenging for standard flames to ignite it. Particularly for shields thicker than 1 centimeter, flames struggle to penetrate instantly, granting graphite fruit users time to react. Furthermore, graphite serves as an excellent conductor in battle, if faced with an opponent wielding electrical abilities. One can use grounding principles to direct the current underground. Naturally, as a paramecia-type creation ability, the graphite fruit also possesses universal skills, namely material shaping and creation of puppets, for instance. The cookie fruit exemplifies this perfectly. The multitude of cookie soldiers is a quintessential representation of such abilities. After imparting these developmental insights to AJ, Noah solemnly reminded him, "AJ, what do you believe is the essence of a fruit user?" AJ fell into contemplation. "You must remember a crucial core principle. The body is fundamental. As long as the body is sufficiently strong, developing abilities will be easier, and awakening Haki will likewise become simpler. Now that you have become an ability user, I sincerely hope you do not neglect physical training. Understood?" AJ nodded thoughtfully. "I understand, brother Noah." Having conveyed these matters, Noah departed from the training ground. In truth, he still had an additional development idea regarding the graphite fruit that he had yet to share. However, considering the current level of capability development and physical strength of AJ, he dispelled the notion of continuing to force-feed knowledge, for one cannot overindulge and expect to digest it all. Meanwhile, on the other side, Noah did not overly concern himself with Uncle Joseph's situation. The development of ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits hinges on 2 core principles. The first is the continuous exercise of the body, and the second is the forging of an iron will. As long as one masters these 2 fundamental aspects, the Zoan-type devil fruit will enter a state of awakening. Both elements are indispensable. Should one focus solely on physical training, upon reaching the awakening state, one risks transforming into a creature akin to the prison warden beasts of Impelled Down. Conversely, if one only cultivates an iron will without sufficient physical strength, the fruit will remain dormant. Under the sparse moonlight, the cold January breeze gently caressed the air. Noah, ensconced in the study of his wooden cabin, fiddled with a stack of cards. These cards were not a product of his abilities. Rather, they were tarot cards purchased in Loguetown, a complete set of major arcana and a set of minor arcana. In the world of pirates, the most renowned individual for playing tarot cards was the later magician Hawkins. To some extent, Hawkins' Strawman fruit and his tarot card divination abilities were not substantially related. In contrast, Noah's card fruit could be considered the true embodiment of the tarot card realm. Previously, he had concentrated on developing the spatial storage characteristic of the card fruit, as this aspect provided significant advantages for early-stage users, enabling rapid acquisition of various support and combat cards. Now, having surpassed the high-risk initial phase and awakened his Haki, it was time to explore another branch of the card's potential. Devil fruits, in essence, represent the crystallization of the collective will of countless beings in the pirate world. If tarot cards did not exist in this world, Noah would face considerable difficulty in developing related abilities, yielding only minimal results for immense effort, especially for a fruit like the card fruit, which straddles the line between rules and fantasy. It requires both tangible reality and the collective imagination of millions of humans as its roots. In contrast, for a fruit like the graphite fruit, the roots of its developmental abilities stem from the physical and chemical properties of graphite, a naturally occurring substance. This distinction elucidates the profound differences among ordinary, ancient, and mythical zootypes. Mythical zootypes possess not only the biological roots, but also the unique roots of human imagination, effectively giving them a dual chord, this moment. Noah focused his spirit, channeling his observation Haki into the tarot cards in his hand. The basic ability of foresight inherent in observation Haki served as an excellent catalyst for activating the divination capabilities of the tarot cards. Under the dual influence of the card fruit and observation Haki, Noah quickly sensed the cards in his hand beginning to transform. His physical and mental energy was rapidly depleting. 5 minutes later, the tarot cards underwent a metamorphosis, displaying golden flame cloud patterns on their backs, reminiscent of the awakening mode of zone-type devil fruits. Let me test its efficacy. First, he retrieved a blank card and inscribed the location of the sliding fruit upon it. Next, he closed his observation Haki and tossed the major arcana deck into the air. The cards scattered like flowers dispersed by celestial maidens, gently descending. The card closest to the divination card was the Fool. The Fool? Ignorant? Noah fell into contemplation. After a moment, he amended the divination card's content to inquire whether the sliding fruit resided in the East Blue. He cast the major arcana deck once more. This time, the card nearest to the divination card was the World. The World? The ultimate destination. He retrieved the supplementary minor arcana deck and similarly tossed it out. After a series of tests, he confirmed the approximate location of the sliding fruit. It lay amidst the uninhabited islands near Loguetown. Upon completing this divination, the golden flame cloud patterns on the cards dimmed. This revelation made Noah realize that utilizing tarot card divination necessitated consuming the power stored within the cards, while his physical stamina was not a concern. The depletion of mental energy proved challenging to recover swiftly. He estimated that the mental energy infused into the tarot cards during this session equated to approximately 5 hours of intensive use of observation Haki. Furthermore, through the tarot card divination, he vaguely sensed certain limitations and taboos. For instance, the more significant the subject of the divination, or the stronger the target, the greater the mental energy expenditure required. Divination beyond one's capacity would yield inaccurate results. Conversely, vague, broad-scope guidance divination could be performed without limitation daily, akin to Hawkins' divination style. However, once specific entities, organisms, or locations were involved, it necessitated a substantial consumption of the mental energy stored within the cards, with no guarantee of success. Should Noah attempt to divine the location of the Nika fruit now, the tarot cards would be unable to yield accurate results. Due to the overwhelming burden at this moment, Noah found himself cautioned by his observation Haki, which reminded him that infusing spiritual energy into the tarot cards should ideally be spaced out by at least a month to avoid potentially severe side effects. Indeed, the act of peering into fate often accompanies significant risk. It was only with the possession of the card fruit, his innate fruit in the realm of divination, that Noah could attain precise results at a minimal cost. In contrast, the type of divination practiced by Hawkins was limited to broad directional advice, making it challenging to pinpoint specific entities. Presently, Noah could conduct a precise divination once a month, provided he refrained from inquiring about beings far superior to himself or god-level devil fruits, thereby ensuring a high success rate. Having already identified the general location of the slip fruit, and based on the East Blue maps he had gathered, he noted that there were 16 deserted islands near Loguetown. By searching each one systematically, he was confident he would locate the slip fruit. Noah retrieved his forbidden tome, a secret compilation of information regarding the pirate world derived from his past life's memories. As he reminisced, he meticulously transcribed the possible devil fruits that might exist in the East Blue, excluding the smoke fruit, consumed by Smoker, the barrier fruit, which had yet to be reborn, and the confirmed location of the slip fruit. The remaining potential devil fruits in the East Blue included the flame fruit, the scythe fruit, the whisper fruit, the soundwave fruit, the steel fruit, and the goo fruit. According to the newspapers and bounties he had collected, there had been no sightings of these fruits among the pirates active in the East Blue in recent years. Conversely, the steel fruit was reported to be in the possession of a member of a pirate crew in the New World, indicating that its current host had yet to meet their demise. Among the pirate crews active in the East Blue, 3 were still alive and possessed abilities: the Gold Hook Pirates, led by Captain Buck, the Zoan-type porcupine fruit user, the Jack Pirates, captained by Jack, a Paramecia-type bag fruit user, and the Blood Knife Pirates, with Vice Captain Gallo, a Zoan-type parrot fruit user, Noah's objective in gathering this information was to hunt down these pirate crews. This pursuit served dual purposes. Firstly, to hone the skills of Joshua and the others, as only through combat could they unlock their true potential. Secondly, to conduct experiments. Noah aimed to investigate the recovery of devil fruits, necessitating these pirates as test subjects to in the following period. Noah ceased treasure hunting beneath the sea and discreetly traveled multiple times to Loguetown, procuring a substantial amount of steel, shipbuilding equipment, materials, and navigational instruments. By day, he focused on physical training, while at night, he constructed a clandestine dock in the Northwest Bay. This secret dock was situated on a small hillside adjacent to the coast, where Noah and his companions excavated an internal cavity measuring 50 meters in height and nearly 30,000 square meters in area. Additionally, they carved a tunnel through the cliffside near the coast, permitting the passage of vessels, with the entrance framed in steel and coated with a layer of rock. Constructing this secret dock consumed a month and a half of effort. As an apprentice shipwright, Ajia diligently worked alongside Noah each night, crafting the family's second vessel. Meanwhile, Uncle Joseph, Joshua, Anthony, and others assisted in transporting materials and components. Although Noah was not a professional shipbuilder, this time he was creating not a traditional wooden sailboat, but a steel submarine. Compared to ornate sailboats, Noah believed a submarine was far more suitable for his family's needs. While the first submarine was relatively rudimentary, he intended for the second to be meticulously designed. With a planned length of 56 meters and a displacement of 400 tons, the interior was designed to accommodate 20 individuals of average build. It featured a hybrid propulsion system, water jet propulsion, pedal-driven screw propellers, and electric screw propellers, a battery system, an internal air exchange system, capable of utilizing air stored in carts, an electric lighting system, an independent washroom, a submersible compartment, a temporary food storage area, a rest compartment, a control room, and an all-encompassing periscope to enhance the internal space. Noah improved the buoyancy control method. Instead of relying on water intake and expulsion, he opted to adjust buoyancy using iron blocks, leveraging their density, approximately 7 times that of water, to reduce the volume of the water chambers to 1/7 of their original size. This innovation effectively doubled the internal activity space of the submarine. Clearly, this submarine was tailored specifically for Noah's use, rendering it unsuitable for others. For safety considerations, unlike the first submarine, which lacked emergency escape devices, this one was equipped with them. For instance, he custom-ordered 30 high-grade diving suits from a diving equipment company in Loguetown. Spending over 40 million buried in the face of life and death, several tens of millions of berry were trivial. Furthermore, he ordered a batch of high-strength alloy steel to reinforce the submarine's structural integrity. The overall expenditure for constructing the submarine reached nearly 500 million berry, not including labor costs. By September 1503, the submarine had completed its sea trials. On September 11, within the secret dock, the family gathered to behold the steel submarine. Feeling a profound sense of pride in having contributed to its construction, Noah unveiled the red cloth draped on one side, revealing the vessel's name. Nautilus. Family, let us board and set sail into the vast ocean. Soon, everyone boarded the Nautilus, including Uncle Joseph, who was urged by Noah to join them. As for the family's enterprises on the island, 2 employees had been hired for the hardware store, while the estate and orchard were temporarily sealed. The hardware workshop and some wind turbine equipment were taken away by Noah, using his cards. All equipment from the secret dock was similarly transported as they departed Starfish Island. The family was uncertain when they would return. Should the secret dock be discovered during their absence, the equipment might be damaged or seized. Noah wished to avoid returning to find their home ransacked. The Nautilus exited through the underwater opening, embarking on its journey across the boundless sea. Upon entering the ocean, Noah instructed Joshua and Mary to alternately employ their observation Haki to sense the surroundings, thereby honing their Haki abilities. Joshua's talent in observation Haki was comparable to Noah's, favoring an expansive range that could encompass an area of approximately 1 kilometer in radius. In contrast, Mary's talent leaned towards emotional perception, allowing her to sense the emotional states of others, albeit within a more limited range of just over 100 meters. Within the cabin, each person diligently fulfilled their respective roles. Uncle Joseph served as the lookout, operating the periscope, while Tamani acted as the backup. Joshua and Mary took turns as safety officers, utilizing their observation Haki to survey the surroundings. Vic and Anthony operated the propulsion system, alternately pedaling to drive the screw propeller. Lilith was the navigator, Lillian served as the cook, Aria handled logistics, and Aegea was the shipwright. They set a course at full speed towards Shellstown. Lilith examined the nautical charts, quickly plotting their route. The area encompassing Shellstown was situated in the northeastern part of the East Blue, part of the Clover Kingdom, located on the main island of the Clover Archipelago. Their journey would take them past Love Island, the island housing Cocoa West Village, Moonlight Island, the island with West Robu Village, the Organ Islands, the island where Orange Town is situated. Before ultimately reaching Shellstown in the Clover Archipelago, Noah held little interest in engaging with the so-called protagonists along the way. Aside from Nami's family, the other members of the main crew and the Noah family are destined to be worlds apart. Monkey D. Luffy has a grandfather who is a vice admiral in the Navy, a father who leads the Revolutionary Army, a guiding figure in the Celestial Dragon red-haired Shanks, an older brother who is the son of the Pirate King, and a younger brother who is the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Roronoa Zoro is a collateral member of the Shimatsuki family, with his master being Shimatsuki Kozaburo, thus entangled with Wano country and the Revolutionary Army. Usopp is the son of Yasop, the sniper of the red-haired pirates. Sanji hails from the Vinsmoke family, and Vinsmoke Judge is known as a war profiteer who annihilated nations and ravaged cities. Nami and Luffy are fundamentally not on the same path. She was born in the kingdom of Oikot, which was devastated by pirates last year, with her biological parents falling victim to them. Later, her adoptive mother, Belmere, also perished at the hands of the dragon pirates, and Nami herself, along with her hometown, endured over 8 years of subjugation by the dragon pirates. If Noah were in Nami's position, he would never join the Straw Hat Pirates or any other pirate faction. Furthermore, it is egregious that the Straw Hat Pirates later welcomed Jinbe as their helmsman, effectively rubbing salt into Nami's wounds. Had it not been for Luffy's defeat of the dragon pirates, Nami would have never considered joining the Straw Hat Pirates, especially since they had yet to eliminate the dragon and his ilk, leaving a significant threat looming over Cocoa West Village. If the Gorosei possessed even a modicum of intelligence, the Straw Hat Pirates would have perished 100 times over. For instance, they could have dispatched CP agents to abduct Nami's sister, Kaya, and others, then set a trap to ensnare the Straw Hat Pirates, who would undoubtedly take the bait. Thus, Noah and his companions refrained from engaging with the main crew. As for Nami, she is merely 2 years old and has yet to experience the oppression of the dragon pirates. Her adoptive mother is a retired Navy officer, making it inappropriate for her to engage at this time. A week later, the Going Merry approached the waters near the Organ Islands. Lilith, let us find a deserted island to rest for a while. Lilith nodded, as a week of underwater navigation had left the unseasoned crew feeling somewhat unwell. Before long, Lilith pinpointed the nearest deserted island on the nautical chart. This island bore no formal name on the universal map. Merely marked as Organ number 52.3 hours later, the Going Merry surfaced in a bay suitable for docking. Once everyone disembarked, Noah casually sealed the Going Merry within a card, adjusting the dimensions of his card space just enough to accommodate the vessel. "Brother, it seems we are not the only ones on this island," Joshua whispered, squinting. Noah had already sensed the presence of others on the island as they approached, but he did not immediately alert the others. "Joshua, just keep watch. No need to speak further." Upon hearing this, Joshua quickly understood and suppressed his urge to inform the others. As soon as they set foot on the island, they erupted like wild horses, shouting merrily along the beach. That moment, a loud bang echoed. A lead bullet shot towards Uncle Joseph, who was stretching lazily. In the next instant, Joshua vanished, appearing in front of Uncle Joseph. Iron block. Clang. The bullet struck Joshua's chest, but did not penetrate his skin. The group was thrown into a state of alarm, hastily grasping their weapons. Noah shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with their reaction. "Who fired that shot? Step forward." Vic yelled angrily at the jungle along the shore. In response, 3 bullets rang out. Vic's body tensed as the bullets struck him as though he were made of steel. Bang, bang, bang. Ale reloaded his revolver, firing in the direction from which the bullets had come. Meanwhile, AJ quickly conjured a graphite wall, enclosing several girls within. Roar. Uncle Joseph, momentarily stunned, let out a furious roar, pounding his chest as he swelled to over 3 meters tall, entering a full beast transformation. In the next moment, Uncle Joseph leaped into the jungle. Joshua and Anthony swiftly followed suit, brandishing their swords as they charged into the thicket. Moments later, a bruised and battered dwarf was dragged out by Uncle Joseph, his lower half still encased in a chest. Noah immediately recognized him. The chest man, Cayman. The fellow was weeping profusely, begging for mercy. However, Noah felt no sympathy, despite Cayman's later appearance as a seemingly good person. His earlier assault on Uncle Joseph indicated a murderous intent. Pirates are pirates. Let's deal with him, each giving him a cut. Particularly resentful of pirates, Ale fired a shot, shattering one of Cayman's hands. You bastards! Cayman cried, while Mary, gritting her teeth, raised her rapier and pierced it into his leg. This is for attacking us. Die, scoundrel! Others joined in, even Lillian and Lilith stabbing him once. Finally, Noah delivered the fatal blow, decapitating him. After dealing with Cayman, Noah reflected on the earlier performance of the group. Your conduct was utterly inadequate. Aside from Joshua, who utilized observation Haki to detect the hidden enemy in advance, the rest of you were oblivious to the danger and unprepared for potential threats. Do not let the fact that we are on a deserted island lull you into complacency. Such places can harbor pirates, ferocious beasts, and unknown diseases. If you continue to be so negligent, it will only be a matter of time before you suffer grave consequences. The group hung their heads in dejection. Noah waved his hand dismissively. All right, take this lesson to heart, and do not repeat the same mistakes in the future. Now, we will split into two groups. Uncle Joseph will lead Vic, Joshua, and Anthony to explore the island, while I and the others will remain here to establish a camp. And no problem. Let us go. Uncle Joseph promptly led Joshua, Anthony, and Vic deeper into the island. This time, they were exceedingly vigilant, even overreacting at times, mistaking bizarre creatures for enemies, causing chaos in the forest. Meanwhile, Noah swiftly cleared a section of the primitive forest to serve as a temporary camp, then released the wooden houses. Living supplies and kitchenware stored within his carts. Lilith, Lillian, and Mary began preparing food, while AJ and Tomini chopped a large pile of firewood. Deep within the mountains of the forest, Uncle Joseph's group discovered Cayman's dwelling. Is this fellow living alone? Anthony observed the furnishings and bedding inside the wooden house, confirming that only Cayman seemed to have left traces of habitation. What do you think about his claims of treasure? Uncle Joseph inquired uncertainly. Vic boldly replied, let us just search the vicinity. That's true. Joshua nodded in agreement. The group centered around Cayman's wooden house and began a meticulous search. Soon, Anthony discovered several wooden chests on a mountaintop platform. Upon opening the chests, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Empty? Indeed, it's a ruse. It's possible someone got to it first. Anthony, puzzled, remarked, it's strange. Even if the treasure was taken, why place the chests here? Upon Anthony's prompt, Joshua also realized, indeed, if the treasure was here, this location is too obvious. If it wasn't, why would the treasure seeker move the chests here? Wouldn't that be redundant? Vic looked around, bewildered. Who says there's nothing? Right beneath our feet, Anthony squatted down, thrusting his dagger into the ground. The soil is loose. Should we dig? The group began to excavate with their swords. After digging over a meter deep, they encountered rock. Looks like stone. Wait, this stone shows signs of human cutting. There might be something beneath. Continue. Eventually, they cleared a pit about 4 to 5 square meters in area and uncovered a massive stone slab. Anthony inserted his knife into the crevice of the slab, discovering it extended over 10 centimeters before hitting a barrier. This slab is quite thick. Step back. Let me handle this. Vic donned his alloy gauntlets. Channeling all his strength, iron cannon punch, a powerful fist struck the stone slab with tremendous force, causing it to shatter into countless fragments and revealing a dark, gaping hole. Vic, hold on before you proceed. Anthony cautioned, simultaneously igniting a windproof lighter and bringing it closer to the mouth of the abyss, as expected. Once the lighter was introduced into the crevice, the flame flickered dimly. The air within was insufficient in oxygen, rendering immediate descent impossible. After a moment's contemplation, Anthony instructed, Vic, please retrieve 2 diving suits from Brother Noah. Diving suits? Understood. At the camp, upon hearing Vic's explanation, Noah learned of their discovery of a cave suspected to contain treasure. He extracted 2 diving suits for oxygen tanks and 2 handheld searchlights from the equipment locker, cautioning them to exercise care. Upon returning to the mountaintop platform, Vic handed the diving suits and oxygen tanks to Joshua and Anthony. Clad in the diving gear, the duo armed themselves with the searchlights and weapons before venturing into the cave. The entrance was flanked by stairs constructed of stone. Descending a dozen steps, they arrived at the cavern's base. Under the beam of the searchlight, They beheld a hall marked by the scars of excavation. Suddenly, Anthony's gaze fell upon a wall adorned with inscriptions. He brushed away the dust with his dagger. "Treasure lies half a meter beneath our feet," he pondered aloud. "Anthony, is the treasure truly beneath us? Exercise caution. Something feels amiss," Anthony replied, unease creeping into his voice. Joshua hesitated. "What should we do, dig? Or abandon the endeavor? Having come this far, we have no reason to retreat. However, we cannot excavate together. I will dig while you remain on watch." Abandoning his dagger, Anthony drew forth a long knife and began to scrape away the surface soil carefully. Meanwhile, Joshua remained vigilant, employing his keen observational skills to monitor the situation beneath the covering earth. After half an hour of meticulous scraping, Anthony's blade finally struck something solid, but a few more scrapes revealed a glimmering reflection beneath the light, a flash of gold. Is it truly gold? With the long knife, he unearthed a gleaming golden necklace, but as he examined it closely, a chill of dread washed over him. The necklace was entwined with fine needles, which, despite being buried for so long, still emitted an eerie glow. "Joshua, do not approach. These treasures may be laced with poison," Joshua muttered in frustration. "Which scoundrel concealed such treasures? It's utterly treacherous." The two retrieved several wooden boxes from above, carefully transferring the treasures into them with chopsticks. After over an hour of labor, they managed to fill 12 boxes to the brim. Upon returning to the mountaintop platform, Anthony removed his helmet, gazing at the 12 overflowing boxes with a smile. Though the treasure's guardian was exceedingly cunning, these valuables, once processed, will be worth at least 80 million berries. Just as Vic attempted to lift one of the boxes, it split open with a crack, prompting him to hastily throw it aside, fearing the poison needles entwined with the treasures. With a resounding crash, the box shattered, spilling its contents of gold and silver across the ground. Startled, Anthony cautioned, "Be careful. Do not approach there." They were compelled to fetch another empty box to scoop the treasures off the ground with chopsticks. Vic then chopped a large pile of wooden slats, using vines from the nearby forest to reinforce the treasure boxes, ensuring they would not break during transport. Suddenly, Anthony's attention was drawn back to the boxes before him. "What is it?" Joshua inquired, noticing Anthony's momentary distraction. "Something feels off. There are 13 boxes, yet only 12 are filled with treasure. There should be another box hidden beneath." That a sudden realization struck Anthony. "Damn it, I almost fell into a trap." "What trap?" Joshua asked, bewildered. "Do you recall the inscription on the wall? The treasure lies half a meter below our feet. I only excavated 30 centimeters before discovering the treasure, which indicates that the true treasure lies within the final box concealed beneath the half meter." Joshua's eyes widened in understanding. Now it makes sense. That individual was indeed devious. The two donned their helmets once more and descended back into the cave, their senses heightened with vigilance. After half an hour of careful digging, they finally unearthed 2 small boxes, one elongated and the other square. Anthony and Joshua refrained from opening them on sight, wary of potential traps set by the treasure's cunning guardian. They returned to the temporary camp with the boxes in tow. After listening to Anthony and Joshua's account, Noah grasped the perilous nature of the treasure. Realizing it was a web of intricacies, he instructed Ajia to extract the gemstones first, then to use a graphite furnace to melt the gold, silver, and poison needles together, ultimately separating the metals, as extreme heat would eliminate most toxins. Meanwhile, he consulted his tarot cards for guidance. This box poses no danger, that he casually opened it, revealing a startling sight, a devil fruit. The group gasped in astonishment, having not expected to discover a devil fruit. "What kind of fruit is it? We can check the compendium shortly," Noah replied, turning his attention to the remaining box. His tarot reading left him astounded. A 50 risk. With my strength, encountering such a risk is truly unexpected. The contents of this box are beyond my anticipation. He instructed Ajia to construct a chamber from graphite, focusing his observation on the box as Ajia manipulated the graphite puppet to open it. A knife? An ominous aura emanated from the weapon. A cursed blade? It was no wonder. If it were indeed a cursed blade, substantial risks were involved, particularly with this one before him. A faint voice echoed in his mind. "Pick it up. You shall gain limitless power." Limitless power? Just for a mere knife? The notion was utterly ludicrous. Noah's conqueror's Haki surged like a roaring flame, forcefully engulfing the cursed blade. In the next moment, he drew the knife, imbuing it with his indomitable will, causing the malevolent instincts of the cursed blade to tremble and feared. "Be ye gone." His conqueror's Haki ground the malevolent essence of the blade to dust, as the blade's dark instincts were obliterated. Noah's conqueror's Haki and armament Haki were slowly absorbed by the knife, that I shall not dwell on your former name. From this day forth, you shall be known as Chi-Shin. The others, too, began to regain their composure. Especially Anthony, who felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not opened the box in the cave. He had been besieged by various thoughts, clearly influenced by the knife's insidious allure. Noah sheathed Chi-Shin and solemnly warned, "This blade is a legendary cursed weapon. Without sufficient willpower, one may easily fall under its spell, becoming a mere puppet to the knife. In the future, you must exercise great caution." "Noah, brother, what if someone is controlled by the cursed blade?" Ajia asked anxiously. "As long as the cursed blade is taken away or destroyed, the person will return to normal." Noah outlined his solution. This was also the method to dispel the curse of the seven-star sword. Destroying the cursed blade would render any curse powerless. With the threat of the cursed blade neutralized, the group turned their attention to the small box containing the devil fruit. The fruit was a vibrant green, resembling the shape of a peach, adorned with intricate vine-like patterns and two tendril-like leaves. Noah retrieved the devil fruit compendium and flipped to the section on zoan fruits. After a brief search, he identified the fruit that matched its shape and characteristics. The zoan-type insect fruit, emperor butterfly form. "Not a butterfly?" Anthony exclaimed, disappointment etched across his features. This was clearly not the fruit he had hoped for. Ale, Tomini, and Vic also lost interest in the fruit. However, Mary, Lilith, and Lillian whispered among themselves, and ultimately, Lilith spoke up. "Noah, brother, I wish to consume this fruit. You wish to eat it? Very well, take it." In truth, Noah had long anticipated the choices of the three women. As a chef, Lillian would undoubtedly wish to consume a fruit related to her profession. Meanwhile, Mary's fruit was that slippery fruit. Lilith grasped the fruit with a resolute expression, then opened her small cherry-like mouth and bit down fiercely. Swallowing it without daring to chew, hastily gulping down the remaining pulp as if in a frenzied ecstasy the moment she ingested it, a faint purple gas began to emanate from her skin. This was alarming. It was toxic. Noah swiftly deployed an air card, expelling the surrounding air. Lilith, awakening from her stupor, realized she was releasing toxins and quickly controlled her body, ceasing the emission in no time. Uncle Joseph appeared astonished. "The toxicity of this fruit is remarkably potent. Merely ingesting it triggers an involuntary release of toxins," Noah advised. "Lilith, try using your observation Haki." "Observation Haki? Very well." Lilith calmed herself and began to awaken her observation Haki. It had only been a little over 4 months since its awakening, and it was rather ordinary without any notable specialties. However, upon this attempt, she sensed something different. The information from her surroundings felt almost tangible. What could this mean? Noah explained. This should be a universal talent among insects, granting extreme sensitivity to environmental changes. When combined with observation Haki, it transforms into an extraordinary perception of the environment and climate. Lilith suddenly understood. She attempted to shift into her semi-beast form, and as 2 antennae sprouted from her forehead, her environmental perception surged dramatically. Not only could she detect subtle changes in her surroundings, but the range of her observation Haki expanded rapidly to several dozen kilometers. This was also why Noah had not opposed her choice of this devil fruit, a navigator of the Noah family. Although Lilith worked diligently, her navigational talent was quite average. This was yet another reason Noah opted to use a submarine, as it could evade most severe weather at sea, thus alleviating the navigator's burden. Now Lilith resembled a synthetic Nami, having gained the ability to perceive weather through the combination of the devil fruit and observation Haki. Of course, this fruit also excelled in other aspects. Noah continued. Now, enter your full beast form and attempt environmental camouflage. This is likely one of the universal talents of butterflies. Environmental camouflage? I shall give it a try. Lilith then transitioned into her complete beast form. After several minutes of effort, the color of her skin and clothes began to match the surrounding environment perfectly, rendering her nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, those with observation Haki could still sense her presence. Anthony remarked, "This ability may deceive those who lack observation Haki, but it is nearly ineffective against those who possess it." That is still quite good, Lilith thought, feeling rather satisfied with this fruit. In truth, the monarch butterfly, among ordinary zoan types, could almost be compared to top-tier ancient species. Its abilities were remarkably comprehensive, encompassing poison, perception, camouflage, endurance, and flight. The monarch butterfly's toxicity derives from various poisonous plants, storing toxins within its body through consumption, indicating the fruit's strong adaptability to toxins. Perception and camouflage have already been discussed, while flight is also a common talent among butterflies. As for endurance, the monarch butterfly is one of the few species known for long-distance migration that in the world of pirates, they migrate back and forth between the South Sea and East Sea, crossing two windless zones in the Grand Line's paradise, showcasing a terrifying level of endurance. From a certain perspective, this monarch butterfly fruit is nearly equivalent to half a mythical beast type. Indeed, during subsequent strength tests, Lilith's power surged approximately eightfold compared to her pre-fruit state, and combined with her already considerable strength, she became nearly 100 times stronger than an average person. Even Uncle Joseph, who had consumed the silverback gorilla fruit, only matched around 70 times the strength of an average person. Truly, this is the prowess of an insect-type devil fruit. After resting for 2 days on Beast Island, the Nautilus set sail once more. This time, it did not dive but traveled along the surface of the sea, choosing a relatively desolate route to avoid encountering other vessels. Noah, Joshua, and Lilith all possessed extensive observation Haki, allowing them to easily detect nearby ships. Sailing on the surface felt markedly different from navigating underwater. Fortunately, Lilith could sense subtle changes in the environment, enabling them to evade many extreme weather surprises after leaving Beast Island. On the afternoon of the third day, the Nautilus passed by the outskirts of Orangetown in the Wind Organ Islands. 11 days later, the Nautilus entered the Clover Islands territory. At this point, they were quite close to Shell's town, with only about 122 kilometers separating them. Brother Noah, we are nearing the first target, the deserted island. Noah glanced at the nautical chart of the Clover Islands. While he felt the likelihood of the slippery fruit being on this island was low, he still ordered a landing. Anthony, Vic, Joshua, we shall go ashore. The rest will remain on the ship. Understood. On the deserted island designated Clover 08, Vic took the lead, with Anthony wielding a long knife behind him. Joshua and Noah flanked them on either side. The distance between the four was about 7 or 8 meters, facilitating mutual support without hindering the use of weapons and physical techniques. This island was not large, with a radius of less than 5 kilometers. Even with careful searching, they reached the opposite side in just over 2 hours, just as Noah prepared to split into 2 groups to search the coastline. He suddenly narrowed his eyes on the other side of the island. Aboard the Nautilus, Lilith, who was organizing the nautical charts, suddenly furrowed her brow. The next moment, she concentrated and activated her observation Haki, expanding its range to the maximum of 36 kilometers. A dilapidated sailing ship was approaching the deserted island, with a distance of less than 5 kilometers between them. Lilith immediately sounded the alarm. The crew members left on the ship quickly assembled. Lilith, what is happening? Uncle Joseph inquired, holding a large axe. A sailing ship is approaching the deserted island. Everyone, remain vigilant. I see, Lilith replied, picking up the transponder snail to inform Noah. In less than 10 minutes, Noah and his party returned to the Nautilus via flame boosters and retrieved the Nautilus into card form. All of them concealed themselves in the jungle along the shore, quietly awaiting the approaching sailing ship. Half an hour later, Noah spotted the sailing ship along with its pirate flag. This pirate flag design? So it's the Blood Knife Pirates. However, these fellows appear to be in a rather dismal state. According to the Navy's bounty notice, this pirate crew had 3 ships and around 200 members, but now only 48 remain. As the Blood Knife ship docked, it immediately lowered a small wooden boat. 4 pirates rowed the small boat, preparing to land on the shore. Simultaneously, a blue-haired man on the deck transformed his hands into a pair of wings and flew towards the sandy beach. Blood Knife's first mate, Gullo. Noah and the others did not intervene as the pirates landed. Approximately half an hour later, assisted by a bald pirate, the one-armed Blood Knife Tadao finally reached the shore. Boss, take it slow. Gullo held a chair. Cough. I'm not dead yet. Hurry and prepare food. Tadao's face was grim, and then he began to curse through gritted teeth. Damn old ghost, claiming I have ulterior motives and am unworthy to wield that blade. Even refusing to teach me the flowing cherry technique. I hate it. It's clearly your jealousy of my talent, fearing I might surpass Gungshiro, that led you to withhold your teachings. Just you wait. For this severed arm, I will make the Xuanyue clan pay dearly. As Taro Tanaka lamented his misfortune, Noah had already confirmed that there were no news birds in the vicinity, nor any small creatures present on the bodies of the pirates. And certainly no naval snipers lurking nearby to eye in the next moment. Noah triggered a dozen bomb cards buried in the sand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, and shrapnel from the explosion scattered in all directions. Ah, help! At that very moment, both Taro Tanaka and the Parrotman Gullo sensed impending danger with their observation Haki. Disregarding their wounds, One leaped into the sea while the other somersaulted into the air. As Gullo flapped midair, he barely had time to catch his breath before a bullet pierced his wing. Simultaneously, a tremendous force struck his back, sending him crashing into the ocean, just as Taro Tanaka emerged from the water. He looked up to see a shadow plummeting into the sea nearby. In the next second, a steel fist enveloped in armament Haki appeared before him. Damn it! Drawing his sword, he raised his hand. Fist met blade, clashing with sparks flying as Haki clashed. Taro Tanaka's eyes widened. Nanny? Haki? However, Vic offered no reply, raining down punches upon Taro Tanaka. Clang, clang, clang. The gauntlet and sword collided fiercely for 6 or 7 exchanges. Damn it! If it weren't for that old ghost severing my right hand, I would... Boom! A heavy blow struck the back of Taro Tanaka's head. Crack! Without hesitation, Vic crushed the remaining bones in his left hand. Lilith's figure materialized above Taro Tanaka, casually throwing a rope to hoist him into the air. Meanwhile, Vic dove into the sea to search for the barely conscious Parrotman Gullo on the beach. Noah had set off the dozen bomb cards, leaving the rest to others. The bombs had directly obliterated several pirates, while over 30 more still thrived. Truly a testament to the pirate world, where each individual was a veritable meat shield and blood cow. Ali, Tamani, Lillian, and Mary utilized rifles and pistols to shoot at the pirates hidden within the jungle. Anthony and Joshua wielded their long swords in unison, swiftly decapitating a burly pirate. Uncle Joseph transformed into his half-beast form, wielding 2 great axes with ferocity, dispatching 1 pirate with each swing. Aji manipulated a dozen graphite puppets to besiege the fleeing pirates in less than 10 minutes. Over 30 pirates were annihilated as if they were mere vegetables, leaving only 2 on their knees, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, Vic had retrieved the barely breathing Gullo from the depths, alongside the bloodied Taro Tanaka, bound by Lilith. In under 10 minutes of combat, the Bloodblade pirates had been utterly vanquished. This was still the case with Noah, not having exerted his full strength. Did they truly believe his bomb cards could only slay a handful of minions? His most formidable bomb cards contained a ton of gunpowder and a multitude of iron nails and steel balls. At the moment of detonation, everything within a 50-meter radius would be utterly obliterated. Not to mention the gas cards, napalm cards, and white phosphorus burning cards. He hadn't even employed a single one of those. This skirmish was, in essence, a training exercise to acclimate the family members to the brutal atmosphere of battle. Vic, Joshua, gather the corpses of these pirates together. Lilith and Anthony, search the pirate ship. Uncle, provide psychological support to the others. Lilith lifted Anthony, and the 2 soared toward the pirate ship at that moment. The 3 pirates left to guard the ship had already met their demise, their faces a ghastly shade of blue. They were among the first targets of Lilith's assault. Utilizing her surroundings to camouflage, she swiftly and lethally poisoned these 3 pirates. The 2 of them scoured every cabin without hesitation, cutting through all compartments to avoid missing any hidden compartments. An hour later, Lilith surveyed a trove of treasure worth less than 3 million berries and cash exceeding 1 million berries, shaking her head. Let us go. As they departed, Lilith casually affixed Noah's incendiary card to the deck of the pirate ship. The 2 captured minions had already divulged intel about the Bloodblade pirates. This Taro Tanaka was one of the refugees from Wano, his father a follower of Kazuki K. Zabur, and he himself was a disciple of K. Zabur. A few days prior, he had returned to Frostmoon Village to demand a cursed blade and the training methods for the flowing cherry technique, resulting in a fierce battle where he lost a hand to K. Zabur. And in turn, he killed K. Zabur's wife. Regrettably, this individual held little value for Noah. Under the joint interrogation of Mary and Noah, Taro Tanaka relinquished a set of techniques for the one-heart flow and a set of blood demon techniques before meeting a swift end. As for whether Taro Tanaka would play tricks with the swordsmanship techniques, the answer was yes. He had deliberately left many pitfalls. However, under Mary's keen perception and Noah's divination cards, he could not conceal anything, ultimately having to confess everything. Alas, he lacked advanced mastery over the armament Haki of the flowing cherry. After squeezing the last vestiges of value from the Bloodblade pirates, Noah sealed the unconscious parrotman Gullo within a card. Then he unleashed a solidifying oil-burning card upon the amassed pirate corpses. Immediately following, he detonated the incendiary card affixed to the pirate ship. Boom! The skyward flames illuminated the scene as the Bloodblade ship was reduced to splinters, engulfed in raging fire as it sank to the ocean's depths. Meanwhile, the corpses were swiftly consumed by the solidifying oil flames. He was not one to be careless. To prevent any leakage of information, it was imperative to reduce these pirates to ashes, lest someone leave behind traces on their bodies or fake their deaths. After all, in the pirate world, the devil fruits were bizarre and varied, and one could not rule out the existence of something akin to the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Once the bodies and pirate ship had been obliterated, Noah and his party re-explored the deserted island, discovering no traces of the slippery fruit. This was the uncertainty of divination. Even knowing the slippery fruit was within this sea, he could not pinpoint its exact location. That evening, considering the presence of the Bloodblade pirates, Noah abandoned the idea of spending the night there and piloted the plume snail to submerge into the depths, heading toward the next deserted island. 5 days later, after scouring 7 islands with no success. Today marked October 13, 1503. Noah glanced at Lilith's nautical chart, noting 3 nearby islands, one of which was named Goat Island. Many might find this island unfamiliar, but upon mentioning Alvida, all who had watched One Piece would surely recognize the name. Goat Island was indeed the stronghold during Alvida's reign, and it was also where she was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy. Noah retrieved the tarot cards, gazing toward the nearest island, Clover number 11, to conduct a divination draw. This journey had been smooth, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Frowning, Noah contemplated. The Pope, 9 of Wands. Did this imply 2 popes would engage in obstinate debates and quarrels? Drawing again, the Pope, Knight of Cups, a false friend, a stranger, and a seducer, decisively seizing the current fate. Noah seemed to grasp something, turning to command. Lilith, set a course for Clover number 11 at full speed. Yes, brother Noah. The Nautilus swiftly adjusted its course, propelling itself at full speed towards the desolate Clover Island. 11.4 hours later, a small island with a radius of less than 2 kilometers came into view. Without hesitation, the crew quickly divided into groups to scour the island. Soon, Mary and Vic's team discovered the elusive slippery fruit amidst a grove of coconut trees near the beach. Upon finding the slippery fruit, Noah immediately summoned everyone back, choosing not to linger on this island, but instead diving towards their next destination. Approximately 6 hours after the Nautilus departed, on the sunlit beach, a gust of wind stirred, and a figure appeared on the sand. Observing the footprints on the beach, the gaze beneath the green robe and hood flickered with contemplation. These footprints are remarkably fresh, formed just today, and they seem to have left in haste. Could they belong to the Bloodblade pirate crew? Moments later, the figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the still swaying storm to stir up the flickering grains of sand. Having departed from the Goat Island waters, the Nautilus was now sailing towards Dawn Island, the island where the envoy of the Goya Kingdom resided. However, the Goya Kingdom was not Noah's destination. He aimed for the East Sea's most beautiful island, the Zykexis Island, also known as the Hell Ant Nest. This island is infamous in the East Sea, as vessels that enter rarely return, with tales of treasures hidden within often echoing from nearby islands. Its location lies approximately 436 kilometers southeast of Dawn Island. Noah was uncertain if treasures existed on Zykexis Island, but he knew there were countless shipwrecks scattered along the ocean floor nearby. The waters surrounding this island boasted peculiar climatic conditions, akin to a windless zone, coupled with a circular current enveloping the island. Unless equipped with modern steam-powered vessels, traditional sailing ships found it impossible to depart from there. In the preceding months, Noah had conducted specific divinations once a month, and it was now almost certain that the burn fruit resided on Zykexis Island. Additionally, 3 other devil fruits had been confirmed. The scythe fruit had already been consumed. The Soundwave fruit was located within Nami's homeland, the Oikote Kingdom, and the Glue fruit was hidden within the Dominica Islands, 733 kilometers north of the Wind Organ Islands. The Steel fruit and Whisper fruit had yet to be reborn. To rapidly enhance the strength and potential of his family members, acquiring devil fruits was a shortcut in the kitchen of the Nautilus. Lillian sliced the slippery fruit into pieces and handed them to Mary. With her mouth agape, Mary quickly stuffed the flesh into her mouth. "It tastes awful," she exclaimed, yet the thought of Noah's anticipation compelled her to swallow the remaining fruit flesh despite her nausea. "Hurry, Lillian, give me some apple juice." Lillian had already prepared a large bottle of apple juice. Mary seized the bottle and gulped it down. "Gurgle, gurgle, da-da. I can finally breathe again. Mary, your skin has become so smooth." "Try out your new abilities," Lillian said, enviously touching her arm. Mary picked up a kitchen knife and struck her own arm. In the next moment, the knife seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, sliding away to the side and narrowly missing the floor. Before consuming the slippery fruit, Noah had already informed her of its developmental direction. The abilities of this fruit were remarkably powerful and were among the few that posed no threat from sea stone or seawater. The reason it appeared mediocre in Alrida's possession was due to the user's lack of knowledge, hindering them from fully developing the slippery fruit's potential. What does slippery entail? It refers to the orderly arrangement of the particle structure on a material's surface, creating a surface tension that prevents other substances from adhering to it. In other words, once the user activates the slippery fruit's ability, their body generates a thin film of surface tension, establishing a barrier between themselves and the outside world. This barrier prevents sea stone particles from directly contacting the user's body. As long as the slippery fruit user possesses sufficient stamina, they could even swim in the sea. Moreover, the slippery fruit can replicate functionalities similar to the rubber fruit, such as accelerating blood flow within the body to achieve instantaneous explosive power. Lastly, the slippery fruit's conceptual extension allows it to perform functions akin to the meatball fruit, enabling the user to slide away toxins, fatigue, pain, and memories from within themselves. Although the slippery fruit's abilities do not extend beyond the user's body prior to awakening, its applications are already vast, confined within the submarine. Mary could only experiment in small increments within her cabin. On a day blessed with gentle winds and bright sunshine, a sleek, black iron ship flowed effortlessly towards Zykexis Island. After navigating through a 20-kilometer-wide circular current, the lush Zykexis Island finally loomed near. Aside from a few small beaches, the remaining coastline was dominated by towering cliffs several hundred meters high, riddled with numerous caves. Aside from some peculiar birds circling above, there was little else to be seen. The Nautilus chose to dock beside a relatively low cliff. Once everyone disembarked, Noah casually sealed the Nautilus. "Let us first establish a camp. I plan to rest here for a month while training everyone's abilities." Uncle Joseph nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. After nearly a month in the submarine, I also long for life on land." Before long, the group found a suitable spot to set up camp. Noah released the stored wooden cabins and living facilities, also installing some training equipment. After lunch, they divided into 3 groups, one to guard the camp while the other 2 began a thorough search. After more than 2 hours of searching, they discovered the burn fruit amidst a heap of debris in a tidal cave by the shore. This fruit was given to Lillian, as her fire abilities suited her role as a chef. Following the discovery of the burn fruit, the crew did not pause, driven by the island's legendary treasures. Though uncertain of its veracity, they decided to conduct a comprehensive search of the entire island. Due to the interconnected caves within Zykexis Island, it took them 3 days of relentless searching to complete their exploration. The outcome was a treasure haul estimated at around 200 million berries. This treasure likely belonged to adventurers or castaways who had previously ventured here. After all, Zykexis Island lacked large, edible animals. While the coastal cliffs served as nesting grounds for peculiar birds, and the underground harbored black ant nests, the only plants present were bitter banyan trees and toxic sweet potatoes, with no evident freshwater streams. Ordinary individuals would struggle to survive without food and water for even a week, and with no means to depart by sailboat, they were essentially left to await their demise within the island's caves. Noah and his companions stumbled upon numerous diaries, many of which chronicled the despair of those trapped and some horrifying events. Once they had thoroughly scavenged the area, they began their training. Of course, Noah did not forget the shipwrecks scattered across the seabed surrounding Zykexis Island. Since they had encountered them, he would not let the opportunity slip by. This time, he refrained from diving himself and instead instructed Vic to abandon his diving suit, taking only an oxygen tank as he descended to the seabed to search for treasure. Areas beyond a certain depth were entrusted to a GF for exploration. A GF's underwater treasure-seeking strategy was quite simple. He employed graphite puppets connected by special graphene wires. allowing him to control the graphite puppets from the shore. The multi-layered graphene wires could currently support lengths of over 10 kilometers without breaking, enabling Ajia to operate the graphite puppets from a distance as they search for treasure on the ocean floor. For centuries, numerous ships had sunk around Zykexis Island, creating an underwater graveyard of shipwrecks. Although the scale of these wrecks did not rival those in the Shambodi archipelago waters, however, the submerged shipwrecks around the Shambodi Islands have long been plundered by fishermen on several occasions. In contrast, the shipwrecks at Zykexis Island remain in an undeveloped state. Utilizing graphene wires, Ajia has acquired a remarkable ability akin to consciousness descent, allowing him to inhabit one of the graphene puppets and observe the underwater conditions. The puppet, equipped with a specially designed searchlight, proceeds to breach the ship's compartments, and under Ajia's control, a dozen puppets swiftly scour the wreckage of a sunken vessel. His objective is straightforward: gold. Silver, jewels, swords, demon fruits, log poses, or other unique items. On the fifth day, a demon fruit is discovered on the seabed in the northwest waters of Zykexis Island. After Noah's appraisal, it is confirmed to be the Zoan type Inu no Mi in its red fox form. Temporarily sealed away. On the 12th day, a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters is found deep within a trench on the southern seabed of Zykexis Island. On the 15th day, yet another demon fruit is located. Upon examination, it is identified as the Paramecia type DD no Mi, which is subsequently consumed by a lay. This DD no Mi possesses spatial abilities akin to the no Mi. But in addition to creating wormholes, it also facilitates rapid excavation. However, to achieve long-distance teleportation through wormholes, it is imperative to establish a spatial coordinate point in advance. Currently, a lay can only set up 5 such points, beyond which he cannot maintain stability. Furthermore, unlike the no Mi, the DD no Mi does not grant access to an alternate space, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the instantaneous nature of wormhole transportation, negating the need for travel through an alternate realm as required by the no Mi. The drawback, however, is the necessity to ensure the safety of the spatial coordinate points, as it lacks the stealthy observational advantages afforded by the no Mi's capabilities. The DD no Mi holds immense significance for the Noah family, as its powers can guarantee the safety of family members. Whether for urgent retreats or swift reinforcements, it allows for considerable maneuverability. After finding 2 demon fruits on the seabed of Zykexis Island, no further demon fruits were discovered in the surrounding underwater areas. By the time a month of recuperation concludes, the treasures amassed by Vic and Ajia from the seabed of Zykexis Island are valued at approximately 3.7 billion berries, comprising 2 demon fruits, a large-grade machete, a medium-grade alloy warhammer, 173 log poses, 24 permanent pointers, 1 ancient stone tablet, 16 nautical logs, 34 treasure maps, 532 kilograms of blue tungsten, or a mixture containing tungsten and an unidentified rare metal, 22 kilograms of Millennium Dragon bones, and 3 pieces of Adam wood salvaged from the wreck that AS for other materials such as steel, copper, and ceramics. Ajia and Vic had no time to bring them back. In truth, this underwater treasure hunt did not unearth all the shipwrecks in the area, as some wrecks, having been submerged for far too long, are now covered by sediment and marine life. Nevertheless, Noah is thoroughly satisfied. And with the planned time frame reached, he does not intend to remain any longer at Zykexis Island, merely instructing a lay to leave behind a spatial coordinate. This island, with its natural barriers and seemingly desolate surface, is well suited to serve as a secret base or refuge. Should they encounter formidable foes, it would provide a means to escape with others. The Nautilus set sail once more, heading eastward towards Nami's homeland, the Oikot Kingdom, with plans to pass through 5 inhabited island nations along the way. Boom! A pirate ship, attempting to hijack a merchant vessel, suddenly experiences a violent explosion in its hull. The terrifying blast obliterates the pirate ship into smithereens. The merchant vessel, having narrowly escaped disaster, quickly unfurls its sails and departs. Concealed beneath the waves, the Nautilus has no intention of surfacing, silently navigating away into the distance, leaving no trace of its presence. 5 hours later, in the town of Sugarcane on Rum Island, Noah and his companions, disguised as representatives of a trading company, disembark. Their landing is primarily motivated by the need for social interaction after months of isolation. Sailing can often be monotonous, necessitating regular psychological relief to avoid mental ailments. Inside a restaurant, several waiters swiftly serve dishes, though the table's offerings appear scant. Uncle Joseph savors a bottle of locally produced rum with great care. Vic is entertaining himself with a three-bite-a-pig performance, while Lillian contemplates how to replicate the restaurant's culinary delights. Noah leans back in his chair, quietly observing the passers-by on the street outside. This small island nation thrives on the rum and sugar industries. Particularly with the advent of the Great Pirate Era, rum has become an indispensable commodity for maritime voyages, contributing to the island's burgeoning prosperity. However, Noah notices that many of the pedestrians appear far from affluent. Numerous individuals are gaunt, with sallow complexions and tattered clothing. Noah calls over a waiter. Placing a silver coin in the waiter's hand, the middle-aged female server's face brightens. "Sir, how may I assist you? I am a merchant from the Goya Kingdom, newly arrived and unfamiliar with the situation on Rum Island. Would you kindly provide me with some insights?" The waiter glances around before responding in a hushed tone. "Sir, conducting business here in Rum Island requires the approval of Minister Powell, and I hear it entails a hefty fee to procure rum and sugar." Noah contemplates this and continues to inquire. "Are those people outside all locals?" The waiter casts a furtive glance at the individuals Noah indicated, then whispers again. "Those are all atonement workers, having violated the law without the means to pay their fines. They must rely on jobs arranged by the kingdom to atone to. It seems your nation's laws are quite stringent. Sir, such statements are best kept off the streets. Should a punitive night overhear, you might incur a fine." "Do you have legal texts from the Rum Kingdom in your establishment?" Noah inquires, handing over another silver coin. The waiter nods. "The owner has one, and I can borrow it for you, but it must not be taken away or damaged." "That is acceptable." Before long, the waiter discreetly returns with a thick tome to tea. That moment, Anthony, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and Vic enter the establishment. After sipping some coffee, Anthony lowers his voice, saying, "Boss, here's the local business survey report." Noah takes the pamphlet, skimming through it swiftly. Upon finishing, he comprehends the situation in the Rum Kingdom, noting the myriad of taxes and harsh penalties, which seem designed to squeeze every last coin from the common folk. From his understanding, the world government consists of over 170 member nations, categorized into 3 tiers, each required to pay a varying amount of heavenly gold annually. The first tier pays 50 billion berries. The second tier 30 billion berries, and the third tier 10 billion berries. The Rum Kingdom, being a small nation, typically falls into the third tier, obligated to pay only 10 billion berries or equivalent treasures and relics each year. With a population of 200,000, this translates to an annual per capita tax of 50,000 berries, which is not excessively burdensome. To put this into perspective, the evil dragon pirates demand a monthly ransom of 100,000 berries for adults and 50,000 berries for children in Cocoa Village. The Rum Kingdom's prosperity is certainly not comparable to that of Cocoa Village. According to the survey, the Rum Kingdom's annual revenue exceeds 100 billion berries, nearly tenfold the amount of heavenly gold required. Why then, Noah ponders, do they engage in such relentless exploitation? Lost in thought, he draws a tarot card, which soon reveals a foreboding prophecy, the false balance. The sin of greed. In Noah's observation, Haki directly influences the pedestrians on the street. Despite their labor, their expressions are devoid of life. Filled with anguish, he beckons Mary over and whispers a few instructions in her ear. Mary, acting nonchalantly, purchases some fruit from a nearby store. Upon returning to the restaurant, her countenance appears troubled. "Boss, those individuals are suffering deeply. Without work, their families may starve. Are they all the same? All those so-called atonement workers share the same plight." Noah, in conjunction with the prophecies of the tarot, seems to have foreseen certain events. After satisfying their appetites, the group settled into a luxurious inn nearby. As night fell, 3 shadowy figures silently departed from Sugarcane Town. Rum Island is home to 4 towns. The publicly accessible Sugarcane Town in the south, Bamboo Sugar Town on the southeastern plains, Mackerel Town on the northwest coast, and Rum City, situated in the central highlands, which serves as the capital of the Rum Kingdom. Noah, Mary, and Lilith, who had awakened their observation Haki, skillfully evaded the patrolling soldiers within the Rum Kingdom. In less than an hour, they traversed over 80 kilometers, reaching the wooded outskirts of Rum City. "Brother, the density of sinners here surpasses that of Sugarcane Town," remarked Mary, who was acutely sensitive due to her emotional perception of Haki. This was also the fundamental reason the Red Count harbored distrust toward others. Such a form of Haki could easily drive one to madness. Fortunately, with the care of her family and rigorous training, Mary had mastered her Haki. In contrast, the naturally awakened Haki of the Red Count, tainted by information pollution throughout his upbringing and unfortunate childhood experiences, had only led to a lonely and twisted understanding of human hearts. Let us pay a visit to Minister Powell's residence, Lilith suggested, altering her surface structure to swiftly blend into the environment. Mary refracted the light around her body, similarly entering an invisible state. Meanwhile, Noah confidently strode into Powell's estate, utilizing his Haki to anticipate his surroundings. The rotund Powell was currently engaged in the act of human procreation. Suddenly, the 5 individuals in the room felt their eyelids grow heavy. Before Powell could call out, they slumped like lifeless swine. Clad in a gas mask, Noah pushed open the door, seized a blanket, and bound Powell, subsequently producing a phone bug. "REI, come retrieve me." A faint glimmer emanated from the gem insignia on Noah's vest. Instantly, a circular void opened in the air before him, and Noah, along with Powell, traversed the wormhole, arriving in a cavern. This cave was located beneath a coastal cliff in the southern region of Rum Island, the same spot where Noah and his companions had landed. Ari and REI had not ventured to Sugarcane Town that day. Instead, they had excavated a temporary underground cavern here. With the capabilities of the whole fruit, REI had effortlessly created an underground chamber spanning several thousand square meters. As the wormhole opened, Noah and his companions passed through in succession. Observing Powell, who lay motionless like a dead pig, REI inquired, "Brother, is this fellow truly the mastermind behind it all? He appears rather unremarkable." "If there are any issues, we shall ascertain them shortly," Noah replied. Lilith injected an antidote into Powell's body while Noah casually provided him with a cubic meter of seawater. Upon being doused with the invigorating seawater, Powell shuddered and gradually regained consciousness. Confused by his surroundings, the rotund man immediately erupted in curses. "So cold. Where is everyone?" Suddenly, it seemed as though something had lodged itself in Powell's throat, causing him to panic. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Release me, or else." "Or else what?" Lilith interrupted, smiling as she approached him, brandishing a syringe that she plunged into Powell's arm. "What have you done to me?" Moments later, Powell felt a warmth spreading through his arm, followed by an intense itch that radiated throughout his body. It itches so much. Had he not been bound, Powell might have clawed at his own skin, desperate to tear it apart and roast it over flames. After several minutes, the effects of the toxin began to wane, but Powell lay in a heap, drenched in sweat, the blanket around him soaked. Lilith, grinning, asked, "Could you repeat what you just said, Minister Powell? Please, don't come any closer." Powell sobbed, terror-stricken. Noah stepped forward. "I ask, and you answer. Why is the tax burden so heavy in the Rum Kingdom?" "Ah, that's obviously to pay the heavenly gold." Noah glanced at Mary, who shook her head. Remaining unperturbed, he smiled and instructed, "Lilith, increase the dosage for our esteemed minister to know." "I'll explain." Lilith swiftly injected 2 more syringes into his arm. Soon, the cavern echoed with blood-curdling screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This torment continued for a full 20 minutes. Afterward, Powell's eyes were vacant, and he was utterly drained. Noah repeated his earlier question. "I ask, and you answer. Why is the tax so heavy in the Rum Kingdom?" This time, Powell finally complied, trembling as he replied, "It is His Majesty the King who ordered me to do so. Why does he require so much money? This amount far exceeds the heavenly gold by nearly 10-fold. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Powell darkly explained, "I do not know why, as I was only promoted to Chancellor 3 years ago. Yes, there's something unusual about your king." "Unusual?" Powell furrowed his brow. And after a moment of contemplation, he seemed to recall something. "The current king actually ascended 5 years ago. He is not the son of the previous king, but rather his brother." "Continue." "The sole heir of the former king was killed by pirates 5 years ago. Shortly thereafter, the former king passed away. The current king initially appeared quite normal. However, 4 years ago, the commander of the former kingdom's army, Clark, was murdered by pirates. The king appointed a man named Barton as the new commander, after which he began to implement increasingly harsh laws. 3 years ago, the former chancellor, Count Tim, was executed on charges of colluding with pirates, and then the king appointed me as chancellor, instructing me to enact various laws." Noah pondered. "Is there anything peculiar about this Barton?" "Barton? not particularly, though he is indeed quite capable. If not for his protection over the years, Rum Island would have long been overrun by pirates. He is regarded as a hero among the populace. A hero? Noah chuckled, feeling as though he had encountered this narrative before. After inquiring about a few other matters, he casually sealed Powell within a card. Lilith seemed to discern something. Brother, do you suspect that Barton harbors some ulterior motive? If there are any issues, we shall know by tomorrow. He swiftly penned a letter and issued a few instructions to REI. The following day, at Powell's estate in Rum City, the butler discovered that Powell and his family had vanished without a trace, leaving only a letter behind. Observing the letter's seal, the butler, though curious about its contents, dared not break the wax seal. Have someone deliver this letter to the commander's estate. Understood, sir. After the servant departed, the butler's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. After a few minutes of deliberation, he hastily gathered a substantial amount of treasure, disguised himself, and left Powell's estate. Meanwhile, at Commander Barton's residence, upon receiving the letter, Barton's countenance darkened considerably. He hurriedly gathered a few trusted aides and departed for Sugarcane Town. 5 hours later, in the southwestern waters, 48 kilometers from Rum Island, a sail warship bearing the emblem of the Rum Kingdom surfaced. Nearby lay a deserted island. As they drew closer to the island, Barton's expression grew increasingly grim. Brother, we've arrived, a bald man alerted him. Barton clenched his fists. Disembark and follow my lead. Understood. The other 5 men were fully armed. As the ship reached the shore, Barton and his 5 subordinates leapt onto the sand. Leaving the bald man to guard the vessel, they traversed the jungle, arriving at a grassy hillside. A figure draped in a black cloak and wearing a swirling mask stood atop the hill. Observing Barton's group with a commanding gaze. Where is Powell? He's in a secure location. Barton suddenly broke into a smile. What do you want? Name your price. Allow me to guess. What are your capabilities? Your relentless efforts to dominate the kingdom of Rum must surely not be for mere scraps of paper. Am I correct? Noah gazed calmly into the eyes of his opponent. Barton grinned widely and replied, Scraps of paper? That amounts to over 200 billion berries. Are you not tempted? If you agree to join us, I could offer you half of it. After all, isn't life meant for treasures? Moreover, I can elevate you to the status of nobility within the kingdom of Rum. Isn't that preferable to risking your life at sea? Such an enticing proposition. Yet why should I ally myself with you when I could eliminate you and claim all the riches for myself? Barton's smile widened. Ah, so it is the money that has caught your eye. Fear not. Let us be friends if you agree to join my crew and assist me in becoming the king of the kingdom of Rum. I shall grant you 300 billion berries. That certainly piqued my interest, Lord Sis. My friend, come assist. Suddenly, Barton's body stiffened, and his eyes glimmered with lethal intent. How did you figure it out? Captain Baroque Sis of the Money Pirate crew, a user of the swap fruit, with a bounty of 253.69 million berries, was slain 6 years ago by Rear Admiral Sakazuki in Water 7 on the Grand Line. Noah spoke with unruffled composure. It seems that the swap fruit allows you to acquire the bodies or organs of others. Barton lowered his gaze, his eyes hidden in shadows, trembling slightly. Indeed. Indeed. I am growing increasingly fond of you. That I shall give you one final choice. Join my pirate crew or die here. Such confidence you possess? Over the years, you must have acquired much within the kingdom of Rum. Correct? Without hesitation, Barton struck. Die. A flurry of crescent moon kicks surged towards him. Engage. Noah's shoes ignited with flames as he leapt into the air, unleashing a barrage of cards. Release the tidal wave. Hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of seawater erupted, cascading down from above towards Barton and his companions. What? Barton's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly propelled himself into the air, feet pounding against the atmosphere, fists clenched and armament Haki surging into his punches. Ha! 8-wave punch pierces the rift. 2 shockwaves collided with the descending waterfall of seawater. The 5 officers of the Money Pirate crew reacted swiftly, scattering in all directions. In midair, Noah continued to draw cards. The area was cleared, and the battlefield transformed. Dozens of cards shot into the sky, exploding in midair, showering hundreds of tons of graphite powder that enveloped the entire deserted island in a shroud of black mist. Just emerging from the waterfall, Barton beheld this scene, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, on the warship anchored offshore, a bald giant watching from the deck also noticed the ominous black mist enveloping the island and drew his massive sword. bracing for the impending change. However, in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted from the ship's hull, a series of detonations utterly obliterating the vessel. The bald giant had no time to react, as the shockwave swept him into the depths of the sea. As he struggled against the internal agony, desperately swimming towards the surface, a figure, sharp as a sword, suddenly appeared behind him. Before the bald giant could comprehend, a dagger pierced through his kidney. "Ugh!" The bald giant writhed in pain. Yet, that figure offered him no respite. Another swift attack struck from behind. In a desperate attempt, the bald giant swung his great sword backward, intent on taking his assailant down with him. However, the approaching dagger showed no signs of hesitation. In the next moment, the dagger plunged into the giant's chest, while his great sword seemed to merely slice through empty air, gliding past his foe's form. The bald giant could no longer control his own mouth. Seawater surged into his throat and lungs as he gazed helplessly at the girl before him, his body growing heavier. His opponent was Mary, a user of the slippery fruit at this moment. Mary clutched a small oxygen tank in her mouth. Armed with 4 daggers, maintaining her slippery form with all her might, without hesitation, Mary drew another dagger and severed the bald giant's head from his shoulders, the 8th Division captain of the money pirate crew. With a bounty of 87.26 million berries, Grome had perished as the seawater dispersed by Noah's command. The remaining 5 officers of the money pirate crew found themselves scattered. The sniper, the deceptive gunman Troy, held his pistol warily, alert to the forest's surroundings, especially after the eerie black mist had descended, spurring him to activate his observation Haki to the fullest. Suddenly, he dodged to the left behind a large tree. Boom! His previous position was struck by a fireball. Damn, another user of a devil fruit? Could these fellows possibly be agents of the world government? Troy's expression soured as he gripped his pistol tightly and leaped to another tree. Suddenly, his observation Haki screamed warnings, but it was too late. In midair, hundreds of blue fire crows descended from the sky. Imitating hydrogen-oxygen swarm crows descending, the blue fire crows, mimicking hydrogen combustion, blanketed Troy's location indiscriminately. No, Troy's pride in his deceptive gunplay was utterly useless. In the face of the widespread assault from the blaze fruit user, he was reduced to ashes in mere moments. The sniper, deceptive gunman Troy, with a bounty of 132 million berries, had fallen. Meanwhile, the 5th Division captain of the money pirate crew, Claw Bryan, had transformed into a half-beast state, frantically racing towards the coast. Damn, there exists a user capable of manipulating seawater. I must flee. Remaining here offers no chance of survival. Just as these thoughts coursed through him, the ground trembled violently, fissures splitting open as torrents of seawater erupted from beneath. What? He gasped in shock, immediately employing the moonwalk to ascend, avoiding the onslaught of the emerging seawater. This place is becoming increasingly perilous. I must return to the ship at once. Yet, he had rejoiced too soon to in midair. Lilith grasped a specialized belt behind Alii, who conjured a void with his hands. Exploding water surge, a massive wormhole formed in the air, connected to the depths of the nearby S if the sky had been pierced. A deluge of seawater, along with fish and sea beasts, cascaded down upon Bryan, who was still executing the moonwalk. Bryan's beast instincts ignited, his hair standing on end, and he felt darkness enveloping him as the water struck. This is the end, was his final thought. As a user of a devil fruit, being struck by seawater, and in such overwhelming quantities, compounded by the terrifying force, Bryan had no chance to struggle. This was also due to Bryan's overconfidence. Had he not transformed into his half-beast form while fleeing, Lilith and Alii would not have specifically targeted him. Lilith picked up the transponder snail. Anthony, Tumani, that devil fruit user thrown into the sea. Coordinate with Mary to bring him back, alive if possible, or dead if necessary. Although their quarry had been snatched away, Anthony understood the gravity of the situation. Leave it to us on the opposite side of the island. 2 officers of the money pirate crew fleeing towards the mountains encountered an ambush set by Joseph and Vic. Both of these officers were swordsmen from the money pirate crew and were brothers. Are you the enemies? The one-eyed swordsman immediately swung his great sword towards Joseph. That moment, Joseph had already entered his half-beast state, clad in iron armor, with his battle axes infused with the power of Haki. Clang, clang, the axe blades clashed violently with the sword edges. A Zoan-type user, and with Haki as well. The one-eyed man was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated encountering such a monstrosity in the East Sea. His brother, Go Jian mirrored his shocked AT that moment. The gauntlet on Vic's fist was enveloped in an ominous, pitch-black armament Haki. The swift blade of Go Jian clashed with Vic's gauntlet, and both combatants recoiled instantly. Without delay, Vic unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks, sending several gusts of air slicing through the atmosphere. Go Jian deftly evaded, while simultaneously coating his blade with armament Haki to counter the incoming air blades. Meanwhile, the one-eyed man, ensnared by Joseph, felt an increasing weight of anxiety as he heard distant sounds of battle. After several minutes of intense combat, neither side could gain the upper hand. The awkward stalemate arose because both parties were unable to overcome their adversaries. The one-eyed man and Go Jian were agile fighters, while Vic and Joseph were fortified with robust defenses. One side could not breach the other's defenses, and the other could not land a decisive blow. Thus, they found themselves in a deadlock, reliant on the arrival of reinforcements to break the impasse. Clearly, the advantage lay with the Noah family at this moment, having dealt with Lilith and Alii, who had subdued Joie Bulin. The two had now arrived above the fray. Seizing the opportunity, Alii executed a wormhole leap, suddenly appearing behind the one-eyed man. Water breakwave, he opened a minuscule wormhole in the palm of his hand, connecting to another on the ocean floor over 8,000 meters deep. In such profound depths, the water pressure exceeded 800 atmospheres. In an instant, a water blade swept towards the one-eyed man's back. Joseph, positioned directly opposite, immediately propelled himself backward with a powerful stomp. Shave. In a flash, Joseph retreated. The one-eyed man's observation Haki sensed the impending danger, prompting him to roll forward. The water blade sliced through trees effortlessly. Although he narrowly avoided the water blade, the disruption threw off the one-eyed man's rhythm. With a rapid succession of shots, Alii's other hand wielded a revolver, coordinating with the relentless water blades to assault the one-eyed man. Soon, his body was riddled with bullets, and as he bled from the wounds, his movements became increasingly chaotic, his reactions sluggish. Joseph, having distanced himself from the skirmish, quickly lifted a rock and hurled it at the one-eyed man. Surrounded and besieged, the one-eyed man's situation grew increasingly perilous. No, the anguish cry did not emanate from the one-eyed man, but rather from his brother, Go Jian. Just moments ago, concerned for his brother, Go Jian had been struck by a hidden poison needle from Lilith. The potent cardiac glycoside toxin causing his muscles to spasm and his heartbeat to falter. The tranquility required for his observation Haki was shattered. Seizing the moment, Vic delivered a crushing blow that shattered Go Jian's left hand. Disoriented, Go Jian had no time to evade and was struck again by Lilith's poison needle. Vic followed up with a devastating punch that pierced through Go Jian's chest, hearing his brother's agonized scream. The one-eyed man bellowed in rage, "Bastards, I will kill you." However, Alii and the others did not waste time with idle threats and launched a more ferocious assault. Water blades swept across the battlefield. Gunfire roared, poison needles struck stealthily, and massive boulders were hurled. In less than 10 seconds, the one-eyed man's body was covered in bullet holes, toxins spreading rapidly. In the next moment, a water knife bisected him, and a descending boulder crashed onto his head, obliterating it. The one-eyed man and Go Jian fell. The last remaining officer of the money pirates was now frantically fleeing, his diminutive stature allowing him to navigate the forest with surprising agility. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was being targeted. As battles concluded elsewhere, Ajia, who had been poised to assist his comrades, finally sprang into action. In an instant, countless black lines emerged from the forest. The previously concealed graphene lines seemed to come alive, encircling the fleeing dwarf. "What is this?" The dwarf fired his empty revolver in desperation. Realizing it was futile, that he quickly raised his hands. "I surrender. Don't kill me. I know where Barton's money is hidden." Ajia, concealed in the shadows, did not reveal himself, but instead manipulated the graphene lines to bind the dwarf tightly. Thus, the remaining 6 officers of the money pirates were entirely obliterated. The scene shifts back to the center of the deserted island. Barton, traversing with a graceful stride, surveyed the surrounding dark mist and the tumultuous waters below. He recognized the strategic brilliance of the enemy's position. The center of the island was a low-lying area, preventing the seawater from receding swiftly. "I must move to higher ground to avoid being engulfed by the waves." He swiftly treaded the air, racing towards the hillside where Noah had previously stood. Noah raised his hand. The bombs concealed beneath the hillside were immediately activated. As Barton stepped onto the slope, His observation Haki erupted with warnings. Damn, no time left. Life exchange black armor. In an instant, the hillside erupted like a volcano. Barton's vitality diminished rapidly, his dark, inky armament Haki consuming itself fervently. When the smoke cleared, Barton remained unscathed. Die. Barton gathered a formidable concentration of armament Haki in his hands. 8-burst fist. Sea-splitting punch. Noah fired a card, igniting flames beneath his feet, propelling him hundreds of meters into the air. The card struck, unleashing a torrent of several thousand cubic meters of underwater silt that surged downward. The non-Newtonian fluid formed by the silt momentarily hindered Barton's attack. Before exploding outward, Barton attempted to pursue Noah with his graceful stride, but the raining silt weighed him down, inducing a sudden feeling of fatigue. This silt is problematic. However, the volume of silt surrounding him only intensified his weakness. The next moment, despair enveloped him, as a massive wave of seawater crashed down from above. Boom! The impact of the seawater sapped Barton of all strength, rendering his fruit abilities utterly ineffective. I refused to accept this, but acceptance was futile. In the relentless game of power, the vanquished were simply the vanquished. Noah retrieved a transponder snail. Ajia, activate the capture net. Understood, brother Noah. Soon, the concealed graphene lines in the low-lying area surged forth, retrieving Barton from the depths. But to prevent him from feigning death, Ajia followed Noah's instructions and submerged his lower body in seawater. In a short while, from the murky marshland of the low ground, a colossal graphene giant emerged, towering over 10 meters high, connected by numerous graphene wires. The giant approached Noah and then opened its chest, revealing the cockpit within, where Ajia had concealed himself. Brother Noah, he said, releasing Barton's bindings. Understood. Consequently, the graphene lines binding Barton were undone. Noah produced a device resembling an iron lung, placing Barton inside, with only his head protruding. The container filled with seawater, he then sealed Barton within a card. Accompanied by Ajia, they captured the other subdued dwarf before finally regrouping at the seaside. On the sandy beach, Anthony immersed Joie Bulin, whom Mary had found, in an oak barrel filled with seawater. Noah replicated this process for Joie Bulin. Then, Alay activated a wormhole, and the group returned to the underground cave of Rome Island. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the numerical advantage of the Noah family and the tactical plan Noah had devised from the outset, the outcome could have been a Pyrrhic victory. For instance, Uncle Joseph and Vic both exhibited glaring weaknesses. Lacking control skills and wide-area attack capabilities, they might have fared well in the East Sea. But once in the Grand Line, they could become targets for enemies. Noah allowed some of his companions to rest. He, along with Mary and Lilith, released the captured dwarf from the card. Upon his release, the dwarf, awakening from a dream, was startled by the sudden change in his surroundings. How should I address you, Mr. Dwarf? Noah, while playfully handling the tarot cards in his hands, inquired with a cheerful smile. Gulu, the gnome swallowed hard and hurriedly responded. My name is Rudin, and I am the navigator of the Money Pirate crew. Did the appearance you bear result from Barton's transformation? Rudin nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. It was Barton who utilized his abilities to alter our appearances. What of King Rum? Noah pressed on. King Rum is one of our crew. The former king has passed away, and the current King Rum is a disguise crafted by Barton using his fruit abilities. How much do you know about the exchange fruit's powers? Rudin, displaying keen awareness, divulged everything regarding Barton's utilization of the fruit's abilities, from Rudin's descriptions, combined with snippets from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Noah quickly grasped the essence of the exchange fruit's powers. The core principle of this fruit revolves around equivalent exchange. Naturally, this equivalent exchange is a somewhat subjective notion, as everyone's values vary. What is nectar to one may be poison to another. Therefore, certain conditions must be satisfied when utilizing the exchange fruit's powers. First, both parties must verbally agree to the transaction. Second, during the transaction, the user cannot take action against the trader. Third, should either party fail to meet the agreed conditions, a portion of the untrustworthy party's organs or life force will be forcibly stripped and transferred to the other. Fourth, if the trader dies before completing the transaction, the user can designate the deprivation of a portion of the other party's organs or life force. That unfortunate king fell victim to Barton's deceit, allowing Barton to assist in usurping the throne, only to find himself ensnared in a grand scheme. After all, the so-called rules of transaction harbor numerous loopholes. For instance, while the user cannot act against the other during the transaction, Barton's subordinates face no such restrictions. This is also the reason why Barton has persistently tempted Noah to join the money pirate crew. Once Noah consents, they could compel him not to act against Barton, thereby setting traps for him through successive transactions. From Rudin's explanations, Noah also gleaned insight into Barton's strength. Following the blow from Sakazuki, Barton, having retreated to the East Sea, resolved to harness the fruit's powers to acquire ample life force, which he would then use to fortify his body. The exorbitant taxes imposed on the citizens of Rum Kingdom aimed to drive them to bankruptcy, allowing Barton to engage in clandestine high-interest lending to those desperate individuals. Through this means, Barton amassed vast reserves of life force and wealth, further inflating his ambitions, even contemplating the prospect of becoming the true king of Rum Kingdom. Had it not been for Noah and his companions, he might have succeeded. Noah felt immensely relieved by his prudence. Barton was remarkably formidable in hand-to-hand combat, bolstered by the substantial life force he harbored. Should a direct confrontation arise, Noah might not stand a chance against him. This further underscored the formidable restraint the sea imposes on devil fruit users. Even a master like Barton, whose martial prowess reached the elite admiral level, would become a mere soft-shelled shrimp upon contact with seawater. When Barton approached, did he have any communication with the false king? Rudin shook his head. No. Upon receiving your message, he hurriedly brought us here without informing the false king. Noticing Noah's contemplative silence, Rudin quickly professed his loyalty. My lord, should you require assistance, I can help control that fellow. He holds many secrets against Barton, and I am also aware of where Barton hides his wealth. That I appreciate your willingness, Noah replied with a smile. Lilith then produced a syringe, injecting it into Rudin's arm amidst his anxious gaze. Noah cheerfully reassured him. Do not fret. As long as you do not betray me, the antidote will be yours when the time comes. I understand. Rudin dared not exhibit any discomfort as Rudin was led away by Lilith to rest. Only Mary and Noah remained in the room. Mary conveyed her earlier observations. Brother, he likely only knows the false king's secrets. They asked for Barton's wealth. Judging by his emotional state earlier, I do not believe he is aware. That is reasonable. To avoid being discarded after serving his purpose, he has deliberately inflated his importance. That afternoon, in the slums northwest of Rum City, within a hidden underground lending establishment, several managers lay sprawled on the ground. With a substantial stack of documents in hand, Lilith and Noah perused them for a few minutes. Noah clapped his hands over the documents. Rudin, splendid work. It is my honor to assist my lord, he replied. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as Lilith's poisoned dagger pierced his heart from behind. Cough, cough. Why? Because I never trusted you, Lilith retorted. Only the dead can keep secrets, as Rudin's lifeless body lay before them. Noah produced a card named the Pool of King Water, summoning its powers and carelessly casting Rudin's body into the pool. Ah! Rudin screamed as he hit the water. Noah chuckled. The technique of life restoration is commendable. But I do not favor leaving corpses for my enemies. You shall not die well. The last echoes of Rudin's cries faded as he dissolved into a pool of blood. Lilith, Mary, I leave this to you. Just ensure they remain compliant for now. Lilith and Mary nodded in agreement. Soon, the two began to interrogate the moneylenders. Meanwhile, the false king remained oblivious to the demise of Barton and his crew. Showing no concern for the Grand Minister Powell, as he understood his role as a mere puppet, content to languish and indulge, back in the underground cavern, Noah released the imprisoned Brian from the card. Observing the unconscious figure before him with a thoughtful gaze, turning to the side, he addressed Ale. Ale focused his energy, and soon a palm-sized wormhole appeared on Brian's forehead, revealing his brain behind it. Noah had sterilized the scalpel and, without hesitation, made an incision into Brian's frontal lobe. All right, close the wormhole. Okay, as Ale retracted his ability, Brian's forehead returned to its original state, appearing unremarkable, such as the convenience of devil fruit powers. A conventional neurosurgeon would require extensive preparations and face various infection risks to perform a craniotomy. However, utilizing the powers of the whole fruit, combined with observation Haki, Noah bypassed the surgical process, minimizing the risks and difficulties of the operation. Even having only performed surgeries and experiments on animals, Noah could safely excise Brian's frontal lobe. With the procedure complete, Noah removed the seawater-soaked iron barrel. Moments later, as Brian was freed from the seawater. The latent Zoan-type devil fruit within him began to awaken. The formidable regenerative capabilities of the Zoan fruit allowed his body to swiftly recover, aided by a nutrient-for drip. After a little over an hour, Brian regained consciousness. However, upon awakening, Brian's gaze was vacant, as if he had fallen into a state devoid of desire or ambition. Brian, present. How do you feel now? Uncertain. Noah posed a series of questions and quickly confirmed Brian's condition. Yet, to be cautious, he called for Mary to eye in her perception. She inquired once more. Mary looked at Brian in shock. Brother, what has happened to him? Why is he so tranquil? It's almost unnaturally calm that I performed a surgical procedure on him. A frontal lobotomy. A frontal lobotomy, Mary exclaimed. That procedure only serves one purpose, to eliminate emotions. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, such a surgery exists, but wouldn't that be too cruel? Mary, it is the ordinary souls who perished at the hands of Brian that you ought to extend your sympathy towards. Do not empathize with those scoundrels of the sea. Perhaps they initially set sail out of sheer necessity. Yet this does not serve as an excuse for their malevolence. If they dare to strike against the world government and the celestial dragons, I would commend them as true men. However, the moment they choose to unleash their wrath upon the weak and the innocent, they transform into wicked dragons, indistinguishable from the so-called celestial dragons. This thought, Mary fell silent, her compassion for Brian dissipating as she recalled the plight of the commoners in the kingdom of Rum. Elder brother, I understand now that to change this world, we must show no mercy to the wicked, for the malevolent will not spare you due to your compassion. Rather, they will exploit it. Your kindness should not be squandered on these sea scoundrels. Indeed, brother Noah. Noah proceeded to examine Brian's body and conducted a series of tests. Upon completion, he discovered that with the removal of the frontal lobe, Brian had entirely lost his emotions. However, the side effects were glaring. For he could now only act based on biological instincts. It became exceedingly difficult to execute commands with absolute precision, and his domineering presence had vanished entirely. Noah had anticipated this outcome, for emotion serves as the root of all biological behavior. Devoid of emotion, a being becomes but a shell of its former self. Yet, this was precisely the result Noah desired. He extracted a tarot card, revealing the Page of Wands from the minor arcana. The root of the heart, the crystal of illusion. Page of Wands, I bestow upon you a form. He pressed the card against Brian's heart, and in an instant, the golden flame-like patterns on the card began to spread throughout Brian's entire being. Brian offered no resistance, quickly becoming enveloped in the golden patterns, transforming into a golden cocoon. The cocoon started to dissolve. Brian's form remained, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. After a moment, Brian knelt on one knee. Master, your loyal servant Brian pays you homage. Do you possess all of Brian's memories? Yes, Master. Can you wield Haki? Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than Brian activated both observation Haki and armament Haki. What of your devil fruit abilities? That is also possible. Brian's body swelled, morphing into a hybrid beast form, specifically the leopard form of the cat fruit. Noah's mind stirred. Return. Brian's form transformed into a beam of golden light, coalescing into a tarot card. However, the image on the card had shifted from its previous appearance to reflect Brian himself, with a leopard coiled around him. The name had also changed to Page of Wands. Brian he referred to this transformed creation as an apostle. In essence, it involved the removal of the frontal lobe from a normal individual, rendering them devoid of emotions, and then employing the spirit of the tarot card as an emotional substitute for the transformed, thereby creating an apostle obedient to him. The excision of the frontal lobe was an indispensable step for the spirit of the card, as the inherent will of the tarot was divided into 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana cards, resulting in a minimal amount of inherent will insufficient to dominate a normal person with emotions. Thus, one must strip a normal person of their emotions to render them suitable as raw material for creating apostles. Furthermore, Noah tested the effects of Conqueror's Haki on the apostles. The results were underwhelming, as the core of the apostle's soul was a fragmented human soul amalgamated with the card spirit and the devil fruit. Particularly, the fusion of the card spirit and the devil fruit endowed the apostle with a degree of resistance against Conqueror's Haki, bolstered by the inherent will of the devil fruit. Of course, this also related to Noah's own will. As the master of the cards, his strength of will and intentions influenced the resolve of the card apostles. should the master be timid and fearful. The apostles would similarly embody that timidity that conquerors Haki proved most effective against those with wavering resolve. With the birth of the first card apostle, Noah comprehended the awakening process of the tarot fruit. As long as he created apostles corresponding to the 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana cards, the tarot fruit would naturally awaken. However, the task of creating the complete set of tarot card apostles was daunting. As the apostles could not be fashioned from just any materials, devil fruit users were the ideal candidates, and selecting compatible devil fruits further complicated the endeavor. Yet, should he succeed in creating an entire set of tarot card apostles, Noah's power would reach unprecedented heights. Following this method, Noah swiftly transformed Barton into a tarot card apostle. However, Barton did not belong to the minor arcana. He was associated with the major arcana, represented as the devil, Paimon. The raw materials for creating card apostles, as well as the apostles themselves, were not arbitrary, but stemmed from intrinsic affinities. Brian was chosen to create the Page of Wands because the devil fruit within him was that of the leopard, and the Page of Wands symbolizes mischief, with meanings of variability and passion, akin to the nature of a leopard. Similarly, Barton's exchange fruit bore a resemblance to the affinities of the demon Paimon. Acquiring power through the exchange fruit was akin to the devil's deceitful dealings with mortals. Gazing at Barton, Noah's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. After years of plotting, Barton had acquired a vast reservoir of vitality. Yet, this vitality did not significantly extend his lifespan. The human lifespan is dictated by genetics. Although Barton had gained the vitality equivalent to thousands of lives, his lifespan limit could only be extended to 200 years, beyond which it could not increase. Fundamentally, 200 years represented the upper limit of the human species' lifespan. This is akin to a bottle, where vitality is the water within, no matter how much water is added. It cannot alter the bottle's capacity. Moreover, as time ravages the vessel, its ability to contain water diminishes to alter the bottle's upper limit. One must change their genetics, a feat achievable only through surgical fruits. Nevertheless, even so, the vitality within Barton was an immense treasure. It could replace his own vitality during the cultivation process and facilitate rapid healing. Otherwise, how could Barton have transformed from a man who could not withstand a single blow from Sakazuki into a formidable elite rear admiral within roughly 5 years? At this point, Barton was already 43 years old, and he had possessed the exchange fruit for less than 8 years. The exchange fruit held additional applications, some of which even his subordinates, like Rudin, were unaware. For instance, upon the death of the trade partner, the user could not only designate a portion of their organs and vitality, but could even acquire memories. This explained why Barton could master the 8 gates, Navy 6 styles, Haki, and life restoration. He had gained these techniques by using his exchange fruit ability to covertly eliminate a cadre of the 8 treasures water army and 2 fallen naval officers. Barton, sell me a portion of your vitality. Certainly, master. You need only pay me a silver coin to AS. Noah handed a silver coin to Barton. A surge of vitality flowed from Barton into Noah. The dark injuries and fatigue throughout Noah's body began to mend. As if he were experiencing a long-awaited deluge after a drought, the dark injuries gradually healed, and the fatigue swiftly dissipated. This vitality was equivalent to approximately 10 years of a normal person's lifespan. Noah's observation Haki sensed every cell in his body rejoicing. The arduous training he had undergone paled in comparison to the heritage of established powers. Unbeknownst to him, he bore numerous hidden injuries. This phenomenon was a common affliction among many newly risen forces. The Navy and the world government had managed to suppress the seas for 800 years due to their formidable foundation and legacy. For instance, Whitebeard was indeed terrifyingly strong in his youth. However, the hidden injuries inflicted by the tremor fruit led to a significant decline in his strength as he aged. Had Whitebeard been affiliated with the Navy or the world government, his physique would undoubtedly have received superior care, along with access to a comprehensive array of martial arts, medical treatments, and secret treasures, potentially allowing him to maintain his peak for an additional decade or more. Now, Noah and his companions, utilizing the life force accumulated within Barton's body, could finally engage in their training without restraint. Nevertheless, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. He summoned everyone to gather. Once seated, Noah laid bare the forthcoming plan. His strategy was remarkably straightforward: to proceed with Barton's scheme to usurp the throne, making only minor modifications to certain details thus enabling Noah to take the reins. After all, Barton currently held the title of the guardian hero of the Rum Kingdom, and the Puppet King possessed a crucial leverage, while the Grand Minister Powell had become Noah's captive. Originally, Barton intended to have someone impersonate a pirate to ambush the Puppet King en route to a meeting in Mary Geos, subsequently seizing power for himself. Unfortunately, upon reviewing this plan, Noah discerned several issues. The first concern was that the escorting party for the Puppet King consisted of the East Blue Navy, which posed a risk of encountering the returning Carp. The second issue was that, although the king was a mere imposter, others were unaware of this fact. Should the opposing forces contact the world government via a din mushy during the pirate assault, Barton's plan would surely unravel, potentially benefiting others instead. The third problem was that, despite the Puppet King's notorious reputation, Barton enjoyed the prestige of being a hero. However, other nobles within the Rum Kingdom existed, and they would not be keen on seeing an outsider ascend to the throne. Consequently, eliminating the Puppet King would inevitably be a poor strategy. Noah's plan was quite simple. Soon, the group sprang into action. Within the palace, although the Puppet King often indulged in debauchery, he had a din mushy concealed in his sleeve, prepared for mutual destruction. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Noah, who played by his own rules. Leveraging Barton's hidden agents within the palace, Lilith and Ale, through the method of digging tunnels, silently infiltrated the restroom of the Puppet King's chamber. As soon as the Puppet King entered the restroom, still reeling from confusion, Lilith swiftly incapacitated him. The next moment, Ale transported the Puppet King to the underground laboratory, where Noah and Ale, without hesitation, severed each other's frontal lobes and then roused the Puppet King from his stupor. "Uncle, are you ready?" Uncle Joseph nodded. "Noah, I am prepared." "Barton, shall we begin?" "Let us make it quick." Barton gazed at the dazed Puppet King and spoke. "Give me your face, and I shall return your original visage." "Very well," the Puppet King agreed without a moment's hesitation. Exchange successful. In an instant, Barton unveiled a scale of exchange. The Puppet King's face reverted to its original form, while Barton acquired the Puppet King's visage. Subsequently, Barton exchanged the Puppet King's face with that of Uncle Joseph. The physique of Uncle Joseph was quite similar to that of the Puppet King, save for a height difference of 27 centimeters. Previously, Uncle Joseph would have found it impossible to impersonate the king. However, at this moment, he could, for Barton not only transferred the Puppet King's face to Uncle Joseph, but also exchanged the life force he commanded. This unique memory exchange would not strip Barton of his ability to return life, though he had previously been wary of his subordinates and thus refrained from employing this power on them. Through the life return, Uncle Joseph adjusted his physique and soon mirrored the Puppet King's appearance perfectly. The next step was to extract the Puppet King's memories and transfer them to Uncle Joseph. With the Puppet King's recollections, Uncle Joseph's disguise would be nearly flawless. Of course, Noah and his team still needed to address the final lingering threat: the impersonating Uncle Joseph, now the Puppet King, returned to the restroom of his bedroom through Ale's wormhole. With merely 18 minutes having elapsed in several concealed corners of the bedroom, a few customized din mushies were diligently at work in the town of Bluefin in the Rum Kingdom. Within a discreet residential structure lay an underground facility. At this moment, a middle-aged man, adorned with a specially designed collar, groggily observed the footage relayed by the din mushy. The images displayed the Puppet King's bedroom, and on the middle-aged man's desk rested a glass vial containing a piece of paper. Suddenly, a minuscule wormhole opened within the underground monitoring room, releasing an odorless, colorless gas from the opposite side. The man's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and shortly thereafter, he collapsed onto the desk. The wormhole expanded. Ale and Lilith emerged from the other side. Ale, intrigued, picked up the glass vial. "Is this the life paper?" The imposter indeed displayed some cleverness by utilizing a slave to monitor himself and leaving behind the life paper. He was evidently quite wary of Barton. Lilith discovered another imaging din mushy on the middle-aged slave. Upon activating it, the imaging din mushy projected the footage onto the wall. The image revealed the Puppet King directly, exposing Barton's existence and the Golden Pirate crew, declaring himself as a puppet propped up by Barton. Clearly, this was an unforeseen risk that Barton had not anticipated if the original plan had proceeded. Once the Puppet King's life paper was entirely consumed, the slave would have handed the din mushy over to Morgan's to ensure the slave's compliance. The Puppet King had employed both allure and coercion, but on one hand, he promised the slave a substantial sum upon his demise, while also keeping the bomb's activation code a secret known only to him. If the Puppet King perished, the slave would be free. However, to prevent the slave from taking the money and abandoning his duties, the puppet king left behind a letter in the royal treasury along with the slave's life paper. The letter contained a simple message to inform Barton about the existence of a den mushy. This meant that, should Barton read the letter, the slave's fate was all but sealed. Moreover, the puppet king had set up not one, but 3 monitoring slaves, ensuring that if any one of them delivered the den mushy to Morgan's, it would suffice. The 3 slaves were aware of each other's existence, but not of their respective locations or appearances. This created a chain of suspicion. Furthermore, the puppet king remained cautious of Barton's exchange fruit and had not re-established a contract for another exchange with him. Even if Barton were to eliminate him, he could not acquire the puppet king's memories. Alas, despite the puppet king's elaborate schemes, he encountered Noah, who swiftly dismantled his plans. Lilith and Ael rapidly stormed the 3 slaves' secret hideouts, destroying all the den mushies and life papers they asked for the 3 slaves. Noah utilized Barton's exchange fruit to trade a silver coin for their life force, given that these individuals had been pirates before becoming slaves. He showed no mercy. Were they innocent civilians without malice, Noah would have temporarily sealed them within cards, subsequently guiding and educating them to integrate them as peripheral members of the family, once all potential threats had been neutralized. Uncle Joseph, in the name of the king, commanded all nobles of the realm to convene in Sugartown for a farewell banquet, with less than 10 days remaining until the arrival of the Navy escort fleet. 3 days later, within the honey palace of Sugartown, Joseph engaged in pretentious banter with the nobles. After several rounds of drinks, Joseph quietly chuckled to himself. "Feast well. We shall depart together shortly." Suddenly, a group of infamous knights of retribution burst into the palace. "What do you want?" A noblewoman adorned with a black pearl sharply reprimanded the intruding knights. In the next moment, her head rolled across the floor. "Ah, you bastards, are you staging a coup?" Joseph immediately entered a state of alarm, roaring in panic. "Ha! Your Majesty, long time no see." Noah, having altered his physique through life return and sporting Powell's prominent features, bore a smirk of triumph. "Is that you, Powell? I have treated you with considerable kindness. So why do you choose to act this way toward me?" Joseph exclaimed with heartfelt anguish. "Ha! How utterly ludicrous. Do you truly believe yourself to be the benevolent ruler of the kingdom of Rum? Surely not. Do you know why? Because you have transformed into a tyrant, a despised despot loathed by the populace. Joseph's face contorted in disbelief. "Why? How could this be? This is impossible. My dear king, allow me to elucidate your demise. In your name, I have commanded the levying of taxes," recounted Noah in Powell's tone. All present were left aghast. "Ha! You are profoundly astonished, are you not? I have meticulously prepared for this moment for 3 long years. Now you may all meet your end." No sooner had the words left his lips than the chastising knights in the hidden Lilith surged forth to slay the infamous nobles. "Help! Do not kill me. Lord Powell, I am willing to surrender. Indeed, I too am willing to capitulate." Noah sneered at the gathering. "Do you take me for a fool? Having divulged my plans to you, I have no intention of allowing any of you to leave this place alive. Kill them." At this juncture, Joseph, accompanied by a few loyal attendants and a handful of relatively benign lesser nobles, fortified themselves within a room against the onslaught of the chastising knights. Just then, Barton smashed through the palace doors. "Boom! Powell, you treacherous scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." "Nanny, why are you here?" "Humph! Did you think that by colluding with pirates to lure me to sea, you could eliminate me? Powell, today marks your demise, pretending to be Powell." Noah's body suddenly swelled, and he engaged in a fierce struggle with Barton. They delayed, biding their time until the nefarious nobles were all slain, at which point Noah feigned defeat and collapsed to the ground. Pretending to be dead, Barton immediately unleashed his fury, annihilating the chastising knights present. The remaining dozen or so nobles, of somewhat decent character, breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, their gazes towards Barton were tinged with suspicion. After all, these nobles were not fools. They discerned that Barton had been feigning his efforts, intentionally allowing Powell's chastising knights to massacre the disreputable nobles. Indeed, as Barton produced the hidden recording device from the Honey Palace, the remaining nobles comprehended that this entire affair was a scheme orchestrated by Barton. Yet, upon witnessing the king's expression of contentment and Barton's deeply respectful demeanor towards him, the nobles were engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. Soon, the king, holding the recording device provided by Barton along with his self-incriminating video, announced a decree to eliminate taxes for a year, implement labor to alleviate suffering, and combat underground usury, proclaiming it throughout the towns of the realm. The hearts of the citizens of the Kingdom of Rum were swiftly turned in favor of the king. Powell became a pariah, while our King Rum ate, Joseph, and Commander Barton emerged as the great saviors. Thus, the entire Kingdom of Rum fell completely under the dominion of the Noah family, in the town of Sugarcane within the Kingdom of Rum. The local populace was spontaneously celebrating various festivities. The naval escort fleet, having just arrived from the Kingdom of Loguetown, along with several accompanying kings, were taken aback by the festively adorned port. Standing on the deck, Cap, indulging in a donut, scanned the port with his observation Haki. Failing to detect anything amiss, beside him, his aide Bogart produced a report recently received by the Navy and whispered, 3 days ago, a severe internal strife occurred in the Kingdom of Rum, where the Grand Minister colluded with pirates to massacre many nobles in Sugarcane Town and plotted to assassinate King Rum 8. But upon hearing Bogart's account, Cap turned his gaze toward Rum 8, who was on the dock. Joseph appeared to notice Cap as well, yet he remained remarkably composed, unperturbed by the notion of being seen through by Cap. After all, such perceptive abilities akin to the Red Counts are exceedingly rare. Moreover, those possessing such extraordinary observation Haki are unlikely to pledge allegiance to the world government. Furthermore, Joseph bore the coordinates of the Errate gemstone, but in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could summon Errate to transport him away. Quite impressive. This king possesses a measure of strength. Bogart nodded. According to the intelligence, the opponent is a fruit user whose ability manifests as an animal-type silverback gorilla form. Cap stuffed the remaining donuts into his mouth, chewing while cheerfully exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, who cares? We merely need to deliver these kings and the celestial gold to Mariewa." Meanwhile, in a restaurant at the port, Noah and his companions were dining in a private room that afforded them a clear view of the port's activities. He harbored no intention of engaging with Cap, for the two were fundamentally incompatible. Cap held no value for the Noah family in terms of recruitment, based solely on his stance during the God Valley incident. It was evident that his sense of justice was nothing but a farce. Were it merely this, Noah would not hold him in such disdain. For instance, with Sakazuki, Noah merely perceived a difference in their positions. However, he would not scorn Sakazuki, for he was a loyal dog of the world government, unwaveringly adhering to his beliefs. That in stark contrast, Cap was a quintessential two-faced individual. He professed disdain for the celestial dragons, while simultaneously protecting them during the God Valley incident. He claimed loyalty to the world government, yet secretly raised Roger's son, whose own child became a notorious pirate. Furthermore, during the South Sea baby incident, Cap displayed extreme double standards, passively observing the slaughter of infants by the world government in favor of Roger's son. In essence, how is he any different from the world government and the celestial dragons? Such a person epitomizes the mentality of a privileged family. As long as it does not involve those he cares for, he exhibits little concern, offering only feeble slogans. If he were genuinely loyal to the world government, he should have upheld that loyalty to the end, directly reporting the existence of Roger's wife and son. If he truly despised the celestial dragons, he ought to have stood idly by in God Valley or directly assisted Rox. Yet, each time, he acted contrarily. Then, in the Marineford War, he displayed an appearance of profound sorrow. Was all of this not the consequence of his own actions? From the moment he secretly adopted Ace, he should have known that Ace was a taboo for the world government. He had only two paths to choose: either conceal Ace's identity and arrange for him to lead a normal life, or reveal Ace's identity and promptly retire from the Navy, facing the future alongside Ace. Instead, he chose the exceedingly foolish course of action, informing Ace of his lineage while remaining in the Navy, ultimately leading to Ace's execution, after which he impotently raged. Was Sakazuki in the wrong during the Marineford War? The answer is no. Noah harbored no desire to recruit any member of the Cap family. One was a duplicitous two-faced man, another was a weak and naive fool, and a third was an obstinate libertarian. Were the five elders not senile, the monkey family would not survive beyond 3 episodes. Relying on such individuals to save the world is akin to appointing Buggy as the pirate king, at the very least. Buggy has consistently been a true pirate. It is not the sheer volume of one's misdeeds that is frightening. Rather, it is the ignorance of one's own malevolence. This world is not merely black and white, but a sophisticated shade of gray. However, The overwhelming majority of individuals harbor a disdain for masquerading as the white among the black. From the very beginning, Noah's objective has been to overthrow the tyrannical reign of the celestial dragons and to establish an entirely new world, rather than merely patching together the old framework. As he has begun to amass strength, he has set his plans into motion. Securing the Kingdom of Rum is merely the first step, as the sun dips below the horizon at the port of Sugartown. The Navy escort fleet gradually sails away into the distance, bathed in the golden hues of twilight. After bidding farewell to Uncle Joseph, Noah and his companions commence the covert consolidation of the entire Kingdom of Rum. Utilizing Barton as a visible pawn, along with the edicts left behind by the 8th ruler of Rum, the Noah family established an underground base in the northeastern region of Rum Island. Instructing Ale to designate a spatial coordinate within the base, they then split into two factions. Ale, Vic, and Anthony were dispatched to the Kingdom of Oikot in search of the Soundwave fruit, while Noah and the others remained to further solidify their control over Rum. Particularly invaluable was Mary, with her emotional perception and observation Haki, who proved indispensable during the family's expansion efforts. Many scheming individuals could not escape Mary's keen awareness, which greatly ensured the loyalty and purity of the core members of the Noah family. Even within the Rum Kingdom's military, ostensibly under Barton's control, numerous spies from various factions lurked, including members of the CP organization, domestic nobles, and even revolutionaries, pirates, and underground forces. Without Mary, identifying these hidden spies would have been an insurmountable challenge. Those confirmed as spies were clandestinely reassigned to Sugartown and Rum City, while Bamboo Sugartown and Bluefin Town were thoroughly cleansed to facilitate the covert development of the Noah family in these two locations. Furthermore, the over 200 billion berries that Barton had previously concealed were appropriated by the Noah family. These funds were not returned to the victims of Rum, as such a gesture would only foster dependency among the civilians and could lead to animosity. It was deemed more prudent to utilize this capital for a large-scale construction project, providing work in lieu of relief that, of course, for those unable to work, assistance would be provided directly through welfare institutions. At this time, the internal changes within the Rum Kingdom had not attracted much attention. This was part of Noah's strategy. He would not openly rebel until he had garnered sufficient strength, as long as he did not infringe upon the world government's bottom line and continued to pay the requisite heavenly gold annually. The world government, facing an increasingly unstable sea and burgeoning pirate factions in the New World, would be disinclined to target a compliant member state, in the southwestern waters, 355 kilometers from the Kingdom of Rum. An armed merchant ship flying the flag of the Rum Trading Company was swiftly sailing towards the Kingdom of Oikot. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from a nearby black, desolate island. Boom! Anthony, stationed at the lookout on the armed merchant ship, instantly turned pale at the sight and immediately sounded the alarm. Vic and Ale, who were resting in the cabin, rushed to the deck, witnessing the panicked crew and the terrifying pillar of fire in the distance. A volcanic eruption from beneath the sea. What should we do? Anthony shouted as he leapt down from the lookout, promptly instructing Ale, activate the wormhole in the control room and transport everyone back to the secret harbor of Bluefin Town. Vic, gather all crew members in the control room immediately. Ale dashed to the control room, hands clasped together. Wormhole activated in no time. Over a dozen crew members, led by Vic, swiftly entered the control room. Streaming into the wormhole, just seconds after everyone had evacuated the merchant ship, a torrential rain of molten lava cascaded from the sky. Yet, this was merely an appetizer, for soon a towering tsunami, over 100 meters high, surged forth, rapidly expanding in all directions. Upon their return to Bluefin Town, Anthony and the others immediately reported the incident to Noah. Upon receiving the news, Noah quickly summoned all members within the Kingdom of Rum, while Ale and Lilith were dispatched as a monitoring team to assess the tsunami's approach. The 355-kilometer distance indicated that the tsunami would still possess considerable power upon reaching the waters near the Kingdom of Rum. The southwestern region of Rum Island, with its hills standing only 20 to 80 meters above sea level, would be utterly defenseless against a tsunami of over 50 meters. Noah promptly tasked Barton with relocating the residents along the southwestern coast. Simultaneously, he received a report from Lilith via the transponder snail, indicating that the tsunami was moving at an alarming speed, now less than 200 kilometers from Rum Island, expected to arrive within the hour. He did not remain idle. Immediately, he, along with Age and Lillian, and the returning Ale, utilized the wormhole to transport themselves to a small island approximately 80 kilometers from Rum Island. This tiny island, covering less than several tens of thousands of square meters, was strategically located on the direct line between the tsunami and Rum Island, and Noah's intention was to mitigate the tsunami's impact as much as possible. Age, construct a V-shaped wave-breaking dam using graphite. Understood, Brother Noah. Age plunged his hands into the soil beneath him, and soon a massive V-shaped graphite dam surged forth from the ground, its pointed tip facing the oncoming tsunami. This graphite structure was only temporary. Should the user's strength wane or they succumb to unconsciousness, these creations would revert to their original material state. The graphite that persisted was not truly conjured by Age's fruit ability, but was synthesized from the free carbon elements in the surrounding environment. If the graphite fruit could create graphite out of thin air or transform non-carbon elements into graphite, its power would rival that of a world-ending force. Even awakened devil fruits cannot achieve permanent, spontaneous creation of elements or transformation of elemental states. For instance, Doflamingo's string fruit, when awakened, converts surrounding matter into strings, but this transformation is temporary. Once Doflamingo ceases to exert his strength or falls unconscious, the string-like matter swiftly reverts to its original form. At this moment, the V-shaped dam on the small island was rapidly expanding and rising. Meanwhile, Lillian had transformed her entire being into a flame form. However, her fire was distinct from the typical orange-red of flame fruit users. It was a brilliant blue-white. Merciless Sunday, the blue-white fireball, centered around Lillian, expanded explosively, its radius extending over 100 meters in an instant. Then, the blue-white fireball plummeted towards the ocean's surface. Sizzle. In an instant, the fireball's edge made contact with the ocean, causing the surrounding seawater to boil violently, reaching an extreme temperature of 2,830 degrees Celsius. A testament to the power of simulated hydrogen-oxygen combustion. Upon striking the central area of the sea, the boiling seawater transformed not only into steam, but also partially decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen, further amplifying the fire's intensity. In less than 10 minutes, a vast void spanning over a kilometer emerged on the sea surface before the small island. Lillian stood on the glassy, desiccated seabed, gasping for breath. Clearly exhausted from her formidable display of power, for one so young, it is an immense burden. Yet, at this moment, Lillian has fulfilled her task. The vast void before her is sufficient to trigger a minor tsunami. Transforming once more into a being of flames, Lillian ascended from the barren seabed, reappearing behind the embankment of the small island. In contrast to Lillian's miraculous display of strength, Noah's actions were characterized by a more technical finesse. He employed a combinatorial method, casting dozens of blank cards into the depths of the sea, instantly sealing the surrounding water within these unmarked cards. In an instant, a series of voids emerged upon the ocean's surface. Though the sea would swiftly rush to fill these gaps, the sudden emergence of such vacuums would cause the surrounding sea level to drop, resulting in a subsidence tsunami. These subsidence tsunamis radiated outward. While their power was not formidable, at most, they could raise waves of a few meters. Their sheer number was overwhelming. Waves of small tsunamis proliferated in all directions, soon colliding with the tsunami generated by the volcanic eruption. Although the tsunami from the underwater volcano swept away these smaller waves, its strength was incrementally diminished as the tsunami approached the vicinity of the small island. Noah stood atop the embankment, towering over 50 meters high, and assessed the situation. He noted that the height of this particular tsunami had dwindled to approximately 50 meters. Without hesitation, he hurled the previously sealed water cards into the air. Release, torrent. Tens of millions of cubic meters of seawater cascaded from above, crashing down upon the crest of the tsunami. Having rested for a time, Lillian transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Roar of the fire dragon. Columns of flaming dragons surged forth toward the approaching tsunami. The successive weakening of the wave caused its height, upon crashing against the embankment, to drop below 20 meters, thereby cleaving a significant breach in the barrier. After executing this operation to thwart the tsunami, Noah gazed at the tumultuous sea before him, his conqueror's aura seemingly elevated, his presence growing even more formidable and substantial. By the time the tsunami neared Long Island, its threat had diminished considerably. Although waves still towered over 10 meters, the residents along the southwestern coast of Long Island had already evacuated. thus avoiding any significant casualties for other areas affected by the tsunami. They could only rely on their own fortunes. After all, Noah's current strength was insufficient to completely eradicate such a colossal tsunami. The natural forces of this blue planet are indeed a terrifying force that ordinary people find difficult to withstand. On January 7, 1504 of the marine calendar, after navigating the tumult of the tsunami, Ale, Vic, and Anthony continued their journey to the kingdom of Oikot. Meanwhile, Noah instructed Lilith to accompany Lillian to the region previously ravaged by volcanic eruptions. The rationale behind sending the two women to the site of the volcanic eruption was clear at this moment. A landmass spanning several kilometers in radius had emerged at the site of the prior underwater volcanic eruption, clearly formed by the eruption itself. Aside from the solidified obsidian and volcanic rock, there were also considerable amounts of molten magma in the central area, continuously flowing from the vent, with bursts of scalding steam rising intermittently. A flame descended from the heavens, transforming into a girl clad in a Gothic dress, none other than Lillian herself. Gently flapping her wings, Lilith watched her sister stand at the edge of the volcanic crater with a hint of concern on her face. Though Lillian had exited her elemental form, it did not imply that the flowing magma posed a threat to her. After all, she had been infused with a wealth of scientific knowledge by Noah, along with various insights into the development of devil fruits. The strength of the Mera Mera no Mi within her had surpassed that of previous users of the fruit. Why did the Mera Mera no Mi manifest so inadequately in Ace? The answer lies within Ace himself. Relying on an illiterate individual to deeply develop the Mera Mera no Mi is akin to banking on winning the lottery to achieve wealth. Garp had entrusted Ace to the mountain bandit Dayton for upbringing. Ace's literacy was contingent upon the barmaid from Windmill Village's guidance. In such an environment, his ability to read and grasp basic life knowledge was primarily a testament to the barmaid's diligence. Conversely, Noah, while not a scientist, was a university graduate living in an era of information explosion, and as a science major, he possessed a basic understanding of scientific principles. The development direction of the Mera Mera no Mi does not lie solely in flames, but rather in the concept of burning. Burning, in essence, is the process of a substance entering a plasma state. The core of the Mera Mera no Mi revolves around simulating the combustion of materials. The combustion temperature of ordinary fuel in the air hovers around 600 to 700 degrees Celsius, which explains why Ace's Mera Mera no Mi failed to achieve higher temperatures. How can one enhance the burning temperature? The answer, naturally, lies in selecting more suitable fuels and oxidizers. This moment, the combustible materials Lillian was simulating were pure oxygen and hydrogen, whose combination elevated the combustion temperature to an astonishing height of 2,830 degrees Celsius. The magma before her, at merely over 1,000 degrees Celsius, not only posed no threat to Lillian but would instead be consumed by her flames. However, Lillian was not attempting to showcase her flame's temperature capable of igniting magma. Rather, she aimed to immerse herself within the molten substance. Once she re-entered her elemental mode, Lillian plunged into the volcanic lake of magma. Upon entering the magma, she felt no discomfort. Instead, a warm sensation enveloped her. Reminiscent of returning home, Lillian did not linger at the magma lake's surface, but, after gauging her stamina, swiftly descended deeper underground. As she delved further, she sensed the temperature of the surrounding magma gradually rising. It was only upon reaching the layer of 2,830 degrees Celsius that she truly felt the intense heat. She then began to utilize her unique observation Haki. Indeed, Lillian possessed her own distinct form of observation Haki. Initially, her talent for observation Haki was rather unremarkable, akin to Lilith's. However, after consuming the Mera Mera no Mi and heeding Noah's guidance, she integrated the fruit's abilities with her observation Haki, developing a unique variant known as thermal sensory observation Haki. She could perceive the temperature of all materials and detect fluctuations in temperature around her. This moment, she employed this ability to meticulously sense the thermal energy emanating from the depths of the magma and the source of that energy. Before long, Lillian discerned the presence of certain special substances within the surrounding magma, which continuously released heat, perpetually warming the surrounding magma and steam. Could this be the radioactive material that Brother Noah spoke of? The energy released from elemental decay is astonishing. Lillian attempted to simulate the process of elemental decay, hoping to further evolve her fruit's abilities. Unfortunately, despite expending much of her strength, She failed to produce even the slightest sign of elemental decay. Deprived of her desired outcome, Lillian could only make a hasty return to the surface. Bursting forth from the volcanic crater, Lillian was greeted by her sister, who had been waiting anxiously. "Lillian, are you all right?" Lillian shook her head. "I'm fine. I in my elemental form. Radioactive materials cannot harm me. I simply couldn't successfully simulate elemental decay this time. You mustn't act recklessly. Brother Noah has warned you that your physical condition is currently insufficient to support the elemental decay mode." Lillian could deeply empathize with this. Her recent simulation in the depths of the magma felt akin to encountering a towering wall. Of course, Noah had long advised against harboring excessive hopes, and his lack of opposition to Lillian's descent into the magma's depths was primarily to allow her early exposure to the conditions of the magma and the radioactive materials inherent within its essence. Clearly, Sakazuki had yet to fully awaken the potential of the Magu Magu no Mi. If one were to attain a state of complete awakening, they would gain the ability to wield radioactive attacks. With temperature limits surpassing 3,000 degrees Celsius, the upper limit of the burning fruit, in fact, corresponds to the solar mode. This development path was meticulously outlined by Noah for Lillian. The first phase involves reaching the limit of compound combustion for 1,990 degrees Celsius. The second phase entails elemental decay, first awakening. The third phase encompasses elemental fission, second awakening. The fourth phase signifies elemental fusion, complete awakening. Should Lillian achieve complete awakening, she would transform into a new sun. However, this vision remains rather distant for her at present, as she has yet to reach the combustion temperature limit of compounds, let alone enter the elemental decay mode. Lillian did not immediately surrender. Instead, she lingered at the volcano's mouth for over half a month. During this time, she descended into the depths of the magma daily, meticulously sensing the process of elemental decay within. Although she did not succeed in simulating the elemental decay mode, she gained numerous insights and revelations. For instance, she initially conceived the Flame God mode, a unique configuration utilizing solid fuel as its framework and liquid fuel as its musculature. Upon entering the Flame God mode, Lillian could transform into a colossal Flame God giant or form a Flame God exoskeleton, allowing her to swim and walk directly in the sea during this mode. Additionally, through her observations of the steam in the depths of the geological layers, she devised methods for the Steam Dragon series. Unlike the straightforward fire attacks, the Steam Dragon series focuses on utilizing high-pressure and high-temperature steam to incapacitate foes, sensing the difficulty in further comprehending the magma. Lillian resolved to return to the kingdom of Rum. Lillian and Lilith made their way back to the kingdom of Rome. Vic and Anthony finally arrived at the kingdom of Oikote on January 23, 1504. In the Eastern Sea, southern waters, the kingdom of Oikote bore the scars of the pirate attack from 2 years prior, still affecting this land. In the northeastern part of the island nation, the trade port named Maki Harbor saw a merchant ship bearing the flag of the Rum Trading Company gently docking in the harbor's mooring area. The port's constable, accompanied by several soldiers, remained vigilant toward the armed merchant vessel. However, upon Anthony presenting the official documents from the Kingdom of Rum, the constable relaxed somewhat, yet still insisted on boarding the ship for inspection. Anthony had no objections. After all, their purpose in coming to the Kingdom of Oikote was to search for the devil fruit, with trade merely serving as a pretext. Soon, Anthony resolved the matters at the port. That evening, in a room on the 3rd floor of a harbor inn, Anthony, and Vic shared their findings from the day. According to the divination by their elder brother, the Soundwave fruit was indeed within the territory of the Kingdom of Oikote. But the area was still excessively vast. Anthony furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the map laid out upon the table. This map represented the official layout of the Kingdom of Oikote, which comprised not just a single island, but a cluster of islands consisting of one main island, Oikote Island, 8 inhabited islets, and 42 uninhabited islands. The area of Oikote Island alone exceeded 3,000 square kilometers, posing a considerable challenge to their search efforts. After a moment of contemplation, are proposed, based on our elder brother's divination. This fruit should not have been consumed by anyone, suggesting that it is likely undiscovered. Therefore, we should prioritize our search for uninhabited islands. However, Anthony shook his head in disagreement, stating, "No, we should first search the inhabited islands. If the Soundwave fruit is located on an inhabited island, the risk of it being found or consumed would be exceedingly high. We must eliminate the high-risk areas first." are immediately grasp the rationale. That is indeed a possibility. I concur with the decision to search inhabited islands first. Yet, the kingdom of Oikote boasts over 30 towns. Sifting through each one could take an exorbitant amount of time. Vic gazed at the map, feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Anthony remained confident. We can leverage our identities. Moreover, given the aftermath of the pirate attack, there are numerous refugees within the kingdom of Oikote. We can utilize them to gather local intelligence. Early the following morning, Anthony, under the guise of an underground merchant, hired dozens of locals and instructed them to spread a message in the towns surrounding the port. Soon, a rumor began to circulate around Haki harbor. In the slums to the south of the port, a young man with a pompadour, wearing an old pair of glasses, picked up a potato when he overheard a conversation at the adjacent fruit stall. "Luke, have you heard about that matter?" The fruit stall owner, polishing oranges, looked puzzled. "What matter?" "You don't know?" "Old Jim, what do you know?" "Do tell." "It's about the merchants from out of town buying all sorts of rare flowers and plants from the port area. Whether seedlings, seeds, or fruits, they are all welcome." "Really?" "Absolutely. Just inquire at the port and you'll find out." "Rare flowers and plants. What are the buying prices?" "It seems to start at 100,000 berries." The fruit stall owner's eyes lit up, prompting him to ask, "I happen to have a peculiar melon vine at home. I wonder if they'd be interested. Oh, you wish to sell it? I happen to know someone who knows that merchant. But if the transaction goes through, I want a 10% commission." The man grinned, rubbing his hands together. The fruit stall owner appeared conflicted. Meanwhile, the bespectacled young man at the vegetable stall could not help but adjust his glasses, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. After 3 days of brewing interest, many individuals with intentions to sell emerged, guided by underground intermediaries to various trading points, or directly approached by R and Vic for verification. Although they did not acquire the devil fruit, Anthony did not dismiss all offers but selectively purchased several rare flowers and plants. The young thug who had previously conversed with the fruit stall owner continued to engage with others, oblivious to the fact that he was being followed, diligently working. While inspecting the goods, R suddenly frowned. Vic sensed something amiss as well. The two discreetly exchanged a few words in code before continuing their inspection. Although Anthony did not expect to find the Soundwave fruit in Haki harbor, fortune favored them. Luck is an unpredictable ally. On the 6th day, following the commencement of their covert acquisition operation, R and Vic managed to procure a devil fruit from a rural grocery store owner, though it was not the Soundwave fruit they sought, but rather a Zoan-type devil fruit. R casually transmitted the fruit back to the secret base in the Kingdom of Rum. Upon receiving the fruit, Noah identified it as the snake fruit, rattlesnake form. For the next 3 months, Anthony and his companions traversed the expanse of the Kingdom of Oikote until, on April 19th, they successfully acquired the coveted Soundwave fruit from a farmer on the northern Wind Island, a territory subordinate to the Kingdom of Oikote. Upon obtaining the Soundwave fruit, Anthony immediately consumed it, for this fruit was designated for him by Noah. With the Soundwave fruit secured, Anthony's party promptly prepared to depart the Kingdom of Oikote, setting their sights on the northern seas of the Wind Instrument Archipelago in search of the glue fruit. Just as the merchant ship was about to leave the harbor, a figure concealed in the shadows could no longer contain their greed, and, under the cover of night, swiftly infiltrated the captain's quarters of the merchant vessel. Gazing at the slumbering Anthony, the intruder brandished a sharp claw-like weapon, aiming for Anthony's throat. However, in the next moment, the assailant's eyes widened in disbelief. Their prized tin blades were thwarted by Anthony's neck, generating a flurry of sparks. "What sort of monster is this? This is bad. I must escape." In the following moment, before he could make a move, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by an indescribable nausea in his abdomen. Anthony turned on the light and quietly observed the bespectacled man convulsing on the ground. Commendable courage, yet somewhat overreaching. Vic, who had just entered, glanced at the man sprawled on the floor and shook his head in disappointment. "I expected a formidable opponent, only to find a mere kitten. How do you intend to handle this fellow? Let Mary take a look. If he holds no value for transformation, let him return to nature." Anthony nonchalantly determined the fate of the individual. Mary directly hurled the assailant back to the secret base of the Rum Kingdom, and the three of them set off without delay towards the Dominica Islands, situated on the northern side of the Organ Islands. However, the journey from the Oikote Kingdom to the Dominica Islands would span almost the entire length of the East China Sea, with a direct distance exceeding 2,400 kilometers. It promised to be a lengthy voyage. Meanwhile, on the side of the Rum Kingdom, Joseph, who had attended a meeting in Mary Geos at the end of last year, had returned to the Rum Kingdom over half a month ago. Upon his return, the momentum for reform within the kingdom intensified. Previously, Joseph had reservations regarding some of Noah's ideas, but this time he had become even more radical than Noah himself. This shift in perspective stemmed from his experiences during the trip to Mary Geos. What Joseph witnessed during his stay there illuminated a harsh reality. It was a dark and blood-soaked world, with the celestial dragons epitomizing the embodiment of evil. Even though Noah had repeatedly condemned the celestial dragons for their heinous crimes, Joseph had never felt it so viscerally until this journey, which profoundly impacted his inner convictions. Upon returning, Uncle Joseph not only demanded an acceleration of the Rum Kingdom's reforms but also intensified his physical training. Noah did not oppose Uncle Joseph's aspirations. Previously, Joseph's physical potential had been rather limited. Even after consuming the silverback gorilla fruit, he could not reach the potential of a Navy vice admiral. However, the situation had changed. With the presence of the Apostle Barton, he could continuously replenish his vitality. Even if Uncle Joseph pushed himself to the limits in his training, he would not suffer severe side effects or hidden injuries. As time passed, nearly 3 years had elapsed since Noah's rebirth in this world. The family had not only aged 3 years but had also undergone a tremendous transformation in strength within the training ground of the secret base. 16-year-old Noah stood at a towering height of 2.76 meters, his physique adorned with streamlined muscles, his long black hair tied in a simple ponytail. He had developed his card fruit to an impressive degree, and his mastery of the 3 types of Haki had reached new heights. He had even honed a series of advanced techniques, including life restoration, placing his strength at approximately the level of a quasi-admiral. 33-year-old Uncle Joseph had not increased much in height, reaching only 2.1 meters. Yet his explosive muscles and spiky black hair reflected his formidable capabilities as an animal-type silverback gorilla user, with mastery over the 6 techniques and life restoration. His armed color covering his entire body and possessing regular observation color, positioning him at the level of a Navy headquarters Rear Admiral. 13-year-old cousin Joshua had surpassed expectations, standing at 2.55 meters. With streamlined muscles and spiky black hair, he had yet to acquire any fruit powers but excelled in the 6 techniques and armed color, his observation color being of an extensive range, placing him at the level of a Navy headquarters commander. 14-year-old Lilith had reached a height of 2.13 meters, being a user of the animal-type Emperor Butterfly fruit, with superior observation color and basic armed color. Possessing knowledge of some 6 techniques, she was an outstanding navigator and family steward, her strength approximating that of a Navy headquarters commander. 11-year-old Lillian stood at 1.82 meters, an adept of the natural type burn fruit, boasting superior observation color and basic armed color, serving as the family cook, her strength around that of a Navy headquarters Rear Admiral. 12-year-old Green Mary measured 1.93 meters, a user of the superhuman type slip fruit, equipped with emotional observation color and basic armed color, familiar with some 6 techniques and short sword skills, serving as the family's intelligence officer and inspector, her strength approximating that of a Navy headquarters commander. 15-year-old Anthony stood at 2.22 meters, a user of the superhuman type Soundwave fruit, with intermediate armed color and intermediate observation color, proficient in all 6 techniques and swordsmanship, serving as the family combatant and chief of staff. His strength similar to that of a Navy headquarters commander. 14-year-old Tenny stood at 1.91 meters, lacking any fruit abilities, with basic armed color and basic observation color, knowledgeable in some 6 techniques and marksmanship. Serving as a family combatant and painter, his strength approximating that of a Navy headquarters major. 13-year-old Vic stood at an impressive 2.91 meters, lacking any fruit abilities, with advanced armed color and basic observation color. Proficient in the 6 techniques and having developed extension techniques, serving as a family combatant, his strength approximating that of a Navy headquarters commander. 13-year-old Airy measured 2.11 meters, a user of the superhuman type whole fruit, possessing intermediate observation color and basic armed color, skilled in marksmanship and some 6 techniques, serving as the family sniper and strategic supporter, his strength approximating that of a Navy headquarters commander. 10-year-old Aji stood at 1.8 meters, a user of the superhuman type graphite fruit, with basic observation color and basic armed color, knowledgeable in some 6 techniques, serving as the family shipwright and engineer, his strength approximating that of a Navy headquarters commander. This encapsulates the current status of the 11 core members of Noah's family. As for whether their strength might appear exaggerated, it is not. In fact, for instance, the runaway King Kobe under Captain Carp ascended from being a mere pirate lackey to an elite rear admiral in just 2 years. Even accounting for his exceptional talent and the guidance and resources he received under Carp, the members of Noah's family possess considerable potential as well, particularly after consuming devil fruits, coupled with the abundant vitality at their disposal. Had they not been underage, their strength would not have remained at this level. Concerning the accumulation of wealth and influence, the Noah family has completed its initial accumulation phase and is now entering a period of rapid development. Meanwhile, the newly recruited members within the Rum Kingdom are still in the early stages of training. These newcomers, primarily orphans aged 6 to 12, number over 200, although there are still some adult members within the Rum Kingdom. Their numbers total around 2,000, yet they remain peripheral members, unaware of the family's true circumstances. With over 200 billion berries left by Barton in their possession and the continuous influx of tax revenue from the Rum Kingdom and the Rum Trading Company, the family need not worry about financial issues for at least the next decade. Of course, while the Rum Kingdom is currently the family's largest enterprise, Noah does not intend to regard it as the main base. This is partly due to the fact that the Rum Kingdom is a member state of the world government, where many matters cannot be conducted overtly, thus limiting the scope of reforms. Furthermore, the potential of the Rum Kingdom is limited, given its constrained land area and the looming crisis of rising sea levels. Therefore, Noah must swiftly seek a more concealed and secure location to serve as the family's stronghold and retreat. He plans to remain in the Rum Kingdom until June 1504, which is this June, before taking a portion of the members to the paradise of the Grand Line, with his and his members' strengths. Entering the Grand Line is well within their capabilities, as long as they do not encounter multiple adversaries at the level of admirals. They should face no lethal dangers within the Grand Line. In the vast ocean, the only forces capable of deploying more than 2 admirals at once are, apart from the world government, the emperors of the New World. At present, there is only one emperor of the sea. Whitebeard. Kaido's Beast Pirates, Charlotte Lean's Big Mom Pirates, and the rising red-haired pirates have yet to claim the throne, leaving the New World embroiled in chaos. Entering the Grand Line now is actually safer than it was during Luffy's time. As long as they do not rush into the New World, they need not fear suddenly encountering the subordinate forces of the 4 emperors in paradise. Just as Noah returned from the training ground, Lilith approached his study with a document in hand. "Brother Noah, here is Mary's interrogation report." After sipping some milk tea, Noah opened the document, a look of surprise crossing his face. It is actually him. Previously, Noah had not paid much attention to the bespectacled man that Alii had tossed back. The reception and review tasks were primarily handled by Lilith and Mary. The individual mentioned in this report is none other than Haki, who later made quite a name for himself in the East Sea before abruptly retreating from the spotlight. Just 15 years of age, he was born in the port town of Maki, situated within the kingdom of Oikot. His father was a modest merchant, and both of his parents perished in a pirate attack 2 years prior, leading to the downfall of the Kuro family and their subsequent relocation to a slum area. After reviewing the report, Noah noted that while Kuro exhibited tendencies of ruthless betrayal, he had yet to fully embrace the cold-heartedness characteristic of his piratical past. Thus, he resolved to afford him an opportunity for redemption. No significant issues were present, so a reformation plan could be devised for him. What level? With A-class potential, he would initially be granted B-class treatment and training, with a period of observation regarding his progress. He should not be allowed access to the family's core secrets. Should he prove incorrigible, he would be dealt with accordingly. Although Noah recognized Kuro's potential, it did not imply that he would tolerate any rebellious behavior. If Kuro could not be reformed, Noah would not hesitate to eliminate him. Lilith nodded in understanding. "I comprehend." Noah recalled another matter. "By the way, Lilith, how is our covert recruitment of scientists progressing?" "It has not been particularly smooth. While there are indeed several renowned scientists in the East Sea, they are prominent figures within their respective kingdoms. Thus far, we have only managed to recruit a handful of second-rate researchers." Noah was not surprised by this. Those distinguished scientists either had state backing or were too proud, leaving the clandestine Noah family with little allure. That is of no consequence. Second-rate researchers will suffice. At worst, they can serve as foundational science instructors to cultivate our own scientists that in truth, we could covertly abduct. Noah waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Lilith. Though we dwell in the shadows, we must one day emerge into the light. And there are certain boundaries we must uphold. Fine. Lilith did not perceive Noah as pedantic. Some matters indeed necessitated a moral compass, and that was what made him a man worthy of her lifelong devotion. In truth, Noah was reluctant to adopt such measures, as the essence of Conqueror's Haki embodies the manifestation of an individual's spirit. The Noah family was currently in a phase of clandestine development. But that did not imply a lack of principles. For instance, both Moria and Crocodile, who possessed the potential for Conqueror's Haki, had lingered in the darkness for far too long, their methods becoming devoid of principles and diverging from their original intentions. Not only had their Conqueror's Haki failed to awaken, but even their armament and observation Haki had gradually regressed. If one strays from their foundational beliefs, their will shall waver, and their Haki may stagnate, deteriorate, or even vanish. Noah had never considered himself a denizen of the dark world. His objective had always been to overthrow the world government and transform this lamentable and desolate world in the turbulent bay north of the town of Qinghwayu in the Kingdom of Ram. One of the Noah family's secret training camps was established. Having just been released from the confines of a secret base, Kuro was brought here after changing into a new outfit. The individual responsible for the training camp at Turbulent Bay was Noah's apostle, Joao Brian, and this camp was specifically designed to assess a select group of undecided candidates. After reviewing Kuro's dossier, Brian did not intend to target him, but rather to observe him discreetly. After all, Noah had provided an evaluation regarding this individual. For someone as astute as Kuro, there was no need for other methods. Simple observation would suffice. Kuro was unaware of the existence of observation Haki. And should he harbor any dangerous intentions, he would certainly not escape Brian's keen gaze. Inside the camp's dormitory, Kuro, who initially feared for his fate, soon learned from his roommates that this was a secret training camp dedicated to nurturing talent. He adjusted his glasses with the inner wrist, his mind racing with thoughts, yet ultimately decided to remain still for the time being. The psychological trauma inflicted by Anthony weighed heavily upon him. The overwhelming defeat he had experienced and the enigmatic powers of the devil fruit left him feeling powerless. The fact that he could preserve his life was already a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. The next day, just as dawn broke, a shrill whistle pierced the air within the dormitory. "Get up! Assemble! Hurry, hurry!" Kuro, bewildered, hastily donned his clothing and followed several roommates to the training field. By this time, over 50 individuals had gathered on the field. Brian, with a smile, addressed the crowd. "Run 20 laps around the field to warm up. Let us begin." The others were already accustomed to this routine and began to run. Kuro could only go with the flow, joining the throng in their run. However, as he ran, he surveyed the entire field, and soon his expression shifted to one of apprehension. The field was quite expansive, with a lap measuring around 2 kilometers. This meant that completing 20 laps would equate to running 40 kilometers. Coupled with Brian's earlier remark about warming up, Kuro found himself drenched in cold sweat. That by the end of the day, Kuro felt utterly exhausted, while several of his roommates appeared invigorated. One of them, heartily enjoying a meal, remarked, "Kuro, eat more meat. Later, we need to head to the pharmacy for ointment, or you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." "Thank you." With great effort, Kuro forced down a large piece of meat. Feeling warmth spread through his body as he swallowed the sea beast's flesh. These consumed sea creatures were small sea kings and were highly beneficial for one's physique. After a hearty meal, Kuro, guided by his roommates, made his way to the camp's pharmacy to procure ointment that alleviated muscle fatigue and damage. This ointment was derived from a sea deer that had been infused with life force by Barton, containing a wealth of vitality. Though it lacked the efficacy of Barton's direct infusion, it had the advantage of not requiring frequent applications from him, thus concealing Barton's abilities. After applying the ointment, Kuro felt his body gradually rejuvenating, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. However, the evening was not yet time for rest, as the trainees still had cultural and scientific classes to attend. During his first cultural class, Kuro gazed at the dragon-slaying book in his hands, feeling a tempest of emotions surge within him, his back drenched in cold sweat. One of his roommates, noticing Kuro's panic, chuckled reassuringly, "Don't worry, as long as you don't speak of it. No one will know what you've learned. Besides, Much of what is in this book reflects the realities of this world. Kuro felt tears welling up, realizing he had boarded a pirate ship and found it difficult to escape. After all, once it was discovered that he had studied such materials here, the world government would undoubtedly pursue him without mercy. Yet, in his feeble and helpless state, what could he do but passively accept reality? Reminding himself never to divulge what he had learned here, miles away, on the Wind Organ Islands, an armed merchant ship, after replenishing supplies at a nearby port, swiftly set sail towards the northern Dominia Islands. A newsbird soared gracefully in the air nearby, suddenly spotting the ship. It flapped its wings slightly as it approached. Anthony casually handed over 50 berries, and the newsbird retrieved a newspaper from its pouch before taking flight once more. "Is there any noteworthy news?" Alii inquired, leaning against the mast as Anthony perused the paper. He replied, "Kaido has defeated the Kingdom of Prussia and pillaged their military equipment. It seems the arms market in the New World is about to undergo significant changes. Has he not yet become the Emperor of the Sea? Not yet, but it is likely just a matter of 1 or 2 years." Suddenly, Anthony's gaze sharpened as he noticed a piece of news in the corner of the paper. Vice Admiral Sakazuki has annihilated the Beast Pirates. This meant that the user of the Iron Fruit from the Beast Pirates was likely dead. Anthony committed this information to memory. 3 days later. While planning to dock at a nearby deserted island for a rest, Anthony surveyed the empty expanse of the sea before hurriedly retrieving a permanent log pose from the cockpit. In fact, not only the islands of the Grand Line possessed permanent log poses, the islands of the Four Seas could have them as well, though the overall magnetic field of the Four Seas was more stable. Thus, one can accurately navigate using a standard compass. Consequently, the utilization of permanent pointers or recorded pointers is relatively rare. However, the Noah family possesses a considerable number of permanent pointers, primarily sourced from sunken ships beneath the sea. Centuries ago, the exploration of the vast oceans was not as advanced as it is today. During that era, permanent pointers and compasses coexisted. The permanent pointer in Anthony's possession is one that points towards an island known as Barak Island. At this moment, the pointer inexplicably deviates from its original direction, now indicating the northeast. Anthony finds himself lost in contemplation. What is happening? Why has the direction of Barak Island changed? Anthony, what is going on? Rei jumps down from the lookout atop the mast. The location of Barak Island does not align with the records on the nautical chart. It now points to the northeast. How could this be? Rei is equally perplexed. What should we do now? Should we proceed directly to the Dominican Islands, or seek out Barak Island? After a moment of reflection, Anthony reaches a decision. Let's change course and investigate this Barak Island first. Okay. Soon, the armed merchant ship adjusts its heading, sailing towards the northeast. Unbeknownst to them, they drifted at sea for 3 more days, covering nearly 600 kilometers. At last, the armed merchant ship drops anchor. Yet, Anthony stands on the deck. A grave expression etched on his face as he gazes at the permanent pointer, which now points towards the clouds above. He retrieves his telescope and observes for a while, finally discerning some faint outlines amidst the clouds. Confirming his suspicions, Barak Island has been relocated by the Golden Lion. The Beast Legion incident 2 years prior had made the Golden Lion a target for the Navy, prompting him to abandon several islands he had previously moved to avoid a repeat of that event. Instead, he chose to repurpose some obscure, uninhabited islands in the East China Sea into new floating bases. However, the Golden Lion did not anticipate that the casually relocated Barak Island possessed a permanent pointer. In truth, Barak Island was once a renowned medical nation in the East China Sea 438 years ago, resulting in a plethora of permanent pointers circulating, according to the official historical records of the world government. Barak Island succumbed to a rare epidemic 438 years ago and soon vanished from the annals of history. However, after perusing Noah's annotations on world history, Anthony is aware that every 3 years, the celestial dragons engage in their so-called human hunting against nations that have not joined the world government. It is highly likely that Barak Island was destroyed by the celestial dragons. The Golden Lion, oblivious to Barak Island's history, assumed it was merely an island with some historical remnants and relocated it. Due to the fortuitous timing, Anthony plans to land on Barak Island to investigate the medical technology left behind by the Barak Kingdom. This, in turn, leads him to discover the location of the Golden Lion. At this moment, Anthony swiftly regains his composure, producing a transponder snail and dialing Noah's number. "Brother, There has been a slight mishap with the cargo. I need you to come personally. I will send REI to fetch you. Oh, is that so? No problem. I will be there shortly. This is a prearranged code within the Noah family, primarily designed to prevent eavesdropping on the transponder snail. Before long, REI activates the wormhole, and Noah emerges from the direction of the Rum Kingdom. Upon Noah's arrival, Anthony lays bare his discoveries. The Golden Lion is up there. Noah expresses surprise at this revelation. Initially, he had thought that after suffering a setback, the Golden Lion's location would become exceedingly difficult to ascertain. He never anticipated encountering him in such a manner. Soon, Noah produces a tarot card. The divination results materialize on the card at a 100 success rate. 62 for the opponent fleeing, 21 for defeating the opponent, and 7 for capturing the opponent. Noah remains unfazed by the divination results, as they merely serve as a reference. The future is not fixed. He quickly devises a strategy to elevate the chances of capture to nearly 100%. The merchant ship lingers for over an hour before setting sail once more, with Anthony and Vic resuming their previous mission. Meanwhile, on a nearby deserted island, REI and Noah emerge from the wormhole. REI then brings Lilith over from the Rum Kingdom. Shortly thereafter, a small sailing vessel appears on the shore. Lilith has undergone a transformation, donning a set of tattered clothing, embodying the guise of a female pirate, sailing solo in the nearby waters. 2 days later, as the Golden Lion and his crew descend into the sea to plunder, Lilith deftly appears nearby in her small sailboat, then begins maneuvering to escape. Observing the small vessel, the Golden Lion is determined not to let Lilith slip away, swiftly closing in on her. However, with her exceptional environmental awareness, Lilith skillfully utilizes the currents and weather, momentarily unsettling the Golden Lion. After capsizing Lilith's boat, the Golden Lion gazes at the surrounding tempest, a flicker of nostalgia and fury crossing his face, while he regards the young girl before him with suspicion. He grasps Lilith by the neck. "Do you know a storm is brewing here? Cough, cough, you monster." Lilith feigns weakness in her resistance. Ha ha ha. Very well. If you are willing to be my navigator, I can grant you everything you desire. Heh. Even if you are the Golden Lion, you cannot assist me. Lilith's expression radiates disdain towards him. Enraged, the Golden Lion retorts, "Are you certain? If you can deliver the head of a celestial dragon to me, I will agree to be your navigator. Otherwise, kindly let me go." Lilith's gaze is filled with hatred and fury. Upon hearing the request to kill a celestial dragon, the Golden Lion's doubts regarding Lilith diminish significantly. After all, CP agents dare not speak ill of the celestial dragons. Although the Golden Lion does not agree to assist Lilith in slaying a celestial dragon, he offers to teach her Haki and swordsmanship as a condition, effectively luring her to the floating island. Concealed several kilometers away, Noah perceives Lilith tearing the card in her possession, signaling her successful infiltration into the Golden Lion's pirate crew. Lilith does not possess a transponder snail. Her only assurance lies in the spatial coordinate gem around her neck and a deck of playing cards crafted by Noah. On the floating island, Lilith simultaneously showcases her nautical talents to the Golden Lion while masquerading as an ordinary person, seeking his guidance on Haki and swordsmanship. After over half a month of effort, Lilith's status within the Golden Lion's crew rises dramatically, approaching that of the second-in-command, the scientist Indigo. Concurrently, Lilith uncovers the Golden Lion's weakness, the ship's helm atop his head, which not only restricts his Haki power, but also occasionally induces states of confusion. Within a specialized training arena on the floating island, the Golden Lion elucidates advanced applications of armed Haki techniques. After a few minutes of explanation, he suddenly changes his demeanor, beginning to crow like a rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The opportunity. In an instant, Lilith unleashes her speed, releasing a colorless, odorless toxin from her body. Soon, the toxin begins to infiltrate the Golden Lion's lungs with each breath he takes. Within a minute, the Golden Lion succumbs to unconsciousness. The combined effects of the toxin not only induce rapid sedation, but also lead one into illusions, providing excellent sleep assistance. Lilith tears another playing card, activating the spatial coordinates within the gem of her necklace, and a wormhole materializes in the arena. Due to the training ground's concealed nature and Lilith's full monitoring with her observation Haki, the other members of the Golden Lion's crew remain oblivious to the fact that their captain has fallen into a deep slumber. Noah and REI leap through the wormhole. "Brother, the mission is complete." Lilith wears an expression that implores praise. Noah ruffles her hair. "You've worked hard. We will first handle the other members of the Golden Lion's crew, and the Golden Lion will be your responsibility. Lilith said okay. Lilith continues to inject venom into the Golden Lion's body, ensuring he remains asleep. Of course, she dares not immerse him in seawater just yet. Otherwise, the buoyancy of these floating islands would vanish, causing them to plummet from the sky. Noah, R., and the siblings Ajay and Anthony swiftly made their way towards the stronghold of the Golden Lion pirates. During this time, Noah's observation Haki was fully activated, pinpointing every individual on the numerous floating islands. In addition to the Harpy residing on Vermal Island, there were over 2,000 subordinates of the Golden Lion, with the Harpies predominantly inhabiting another floating island. Most of the Golden Lion's crew were stationed on Lion Island, the main island of the floating archipelago. Furthermore, several islands designated for breeding evolution beasts were also occupied by hundreds of pirates. According to Lilith's intelligence, the scientist Indigo and the red gorilla Scarito were located on this island. While the Fishman Swordsman was on Beast Island number 1. Noah instructed R and Ajay to eliminate the Fishman Swordsman while he took it upon himself to cleanse the entire island. Before long, Noah's observation Haki detected Indigo. He was aware that this individual could produce venom through chemical reactions and thus had no intention of engaging him in close combat. Before Indigo could react, Noah instantaneously appeared behind him, having taken advantage of Indigo's complacency from long-term residents on the Golden Lion's floating island. By the time his observation Haki sensed the impending danger from behind, it was already too late. Noah incapacitated him with a precise chop and swiftly sealed him away. Immediately afterward, Noah unleashed a powerful burst of Conqueror's Haki, causing a significant number of pirates to collapse unconscious. However, those who remained conscious were oblivious to any abnormalities, as the Golden Lion occasionally emitted Conqueror's Haki when he was unwell. That it was only when Anthony's sonic waves and Mary's slicing blades struck the alert pirates that they came to their senses. Enemies, fools, fight back quickly. You're dead meat. Captain Shiki will not let you off. The invisible ultrasonic blades, akin to harvesting wheat, felled one pirate after another. Mary glided through the air with such swiftness that her movements were almost imperceptible. And with her exquisitely smooth short sword, though she struck typically met with a swift demise. Damn it. The red gorilla roared in fury. In the blink of an eye, Noah positioned himself before it, concentrating his Conqueror's Haki on the red gorilla, causing its simple-minded demeanor to perceive an overwhelming terror. Before it could react, Noah flung a card enveloped in armament Haki. Like a flying dagger, the card sliced through the red gorilla's left knee at an exceptionally acute angle, rendering its left leg immobile due to a previous injury. In an instant, Noah's finger, infused with armament Haki, pierced into the third rib on the right side of the red gorilla. Internal destruction of armament Haki. The red gorilla's eyes widened in shock, its entire body feeling as though it had been struck by a hammer, before crashing heavily to the ground. In less than 20 minutes, the pirate forces on this island were completely obliterated. Meanwhile, the brothers R and Ajay swiftly annihilated several pirates on Beast Island, including the final cadre, the Fishman Swordsman. Despite the formidable prowess of the Fishman Swordsman, he met his end at the hands of Ajay, who controlled thousands of graphene threads, combined with the stealthy ambush of R, resulting in his capture. After cleansing the area of pirates, Noah and his companions began to assess their spoils, aside from the Golden Lion himself and the two supreme great swords. The greatest value of this floating island lay in the cultivated IQ grass and its research materials. However, the immediate priority was to address the slumbering Golden Lion as quickly as possible. Noah found the situation with the Golden Lion somewhat tricky. The only method to safely address the predicament atop the Golden Lion's head was through the use of the surgery fruit. Unfortunately, that fruit had yet to make an appearance. If the Golden Lion was not dealt with promptly, this immobile floating island would inevitably attract the attention of the world government, rendering the situation perilous. Yet, Noah hesitated to directly alter the Golden Lion, having seen no prospects for success in his tarot divination. It was crucial to recognize the strategic significance of the float fruit. Possessing this fruit would ensure the Noah family remained invulnerable. Even the world government would be incapable of encircling them. After all, the Golden Lion had been captured largely due to his reckless decision to confront Karp and Sengoku alone at Marineford. Displaying an obstinate refusal to retreat, in the absence of a viable approach to transform the Golden Lion, Noah opted for a relatively conservative course of action, since a complete guarantee of the Golden Lion's apostolic transformation was currently unattainable. Noah resorted to a backup plan. He activated a previously designated secret base, Sakasi's Island, or opened a wormhole for transportation, ferrying a portion of the IQ grass and the Harpy villagers to Sakasi's Island. Meanwhile, the evolution beasts modified by Indigo were sealed away using Noah's cards, and the smaller floating islands were similarly sealed. The larger floating islands were divided into several sections and sealed separately. At this juncture, Noah's card space limit had expanded to the equivalent of a cube with a side length of 3 kilometers, encompassing a volume of 27 cubic kilometers, sufficient to accommodate some smaller islands. As for the seawater and freshwater brought up by the Golden Lion, Noah allowed it to flow back into the ocean after sealing the Golden Lion. On Sakasi's Island, more than 2,000 Harpy villagers had accepted the governance of the Noah family. Compared to the Golden Lion's merciless demeanor, Noah at least promised not to coerce them into labor, as long as they assisted in cultivating IQ grass and selected a portion of their kin to join the outer ranks of the Noah family. He assured them a safe existence on Sakasi's Island. Though Sakasi's Island was exceedingly barren, this desolation was not inherently detrimental and was not beyond reclamation. Lilith and Mary managed affairs on this end, while also capturing the peculiar avian creatures inhabiting Sakasi's Island. The population of these strange birds was substantial, totaling over 1,300, with mature specimens being quite large and possessing considerable offensive capabilities, capable of dispatching unprepared ordinary individuals in an instant. Lilith employed her abilities to concoct a special toxin that, once ingested by the strange birds, would induce mild addiction. Of course, the strength of this addiction was not severe, akin to the effects of mint. Additionally, she prepared substances to induce itching in the birds and their corresponding antidotes. Secretly administering the toxin while having the Harpies provide the antidote, thereby fostering camaraderie between the strange birds and the Harpy villagers, Lilith established an aerial cavalry unit comprising 200 members. Centered around the peculiar birds and the Harpy villagers. In the realm of piracy, given the vast expanse of sea, the agility and maneuverability of aerial forces surpassed those of ground and naval troops. Although the maximum carrying capacity of an adult strange bird was only slightly over 600 kilograms, this limitation was not insurmountable. For instance, the IQ grass could facilitate the gigantism and rampancy of animals, resulting in a significant enhancement of their strength. To be precise, the IQ grass contained components that could catalyze the evolution of living beings. The Noah family naturally regarded the Golden Lion's ferocious army of beasts with disdain. However, the potential for gigantism presented a worthy avenue of research for the strange birds. In the future, the Noah family would undoubtedly attract scientists specializing in biology and pharmacology, thus advancing the research on IQ grass. For instance, the Iron Barrel Kingdom was home to many excellent doctors and pharmaceutical researchers. However, it was still premature to plot against the doctors of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, as the reigning monarch at this time was Warpool's father. And Warpool likely ascended to the throne around the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. This deduction was derived from Princess Vivi's recollections, as she accompanied Cobra to Mariehua for a world government meeting in 1512. During this period, Valpo struck Princess Vivi across the face. The conflict between the two erupted due to Kabura's public denunciation of Valpo's eradication of Doctor's plan. Clearly, given Valpo's temperament, it was inevitable that he would swiftly implement the eradication of Doctor's initiative within a year or two of his ascension. Therefore, Noah speculated that Valpo must have ascended to the throne around the year 1510 of the ocean calendar. Of course, Noah would not wait until 1510, for the Iron Barrel Kingdom possessed several valuable devil fruits, such as the swamp fruit, the mushroom fruit, and the human fruit in its ordinary human form. These fruits were worth his early expedition. Lilith, in addition to establishing an aerial cavalry unit, successfully tamed a portion of the hell ants underground on Sakasi's Island using a special toxin-like pheromone. The reason for subduing the hell ants was not due to their combat prowess, but rather their ecological role on Sakasi's Island, which was that of cultivators rather than predators. After all, apart from the flying monstrosities, the island was sparsely populated with large animals, consisting mainly of toxic sweet potatoes and bitter fig trees, rendering the thumb-sized hell ants incapable of obtaining sustenance through hunting. Consequently, the hell ants continuously excavated subterranean caverns, gathering leaves from the bitter fig trees and toxic sweet potatoes to serve as a substrate for cultivating several edible fungi. Through mushroom cultivation, the hell ants could maintain their population size. Lilith's sister, Lillian, had previously discovered numerous delectable mushrooms on Sakasi's Island, including cream mushrooms, honey mushrooms, beef mushrooms, and cilantro mushrooms. These mushrooms were not only delicious but also highly nutritious. Lilith intended for the Hell Ants to supply mushrooms to the Featherfolk village, while the village would provide the Hell Ants with marine beast meat. The necessity for marine beast meat stemmed from the fact that a diet solely consisting of mushrooms would hinder the proper development of the Hell Ants' larvae. To obtain marine beast meat, the Hell Ants would excavate ponds along the coastal rock walls, utilizing the tidal patterns to attract marine beasts and fish during high tide, leaving some behind in the ponds as the tide receded. However, this method of capture yielded only a meager amount of marine beast meat, which was another reason for the limited expansion of the Hell Ant population. Hence, through this symbiotic relationship, the Featherfolk and Hell Ants could achieve a preliminary form of coexistence. This arrangement would enable Secaucus Island to attain a degree of self-sufficiency, thus avoiding food shortages caused by unforeseen circumstances to prevent unwanted guests from entering Secaucus Island. Lilith, following Noah's directives, established numerous lookout posts on the island to monitor the surrounding waters. Simultaneously, with the aid of Ael's whole fruit, she transformed the underground caverns of Secaucus Island into a true subterranean maze, laying numerous traps within. Noah also took action, selecting several ordinary islands from the floating Isle of the Golden Lion, cutting them up and placing them on several small beaches of Secaucus Island to ensure that no mudflats were available for foreign vessels to land. Along with the aerial cavalry unit, the initial defenses of Secaucus Island were successfully established. However, this was not the final iteration, as the current Secaucus Island could only remain fixed within this maritime domain. When faced with the world government, it would be difficult to defend. Therefore, the future of Secaucus Island undoubtedly lay in becoming a floating fortress in the sky. Ensuring it would not be easily located or destroyed by the world government, as the preliminary renovations of Secaucus Island approached completion, Anthony and Vic in the Dominia archipelago finally discovered the glue fruit growing on a deserted isle. Concurrently, in the southwestern waters of the East Sea, approximately 1157 kilometers from the Rum Kingdom, a newly established pirate crew landed on a small island, committing acts of arson and pillage. Kill them all. Lads, bellowed the burly pirate captain with a maniacal laugh. Stinkweasel, with a face of dismay, overturned a basket of fruit, exclaiming, "Big Bear, this village is too poor. There's nothing of value here," gazing at the scattered apples. Big Bear also wore a look of disdain until his gaze fell upon one eccentric apple, causing him to halt in his tracks. Ignoring everything else, he shoved Stinkweasel aside and picked up the apple, trembling as he beheld the silver-gray vine pattern adorning its surface. Could this be the legendary treasure of the sea, a devil fruit? Stinkweasel, now upright, cautiously warned, "Big brother, this thing might be poisonous." However, Big Bear paid no heed and took a bite from the fruit. As the indescribable stench spread throughout his mouth, a morbid grin emerged on his face. "Ha ha ha, it truly is a treasure of the sea." After consuming the fruit, Big Bear cast a savage gaze upon the trembling villagers. Revealing a cruel smile in the next moment, his body transformed into a steel-like state, and he smashed a villager's skull with a single punch. "Ha! I adore this power." To test the fruit's abilities, Big Bear slaughtered the remaining 200 villagers. In the end, the landscape was left in ruins, littered with corpses, as the poker pirate crew sailed away. The following day, at the Rum Kingdom's intelligence organization, the distillery, news of the massacre in Red Maple Town reached them through the East Sea Times. Initially, the distillery's head did not pay much attention to the report, but with the issuance of the bounty for the poker pirate crew and the news of Big Bear acquiring the steel fruit being released by the Navy, Noah listened intently to Mary's report, gently tapping his fingers on the table. Has the steel fruit already been consumed? No matter, where are they located now? The distillery had discovered traces of the poker pirate crew on Aladu Island. Noting that they had secretly resupplied at the island's port the previous night before making a swift departure, have Lilith and Ael mobilized. I want them found, leaving no pirate behind except for Big Bear. Understood. Before long, Lilith on Secaucus Island received the notification. Ael took Lilith to Aladu Island, from which they began their search in all directions, with Lilith's swift flight and Ael's ability to leap through wormholes. They quickly located the poker pirate crew, though Big Bear was inherently brutal. Among his subordinates was Stinkweasel, who possessed a cunning intellect. Stinkweasel recognized that the massacre of the small town would draw the attention of the Navy and formidable bounty hunters. So he swiftly devised a plan to secretly resupply on Aladu Island before hastily departing to a previously prepared hidden deserted isle. Unfortunately, their sailing vessel was too slow, and they were soon discovered by Lilith and Ale. Lilith, are there any other people or newsbirds around? None. Then let us confront them. In an instant, Lilith gracefully descended onto the deck of the Big Bear ship, closely followed by Ale, who appeared behind her through a rapid wormhole jump. Both donned masks and white suits. The lookout clown was the first to notice the sudden appearance of the two, leaping down from the mast. Who are you? Are you from the poker pirate crew? In the next moment, Ale had already appeared behind him, thrusting a finger gun into the clown's spine. Thud! The clown felt his spine snap, and his body grew weaker as he cried out in terror. Big Bear, save me! A steel man, radiating heat, crashed onto the deck where Ale stood. However, Ale had already sensed the incoming threat and leapt to the mast. Big Bear, witnessing the fallen and moaning clown, could not contain his fury. His body rapidly heating up, and no matter who you are, today, I shall kill you. Yet, the response came in the form of Lilith's poison needle. Ah! In an instant, a multitude of pirate minions collapsed. Woman, you shall die. The Great Bear swung his searing iron fist, striking fiercely at Lilith. With her hands enveloped in Haki, Lilith executed a serpentine maneuver, deftly evading the Great Bear's iron punch, her hands transforming into agile, venomous serpents in an instant. Her fists landed blows upon the Great Bear's lower back and the nape of his neck. He felt a jolt in his brain, and his body involuntarily lurched forward. The next moment, Lilith delivered 3 consecutive kicks to his back, propelling him into the sea. The Great Bear, just regaining consciousness from the recent concussion, felt utterly weakened as seawater began flooding into his mouth. Rei, retrieve the Great Bear. Leave it to me. Lilith coldly gazed at the remaining pirates in a flash. Her Haki enveloped her short sword, severing the hand of the weasel who attempted a sneak attack. Followed immediately by a precise thrust that pierced his forehead. Executing a backflip, she unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp kicks. Secret technique. Meat grinder. In mere moments, the deck was strewn with dismembered limbs and blood. A pirate hiding in the back, witnessing this scene, was instantly paralyzed with fear. A demon. I want to go home. He then jumped directly into the sea. Unfortunately for him, Lilith did not entertain his desire for escape. A poison needle was swiftly fired, striking him in the back with blinding speed. The potent cardiac glycoside toxin rendered the pirate's body uncontrollable, and he choked on the influx of seawater, succumbing to a horrific demise. Those pirates hidden within the cabin were not spared either. Under Lilith's observation Haki, they had no means of concealment as the last pirate's head was severed by Lilith. Rei utilized his Haki and wormhole abilities to retrieve the Great Bear from the depths. With Lilith administering an additional dose of paralyzing toxin, the two then traversed back to the Kingdom of Rum through the wormhole. Meanwhile, the Great Bear ship sank rapidly beneath the waves amidst explosions and flames. In the secret base of the Kingdom of Rum, Noah looked upon the Great Bear, resembling a lifeless dog. With no trace of pity he instructed Rei to open a wormhole to assist him in severing the Great Bear's frontal lobe. Then he produced a stack of tarot cards, allowing them to select a suitable card. Soon, a minor arcana card appeared in Noah's hand, the King of Wands. The tyrant, steel symbolizes strength, and high temperature signifies passion. The fusion ritual was swiftly completed, transforming the card into the King of Wands, the Great Bear. Noah pocketed this card, along with the previously created wand attendant, Brian, and the demon, Pan-Barton.at present. Noah possessed 3 card apostles, equivalent to wielding the powers of 3 additional devil fruits that on August 11, 1504, in the era of the Sea Circle, the Noah family's place of origin, Starfish Island. The family continued to maintain several small enterprises on Starfish Island, while Noah, accompanied by Rei, leaped back to the island through a wormhole. However, they did not linger long on Starfish Island. Soon, they stealthily commandeered the Nautilus, setting their course for the Red Land. In truth, the entire Polaris archipelago lay adjacent to the Red Land, with the shortest distance between the two being less than 700 kilometers. The purpose of their journey to the Red Land was to reach the North Sea. In fact, traveling from the East Sea to the North Sea was relatively simple, as the two oceanic realms were separated only by the Red Land. The Vinsmoke family later traversed the Red Land directly into the East Sea using the Great Snail ship. To reach the South Sea and West Sea, However, one would have to navigate the Leviathan Mountain Skyway Canal, which posed significant challenges that, of course, those capable of traversing the Red Land were formidable forces, not to be underestimated. Upon arriving near the Red Land, Noah and Arei gazed at the towering crimson cliffs and the pristine white ice and snow atop the Red Land, realizing the daunting task of crossing this elevated plateau of over 10,000 meters. For ordinary individuals, the difficulty was insurmountable. However, Noah did not need to ascend the Red Land. The two spent over a week navigating the nearby waters before discovering several suitable locations. These sites were perilously located beneath the cliffs. Among them, the Tidal Sea, the Great Whirlpool, and the Ghost Reef Bay were the most treacherous. Were it not for the formidable prowess of Noah and Arei, safe passage through these waters would have been highly uncertain. After careful evaluation, Noah ultimately selected the most dangerous yet relatively concealed Tidal Sea. The Tidal Sea presented a funnel-like shape. During high tide, water surged in from the outer sea, and as the waves approached the innermost region, they grew increasingly towering, reaching heights exceeding 100 meters during astronomical tides. Conversely, during low tide, the sea level within the Tidal Sea would plummet rapidly, exposing numerous underwater reefs, transforming the area into a treacherous zone where vessels could scarcely navigate. Noah and Arei abandoned the notion of navigating the Nautilus into these waters. Instead, they relied on their abilities to reach the innermost part of the Tidal Sea, over eons of relentless wave erosion. The cliffs here were riddled with countless holes, resembling the cliffs of Circassius Island. This was also a reason for Noah's choice of location. Although the world government maintained a stronghold in the core region of the Red Land at Mariawa, it did not imply a lack of surveillance over other areas of the Red Land. Should a cave suddenly appear in the cliffs of the Red Land, it would be easily detected by the world government's patrol vessels. The Tidal Sea, however, had not seen patrol boats for years, and its cliffs were naturally dotted with caves formed by wave erosion, providing excellent natural concealment. The two found a suitable cave and commenced the construction of a secret passage. Arei, utilizing the abilities of the worm fruit, quickly excavated a tunnel within the visible cliffs. The extracted rock was directly transported via wormhole to a nearby trench, which constituted the basic principle of the worm fruit's excavation capability. The Redland's width was immense, reaching over 5,000 kilometers at its widest and no less than 1,000 kilometers at its narrowest. The stretch between the Tidal Sea and the North Sea was approximately 3,200 kilometers wide. Moreover, the route of excavation need not be linear, as Noah was still unaware of the conditions across the ocean. Should the opposing waters be calm, adjustments to the route would be necessary. Arei's digging speed was exceedingly rapid. With his stamina, he could excavate for around 3 hours continuously, yielding a tunnel with a cross-sectional radius of approximately 50 meters, progressing about 10 kilometers per hour. This meant he could excavate around 30 kilometers of tunnel daily. Given the 3,200 kilometers width, the task would take roughly 107 days. Noah, meanwhile, was not idle. Although the tunnel had been excavated, it could not be immediately put to use. The air exchange rate within the ultra-long tunnel was slow, posing potential suffocation risks. If the cross-sectional radius of the tunnel could be expanded by about 1 kilometer, the issue could be resolved. Unfortunately, such a large cross-section would not only risk exposure, but also destabilize the surrounding rock layers, leading to widespread collapse. Thus, Noah opted for a compromise solution. At intervals along the tunnel, he would construct oxygen bottle storage rooms on one side to supply passing family members with oxygen bottles, and even store some fresh water and food. Additionally, to expedite passage, Noah laid 2 stone tracks for the rapid transit of electric trains. These facilities and the tunnel were primarily for the use of ordinary members of the family. After all, Noah possesses cards for resource storage, while Ale can utilize wormhole jumps. Thus, the two do not require the supply station within this tunnel. The reason for the arduous construction of this secret tunnel, even with Ale's presence, is to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, such as Ale's sudden sacrifice or temporary unavailability, allowing the family to traverse swiftly between the East Sea and the North Sea. In fact, Noah has prepared several similar contingency plans. After all, it is better to be prepared than to face dire consequences when the situation arises. This is a scenario Noah has consistently sought to avoid. With the preliminary completion of the Tidal Sea Rockwall base, Ale has also established a semi-permanent wormhole coordinate point here. Currently, the maximum number of wormhole coordinates Ale can maintain is 8. Among these, one is set up at the Rum Base in the Rum Kingdom, another at the Ant Nest Base on Sycosis Island, and one more at the bottom of a deep trench near the Rum Kingdom. Together with the one established at the tidal base, for fixed wormhole coordinate points have already been utilized. The remaining 4 coordinates are reserved for Aile's combat and daily travel needs within the tidal base. In addition to the wormhole coordinate points set by Aile, there are also self-destruct devices and various defensive facilities covertly arranged by Noah. Time has quietly passed for over 3 months. After more than 100 days of continuous work, Aile has finally reached the vicinity of the rock wall on the other side of the North Sea. For the remaining kilometer of rock layers, Aile did not immediately breach through. Instead, he opted to excavate a narrow passageway, accommodating only one person. Soon, Aile successfully opened a small gap in the rock layers, but he remained exceedingly cautious, only creating a slight opening to carefully observe the surrounding maritime conditions. This location is situated approximately 150 meters above sea level, where the surrounding waters are remarkably tranquil, much to Aile's disappointment. Such a calm sea is ill-suited for an exit. Following closely behind, Noah, utilizing his observation Haki, detected no signs of human activity or vessels in the nearby waters. It was then that Noah and Aile, donned in black suits and masks, began their search along the coastline of the Red Earth continent on the North Sea. Their diligent efforts bore fruit after 2 days of searching, as they finally identified a suitable location. This site lies less than 80 kilometers from the previously discovered small exit, and the surrounding waters are home to a peculiar organism known as acid coral. Acid coral proliferates in this marine area, particularly in the shallow waters near the Red Earth continent, forming a vast forest of acid coral. This organism poses a significant threat to vessels upon contact with the coral. It activates its defense mechanism, releasing a high concentration of acidic liquid into the surroundings. Noah collected samples of this acid and discovered that it can erode not only wood but even steel. Given the density of acid coral in the Coral Sea, any ship that approaches is guaranteed to have its hull corroded by this acid. Furthermore, the high density of acid coral in the Coral Sea results in an atmosphere thick with acidic mist, occasionally leading to acid rain. Direct contact with these acidic liquids, mist, or rain is akin to bathing in sulfuric acid. With this natural barrier, Noah promptly decided to establish the exit on the Coral Sea side, filling in the previously excavated small exit and erasing any obvious traces. Redirecting took over half a month, but they eventually succeeded in excavating an exit within the rock wall near the Coral Sea. However, this exit was not left open. Instead, it underwent a series of disguises. By now, it was January of the year 1505 in the Sea Circle calendar. Having completed the construction of the tunnel between the East Sea and the North Sea, Noah and Aile, aside from returning to the Rum Kingdom to celebrate the new year, have been secretly navigating various locations in the North Sea. Their objective is to locate the surgery fruit, which may be found within the North Sea. According to the original timeline, Trafalgar Law's home kingdom of Frevans was annihilated by its neighboring nation between 1505 and 1506, and in 1506, Trafalgar Law joined the Don Quixote family. In 1509, at the age of 13, Law was taken away from the Don Quixote family by Rosinante, and that same year, he consumed the surgery fruit on Minion Island in the North Sea, based on Noah's tarot card divination results. It confirmed that the surgery fruit is indeed within the North Sea at this time. However, regarding its precise location, the tarot divination proved powerless, likely due to the strong will of the surgery fruit's devil, which inherently resisted Noah's divination. Although he could not pinpoint its exact location through divination, Noah had another method. Instead of seeking information about the surgery fruit through the tarot cards, he chose to divine whether each island in the North Sea contained a devil fruit. This needle-in-a-haystack approach has been Noah's task for over a month. Currently, the two have searched 21 islands and discovered a devil fruit on one of them, the ordinary zoantype Inu no Mi model, bulldog, which is considered a decent animal-type fruit. As time passes, their journey inches closer to the large island of Frevans. Due to Morgan's exposure, the plight of Frevans' lead poisoning has been brought to light, leaving the world government in a passive state. However, upon entering Barclays Island, the island where the Frevans kingdom is located, Noah noticed that the other 4 nations on the island were secretly mobilizing their forces. It was evident that the world government could scarcely wait to eliminate witnesses. Secretly infiltrating the kingdom of Fredericks, Noah and Aile observed the Frevans civilians on the streets, appearing like lifeless husks. They sensed that this nation had utterly lost hope, with many individuals resorting to self-destructive behaviors, drunkenly wandering the streets. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a white coat, hurriedly carrying a medical kit, jogged past them. "Dr. Andy, haven't you given up yet?" a drunken man shouted, his face twisted in mockery and despair. The doctor named Andy shook his head, replying, "Please do not lose hope, as long as we are alive. There is still hope that I will find a way to treat lead poisoning." An elderly man, his face devoid of life, weakly urged, "Give it up. Can't you see that the king has fled? Moreover, neighboring countries won't allow us entry. We are like a deserted island, with no chance to escape." Despite Andy's heartfelt pleas, the other residents exhibited no glimmer of confidence. Hidden in the shadows, Noah and Ale had no intention of intervening. According to the intelligence Ale gathered from the four nations' armies, their plan to annihilate the Frevan's kingdom was still about 2 weeks away from being set into motion. For now, the coalition was merely intensifying border inspections to prevent anyone from fleeing. There was no need to rush. Time was still on their side. After following Dr. Andy for over an hour, observing him attend to several critical patients, he returned to a small clinic. Within this modest hospital resided a large group of children, including Trafalgar Law and his siblings, Trafalgar Rami and Trafalgar Rowe. Upon hearing Law address Andy as Dad, Noah realized that this doctor must be Law's father. After covertly observing the hospital's conditions, Noah discovered that the children's health was severely compromised. Many bore white spots on their faces, indicative of late-stage lead poisoning. Given the current medical capabilities in the North Sea, unless they could summon the reclusive sorceress from Iron Barrel Kingdom, their fate was to await death. Of course, Noah's card sealing technique could temporarily seal these patients, allowing for treatment once a doctor or the surgery fruit was acquired. In the stillness of the night, as silence enveloped the world, the drug research room of Trafalgar Hospital remained aglow. Andy and his wife, May Lai, wore expressions of deep concern. "Andy, Law and Rami's conditions are worsening," Andy lamented, glancing at the blood test results, fully aware that the two children's situations were dire. Even if they were to leave the Frevan's kingdom now, they would likely not survive more than 3 or 4 years. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from outside the door. Andy furrowed his brow, his heart sinking. He feared it was news of the children's deteriorating health. He hurried to open the door. Upon swinging it open, 2 unfamiliar young men stood before him. "Who are you?" Andy inquired with uncertainty. Noah, entering the pharmaceutical research lab with a smile, remarked, "Dr. Andy, you must feel quite desperate regarding the lead poisoning. Wouldn't you agree? After all, discovering an antidote within a few years is nearly an impossible task." Andy instinctively wanted to refute this. Yet a trace of bitterness surfaced instead. "I truly find myself at a loss. Having lived in the kingdom of Frevan's for an extended period, the lead components have infiltrated our blood, our organs, and our bones. I do possess 2 methods to address lead poisoning." "What? You are a doctor as well?" Andy gazed at Noah with surprise. However, Noah shook his head. "I am not a doctor, and my methods do not involve medical expertise." "Not medical expertise?" Andy found this somewhat perplexing. Yet at this moment, he was beyond concerned with the nature of the methods. As long as they could resolve the lead poisoning, he was willing to accept them. Nevertheless, Andy quickly regained his composure, for he understood that in this world, nothing comes without a price. "Is there something you require our assistance with?" Noah smiled as he settled into a chair opposite Andy. "You are a perceptive individual. To me, your value is rather inconsequential. However, I admire your medical ethics, and this is also a means for me to enact my own will." "Enacting one's will?" Andy struggled to grasp Noah's intent. In times of hardship, one tends to focus solely on oneself. In times of prosperity, one extends their benevolence to the world. My purpose in rescuing this nation is rooted in my capacity to do so. Otherwise, I would not have come here. In times of hardship, one tends to focus solely on oneself. In times of prosperity, one extends their benevolence to the world. Andy repeated these phrases while sensing the formidable and profound aura that emanated from Noah. Beside them, Milai wiped her tears, pleading, "As long as your excellency is willing to save Frevan's, I am prepared to lead the collection of 10 billion belly for you." In truth, the common folk of the kingdom of Frevan's do not earn meager incomes. Otherwise, they would not have become a member of the world government. If these commoners were given a few months, gathering 10 billion belly would be relatively effortless. Unfortunately, time is of the essence. as the coalition from the 4 neighboring kingdoms is poised to launch an offensive against Freevans in 2 weeks. While the king of Freevans has long since departed with his close associates for a leisurely trip to the Iron Barrel Kingdom along the Grand Line. Before Andy could speak, Alii interjected, "I must inform you. The 4 neighboring kingdoms are tightening their border security. Take a look at this." He produced a din mushy and played a video of the internal military discussions among several kingdoms. After viewing these videos, Andy and Malai felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. How could this happen? We have already clarified the situation regarding lead poisoning with our neighbors. Have we not? Noah chuckled and shook his head. Naive, do you truly believe this is merely the whim of the 4 kingdoms? I have investigated the scale of lead exports from Freevans in recent years, which plummeted from 1,270 tons in 1490 to a mere 288 tons currently. This is the fundamental reason behind your impending annihilation. What? Andy pondered deeply. Lead is not only a source of revenue for the Kingdom of Freevans, but also for its neighboring states. They continuously derive substantial profits by transporting and processing lead products for global distribution. Yet, as the populace of Freevans succumbed to illness, particularly after the recent revelations regarding lead poisoning, many local miners have refused to continue extracting lead ore, resulting in a rapid decline in production. Losing such a vast source of income, the surrounding 4 kingdoms must impose internal taxes to maintain their status as member states and uphold the lavish lifestyles of their nobility. If they fail to increase taxes, the nobility would have to curtail their expenditures. At this juncture, it would only take a hint from the world government for them to set their sights on the Kingdom of Freevans. Should they annihilate the populace, the wealth, amounting to hundreds of billions of belly accumulated among the citizens of Freevans, would inevitably fall into the hands of the 4 kingdoms and the world government. Having absorbed Noah's reasoning, Andy and Malai broke into a cold sweat. Coupled with previous experiences, Andy became increasingly convinced that this scenario was highly likely to materialize. As a doctor, he frequently needed to procure medicines from neighboring countries. And while merchants from those regions had once been relatively cordial, their demeanor had grown progressively colder in recent years, even subjecting him to scrutiny and harassment upon entry. "Your Excellency, you must possess a means to save Freevans." "I am willing to offer everything," Andy pleaded. "I possess a unique ability that allows me to seal individuals. Those in a sealed state experience a cessation of time within their bodies. This is the first method, and currently the most viable way to save the citizens of Freevans on a large scale." Andy suddenly realized. Is this the power of a devil fruit? So that is it. This indeed presents a solution. As long as we can buy time until the antidote and medical advancements are achieved, we can proceed with treatment. Noah continued. The second method involves utilizing a surgical fruit. This devil fruit can cure lead poisoning, but I have yet to locate one. In truth, Noah had a third method, which entailed using an extract from IQ grass, combined with the immense vitality possessed by Barton, to stimulate the body's potential and expel the lead components from within. However, this approach would require a substantial expenditure of life force, and given Barton's reserves, it would be impossible to treat over 80,000 civilians within the Kingdom of Freevans. Thus, Noah chose the first option. While awaiting the discovery of a surgical fruit for a definitive cure, Andy quickly resolved, "May I inquire how to address you?" "Simply call me Noah. This is Alii. We hail from the Noah family." The Noah family? Although Andy had never heard of the Noah family, he was too preoccupied to dwell on that now. "Your Excellency Noah, how may we assist you?" "I intend to recruit you as doctors and pharmaceutical researchers for the family. As for the others in Freevans, you only need to gather nearby residents under the pretense of health examinations, and the rest will be handled by the family." "Is that so?" Andy contemplated for a moment. "I suggest starting with the remote Baishur village. The over 30,000 residents in the urban area would be easily exposed." The 2 parties deliberated for over 2 hours. While the dawn had yet to break, Andy first had Noah seal over 130 orphans in the hospital, including his 2 children. Then, accompanied by his wife and Noah, disguised as a caregiver, they swiftly made their way to Baishur village, located 11 kilometers away. In less than 3 days, the 13 villages surrounding Freevans City had been completely evacuated. At this point, only over 30,000 individuals remained in Freevans City, along with 5,000 in the mining town. Regarding the mining town, Noah did not plan to approach under the guise of free health examinations. Due to the direct control of this area by the king, Several hundred ruffians recruited by the monarchy served as overseers for the miners. In the stillness of the mining town at night, Mary, Lilith, and Age joined forces. Age unleashed a dense veil of graphene, swiftly enveloping the entire town in an impenetrable shroud. Lilith released a paralyzing toxin, immobilizing all individuals, including the concealed telephone bugs. Mary was tasked with scrutinizing each person. Those with checkered past were swiftly dispatched, while those deemed less problematic were teleported by or back to a temporary underground cavern, where they were sealed away by Noah. After 2 days, the entire mining town was cleared, with over 536 overseers, henchmen, and managers with severe issues eliminated by Mary. Meanwhile, in the city of Provence, Noah and Andy swiftly sealed off a portion of the single or solitary populace. Once Mary concluded her operations in the mining town, Noah, accompanied by family members, commenced full management of the city to prevent the leakage of secrets. Age's cloud of graphene completely enveloped the entire city. The king's army and some royal attendants left behind in the palace were subdued by Noah and Lilith at the first opportunity. Those with dubious histories were dealt with, while the innocent were sealed on the spot. In less than 3 days, the entire city of Provence was evacuated, with every valuable piece of gold, silver, jewelry, and berries thoroughly plundered by Noah's family. After an initial tally, it was revealed that this operation yielded a total of 83.6 billion berries in cash and approximately 160 billion in gold and silver jewels, despite a significant portion of the treasure having been taken by King Provence III, which could have easily doubled the haul otherwise. On February 8, 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, as the coalition of 4 nations surged fiercely across the borders of Provence, Noah's family had already departed 5 days prior with the civilians of Provence and over 2 trillion in treasure. This event astonished the world government, which had been secretly instigating matters, even alarming the 5 elders in Mary Joa. Amidst the power struggles, the 5 elders listened to the report from the telephone bug overseen by CP6. Although their faces remained impassive, their eyes betrayed surprise and contemplation. Legal Marshal God Topman, Watchley Saint, turned to the others. What are your thoughts? It must have involved the transfer through some devil fruit ability. However, the lead disease is not easily treatable. We should keep an eye on the Iron Barrel Kingdom. If they seek treatment for the lead disease, they will most likely head there. Scientific Defense Marshal God Jagaruja Satan Saint analyzed. Legal Marshal God Topman Watchley Saint continued. How should we characterize the situation in the Provence Kingdom? Environmental Marshal God Marcus Maz Saint proposed. We could announce that a massive explosion occurred in the mining area, releasing a significant amount of lead dust, resulting in the annihilation of the Provence Kingdom, while simultaneously sealing off the region for 50 years. How does that sound? Agreed. As for the secretively fleeing Provence citizens, once their locations were confirmed, an extermination order would be immediately enacted to eliminate them all. Agreed. Soon, the world government published an official announcement regarding the characterization of the Provence Kingdom incident through their state-run newspaper. Although some astute individuals sensed an underlying deceit, the world government's 800 years of authority and control over information channels left no one daring to publicly question it, not even Morgans, who received a warning. In the North Sea, in the Lebunier Kingdom, the homeland of the boastful Roland, in a secluded coastal villa, Andy and Malai were anxiously engaged in treatment, having spent 3 days in a temporary infirmary. During this time, Noah first infused Andy with approximately 50 years' worth of vitality, followed by a small dose of IQ extraction fluid. After 3 days of exposure to the IQ components, Andy's immune system became exceedingly active, akin to that of a bat able to resist various viruses, with his body temperature soaring to 42 degrees Celsius. If a normal person were to endure a high temperature of 42 degrees Celsius for 3 days and nights, they would have long since succumbed to insanity. However, the combination of the IQ components and the substantial vitality support allowed Andy not only to withstand the high temperature, but also to successfully expel accumulated lead substances from his body at the cost of rapid metabolism and significant vitality consumption. With the first successful case in hand, Andy swiftly revised some protocols, such as increasing nutritional supplements and potassium salt solutions to enhance the body's self-recovery while expediting the expulsion of lead from the body. Malai completed her detoxification and self-repair in just 53 hours. Unfortunately, both were acutely aware that such a regimen could only be employed for a select few, as treating one individual required approximately 50 years of vitality. which was exceedingly extravagant. Given the scale of the Provence exiles, it was impossible to implement this approach universally. Andy even refrained from suggesting to Noah the use of this method to treat the two children, as his medical ethics forbade him from making such a request. The couple could utilize this method for their own treatment, as it was essential for their survival, whether consuming surgical fruit or developing other treatment options. They needed to continually strive, so neither could afford to perish. Nevertheless, Noah ensured the couple provided treatment for Luo in advance. The reason was simple. Noah needed Luo to attract the surgical fruit. As the original timeline's user of the surgical fruit, Luo's relationship with the fruit was one of mutual selection. To ignite Luo's desire for the surgical fruit, Noah informed him of the ailments afflicting his sister Lami and many orphan companions, emphasizing that only the surgical fruit could fully heal them. After staying in the Loguetown kingdom for over half a month, Luo both learned medicine from his parents and martial arts and Haki from Noah. Of course, Noah did not neglect ideological education, imparting not only the 5 volumes of dragon-slaying techniques, but also integrating the harsh realities of the Provence kingdom to further clarify for Luo the irredeemable nature of this world and the celestial dragons and nobility. Aboard the Nautilus, Luo closed his eyes, his head bandaged. "Are responsible for striking bamboo strips?" cheerfully asked. "Luo, do you want to take a break? I can still endure." Luo shouted defiantly. Smack. "Ah, you got distracted at this moment." Andy and Malai were not present on the Nautilus. Both had been assigned to the island of Circassus to study IQ grass and other medicines. Noah marked another island off the map, clearly indicating it was yet another island devoid of devil fruits. Time slipped away unnoticed, and over 2 months passed. The turbulence surrounding the Provence incident gradually submerged beneath the waves of time. Meanwhile, the CP6 agents lurking in the Iron Barrel Kingdom had also been sitting on the sidelines for over 2 months. However, these agents had not given up and continued to remain hidden locally. That on a particular midday, to evade a massive iceberg at sea, the Nautilus altered its course toward the island before them. "Brother, there's a small village on the other side of this island." Noah's gaze flickered slightly as he replied, "I know. This island also harbors a devil fruit." The devil fruit. I was not particularly surprised, for during the past 2 months, they had discovered a devil fruit on a deserted island, specifically the ordinary zoan-type sheep fruit in its sheep form. Currently, the Noah family possessed several unconsumed fruits, including the carp fruit, red fox fruit, rattlesnake fruit, goof fruit, bully dog fruit, and sheep fruit, the majority being zoan-type. "Are we going treasure hunting again?" Luo asked excitedly. "Don't be careless. Let us go ashore," Noah reminded, then stowed away the Nautilus and landed with R and Luo. The residents of this small island were on the opposite side, and Noah remained vigilant, closely observing his surroundings with observation Haki. Thus, their landing went unnoticed by the locals. After traversing mountains and forests in search of treasure for an entire day, they failed to find the fabled devil fruit, yet the trio remained remarkably composed. The following day, they continued their quest until they reached the outskirts of a village, amidst a vast peach orchard. Law spotted a red, heart-shaped fruit adorned with intricate vine patterns, characteristics that unmistakably identified it as the surgery fruit he had long coveted. He hastily summoned Noah and Arai. Upon seeing the fruit, Noah instantly recognized it as the surgery fruit. Law consumed the fruit, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Would it not be more expedient for his father to consume it and swiftly gain the abilities necessary to save others? "Your father is unsuitable for this fruit. Do you not think that saving Lami with your own hands would hold greater significance?" Noah's persuasive words swiftly solidified Law's resolve, prompting him to devour the surgery fruit. Although aware that devil fruits are notoriously unpalatable, Law evidently underestimated its foul taste. No sooner had he swallowed the entire fruit than he collapsed onto the ground, retching. "Ugh, it tastes horrendous." Noah casually plucked several peaches for Law and nonchalantly placed a 500 belly coin against the tree trunk. Their arrival had been silent, and their departure equally so. With the acquisition of the surgery fruit, Noah and his companions piloted the Nautilus, continuing their submerged journey in the North Sea, due to the presence of the Arctic Circle and the polar ice cap. The northern regions of the North Sea were predominantly blanketed in ice, with climate conditions akin to those of Magnetic Drum Island in the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Navigating these waters, the Nautilus encountered numerous obstacles, including underwater icebergs and treacherous currents. After passing Labrador Island and venturing further north, they found themselves beyond the reach of the world government's affiliated nations, as the Arctic region was largely barren. Inhabited by small hunting and fishing tribes. Among them, the famous Imoski people were renowned for their fishing and hunting prowess. Noah, accompanied by Law and Arai, visited several small Imoski tribes before altering their course southwest. Half a month later, they arrived at Seagull Island, where they discovered the lost fur tribe child, Bipo, along with several other orphans, including Pekin and Shachi, who would later become members of the Heart Pirates. Over the course of the past month, Law had grown increasingly adept at wielding the powers of the surgery fruit. Especially with Noah's guidance, Law's development of the fruit's capabilities progressed more swiftly and comprehensively than it would have in the original timeline. After all, the concepts involved with the surgery fruit pertained to surgery and surgical techniques, areas in which Noah could provide an abundance of insightful references. For instance, the directions of X-rays, ultrasound, nuclear magnetic resonance. Proton-heavy ions and gamma rays were all critical. Without prior exposure to these medical technologies, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Law to develop related derivative abilities. However, with Noah's insights, the outcome was markedly different. Although Law's stamina at that moment was insufficient to support his utilization of derivative abilities such as X-ray, gamma ray, or proton-heavy ion, he was able to preliminarily employ the derivative abilities of nuclear magnetic resonance and ultrasound. In the northern wastelands of Seagull Island, Law utilized ultrasound in conjunction with his recently awakened observation Haki to swiftly evade Arai's assaults. Even with the unique spatial capabilities afforded by the surgery fruit's operating room, allowing Law to maneuver within a limited range, he still could not entirely evade Arai's attacks. Breathless, Law was acutely aware of his limitations. Stamina was the foundation of fruit abilities, lacking sufficient physical strength. Even the mightiest of devil fruit powers would falter. This truth was evident from the applications of the Flame fruit by Ace and Sabo. Furthermore, the disparity in observation Haki was another reason Law could not evade Arai's strikes. Meanwhile, not far away, Bipo, Pekin, Shachi, and the others were also honing their martial arts. Noah, on the other hand, was in the subterranean depths of Seagull Island, utilizing the caverns excavated by Arai to establish a temporary base. While the majority of Noah's family's strength resided in the East Blue, it did not signify a relinquishment of their interests in the other three seas at that moment. Noah and Aji were experimenting with a unique device. Atop the rocky summit above the cavern, a dozen dead trees grew amidst the crevices of the stones that a closer inspection revealed that the surfaces of these dead trees were densely covered with tiny black crystals. These were modified graphene crystals created by Aji, designed to absorb surrounding electromagnetic wave signals, which would then transmit the received signals down into the underground cavern through a specially cultivated breed of telephone worms. This information would be decrypted. In fact, to cultivate these specialized decoding telephone worms, Noah's family had sacrificed several hundred ordinary telephone worms and expended a considerable amount of IQ components and vitality to successfully raise a dozen of these covert telephone worms. The first telephone listening station was established on Sakasi's Island, while Seagull Island served as the second. With the lines established, Aji and several newly inducted members of Noah's family began their intensive testing. This covert operation was not conducted blindly. It required meticulous planning and skill. IT could be divided into 6 offices: number locking, relationship mapping, hierarchical targeting, dedicated surveillance, information analysis, and overall coordination for ordinary factions telephone worm communications. The listening station would not focus its attention on them. Rather, it was the world government, CP organization, navy, regional hegemons, revolutionary army, and notorious pirates that needed close monitoring. For instance, in the North Sea, the first batch of targets selected by Noah for focused surveillance included the Vinsmoke family, the Don Quixote family, and Vice Admiral Garpita AS. For how to ascertain these factions' telephone numbers, the answer lay in keyword monitoring. For example, concerning the Don Quixote family, based on Noah's information, if any party involved in a telephone conversation mentioned terms such as Doflamingo, Young Master, Don Quixote, Pica, Diamante, or Torpole, the recorder would preliminarily lock onto that number and continue monitoring for a period until the identity of the owner behind it could be confirmed. Although there existed anti-eavesdropping telephone worms in the pirate world, their widespread application was limited due to production constraints and strict governmental oversight. Moreover, many factions rarely utilized anti-eavesdropping telephone worms in their daily communications. This provided Noah's family with the opportunity to intercept their conversations. Indeed, on the fourth morning after the listening station on Seagull Island became operational, they intercepted a signal emanating from the Navy's telephone worms. Initially, the recorder did not identify any issues. It was not until the content of the telephone signal discussed the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Garp and referenced terms like young master and family that the recorder took notice. Soon, through continuous monitoring of these two numbers, the entire telephone worm network of the Don Quixote family was rapidly pinpointed, including a portion of the underground factions in the North Sea. Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, who was evading Vice Admiral Garp's pursuit, his telephone number had been locked onto. The listening station recorded some valuable intelligence. As Noah perused this information, he suddenly stumbled upon a particularly significant detail. Recording time, see circle calendar, communication parties, Doflamingo and Diamante. Transcript: a suspected devil fruit user, a girl with the potential of the snow fruit, was discovered on the Anguapo Islands. Could it be Monet and Sugar? Noah mused, glancing at the North Sea map and noting that Anguapo Islands were not too distant from Seagull Island, approximately 976 kilometers away. He then recalled information regarding Monet and Sugar. The year was 1505. Monet should be 13 years old, while Sugar was 5 to 8 this time. Monet had consumed the snow fruit, whereas Sugar had presumably not, due to a unique characteristic of the childlike fruit, the moment one consumes it. Their physical age becomes fixed on the original timeline. Sugar's body age was 10 years. This implies that Sugar must have ingested the childlike fruit at the age of 10, that although Noah did not consume the childlike fruit, he had no intention of surrendering the two to Doflamingo. Currently, Doflamingo and his family members were evading the pursuit of Crane and lacked the time to search for the Monet sisters. Presenting Noah with an opportune moment, Noah swiftly instructed Arai and the others to set sail. Soon, the Thousand Sunny was racing towards the Angaboa Islands. A few days later, on one of the inhabited islands of the Angaboa archipelago, Noah and his companions disguised themselves as merchants and entered a tavern in a small town. The bartender poured Noah a glass of rum and half-jokingly remarked, "This gentleman seems somewhat unfamiliar. He must not be one of us from the Angaboa kingdom, right?" "Huh. Keen observation," Noah replied, casually placing a silver coin on the counter. Observing this, the bartender's smile brightened further as he discreetly accepted the coin. Saying, "Sir, may I inquire what information you seek?" Noah inquired about a renowned gin distillery in Angaboa, asking, if I wished to purchase gin from them, what preparations would be necessary. The bartender shook his head. "You are too late, sir. That distillery has already been acquired. The previous owner was reportedly killed by pirates." Noah was well aware of this event, and even knew that the owner had been clandestinely eliminated by Diamante. Intending to annex the distillery, though it has indeed been purchased, that poses quite a dilemma. Are there many pirates near the Angaboa kingdom? The bartender offered a bitter smile. Indeed, there has been a notable increase in pirates over the past few years, with even two small towns being obliterated by their raids. These wretched sea scum are utterly unrestrained. Noah could not help but voice his disdain. The bartender echoed his sentiments. Indeed, however, these pirates will inevitably face retribution. Just half a month ago, a pirate crew was exterminated on Macate Island by a snow demon, frozen solid into ice sculptures. Snow demon? What is that? Noah inquired. That I am not entirely sure. I only heard a few passing merchants mention it. This year, several pirate ships have been attacked near the islands around Macate, and those slain have turned into ice sculptures. Understanding the implications, Noah resolved to steer clear of that island to avoid an encounter with the snow demon. Having garnered the information he sought, Noah promptly departed from the tavern and hurried his companions towards Macate Island. Meanwhile, Diamante, accompanied by several peripheral members of the Don Quixote family, was covertly searching for the so-called snow demon on Macate Island. Unfortunately, Diamante's observation Haki range was too limited, and with insufficient manpower for a grand operation, the search progressed at a glacial pace. When Noah's group arrived on Macate Island, Diamante had yet to locate Monet and Sugar's whereabouts. However, Noah's extensive observation Haki soon pinpointed several targets, all of whom were together. After filtering through them, he further refined his search based on the sisters' gender, age, and fruit abilities, quickly identifying their precise location in less than 10 minutes. Within a forest in the northwest of Macade Island, a young girl was cutting deer meat, accompanied by a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. Noah descended from the sky. "Who are you?" Monet exclaimed in shock, her body tensing as she concentrated snowflakes in her hands, instinctively shielding her sister behind her. "You are the user of the snow fruit." Noah observed the frozen deer and scrutinized Monet and Sugar's emerald green hair. "Blizzard," Monet retaliated without hesitation. "You damned pirates. Die." However, the ferocious blizzard felt to Noah. Fully clad in armament Haki, like a gentle breeze, the frost instantly dispelled by his Haki that Monet's pupils contracted as she swiftly lifted her sister and fled deeper into the woods. Yet, in the next moment, the sisters felt an overwhelming darkness, as if an unseen force bore down upon them, causing them to collapse to the ground. Utterly powerless to elementalize, Noah's conqueror's Haki swiftly subdued both sisters. However, he did not approach immediately. Instead, he turned and instructed, "Arai, Law, take them back to the Thousand Sunny first. Understood?" "All right, brother Noah." Law teleported behind Monet, placing his palm on her back. Instantly, a portion of Monet's nervous system was anesthetized, and her vision went dark. Arai lifted the trembling Sugar, casually opening a wormhole to whisk away Law and the two captives. Minutes later, in the forest, several figures appeared before Noah. By this time, Noah had changed into a white suit and donned a white mask. Upon seeing Noah's new attire, Diamante felt a surge of uncertainty. Could he be from CP? However, in the next moment, Noah struck, unleashing a conqueror's Haki shockwave that knocked out all Don Quixote family members present, including those carrying their transponder snails. That moment, Diamante's expression changed dramatically. "Conqueror's Haki? Impossible. You are not from CP." Unfortunately, Noah had no habit of engaging in idle chatter. Swiftly hurling several water cards, Diamante quickly brandished his rapier, prepared to unleash his stored weapons. Yet, he never anticipated that as soon as the cards pierced by his sword were struck, the water sealed within would erupt forth. "What? Water?" Diamante gasped, realizing too late that escape was futile. The water rapidly enveloped him, and he soon felt his strength waning before succumbing to unconsciousness. Noah retrieved Diamante from the water, placing him into a barrel, which he subsequently sealed within a card. After completing this task, Noah silenced the remaining Don Quixote family members before Arai transported him back to the Thousand Sunny. Inside the ship's cabin, Monet, now awake, looked at her legs submerged in seawater, her expression grim as she anxiously glanced at her younger sister. "Sugar." Noah, observing the young girl before him, smiled and asked, "Would you be interested in joining my family?" "Join you? Huh? You damned pirates." Monet spat, gritting her teeth. "Who told you we are pirates?" Monet was momentarily taken aback. "What? You are not pirates. We, the Noah family, are upstanding individuals. How could we possibly be pirates?" Noah cheerfully explained. "Huh? Is this how you invite people?" "I see you are no better than the rest," Monet retorted. However, she failed to notice that her sister was nearby, indulging in grapes, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding events, focused solely on the plate of grapes and cheese biscuits before her. Upon hearing the sounds of eating beside her, Monet finally registered that Sugar was munching away. A sense of heaviness filled her heart. Thinking of her sister forced Monet to consider compromise. "As long as you are willing to take us in, I am willing to work for you. But on the condition that you do not compel us to do things we dislike. My sister cannot work for you until she comes of age." Noah was unconcerned by this stipulation. After all, the training system of the Noah family was sufficient to reshape many of the sisters' thoughts, and Noah was confident that once Monet agreed, he would have ample ways to win her over. Soon, Noah released the water from the barrel around Monet's legs. They asked for whether she would take this opportunity to sabotage the Thousand Sunny. Monet should be astute enough to realize that they were currently at the bottom of the sea. Once the structure of the submarine is compromised, the two sisters are surely doomed to perish. Meanwhile, Noah and his companions can escape through Ar's wormhole, which serves as Noah's source of confidence. The captured Diamante swiftly transforms into Noah's fourth apostle, the Sword Knight. Diamante, Fluttering Fruit. In addition to the previous 3 apostles, the Devil, Pan Barton, Exchange Fruit, the Scepter King, Big Bear, Steel Fruit, and the Scepter Attendant, Brian, Fruit of the Pear. This significantly amplifies Noah's power, and with the development of the fruits and the enhancement of his physique, he can now not only summon apostles to assist in battle and tasks, but also utilize their fruit abilities. Of course, this borrowing comes with certain limitations. For instance, he can only borrow the ability of one fruit at a time. During the use of an apostle's fruit ability, that apostle cannot be summoned. And the stamina required will also increase exponentially. Currently, Brian is stationed at the training camp in the Kingdom of Rum. Barton aids Uncle Joseph in managing the entire Kingdom of Rum from its capital, Rum City. Both Big Bear and Diamante are kept close by Noah, with Big Bear's steel fruit serving as an excellent supplement for Noah, whose physical strength is not particularly formidable, as it resembles the abilities of the slippery fruit. However, Diamante cannot be summoned at will due to the life paper, a core element held by Don Quixote da Flamingo, which senses the whereabouts of its members, once Diamante appears in the form of an apostle. The life paper can detect his presence. Therefore, Diamante must remain in card form to evade detection that if Noah borrows Diamante's fruit ability, the life paper remains oblivious that in fact, the fluttering fruit possesses commendable abilities, including a degree of spatial capability, such as transforming objects into a fabric state, which represents a form of spatial compression. Diamante has only developed abilities for creating iron balls, iron thorns, and iron fabric, which is truly a result of his insufficient study. With the power of the Don Quixote family, preparing a plethora of bombs, gas bombs, incendiary bombs, and glass water tanks would be a trivial task. Compressing these items into a fabric state could easily achieve a form of spatial storage akin to the card fruit. However, Diamante has not pursued this direction, instead opting for a haphazard combination of fruit abilities and swordsmanship, leading to a subpar outcome. From Noah's perspective, the fluttering fruit's abilities are strategically valuable, intended for support and ranged attacks, rather than relying on swordsmanship or physical techniques as the primary focus. It suffices to ensure his own ability to flee and evade enemy assaults. As for the steel fruit, Noah's primary development focus lies in steel experimentation and high heat reactions. As a superhuman type ability, the steel fruit cannot create or manipulate steel externally, but can simulate his body as steel. The term steel encompasses not only iron but also alloys, with iron as the primary component, involving extensive knowledge that is not easily accessible to the average person. For instance, low-carbon steel, medium-carbon steel, and high-carbon steel exhibit differing properties. High-carbon steel can be used to manufacture springs, implying that the steel fruit in its high-carbon state possesses the potential for spring-like abilities. In pure iron form, the steel fruit can withstand temperatures up to 1,535 degrees Celsius. In contrast, the lava fruit, prior to complete awakening, has a maximum temperature of only about 1,400 degrees Celsius, rendering it incapable of melting the steel fruit. Furthermore, in its rubidium magnet state, the steel fruit can exhibit some magnetic capabilities and even generate electricity internally. Additionally, there are stainless steel, silicon steel, and high manganese steel, among others. In summary, the steel fruit encompasses not only steel itself, but also high heat reactions, magnetic field electricity generation, and mirror-like reflection as derivative possibilities. This is the power of wisdom. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, they have arrived at a new year. It is now January 1st, 1506, in the era of the sea. After wandering in the North Sea for nearly half a year, Noah and his companions have not only enhanced their strength, but have also discovered 3 devil fruits during their journey. Naturally, during this time, Noah has also captured 2 pirates possessing devil fruits. The North Sea has been tumultuous in this half-year, primarily due to Diamante's disappearance, which has enraged Doflamingo, prompting him to mobilize the underground forces of the Don Quixote family to search for Diamante's whereabouts and apprehend the mastermind behind his capture. Adding to this, the navy led by Crane is also pursuing Doflamingo in the North Sea, placing the Don Quixote family's situation in jeopardy. However, these events have not affected Noah. After all, Noah's observation Haki now boasts an extensive coverage radius of 120 kilometers, with a single-direction perception limit reaching approximately 600 kilometers. This remarkable enhancement is due to Noah's combination of the steel fruit's abilities, constructing a rubidium magnet mode within his body and generating electrical currents through blood flow, thereby amplifying electromagnetic waves, akin to the effects of the thunder fruit on observation Haki. With such a vast range of observation Haki, Noah can evade detection by altering his course or concealing himself, ensuring that no one discovers his movements. Upon returning to the secret base of the Kingdom of Rum, Noah and his companions celebrate the new year while allowing the newly joined members to become acquainted with the long-standing members. Among the family's veteran members are Noah, Uncle Joseph, Cousin Joshua, Anthony, Tammany, Vic, R, Age, Lilith, Lillian, and Mary, totaling 11 individuals. The new members include Andy, Malai, Luo, the Rami family, the furry tribes Bear Beepo, Peking, Shachi, as well as Monet and Sugar, totaling 9 individuals. As for Barton and Brian, the apostles can only be considered a part of Noah's circle and do not belong to the complete human category. Those on the periphery also lack the qualifications to partake in this annual gathering, as the core layer of Noah's family involves too many secrets that are not suitable for them to know, a measure taken for their protection. Lastly, the recruited winged tribe members, a total of 388. The training camp's Boy Scouts, a total of 321, and the newly selected personnel from the remnants of Fervance, a total of 261, constitute the mid-level members of Noah's family. Gazing at the assembled family members, Noah raises a glass of grape juice. Ladies and gentlemen, the present state of our family has not come easily, and I hope we can all witness the dawn of a new era. Cheers, cheers. The crowd erupts in jubilant cheers. After sipping the grape juice, Noah continues with a smile. At present, the scale of our family has grown considerably, and I intend to conduct a comprehensive reorganization. Uncle Joseph concurs. Noah is right. The internal structure of the family indeed requires adjustment. That MY proposal is as follows. Firstly, the family should establish a roundtable conference, selecting 7 individuals to serve as rotating elders to assist me in handling affairs. The 7 elders will oversee 7 departments: the Internal Affairs Department, the Military Department, the Commercial Department, the Oversight Department, the Science and Education Department, the Industrial Department, and the Resource Department. The audience listens attentively. I appoint Lilith to head the Internal Affairs Department. Responsible for managing the family's internal affairs, Joshua will lead the Military Department, while Anthony will serve as the Chief of Staff, overseeing the family's armed forces and military development. Uncle Joseph will head the Commercial Department, managing the family's business operations while also overseeing the administration of the Kingdom of Rum. Mary will take charge of the Oversight Department, with Tammany as her assistant, responsible for internal supervision and managing intelligence for the distillery. The Science and Education Department will temporarily be overseen by my apostle Brian, while the Industrial Department will be managed by Age and the Resource Department by R. Noah pauses for a moment before continuing, simultaneously. We need to categorize the family members into 5 tiers: patriarch, elder, cadre, elite, and newcomer. Apart from Uncle Joseph, who has ascended to the rank of elder, the 5 individuals, Joshua, Lilith, Mary, R, and Age, have also joined the ranks. Meanwhile, Tammany, Anthony, Vic, and Lillian have become members of the cadre. Andy, Ro, Malai, Monet, Peking, and Shachi have been designated as elite members. As for the trio of Shatang, Lami, and Babua, due to their tender age, they can only be classified as newcomers. Previously, Noah had acquired 3 devil fruits from the North Sea, namely the toy fruit, the art fruit, and the crow fruit. The art fruit was bestowed upon Tammany, who had long coveted a splendid devil fruit ability. Upon Noah's acquisition of this fruit, he promptly requested it. While Noah considered the development of the art fruit to be quite challenging, its conceptual framework was intriguingly peculiar, requiring not only an artistic sensibility, but also a vivid imagination, given Tammany's desire to consume it. Noah was not inclined to object. The remaining 2 fruits, the toy fruit was intended for Shatang. However, due to Shatang's young age, consuming the toy fruit would permanently fix her physical age. Thus, he resolved to wait until she reached around 17 years old before granting her the fruit. As for the animal-type crow fruit, akin to many other animal-type fruits previously acquired, Noah temporarily sealed it within a card, intending to reward it to certain family members who contribute significantly in the future. With the family restructuring complete, the new year had also passed. Inside the biological laboratory on Sakasi's island, Andy and Ro gazed at the golden-haired elder submerged in seawater, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment and trepidation. "Fear not, he is under my control now. Shall we proceed?" Noah spoke, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the golden lion. After months of training, Ro had begun to grasp the abilities of the surgery fruit. The previously liberated remnants of the Flevins had been healed through his powers. Now, Noah was finally prepared to take action against the golden lion. Ro concentrated intently, swiftly manifesting the surgical domain, disassembling the unconscious golden lion's cranium. meticulously extracting the embedded ship's helm. Meanwhile, Andy monitored the bodily functions through equipment, ensuring the Golden Lion did not suddenly perish as seconds ticked by. The helm was gradually extracted from the Golden Lion's skull, until the final shard, adhered to the brain, was removed. With deft precision, Rose swiftly excised the frontal lobe. After severing the frontal lobe, Roan nodded at Noah. Proceed as planned. Understood. Master Noah immediately injected the modified IQ extraction fluid along with a specialized life serum, facilitating a rapid recovery for the Golden Lion. The main operation, however, involved repairing the nerves and blood vessels within the Golden Lion's brain that had been damaged by the helm, thus averting potential complications. The surgery lasted over 3 hours. Fortunately, with the IQ extraction fluid and life serum, even if the Golden Lion was successfully modified, his strength would not be significantly diminished. The completed transformation not only removed the helm from his head, but also eradicated all internal injuries and deficiencies, while restoring a pair of healthy legs. Despite the loss of emotions and Conqueror's Haki, the Golden Lion still exuded an imposing presence. Noah swiftly cast the Emperor card from the Great Arcana deck towards the slumbering Golden Lion. A golden cocoon enveloped him, and soon a brand new apostle materialized before Noah. Emperor, Shiki, float fruit. As Shiki opened his eyes, he had assimilated the residual memories of the Golden Lion, along with those bestowed by Noah, and he comprehended his identity. Kneeling on one knee, Shiki gazed at Noah with fervent eyes. My lord, your loyal subordinate Shiki pays his respects. Rise, my apostle. The Noah's Conqueror's Haki surged even higher, with the addition of Shiki as an apostle. Noah's power had officially ascended to the level of a marine admiral. Although Apostle Shiki had lost his Conqueror's Haki, his armament and observation Haki had been restored, and his physical strength and vitality were back to their prime. Combined with the abilities of the float fruit and the prowess of a dual-wielding swordsman, his strength was equivalent to that of an admiral. Of course, due to the absence of Conqueror's Haki, it would be challenging for Apostle Shiki to reclaim his true zenith. He could only be compared with admirals rather than suppress them. Nevertheless, Shiki's power remained formidable, and the strategic significance of the float fruit was unparalleled. At this moment, the Noah family had truly established an unassailable position. With Shiki's float fruit, Diamante's float fruit, and Ars whole fruit, the family could swiftly maneuver and transport resources across the globe. Furthermore, in light of the impending crisis of rising sea levels, the Noah family would remain unscathed. Even more crucially, they had secured safe passage to various sky islands, including the long-coveted Thunder Fruit, which resided on the Sky Island Baika. Initially, Noah had planned to ascend to the Sky Island via the Western Sea Shitian Peak before searching for Baika. However, this was no longer necessary. With the capabilities granted by the float fruit, the Noah family need not fear sea kings in the doldrums. They could directly traverse from the East Sea into the Paradise segment of the Grand Line, or from the North Sea into the New World of the Grand Line. After encouraging Ro and Andy, Noah departed Sakasi's island alongside Shiki, R, and Tamani, utilizing the float fruit to maneuver the Nautilus. They crossed the doldrums from the East Sea and entered the Paradise segment of the Grand Line. Concealed in the high skies, the Nautilus was camouflaged by Tamani's fruit abilities, evading even the watchful eyes of Morgans, who had eyes and ears across the world. Upon entering the Paradise segment of the Grand Line, Noah and his companions, having already secured the Eternal Pointer to Gaia Island, wasted no time in heading straight for their destination. Based on Noah's analysis, it was highly likely that Inaru had yet to consume the Thunder Fruit. According to the original timeline, Inaru had destroyed his homeland Baika around 1514 and subsequently occupied Angel Island with his subordinates. Given Inaru's temperament, if he had obtained the Thunder Fruit, he would not have been able to restrain himself for long. At most a year or two would pass before he annihilated Baika. This implies that the earliest Inaru could have acquired the Thunder Fruit would be no sooner than 1512 AS. It was now early 1506. There remained at least 6 years before he would consume the Thunder Fruit, providing Noah with a golden opportunity. 3 days later, high above Gaia Island, Noah, through his observation Haki, sensed the immense cumulonimbus clouds above Gaia Island, as well as the islands and creatures higher up, under the influence of the float fruit. The Nautilus swiftly ascended, soon breaking through the marine clouds within the cumulonimbus. Without the Nautilus, ordinary ability users would find it impossible to breach the cumulonimbus, for these clouds contained sea prism stone elements that could sap their powers. At an altitude of 7,000 meters above the White Sea, an invisible silhouette suddenly burst forth from the cloud sea, causing surrounding sea beasts to flee in terror from the intangible aura. As the Nautilus shed its artistic disguise, its silver-gray steel exterior was revealed. However, the Nautilus did not linger. Instead, it continued to drift along the cloud currents towards the gate to heaven, Angel Island. Upon disembarking from the Nautilus, Noah, Tamani, and a dozen or so Sky Knights walked along the charming avenue. Though the inhabitants of the Sky Island regarded Noah and his group with curiosity, they exhibited little hostility. Instead, a few shopkeepers approached. Eager to promote their local specialties, Noah picked up a hot shell, examining it closely. "Brother, these shells are quite intriguing," remarked Tamani, who was also curiously touching several uniquely functional Sky Island shells. Just then, at the end of the nearby street, a squad of Sky Island soldiers and a gaunt elder approached the group. Noah, having anticipated their movements long ago, remained unperturbed in the face of overwhelming power, for the actions of the Sky Islanders held little significance. The current Sky Island deity, Gonfor, approached Noah cautiously and inquired, "Guest from the Blue Sea, may I ask how you arrived at our Sky Island? Are you the god of the Sky Island?" A furious priest bellowed. However, Noah chose not to adopt a conciliatory attitude. Instead, he unleashed his conqueror's Haki. The terrifying yet relatively restrained aura of the conqueror's Haki instantly filled the air, causing the surrounding inhabitants of Sky Island to display expressions of dread. Particularly affected was Gonfor, whose face was a mask of anxiety, immediately adopting a submissive posture. "My lord, we were in the wrong just now. Please forgive our offense." Noah chuckled and shook his head. "You must have encountered Conqueror's Haki before. The very essence that Roger possessed." "Roger? You know Roger?" Gonfor hastily inquired. Noah glanced at the old man. "Who on the seas does not know Roger? Alas, he is now merely a notorious pirate. And there is no need to discuss a deceased man. A pirate? Is Roger dead?" Gonfor's expression grew complex. He was executed by the world government 8 years ago, though he did manage to outwit them just before his demise. Noah set aside the Sky Island shell in his hand and continued. "Now, let us discuss matters of importance." Gonfor became noticeably anxious. "My lord, our Sky Island is exceedingly barren, and we possess none of the treasures you surface dwellers desire. If you require anything, I can offer you some Sky Island shells as a gift. Is that so? Your so-called island of the gods holds much more than that," Noah reminded him with a smile. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Gonfor's brow. "My lord, there is indeed some gold on the island of the gods. I can present that gold to you, hoping that you might forgive us." You are quite astute, but I desire not only gold. I want the entirety of the Sky Island. Are you willing to abdicate your position?" "What?" Gonfor internally bristled at the thought. Yet, he dared not express his reluctance. For Noah's earlier pressure had been overwhelming that he quickly lamented. "My lord, our Sky Island is exceedingly barren and cannot provide you with any benefits. Who said that ruling must be for personal gain?" Noah had no intention of exploiting the Sky Islanders. His goal was to establish a unified kingdom, and Sky Island would be no exception. Faced with Noah's formidable presence, Gonfor, the reluctant, ultimately chose to yield. Just as he would later do in the face of the unbeatable Enel. Soon, on Angel Island, along with the inhabitants of the Island of the Gods, a total of 3,259 people were gathered together. On a makeshift platform, Noah surveyed the throng of Sky Islanders, spreading his arms wide. "Dear residents of Sky Island, greetings. I am your new god, Noah. From this day forth, we shall be one family, and you shall all become citizens of the Dawn Nation. Our Dawn Nation is a realm of equality, freedom, fairness, and harmony, a nation that is self-reliant and unafraid of tyranny. I have a dream that one day, all people may live in the light of the sun. I have a dream that one day, whether they be ordinary folk, sky people, or inhabitants of the sea, all intelligent races can coexist peacefully. I have a dream that one day, the Sky Islanders will possess their own land. The fish people can bask in the sun, and humans can sail freely upon the seas. I have a dream that one day, children will not roam the streets, but will attend school. Young people can realize their ambitions and dreams, and the elderly can enjoy their twilight years, reminiscing about their youth beneath the setting sun." Noah's impassioned speech, coupled with his commanding gestures, stirred a fervor within many of the Sky Islanders. I shall dedicate my life to realizing my beliefs and dreams. As his words echoed, an island of similar size to the island of the gods descended from the heavens, gently landing beside Angel Island. My family, from this day forth, you shall dwell upon this land. The residents of Angel Island erupted in excitement. Is it true? Fantastic. So much earth. God Noah. God Noah. Long live. Gonfour, standing aside, could only bitterly smile, having never anticipated that Noah's first act would be to present them with a land of soil. To the Sky Islanders, the value of gold paled in comparison to that of earth, for soil was their true treasure. The newly appointed Noah swiftly garnered the admiration of many Sky Islanders. After all, the previous god had maintained strict control over the soil from the island of the gods, even forbidding ordinary Sky Islanders from entering. The distinction between Noah and his predecessors was now glaringly apparent. Having secured the entirety of Angel Island, Noah immediately relocated the Sky people who had been residing on Sakasi's Island. The addition of over 2,000 Sky people, along with the absorption of the former priestly forces from Angel Island, rendered the manpower on Sky Island relatively sufficient. Noah designated the area as the Paradise Sky Governorate, establishing 3 barren islands near Angel Island, one of which was previously the base of the Golden Lion. The Paradise Sky Governorate was established on Lion Island, overseeing Lion Island, Angel Island, Sky People Island, Field Island, and the Island of the Gods, renamed Skyer Island. As for the former site of the temple, the so-called Island of the Gods, Noah promptly renamed it Sky Island, intending to use it to accommodate the Shandians once he had subdued them, for this land was originally their ancestral home. In truth, the Shandians, who had long sought to reclaim their ancestral land, had already noticed the sudden appearance of new Sky Islands around Angel Island. However, not having discerned the specifics, they dared not act hastily. Yet, even if they remained inactive, Noah would soon take the initiative to seek them out, for he would not allow the Shandians to continue their incursions, which would disrupt the management and stability of the Paradise Sky Governorate. Elsewhere, in the resettlement area following the evacuation of the Sky people from Sakasi's Island, Ro led a portion of the Fravans refugees to take over. Currently, there were over 3,000 Fravans refugees settled on Sakasi's Island, all of whom Ro had gradually healed from the lead poisoning disease. For these individuals, the ability to heal from lead poisoning made leaving their homes acceptable as for the confiscation of their wealth. They bore no grievance, for the currency within Sakasi's Island was Dawn coins, and they had no means to trade with the outside world. Thus, berries held no value. Approximately 2 kilometers northwest of Angel Island, amidst the sea of clouds, 3 Shandian warriors cloaked in artificial clouds cautiously observed the scene before them. Suddenly, they spotted over 100 Sky cavalry and a large wooden ship rapidly approaching their direction. Not good. We've been discovered. Run. The still somewhat inexperienced Lachi's complexion changed. Kamachi and Blahamut quickly grasped the situation. However, a voice rang out from behind them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tamani appeared behind the trio with a smile. The mantis immediately swung his burning sword, but in the next moment, his sword merely cleaved through an illusion, as Tamani's form vanished with the wind. Visual art. Color palette. In an instant, dozens of Tamani's duplicates appeared around them. Explosive burning slash. The mantis, feeling a grave threat, unleashed indiscriminate slashes in all directions. Visual art. Inverted corridor. In an instant, the surrounding environment seemed to turn upside down, with vibrant, kaleidoscopic staircases enveloping the trio from all sides. The mantis, Lachi, and Blahamut stood back to back. Yet soon, they found themselves dizzy, as the kaleidoscopic staircases exerted a strong hypnotic and visual disorientation effect. They had fallen into an illusion, unable to break free. The next moment, the kaleidoscopic staircases transformed into countless petals, and the 3 realized their hands and feet were now shackled. When did this happen? Lachi exclaimed in shock. Tamani strolled out from the void with a smile. The moment you heard my voice. And as if awakening from a dream, the mantis suddenly realized a crucial detail. Without wings, you are not Sky Islanders. Tamani, have you had your fun? Bring them up. Upon hearing Noah's reminder, Tamani effortlessly lifted the 3 individuals and, with a single step, returned to the deck of the wooden ship. The mantis, upon catching sight of Noah basking in the sun on the deck, wore a grave expression, for he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Noah. Noah cast a glance at him, his mind devoid of any intention to converse. The wooden vessel and the aerial cavalry swiftly advanced northwest, traversing approximately 37 kilometers of the White Sea. Soon, they arrived at a seemingly unremarkable expanse of the White Sea. However, it was not long before a large group of Sandia people surged forth from the vicinity, among them the newly appointed warrior, Weepa, and the chief of the Sandia tribe, standing on the deck. Noah gazed at the encroaching Sandia, remarking, "So this is Unine Village." Upon seeing the mantis and the others bound on the deck, Weepa could no longer contain his fury and charged at Noah. Wielding a weapon crafted from Sky Island shells, exclaiming, "Qinghai people, surrender the mantis and the others." Overestimating oneself, Noah retorted, and in the next instant, a ferocious wave of conquerors' Haki surged forth, striking all the Sandia. Weepa, at the forefront, turned pale as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. Despite gritting his teeth, he found himself immobilized. The other Sandia fell like dominoes, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the figure on the deck. The seasoned chief immediately stepped forward, saying, "My lord, we meant no offense. Please forgive our rudeness that I have no interest in your so-called history. I merely present you with a new future. The question remains, are you willing to accept it?" Noah replied, a smile playing on his lips. The chief and Weepa, now on the deck, exchanged uncertain glances upon hearing Noah's words. "My lord, how do you intend to deal with us?" The chief inquired cautiously. "I have integrated Angel Island and God Island into the dominion of the Dawn Nation. Should you choose to join and adhere to the rules of the Dawn Nation, I can permit you to reside on God Island." "My lord, would you truly allow us to dwell on God Island?" the chief exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy illuminating his face. "Do you think I need to deceive you? If I intended to eliminate you, why would I resort to such schemes?" The chief suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, given the current circumstances, if Noah truly intended to eradicate the Sandia, he could simply annihilate them without the need for subterfuge. "My lord, I am willing to lead the Sandia in joining the Dawn Nation," the chief declared, kneeling on one knee to pledge his loyalty to Noah. "Rise. Henceforth, we shall be one family, and the grievances between you and the Sky Islanders shall cease here." Although Weepa and the younger Sandia harbored resentment, the chief accepted this reality, for they had battled the Sky Islanders for 4 centuries and were thoroughly fatigued. With the chief's cooperation, all 1,273 Sandia were soon gathered, and Noah dispatched several large transport ships to convey them back to Shanghai Island. Upon the arrival of the transport ships at the shores of Shanghai Island, the chief and the Sandia were moved to tears. However, uninvited guests soon appeared. A massive python emerged from the clouds. Noah's conquerors' Haki instantly coalesced, exerting a pressure akin to the very collapse of the heavens, causing the Sky Lord, Nolan, to tremble in fear. "I know you can understand me. From this day forth, you shall be the guardian of this Sky Island. Will you accept?" The Sky Lord, sensing the chill in Noah's words, understood that refusal would result in dire consequences, prompting him to nod vigorously. "Go play on your own, and refrain from harming others in the future." Nolan, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly retreated into the clouds. The chief gazed at the departing serpent, a hint of nostalgia crossing his face. "Oh, it is the Sky Lord. Truly, Lord Noah's strength is formidable." Noah, uninterested in idle chatter, led the group to the ruins of Shondorad. He retrieved the golden bell and the historical text, which were ensnared high in the gigantic vines. "The golden bell. It is indeed the golden bell," the chief exclaimed excitedly, caressing the bell before turning his gaze to the massive black stone. "This is what our ancestors have long protected." Noah chuckled. "You should consider yourselves fortunate to have been swept up to the Sky Island by the surging currents, or else you would have perished long ago." "What? Why?" Weepa questioned, puzzled. "Do you know what this is?" "This is the historical text, a taboo of the world government. Had you remained on the lower Shanghai Island, you would eventually have drawn the attention of the world government and met with total annihilation." Noah then cautioned, "As for that Rolando and the agreements with your ancestors, you would do well not to let your minds cloud over." The chief felt a twinge of discomfort, but remained composed. "Lord Noah, while we have agreed to join the Dawn Nation, the agreement with Rolando concerns the promises made by our ancestors, and we cannot violate it. Let us examine this book and discuss further," Noah said, casually handing over a tome. The chief, though confused, accepted it, and upon reading its contents, his face betrayed a flicker of anger. "Our benefactor has been unjustly branded a deceiver." Noah shook his head, genuinely worried for the intellect of these people. "You are indeed naive. You express gratitude even when you have been betrayed. What is the meaning of this, Lord Noah? The chief inquired, his brow furrowed. Rolando exposed the existence of gold on Shanghai Island. After which an expedition from the Rubunier Kingdom, following Rolando's description, arrived at Shanghai Island but found no gold, leading to the execution of their king. Did you not notice something amiss in this affair? The chief began to ponder deeply, and suddenly cold sweat broke out on his brow. That it seems you have come to a realization. Had Shandora not been swept up to the Sky Island, your fate would have been to be attacked by the Rubunier expedition, and you might have faced annihilation. How could this be? The chief was overwhelmed with sorrow. The Sandia had awaited their agreement for 4 centuries, only to discover such hidden consequences. The other Sandia wore similar expressions of distress. Through Noah's revelations, the Sandia finally reassessed the character of Rolando, although he had once aided them in resolving the tree blight afflicting the Sandia tribe. He had subsequently made the existence of gold in Shandora known to the entire world. Had it not been for the surging currents that carried Shandora to the Sky Island, the Sandia would most likely have faced extinction. At this moment, the Sandia's sentiments regarding the so-called agreement dissipated, and they abandoned the notion of ringing the golden bell. As for the ancient historical text, they entrusted it to Noah, for such a relic posed an immense danger. Should it fall into the hands of the world government, they would surely devise means to seize it, even on the Sky Island. Having settled the Sandia, Noah appointed the Sandia chief, Gonfuer, and the feathered village chief as advisors at the governor's office on Lion Island, assisting Noah in managing the Paradise Sky Governor's District. With all arrangements in place, Noah once again set off with Shiki and Alii toward the direction of Sky Island Baika, while Tamani remained as the interim governor to oversee the governor's office on Lion Island. Baika lies to the south of Angel Island, approximately 322 kilometers away. The Nautilus surged forward at full speed toward Baika. Within just a few hours, the outline of Baika came into view. This Sky Island, Baika, is significantly smaller than Angel Island. With a population of fewer than 1,500 people, it is a desolate land, lacking the surging currents of the Shanghai Island seas below, instead situated in a windless zone near the South Sea. Upon spotting the Nautilus, the inhabitants of Baika immediately surrounded it. Noah unleashed a wave of conquerors' Haki, instantly subduing the Baika deities and their priestly forces, who paid the price for their greed. Observing the trembling Baika people, it was evident that their wings were considerably larger than those of the Sky Islanders from Angel Island. Alii, go fetch Mari. Understood, brother. Alii opened a wormhole and vanished from the deck. Shortly thereafter, the wormhole reopened, and Alii emerged with Mari in tow. Mari, the task of inspection falls to you. Mari sighed in resignation. How troublesome. Yet another 1,000 people. Before long, the Noah family had seized control of the entirety of Baika, initiating a comprehensive transformation of the land. Naturally, they also set about searching for the elusive thunderfruit hidden within Baika. Although Noah did not find the thunderfruit in the Baika temple, he did uncover numerous technological blueprints left behind by the ancestors of the Baika people, known as the Moon People, among which was a design for a spacecraft named Ark Proverb. Noah placed great importance on this blueprint, while the propulsion system of the Ark Proverb required an immense amount of electrical energy, which only the thunderfruit could maximize. This did not imply that the Noah family could not utilize it. Thanks to a more in-depth development of the graphite fruit, they had successfully created graphene batteries with an extraordinary energy storage capacity. If they opted to construct a medium-sized Ark Proverb rather than a large one, the combination of graphene batteries, wind turbines, and air sacs could enable long-distance aerial travel. This approach was far more comprehensive than a singular Ark Proverb and significantly safer than floating wooden ships that relied solely on the buoyancy of the floating fruit. After all, the buoyancy from the floating fruit was a direct result of its power. Should an accident befall Shurji, those floating wooden vessels would be rendered useless. Thus, the large-scale production of medium-sized Ark Proverbs, serving as the core transportation channel for the family's control over the Sky Islands, was a matter of utmost importance. 3 days later, Noah stood in the temple, gazing at the defiant figure of Inaru. Since being captured by the Sky Knights 2 days prior, Inaru had remained obstinately unyielding. At the age of 23, his worldview was largely fixed. Were it not for the fact that he had not yet committed any heinous acts and was himself a victim of bullying in Baika, Noah would have dispatched him without hesitation. He turned to Mary, suggesting they grant him a chance and send him to a training camp for reformation. If he remained incorrigible, then he would be sent to be reincarnated. Upon hearing Noah's words, Inaru was taken aback. Mary nodded and proceeded to report on the recent inspections. Brother Noah, all the wicked individuals among the Bika people have been eradicated, totaling 28, all executed. Noah perused the inspection report and noted that even the deity of Bika was included in the purge, a revelation that did not surprise him. After all, the prevailing ethos in Bika was one of hostility towards outsiders, particularly those without wings. Without the deity's instigation, the other Bika people would not have so brazenly displayed their disdain. Mary's findings indicated that this Bika deity not only oppressed those without wings, but also, under the pretext of limited resources, had been expelling Bika denizens over the age of 50 for over 30 years. While Bika may be barren, it was hardly incapable of supporting a few elderly individuals. However, as the ruling deity, one must indulge in comforts, necessitating the extraction of resources from the other inhabitants. This was the harsh reality. Noah felt no remorse or hesitation regarding the elimination of these individuals. Mary led Inaru away from the temple, while Alay, who was responsible for search operations, entered the temple with an air of awkwardness. Brother Noah, we have yet to locate the thunder fruit. Is it not in Bika? Noah pondered for a moment and suddenly recalled something. Investigate the areas where the cloud execution is carried out and focus your search there. The area for executing the cloud punishment, I will go at once. Noah believed the thunder fruit resided in that region due to Inaru's unpopularity in Bika. The only place he could have obtained the thunder fruit would be within Bika or the surrounding White Sea. Since no thunder fruit had been discovered in the vicinity of Bika, it was highly probable that the location from which Inaru acquired it was indeed where he faced the cloud execution. 2 days later, Alay appeared in the temple carrying a small box. Brother Noah, the thunder fruit was indeed found in the area designated for the cloud execution. I discovered a dilapidated sailboat from 200 years ago there, and the thunder fruit was hidden within its lower compartments. Noah opened the small box to reveal the golden thunder fruit, a smile creeping across his face. This natural-type fruit was renowned for its formidable capabilities. Ranking among the most powerful of its kind, it boasted a speed akin to the spark fruit and exhibited even greater agility, along with terrifying offensive power and exceptional support abilities. Had the original timelines, Inaru possessed the knowledge of armament Haki and prioritized physical training, his strength would have been far greater than it was. Regarding Inaru's defeat at the hands of Monkey D. Luffy, that was merely a reflection of the protagonist's aura, without armament Haki or observation Haki. Even with immunity to lightning and high temperatures, Luffy would have been unable to strike Inaru. After all, Inaru possessed formidable observation Haki and could elementalize, making him nearly invincible, as lightning was not countered by water as the sand fruit was. Luffy's victory over Inaru was simply a consequence of the protagonist's narrative. Upon locating the thunder fruit, Noah did not store it away. Recognizing its immense significance, he instructed Alay to bring Joshua to the Sky Island. Soon, Alay arrived at the Bika temple with Joshua through a wormhole. Brother, what is the matter? It is indeed good news. Noah handed over the thunder fruit. This is the thunder fruit. You should consume it. This is the thunder fruit, Joshua exclaimed, gazing at the golden fruit in the small box, his face illuminating with surprise. As all the core members of the family had already consumed devil fruits, aside from Vic, who was solely dedicated to martial arts training. Joshua did not hesitate, directly grasping the thunder fruit. Thank you, brother. He then took a large bite of the fruit. Instantly, his expression twisted in a grotesque manner, as if his very soul were being wrenched from him. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress his nausea and continued to consume the remaining fruit piece by piece. Noah had long since retrieved a large bottle of watermelon juice, one of Joshua's favorites. Take a sip of this watermelon juice to ease the taste. Thanks, brother. Joshua lifted the large bottle and drank it down in gulps, finishing off several liters of watermelon juice before exhaling deeply. Phew. I feel revived. Now, try out your abilities, Noah encouraged. Okay. Joshua closed his eyes in concentration, and soon, dense currents of electricity coursed across his body, his palms transforming into a dazzling blue-purple hue. The temple resonated with the sound of 1,000 chirping birds. At that moment, the might of the thunder fruit began to manifest, and after 300 years, the thunderous roars of the thunder fruit were poised to echo once more through the world. Noah released a considerable amount of iron sand from his cards. Joshua had previously reviewed Noah's development concepts for various devil fruits, which, along with the Devil Fruit Compendium, had been organized into the Book of Devils. with Joshua's power nearing the rank of a rear admiral in the Navy. His strength surged dramatically upon acquiring the Thunder Fruit. Electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism controls iron. The several tons of iron sand within the temple swiftly converged towards Joshua, enveloping him in a dark cocoon. Lightning metallurgy, the electric current transformed into intense heat, melting a portion of the iron sand in an instant. Magnet shaping, high-frequency oscillation blade, electromagnetic cannon, magnetic levitation, magnetic field induction, god of thunder mode, plasma cannon, forced magnetization, high-temperature demagnetization. Magnetic field shield, electromagnetic interdependence. The sheer power displayed by Joshua, empowered by the Thunder Fruit, was astounding. Had he not exercised restraint, the annihilation of Baika would have been effortlessly within his grasp. In many ways, the Thunder Fruit could be considered a superior version of the Magnet Fruit. Inherently countering the superhuman Magnet Fruit, just the high-temperature demagnetization technique alone rendered the Magnet Fruit utterly defenseless. What is the extent of your observation, Haki? Joshua carefully sensed for a moment. Comprehensive coverage of approximately 200 kilometers. And about 1,000 kilometers in a single direction. Not bad. You are already on par with me. Noah was exceedingly pleased. With the addition of Joshua, who possessed the Thunder Fruit, combined with his original foundation, he was now comparable to the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, and would soon reach the level of an admiral at this moment. The Noah family had become remarkably powerful. They boasted a peculiar paramecia user, 3 Logia users, and a considerable number of mid-tier members, making it entirely plausible for the family's overall strength to rival that of the Navy headquarters in the future. Lillian's Burn Fruit could be compared to Sakazuki's Magma Fruit, and it held even greater potential that Joshua's Thunder Fruit could stand against Borisolino's Glint Fruit, with the Thunder Fruit slightly surpassing the Glint Fruit in terms of potential. Monet's Snow Fruit could be likened to Kazan's Ice Fruit. However, the potential of the Snow Fruit was evidently inferior to that of the Ice Fruit. Fortunately, Noah could enhance Monet's ability development through scientific guidance that in terms of temperature, the Snow Fruit could not be compared to the Ice Fruit. Yet, this does not imply that the Snow Fruit lacks other means to augment its power. Conceptually speaking, snow is a state rather than a substance. This means that snow can be formed from water or other materials, such as oxygen snow, hydrogen snow, nitrogen snow, and carbon dioxide snow. This represents the core development direction of the Snow Fruit. Comparing low temperatures with the Ice Fruit is akin to pitting one's weakness against the opponent's strength, leaving no possibility of victory. However, exploring various snow substances could significantly enhance the strength and potential of the Snow Fruit. For example, oxygen snow could allow Monet to instantaneously transform the oxygen in a sealed space into a snowflake state, resulting in localized hypoxia, which would be devastating to opponents outside of the natural system. Simultaneously, oxygen snow could produce pure oxygen gas, wielding immense effects in healing and intensifying combustion. Carbon dioxide snow could create artificial rainfall within the clouds, equally capable of poisoning enemies. In summary, as long as one's thoughts do not wane, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. After experimenting with some applications of his abilities in Baika, Joshua returned to the Kingdom of Rum for secret training. Meanwhile, Noah summoned Monet from the temporary headquarters in the Kingdom of Rum to replace Tamani as the acting governor of the Paradise Sky District. After all, the deterrent power of the Snow Fruit was considerably stronger in the Sky Islands. Tamani's art fruit was not suited for direct combat. He was now the deputy minister of the inspection department, overseeing intelligence operations at the distillery, where the art fruit had promising applications. Concurrently, Noah utilized the abilities of the Float Fruit to relocate all the Baika inhabitants to Field Island, adjacent to Angel Island. However, he had not entirely abandoned Baika, as it was one of the key nodes on the West Sky route and a necessary stop for traveling from Angel Island to the summit of the West Sky. While lacking development potential, it could serve as an observation and outpost station without issue. Noah instructed Monet to arrange a small team of aerial cavalry, 10 members, to be stationed in Baika, preventing other Sky Island inhabitants from accessing Angel Island directly. This guard team would rotate every month. Upon returning to Lion Island, Noah restructured 5 Sky Islands and intensified the monitoring of Gaia Island, particularly during the monthly surges of the Sky Current, to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Thus, establishing several fixed outposts in the White Sea area became imperative. Noah entrusted these tasks to Monet, Chief Care. Gone 4, and the winged village chief Usha. Meanwhile, Noah, accompanied by Shiki, Ale, and Vipa, secretly set off for the surface of the Grand Line's paradise, with their first stop being Gaia Island, in the stillness of the night sky. Noah and his companions descended near the town of Magic Valley on Gaia Island. This marked the Noah family's official entry into the Grand Line for the first time. The following morning, the newly transformed Noah and his group appeared in the cherry bar of Magic Valley. Noah took a bite of a cherry pie, finding its flavor mediocre, not unpleasant, yet lacking any remarkable sensation. Ale brought over a copy of the day's newspaper. Boss, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have reached the summit. Noah sipped his lemonade. Oh, as expected. Is there anything else of interest? Admiral Sengoku has been confirmed as the new Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Officially taking office in 1510.1510, Noah murmured, taking another sip of his lemonade. Suddenly, the bar's door was violently flung open. A group of unruly pirates swaggered in. This place is under the control of the rampaging dragon pirates. Noah glanced at them. The speaker was Kate, the first mate of the rampaging dragon pirates, with their captain, the Velociraptor Vale, standing behind him. It was an unexpected delight. Ale immediately grasped Noah's intent. In the next moment, Ale instantly appeared before Kate, plunging a dark spear directly into his forehead. Thud. Kate fell, eyes wide open in death. Bastard! Vale roared in fury, transforming in rage. However, Ale reappeared behind him, his palm pressing against Vale's back. In an instant, a micro-wormhole manifested behind Vale, and a high-pressure water blade pierced through him, greatly suppressing Vale's abilities. The high-pressure water blade breached his defenses in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the bounty of 240 million berries on the Velociraptor Vale had fallen to the ground. Gulp. How terrifying. Who are these people? Never seen them before. The patrons of the bar whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with trepidation and fear as they gazed at Noah and his companions. Noah swallowed the remaining cherry pie without wasting a morsel, wiped his mouth, and left 7,000 berries on the table. Let's go. El casually lifted the severely injured and unconscious Vale and followed Noah as they departed. After evading the surrounding surveillance, the two vanished into an abandoned building. Back inside the submarine, the Going Merry, Noah sealed Vale away. The Going Merry then set sail towards Drum Island. Gaia Island was in close proximity to Drum Island. Lying along the same route, with the permanent pointer in his possession, Noah and his companions reached the waters near Drum Island in less than 3 days. Disguised, they secretly landed on Drum Island. This winter island, blanketed in ice and snow, had few inhabitants aside from a couple of small ports, with most areas being desolate. Icy plains. Noah's observation Haki subtly scanned Drum Island, and soon the group arrived in a remote forest. A little deer, banished from its herd, was nibbling on the moss hidden beneath the snowflakes, its nose a striking shade of blue. This moment, Chopper had yet to consume the human fruit and was still a naive little deer. It looked up at the sudden appearance of humans, its eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and fear, before swiftly fleeing deeper into the forest. However, it underestimated the terrifying nature of humans. Soon, it leaped out from a wormhole, blocking Chopper's escape route. Meanwhile, Noah remained focused on searching the forest alongside Vipa, Lachi, and others. Before long, Lachi discovered the human fruit, covered in ice and snow, atop a fallen dead tree. Picking up the mushroom-like devil fruit, Noah tossed it casually. This fruit was merely a trinket for humans, rivaling the previous fish fruit in terms of uselessness. Yet, for animals, it presented a chance to change their fate. On the other side, the little reindeer, thoroughly exhausted from being toyed with by Ale, finally succumbed to fatigue and was carried back by Ale. Seeing the fruit in Noah's hand, Ale was somewhat taken aback. Brother, is that the human fruit? Let this little reindeer consume it. After all, this devil fruit is useless to humans. Taking the devil fruit, Ale cast a mischievous glance at Chopper, revealing a sinister smile. Before Chopper could react, something was stuffed into its mouth, and it soon felt an unprecedented wave of nausea. However, Alei resolutely covered its mouth, denying it the opportunity to spit anything out. After a brief moment, Chopper, having been stuffed with the devil fruit, began to undergo a transformation, gradually morphing into a unique humanoid reindeer. Alright, Alei, enough of the games. Hand it over to Lilith, so it can live with Beepo for a while and learn some knowledge about human society. Okay, what a fortunate little deer. Alei casually opened a wormhole, transporting Chopper back to the base in the Rum Kingdom. Meanwhile, Noah and the others continued their exploration on Drum Island. The island itself was not large, with a diameter of just over 70 kilometers. And its natural environment was exceedingly harsh, rendering it uninhabitable for humans. Were it not for the Iron Barrel Kingdom's medical and pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, this island could scarcely support a population of nearly 40,000. Amidst the blustering wind and snow of the icy plains, Noah and his companions arrived at a village. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Noah and his group, the locals immediately grew wary. However, when Noah produced over 100,000 berries, claiming to be a patient seeking medical attention, the villagers relaxed somewhat. Under the pretense of seeking medical help, Noah subtly probed for internal information about the Iron Barrel Kingdom. Before long, he acquired some exceedingly useful intelligence. For instance, last year, the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom exiled the crown Prince Mashru to the neighboring Fire Nation due to the prince's abuse of the devil fruit powers, which involved releasing toxic spores throughout the Iron Barrel Kingdom. It was evident that the mushroom fruit had already been consumed by the crown Prince Mashru. Noah felt no disappointment in this, for even if the fruit had been ingested, it could be transformed into an apostle, or reclaimed once the technology for recovering devil fruits was successful. Additionally, according to the villagers, the second Prince Walbo, though of a vile temperament, had not yet exhibited any tendencies of consuming everything in sight. This suggested that Walbo had not yet ingested the swallow fruit. Presently, it was highly likely that the swallow fruit remained within the confines of the Iron Barrel Kingdom, with a substantial probability that it was stored within the royal palace's treasury. After all, the current king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom was competent. Under his governance, the kingdom had accumulated considerable wealth, and that mushroom fruit was something he sought for his son. After Eli's return, Noah stealthily infiltrated the royal palace of Drum Mountain during the quiet of night. Utilizing Eli's abilities and electromagnetic wave sensing, he quickly located the royal palace's secret treasury. As expected, the swallow fruit was indeed there. The two refrained from disturbing any other items, only taking the swallow fruit. Before departing, they carved a fake fruit out of wood and placed it in the box. As long as it remained uneaten, the Iron Barrel Kingdom would not notice any discrepancies regarding the fruit. Naturally, Noah had no intention of neglecting the medical texts housed within the royal library. Over the course of the following month, Noah and his companions feigned seeking medical aid while secretly collecting medical books from the Iron Barrel Kingdom, including duplicating all texts from the royal library, aside from the witch doctor's collection. Nearly all medical-related texts from the Iron Barrel Kingdom were thoroughly acquired by Noah's family. Just as Noah and his companions completed the gathering of medical texts, a 5-member team draped in white cloaks and clad in black suits appeared not far from their temporary camp. "Bugu, are you certain these individuals are collecting medical books?" asked the tall leader in a hushed tone. The purple-haired woman beside him nodded. "I saw them interacting with several renowned doctors at Drum Harbor. They purchased some books from these physicians." "Excellent. Though we cannot be sure if they are connected to Fervans, these individuals appear secretive, suggesting they harbor some unsavory secrets. We shall observe them further. The world government's hounds are indeed perceptive." "What?" The tall man's pupils constricted. However, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure as Noah's conqueror's Haki instantly suppressed the 5 individuals. Eli, through a wormhole, delivered a powerful punch, swiftly striking the napes of the 5 agents. Eli lifted the 5, bringing them to the underground cave of their camp. He then summoned Mary to interrogate the 5 CP agents separately. Despite their defiance, Mary required no confessions from them. She only needed to pose predetermined questions. For instance, when Mary inquired about their department within CP, they could remain tight-lipped, yet their thoughts would betray them, allowing Mary to ascertain the information through her perception of their inner thoughts. After extracting all valuable intelligence from the 5 CP agents, Mary swiftly eliminated them and obliterated their remains. Noah perused the intelligence gleaned from the 5 CP6 agents. It appeared that the 5 elders possessed some wit, though they seemed somewhat dulled when confronted with the protagonist group. It was evident that lingering here was inadvisable, and Eli prepared to set sail, with the destination being the Fire Nation. "All right, brother." After erasing all traces from the camp, Noah and his companions released the Nautilus at a secluded beach on Drum Island, swiftly heading towards Fire Island. Upon reaching Fire Island, they casually inquired, and the location of the exiled Prince Mashru was soon determined. Primarily because he was rather ostentatious and frequently caused disturbances, Noah had no intention of engaging in conversation. He simply subdued and sealed him in a single sweep before departing once more. Soon, Noah transformed Mishru into a card apostle, Grim Reaper, Mishru, mushroom fruit, along with Staff Knight, Veil, raptor fruit, whom he had captured on Gaia Island at this point. Noah had assembled 6 card apostles. However, with the increase in card apostles, he sensed the power of the devil fruit within him inching closer to an awakened state. He also discovered that the major arcana was the core, and the minor arcana, even if incomplete, would not affect the awakening of the card fruit. This revelation relieved Noah somewhat. After all, the major arcana consisted of only 22 cards, while the minor arcana comprised 56 cards that he had already created: the devil, Pan Barton, swap fruit, Emperor, Shiki, float fruit, and Grim Reaper, Mishru, mushroom fruit, that he only needed to gather the remaining 19 major arcana cards for the card fruit to directly enter its awakened state. Of course, this did not imply that Noah would abandon the minor arcana. The substantial number of minor arcana cards could swiftly augment the mid-tier combat capacity of Noah's family. For instance, the newly created Raptor Veil was given a makeover through the swap fruit and subsequently stationed on Circassus Island. The Nautilus, navigating beneath the waves, did not head towards the nearby Alabasta, but traversed multiple shipping routes, aiming for the 6th node island, Broccoli Island, located on the 2nd shipping lane of Paradise. The reason for venturing to this island was not due to any particular treasure Noah sought, but rather to locate the Moon Island near Broccoli Island. The Moon Island, as per current nautical charts, was a non-existent island, a consequence of a disaster that obliterated it 132 years ago from snippets collected at the distillery. Noah had pieced together some conjectures. Among the islands lost to destruction, those due to pirates and wars accounted for merely 1 or 2%. The vast majority were the handiwork of the celestial dragons. Particularly, islands like Moon Island, which were annihilated by mysterious disasters, were highly likely to have been destroyed by the celestial dragons. After all, islands obliterated by pirates or hostile nations would be directly reported by the world government. With no need for secrecy. 2 weeks later, on a clear afternoon, the Nautilus finally spotted the desolate Moon Island, located 196 kilometers off the northwest coast of Broccoli Island. This was an autumn island. Upon stepping onto Moon Island, although many ruins were overgrown with vegetation, the general outlines still revealed the former splendor of the place. Due to a prolonged absence of human activity, the flora and fauna here remained akin to a primeval forest. "Brother, this place is quite remarkable," Alii remarked, curiously surveying the surrounding ruins. "It's a pity the elevation is too low. If sea levels rise by 100 meters in the future, this island will be completely submerged. Unless it can be relocated to the Sky Island, though such islands are not suited for aerial placement." Alii felt a twinge of regret. The reason why Moon Island could not be placed on a Sky Island was due to the numerous permanent pointers that circulated along the Grand Line. Especially concerning the world government, they undoubtedly possess a permanent pointer to Moon Island. Should Moon Island be transported to the Sky Island, the world government would be able to ascertain its location based on the permanent pointer. Unless Joshua's thunder fruit awakens, enabling him to alter the island's magnetic field, Noah would not casually relocate the islands of the Grand Line to the Sky Island, wandering through the ruins of the town known as Sleepy Ancient Town. There is no doubt that this is the very place where the Red Count obtained the vampire fruit. The distillery had even infiltrated the Royal Palace Library of Alabasta, meticulously combing through 8 centuries of historical records to locate this site. After all, as a kingdom with a legacy spanning for millennia, Alabasta is a formidable power, well-versed in the intricacies of the Grand Line, particularly the Paradise segment. That it stands to reason that neither Moon Island nor Sleepy Ancient Town are considered forbidden. Alabasta must possess comprehensive navigational charts of Paradise. The distillery spent over 4 months on this endeavor, utilizing Alii's whole fruit to carve out a concealed cavern beneath the royal palace, enlisting the efforts of hundreds to meticulously copy and organize the library's vast collection. With the insights gleaned from the Royal Palace Library of Alabasta, the Noah family's understanding of the Grand Line has significantly deepened. Sleepy Ancient Town is merely an unexpected boon. Initially, the distillery sought the library's information to uncover the illicit water held by the Alabasta royal family, as well as the secrets of the fruit's rebirth in fixed locations. Everyone meticulously searched every nook and cranny of Sleepy Ancient Town, particularly areas that might conceal hidden chambers or subterranean structures. However, after 2 days of exhaustive exploration, having turned the entire town's ruins inside out, the elusive vampire fruit remained absent as the sun dipped low in the sky over sleepy ancient town. The autumn breeze rustled through the air, and numerous bats circled overhead, preying on moths and mosquitoes that a wisp of smoke curled upwards as Noah and Vipa grilled steaks of sea king meat. Alii and Haki, meanwhile, scrutinized the map laid out on the table. Their expressions clouded with concern. Each area of sleepy ancient town had been marked with an X, indicating that it had been thoroughly searched. "Let us eat first," Noah proclaimed, slicing the steaks into portions and handing one each to Alii and Haki. As they savored the crispy yet tender meat, Noah activated his observation Haki, enveloping the entirety of Moon Island in its reach. With the aid of electromagnetic waves, he meticulously scanned the island's terrain. It became apparent that Moon Island is not merely home to sleepy ancient town. It harbors 4 towns and a ruin resembling an altar situated on the mid-slope of the island, logically deducing. If Moon Island had indeed been annihilated by the celestial dragons, its treasures would have been thoroughly plundered by them and the world government. Therefore, if the vampire fruit remained, it must be hidden in an exceedingly concealed location. Having evaded detection, their current search of sleepy ancient town is influenced by Noah's memories from a past life, which only indicated that the Red Count found the vampire fruit there, lacking in detail. It seems that Robin's expertise in deciphering ancient texts is required to unveil the location concealing the vampire fruit. After all, the outskirts of sleepy ancient town are still part of the town, and the palace ruins less than 2 kilometers away can also be considered. However, Noah did not intend to continue searching in this manner. The following morning, he harnessed the power of the float fruit. Placing his palm upon the ground, he caused the entire Moon Island to rise several meters into the air. He then began to aggressively tear apart the ground, stripping away layers to reveal potential underground relics. Within 2 hours, a hidden site nestled within the nearby mountains was unearthed, revealing its treasures. As the rocky exterior of the relic was torn away, the treasures within became visible, while the treasures, amounting to just a few tens of millions of berries, did not capture much interest. A massive obsidian coffin drew Noah's attention. Upon prying open the lid, he found a lavishly adorned corpse cradling a small box in its arms. Opening the box revealed a dark red fruit. "Is this the vampire fruit?" Alii inquired, gazing curiously at the mythical Zoan fruit. Noah, however, picked up a parchment-bound book resting beside the corpse's head, flipping through it only to find it filled with ancient characters he could not decipher, leading him to lose interest. As for the vampire fruit, Noah intended to give it to Vic, for among the core members of the family, he was the only one who had not consumed a fruit yet. At present, Vic, relying solely on his physical prowess and Haki, could already contend with a rear admiral of the Navy. Of course, Noah was acutely aware of Vic's potential, even with a continuous supply of life force. Vic could at most reach the level of a vice admiral. Hence, consuming the vampire fruit would be the fastest route for Vic to ascend to the rank of admiral. After securing the vampire fruit and the treasures, the group did not linger on Moon Island for long and set sail once again. This time, Noah prepared to head to the West Sea. Considering safety concerns, he opted not to traverse directly through the upside-down mountain canal to reach the West Sea, but rather planned a detour through the South Sea, then cross over the Red Land from that side to reach the West Sea. In truth, one could also journey to the West Sea from Angel Island, simply by following the western sky route to the ultimate destination at the pinnacle of the west, before descending to the sea surface, which leads to the central region of the West Sea. Nevertheless, Noah chose not to pursue this route, as exploring the South Sea was also one of his objectives. After departing from Moon Island, the Nautilus did not remain submerged but instead surfaced intermittently. During this time, Noah and his companions experienced the bizarre weather patterns of the Grand Line. One moment, the weather was fair and sunny. The next, they were beset by fierce winds and torrential rains, which was still bearable. However, the sudden emergence of tornadoes, hail, and colossal waves posed a dire threat. To navigate the Grand Line, ships must either be manned by skilled navigators or possess formidable combatants. Noah and his party relied on their strength, daring to traverse the tumultuous waters of the Grand Line without Lilith's accompaniment, a testament to their audacity. Upon passing the St. Ting Island, where Alabasta is located, they entered the realm of the 5th route of paradise. At that moment, Noah, scanning the newspaper on deck, suddenly furrowed his brow. "Alii, prepare to dive," he commanded, Though Alii was uncertain of Noah's intentions, he swiftly guided Haki as they maneuvered the Nautilus downward. Half an hour later, a colossal sailing ship appeared in the nearby waters. Jesus Burgess, did you not mention a ship was nearby? The noodle-haired figure atop the mast looked utterly bewildered. What now? Haki asked anxiously to AS the first mate. Ben Beckman immediately made the decision. Abandon the plan to head to Drum Island and return to Twin Cape at once. Understood, but the captain's condition. Ben Beckman sighed heavily, realizing their predicament. We cannot risk venturing to Drum Island. Initially, they had planned to borrow a pointer to Drum Island from a nearby ship, but were taken aback when that ship vanished. Faced with the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, Beckman could not guarantee they would encounter another ship in the coming days. Nor could he ensure that it would possess a pointer to Drum Island. At present, Shanks' illness could only be sustained for about 10 days. If they exerted every effort, they might be able to return to Twin Cape within that time frame. This time, they had been too complacent, having underestimated their opponent, only to discover that the ship's doctor was a user of the sickness fruit. Just before dying, he released a concealed virus, which infected Shanks and 3 other crew members, leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. Just after the red-haired pirates departed, the Nautilus slowly resurfaced in the nearby waters to red-haired Shanks, poisoned. Although Noah was submerged beneath the sea, his observation Haki, bolstered by the electromagnetic field, allowed him to overhear the conversation between Beckman and his companions. Indeed, Noah had contemplated eliminating them moments ago. However, upon sensing their formidable presence, he promptly abandoned that notion. Despite the red-haired pirates having only ascended to the throne of the Sea Emperor around 1514, their current strength was undeniably formidable. Dubbed the Iron-Walled Pirates, their crew consisted predominantly of experts in physical combat, marksmanship, and swordsmanship, resulting in a remarkably balanced proficiency. At this moment, Beckman stood at the level of a vice-admiral, accompanied by several others who equated to Navy rear admirals or commodores. Even with all his might and the potential support of his family, Noah could not guarantee the complete annihilation of such adversaries. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the severity of Shanks' illness. Without certainty of achieving total destruction, Noah was reluctant to act hastily, as doing so would not only expose his intentions, but also heighten the enemy's vigilance, eliminating the element of surprise for any future confrontation. 3 days had elapsed since the unexpected encounter with the red-haired pirates. The Nautilus had traversed 3 maritime routes, arriving near the doldrums. Suddenly, Noah halted his writing, commanding, Weepa, ascend and adjust course to the northeast. Yes, Master Noah. Shortly thereafter, the Nautilus surfaced and swiftly headed northeast. Noah continued, Alii, prepare for battle. OK. Over an hour later, the Nautilus approached a cluster of islands, standing on the deck. Noah surveyed the surrounding islands with a hint of astonishment. What a fortuitous discovery. I did not expect to find several barren stomachs growing here. Brother Noah, there are creatures approaching from the sea. Alii warned with vigilance. Just a small fishman, Noah replied dismissively. In an instant, he extended his hands toward the water's surface, causing the surrounding seawater to rise. It enveloped a fishman who, wearing sunglasses and wielding a meteor hammer, swam rapidly toward the Nautilus, his body already cloaked in armament Haki. Meanwhile, within the depths of one of the islands, a gnome-like elder donned in a Viking horned helmet monitored the situation through a din mushy. His expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the sudden upheaval of the water. Is that the float fruit of the Golden Lion? But that person does not resemble the Golden Lion. It was Ben Jack, the vice-captain of the Ward Pirates. Who? Ben Jack's countenance paled, yet his meager strength was no match for Alii, who emerged from the wormhole and swiftly knocked him unconscious, with Ben Jack, the brain of the operation, subdued. The other 2 members aboard the Gloricia D were left oblivious to the unfolding events outside. The fishman, Sebastian, despite his formidable physical prowess and mastery of fishman karate and jiu-jitsu, was unfortunate enough to encounter Noah. As he burst forth from the water, he was immediately ensnared by a mass of iron sand, becoming a bound fishman within a cocoon of iron. Even as he desperately employed fishman karate and armament Haki, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the iron sand. The float fruit proved equally imposing in its capacity to dominate lesser foes, rivaling the powers of the Logia-type fruits. Anyone lacking the strength of a Navy elite rear admiral who crossed paths with Noah was essentially doomed. This fishman's power was roughly on par with a standard Navy commodore, particularly after losing his sight and suffering from chronic injuries, rendering him barely capable of contending with a Navy Commodore. Noah chose not to dispatch his opponent outright, but rather prepared to interrogate him regarding the training methods of Fishman karate and jujitsu. Meanwhile, Alii and the others, temporarily reassigned to confront the crew of the Glorcia D, encountered their respective adversaries. Law faced off against the Ward Pirates ship doctor, Nathan, while Joshua squared off against the combatant, Garam. Within the ship's medical room, Nathan, having briefly restored her youthful vigor through medication, glared at the young intruder with disdain. Surgical fruit, your luck is truly enviable, brat. However, I have no interest in playing games with you. Middle medicine boxing, aconite through the heart. You have already failed. Law sheathed his katana. What? Nathan seethed with indignation. But the next moment, she was rendered speechless. Gagged, she convulsed, collapsing to the ground as she dry-heaved. An invisible ultrasonic wave resonated at a unique frequency, triggering a violent reaction within her body, causing the accumulated toxins and internal injuries to erupt uncontrollably. Even her armament Haki could not suppress the backlash. This was a particular development of Law's abilities under Noah's guidance, highlighting that every living being, regardless of strength, possesses vulnerabilities, be it latent injuries, toxin residues, or other forms of disharmony. Unless one transcends carbon-based biology, these weaknesses are nearly unavoidable. Tell me your medical skills and the formula for your rejuvenating potion, and I can grant you a swift end. Having been thoroughly dismantled by the surgical fruit, Nathan's lips curled into a bitter smile. Is this the tide of the times? We are indeed ill-suited for this voyage. Disheartened, Nathan divulged her medical knowledge and the recipe for her restorative potion to Law. From her concealed position, Mary emerged from the shadows, nodding at Law. She did not lie. Law harbored no intentions of mercy, swiftly crushing Nathan's heart and granting her a merciful a pirate. One must accept the possibility of death. He would show no leniency towards any pirate on the other side. Joshua and Garam engaged in a fierce battle. Garam had developed his cube fruit well, yet the might of the thunder fruit overwhelmingly surpassed it. Amidst a wreckage of stacked cubes, Garam, panting heavily, gazed at the young man before him. The thunder fruit truly lives up to its reputation as one of the most powerful Logia types. The tide of time demands your exit. Without further ado, Joshua declared, wireless transmission, 1,000,000 volts. Unbeknownst to Garam, a portion of his body had been magnetized by Joshua, and he suddenly felt an immense surge of electricity coursing through him. Zzz-ah, Garam writhed in agony, his body crackling with electric arcs and smoke, before collapsing, his eyes rolling back in defeat. Capture complete on the Nautilus. Noah, monitoring the situation aboard the Glorcia D and its surroundings, confirmed that his companions had dispatched their foes before instructing Weepa to navigate the Nautilus to shore. The Glorcia D was an immense vessel, spanning approximately 500 to 600 meters in radius, and was covered in dense foliage for concealment. It resembled an island ship akin to Gecko Moria's thriller bark. Soon, Noah's family took possession of the Glorcia D, rechristening it the World. Ben Jack and the giant fishman Sebastian were handed over to Mary for interrogation, while the cube fruit user Garam was repurposed as a card apostle. Justice. Garam, cube fruit, was deemed fitting for the major arcana card of justice, as the cube symbolizes a geometric form of order, aligning with the principles of this lawful card. After handling the remnants of the Ward Pirates, Noah finally shifted his attention to the barren stomach nearby. Commonly known as the stomach barren, this enormous carnivorous plant resembled a small island. The most renowned group of stomach barrens hailed from Soundwave Island. However, they were not exclusive to that locale, as numerous regions along the Grand Line harbored their presence. The stomach barons before him were evidently not from Soundwave Island, as there was no one named Hercules here. The Ward Pirates had ventured to this location to harvest the culinary treasures from the stomach barons. With the World Island ship sealed within a card, Noah and Alii ascended atop one of the stomach barons. The petals of the stomach baron were replete with enticing ingredients and the animals drawn to them. Particularly, those amphibious marine beasts appear to be remarkably plump. The petal island, derived from the baron of stomach, possesses a unique charm of its own. Alii casually broke off a piece of nectar-coated plant meat and popped it into his mouth. Savoring the delightful flavor. It is said that Lillian, who discovered the baron of stomach, was nearby, diligently recording various ingredients in a small notebook. The petal island of the baron of stomach, aside from the central feeding area, is surrounded by lush foliage that resembles fertile soil, adorned not only with the Baron's own nectar flowers, plant meat, and delectable fruits, but also with a multitude of symbiotic plants and fungi. The beasts that have indulged excessively do not concern Lillian much. However, the symbiotic plants and fungi of the Baron of Stomach are indeed exquisite ingredients. Lillian gazed at the array of ingredients before her mouth watering uncontrollably. Noah, might we establish a base here? Here. Noah pondered for a moment. Establishing a secret base here is not out of the question, yet it cannot be directly situated on the Baron of Stomach itself, nor on the nearby sea surface. The reason is quite simple. The Baron emits pheromones that attract animals, and even humans can find it difficult to avoid such a lure. Should the base be placed too close to the sea, it would inevitably be discovered by passing vessels. Furthermore, the Noah family cannot resort to the madness of eliminating every passerby. Thus, while a base can be established, it must be in the skies. Lillian, upon your return, contact Monet and have her send someone to create a small cumulonimbus cloud above this sea area using cloud manipulation techniques. Once it's set up, inform me, and I shall arrange for a small aerial island atop the cumulonimbus. Lillian nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Brother Noah. You may come here to study culinary arts, but do not expose our operations carelessly, understood? I will keep it a secret. Lillian nodded earnestly. Just then, a call came in from those exploring other barons of stomach, such as Weepa and Mandus. Shortly after, Alii returned with Loki from one of the Baron of Stomach's petal islands. Loki held a dark purple fruit adorned with intricate vine patterns. Noah recognized the fruit immediately. Oh, is that a sick fruit? Nearby, Ro expressed surprise at the sight of the fruit. Noah had not anticipated that the sick fruit, belonging to the ability user recently defeated by Shanks, would reincarnate here. This sick fruit belonged to the poison Q of the Blackbeard pirates in the original timeline. However, this was not an issue, as Poison Q is only 14 years old at this time, and it is likely he consumes the fruit later. Had Noah and his companions not discovered this fruit, it would have likely been devoured by the Baron of Stomach, leading to the Baron's demise due to the influence of the devil fruit. This outcome is not a side effect of the sick fruit itself, but rather a consequence of the sea, which drains the strength of the user. Once the Baron becomes weakened, it would be unable to consume the animals drawn to it, resulting in its petal island being stripped bare and ultimately leading to its decline. This fate befalls most marine creatures after consuming a devil fruit. Holding the sick fruit, Noah knew it would be best suited for a doctor. Alii, please make a trip to Sicassus Island and bring Andy here. Alii nodded. Master Noah, should this fruit be given to my father? Noah tossed the sick fruit lightly. This fruit is most suitable for a doctor. You already possess the surgery fruit, leaving your parents as the most suitable within the family. That is true. Before long, Alii's wormhole opened once more, and he emerged with Andy before the group. A bewildered Andy quickly inquired, Lord Noah, is there anything you need my assistance with? This fruit is for you. It is a paramecia-type sick fruit. Upon seeing the fruit thrown his way, Andy's expression turned incredulous. Lord Noah, is this not too precious? Devil fruits are meant for consumption, and within the family, you and your spouse are the most appropriate candidates for it to do not refuse. Only those skilled in its use can unleash its potential. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Andy nodded excitedly. Thank you for your trust, Lord Noah. I will strive to contribute to the family to go ahead and consume it. Without hesitation, Andy took a bite of the fruit. Ro observed the pained expression on his father's face and smirked mischievously. Dad, you have to eat the whole thing. I did the same, not wishing to be outdone by his son. Andy silently devoured the fruit. Noah shook his head and retrieved a bottle of pear juice from his cards, offering it to Andy. Rinse your mouth. Thank you, Lord Noah. Andy eagerly accepted the bottle and downed it in one go. Andy, how goes the research on the Haki water formula obtained from Alabasta? Upon hearing this question, Andy immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Lord Noah, we have been researching the Haki water formula and combined with the medical texts acquired from the Iron Barrel Kingdom. We have developed 3 derivative products. Noah listened with keen interest. Please elaborate. The first is a variant of Haki water, enhanced with the essence of lifeblood, significantly mitigating side effects, allowing one to temporarily exhibit the strength of a Marine headquarters captain for about an hour. The downside is that one will feel extreme fatigue and weakness after an hour, which I have named Haki blood. The second is an enhancement of Haki blood, incorporating IQ grass to enable a temporary surge in strength equivalent to a Marine headquarters major for around half an hour. with side effects including loss of rationality and potential internal organ failure upon the effects wearing off, that I have dubbed it frenzied blood. The third product departs from the concepts of Haki and frenzied blood, blending the properties of IQ grass and lifeblood to allow for a slow release over a month, facilitating high-intensity training safely and effectively, enhancing physical strength for individuals below the rank of Marine Rear Admiral. I have named it Source Blood. Noah was thoroughly pleased with these three results. Excellent. Haughty blood and source blood can be utilized by some members. I hope you continue your commendable efforts. To receive Lord Noah's approval is a tremendous honor for us. Andy beamed with joy. After conversing for over an hour, Noah provided some guidance on Andy's development of the siksik fruit and then instructed Alii to escort Andy and row back to Circassus Island. Meanwhile, Lillian would return to Rum Kingdom to prepare for Monet to set up the cumulonimbus cloud above the Baron of Stomach. Noah and his party then departed the Baron of Stomach. Utilizing the float fruit to control the Nautilus and prepare to traverse the doldrums into the South Sea. On the 22nd of June, 1506 in the Sea Round calendar, the Nautilus soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Almost undetectable, they had reached the northern part of the South Sea. Acting as the temporary navigator, Loki meticulously examined the nautical charts of the South Sea, while Alii intermittently opened wormholes to deliver documents requiring Noah's review and decision from various departments and control zones of the Dawn Kingdom. Currently, the control zones of the Dawn Kingdom encompass the Bluefin Port Governor's Office in Rum Kingdom, total population 240,000, the Lion Island Governor's Office in the Sky Island, total population 12,000, and the Ant Nest Governor's Office in Circassus Island of the East Sea, total population 11,000. Additionally, there are the Swallow Island Listening Station in the North Sea, the Tidal Sea Base in the East Sea, and the Coral Sea Base in the North Sea. Notably, the population of Circassus Island is nearing its limit, primarily consisting of the former residents of Frevans, who have been gradually healed by Ro. The population capacity of Sky Island is approximately 30,000. Presently, there are over 3,000 inhabitants from the former Angel Island, over 2,000 from the Feathered Clan, and over 1,000 from the former Biker Island, along with over 4,000 drawn from the Frevans residents, resulting in the current population of 11,000. To expand the population capacity of Sky Island, it is essential to transport more islands there. However, at present, the stratocumulus clouds near Angel Island are limited, capable of accommodating no more than a dozen small islands at most. The weight-bearing capacity of these clouds is not infinite, and their natural growth necessitates specific conditions, namely the presence of sea floor stone components. The formation of substantial layers of stratocumulus clouds near Angel Island can be attributed to the underwater volcanic eruptions occurring in the waters below. In essence, the sea floor stone components are brought to the surface by magma from beneath the earth, relying solely on natural volcanic eruptions to elevate sea floor stone components into the atmosphere in order to form stratocumulus clouds is undoubtedly a protracted process. Noah has already recognized this issue. For example, the stratocumulus clouds plan to be created over the Sea of Gluttony. The region previously identified as the domain of the Baron of the Stomach can only be harvested from the stratocumulus layers near Angel Island or Biker Island. This approach is akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. Regarding the sea floor stone components, Noah has formulated a plan. Returning to the Kingdom of Rum, Lillian had barely rested for 2 days when Noah assigned her to the previously erupted Black Rock Island. Black Rock Island remained unchanged, with dark red magma continuously flowing from the volcanic crater. After more than a year of refinement, Lillian had completed the simulation of the temperature limits of the compound, achieving a combustion temperature of 4,990 degrees Celsius. However, her purpose for this visit was not to test temperature extremes, but to fulfill a task assigned by Noah. With the transformation, Lillian's arm took on the form of a simulated liquid combustible material, Flame Kill Black Dragon Wave. Infused with armed color, her liquid combustible arm surged skyward, crashing into the volcanic crater. Boom! This technique, which consumed nearly a third of Lillian's strength, penetrated the magma of the volcanic crater, reaching depths of over 1,000 meters. The Earth's fire boils. Minutes later, the energy within the underground magma chamber was activated, leading to a volcanic eruption. Flame Kill Steam Dragon Wave. Lillian skillfully manipulated the high-temperature steam from the surrounding sea, instantly pouring it into the volcanic crater. The clash, reminiscent of a needle against a wheat ear, propelled steam and volcanic ash high into the sky. This artificially induced volcanic eruption lasted for over 3 hours. During this time, the high-temperature steam and volcanic ash spewed skyward, nearly blackening the sky for dozens of kilometers around. REI accompanied Noah to this location, sealing a portion of the volcanic ash clouds to take back for testing at the cloud processing workshop on Sky Island. To determine whether these volcanic ash clouds could serve as raw materials for stratocumulus clouds, the experiment was remarkably successful. These volcanic ash clouds indeed contained sea floor stone components, and with slight processing, they could be transformed into stratocumulus clouds. The success of this experiment provided the Noah family with a sustainable source for large-scale production of stratocumulus clouds, laying the groundwork for the gradual expansion of Sky Island. Moreover, this experiment confirmed that the sea floor stone components originated from underground magma. Based on the results of this experiment, Noah instructed Aji's educational department to establish a sea floor stone synthesis laboratory, aiming to synthesize large blocks of sea floor stone from volcanic ash. Currently, the large blocks of sea floor stone circulating in the ocean predominantly come from the Land of Harmony, nearly monopolized by Kaido and the world government. In the short term, the Noah family cannot hope to conquer the Land of Harmony, even if they were to devise a plan to secretly eliminate Kaido and seize control of the Land of Harmony. It would be difficult to withstand the covetous gaze of the world government. Therefore, to obtain cost-effective sea floor stone products, synthesizing large blocks of sea floor stone artificially is a promising avenue to explore. In Noah's view, the abundance of sea floor stone mines in the Land of Harmony is fundamentally due to the unique underground magma chambers that form basalt-like veins beneath the surface. This implies that the sea floor stone components within the magma can be compressed into crystalline forms under high-pressure, sealed environments. As for why no scientists have discovered this situation over the years. The reasons are indeed complex. On one hand, the Land of Harmony, as the core mining area for seafloor stone, is isolated and closed off, making it exceedingly difficult for external parties to conduct geological surveys of the mineral formations. On the other hand, the world has experienced a civilizational rupture, resulting in the loss of much scientific knowledge and a scarcity of scientists. Furthermore, the world government intentionally controls scientific and technological advancements. Those engaged in scientific research have either been co-opted, eliminated, or are confined within Impel Down, with only a few fortunate individuals operating in secrecy outside. This includes the so-called smartest individual in the world. Vegapunk. In Noah's estimation, he is merely a humanoid hard drive for storing ancient technologies. The synthesis concept for sea floor stone crystals can be deduced by anyone familiar with the pirate world. Combined with some scientific methodologies, the ocean contains sea floor stone components, and the stratocumulus clouds of Sky Island also contain sea floor stone components, indicating a widespread distribution of these elements. Given the continuous upward ocean currents around Gaia Island and the volcanic island characteristics of the Land of Harmony, it can be inferred that the sea floor stone components are brought to the surface by volcanic eruptions. Since they are all sea floor stone components, why not utilize the dispersed volcanic ash containing seafloor stone to synthesize large crystalline blocks of seafloor stone? The people of the pirate world may not have considered this due to their subjective biases, while Noah, having observed a segment of the pirate world's narrative, possesses a unique perspective. Many matters can reveal their mysteries simply by taking a moment to contemplate them carefully. After arranging these affairs, the Nautilus has already arrived at the vicinity of the first inhabited island in the South Sea. The group, disguised, secretly disembarked at the port of this small island, aiming to gather intelligence on any noteworthy happenings in the South Sea. In the original timeline, the South Sea's narrative is largely blank, with only 2 places of notoriety: the island where the son of the Pirate King was born and the homeland of Bartholomew Kuma, the greatest victim of the pirate world, the Sorbet Kingdom. Other islands have little to no notable information. This piqued Noah's interest, prompting an exploration of the South Sea, the port bar of Whitewood Island. Noah and his companions were diligently seeking the information they required. Inside the wind chime bar at the port, Noah perused the newspaper while REI engaged the bartender in casual conversation. After flipping through this month's South Sea Weekly, Noah glanced up at the wall of wanted posters beside the bar's liquor cabinet, which displayed the more notorious pirates of the South Sea. Noah's gaze scanned the row of wanted posters. Yet he did not recognize many familiar faces. The later supernovas, such as Kid and Killer, were still mere children at this time. However, one unexpected individual caught his eye among the wanted posters: Katarina Devon. captain of the Crescent Moon Pirates, renowned for her collection of beautiful heads, the Crescent Moon Hunter, and a user of the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit, who later became the 6th ship captain of the Blackbeard Pirates. Despite her appearance resembling that of a matron, she was only 34 years old when she first joined the Blackbeard Pirates, and now she was merely 20. Noah had simply not anticipated that she was born in the South Sea. According to the description on the wanted poster, Katarina Devon had already consumed the Nine-Tails Fox Fruit and recently hunted several young women from allied nations. Suddenly, the bar's door creaked open. A cup of Earl Grey tea and a plate of biscuits. Please. It's him. How intriguing. A slight smile appeared on Noah's lips. The newcomer donned a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt and a pair of blue and white striped glasses. Although the bartender was tempted to comment on the oddity of someone drinking tea in a bar, he quickly reminded himself of the myriad eccentric characters that roamed the seas. As a bartender, one must possess self-awareness to avoid unnecessary trouble. He swiftly prepared the tea. The person sitting not far from Noah casually picked up the newspaper and the wanted posters from the counter. Before long, the bartender quietly placed the teapot, teacup, and a plate of biscuits on the left side of the individual. Are you a bounty hunter? Noah inquired with keen interest. The person set down the newspaper and took a sip of the tea. Are you in the same line of work? No, I'm merely an ordinary merchant, intending to travel to the Black Sea Kingdom in the coming days. If you are willing to take on the escort task, I am prepared to offer a reward of 500. 000 berries. The Black Sea Kingdom? The individual frowned, clearly aware of the recent circumstances in the vicinity of the Black Sea Kingdom. Yet a payment of 500,000 berries for a single escort mission is already quite a generous offer in the realm of merchant ship protection. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Very well, I accept this task. I am the bounty hunter, Galdino. Noah raised his teacup with a smile. I am Noah, the president of the Noah Trading Company. Mr. Galdino, I look forward to your guidance over the next half-month. The two exchanged a respectful toast. 2 hours later, a merchant vessel, stored within a card, laden with rum, appeared in the harbor of Whitewood Island. Noah, accompanied by Ale and Kuro, who was disguised and there for an internship, boarded the commercial ship named Fortune as for Vapa, Lachi, and Mantis. Their distinctive Sky Island traits were too conspicuous. Upon entering the South Sea, Noah intended to return them to Sky Island after conducting normal sea navigation. Kuro, are you adjusting well? President, I am doing splendidly, Kuro nodded. After more than a year of transformation, Kuro had not only become physically stronger but had also undergone significant mental change. His training camp specialization included navigation and strategic planning. Thus he served as a temporary navigator aboard the ship, while Ale took on the role of first mate. After boarding, Galdino lounged on a deck chair under the sun, oblivious to the prowess of the trading company members on board. This was primarily due to the vast disparity in strength. Even after consuming the wax fruit, Galdino's unrefined physical skills were still hard-pressed to contend with the graduates from the training camp. In the Noah family training camp, the graduation requirements included mastering the 6 styles and awakening a form of Haki at this moment. The dozen or so temporary crew members on the ship were all elite family members proficient in dual Haki and the 6 styles. In the captain's quarters, Noah was perusing various intelligence reports collected by the distillery in the South Sea, including information on Galdino from the bounty hunter community and Katarina Butterfly from the pirate community. Big brother, the distillery's tequila has just sent word. The Crescent Moon Pirates have surfaced on Fortune Island, where they hunted several young girls and plundered supplies. Tequila has hidden his life paper among those supplies. With that, Ale produced a glass bottle containing life paper, which pointed in a specific direction. Noah set down the documents in his hand. Proceed in that direction. Understood. A week later, in a tranquil stretch of ocean, the Fortune maintained its full speed. Meanwhile, Galdino was on edge. Although Noah had not confronted him directly, he had indirectly allowed Galdino to accidentally see numerous books over the past few days, after perusing volumes on the Dragon Slayer. Analyses of various nations in the East Sea, the Fervan's Kingdom incident, and human hunting and annihilation. Galdino felt increasingly uneasy. He just wanted to complete his escort mission swiftly and leave Noah and the others behind to avoid getting embroiled in their affairs. After all, he wasn't a fool and knew well that such matters were beyond his involvement. Just then, as Galdino was lost in thought, Kuro called out from the deck, President, there's a small island to the southeast. Should we dock and rest a while, perhaps replenish our fresh water? Noah's lips curled into a smile. That's acceptable. They had indeed reached their destination. At that moment, the life paper in the captain's quarters pointed towards this deserted island. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deserted island, in a concealed cove, a large sailing ship lay anchored. At the campsite on the shore, several pirates were grilling meat, while in the largest tent, several pale, wriggling flesh worms were entangled, and indescribable sounds echoed throughout the camp. Sister is truly impressive. I wonder if those 3 boys can withstand it. Heh, you should worry about yourselves. A few of the stronger pirates suddenly changed their expressions, as if recalling some nightmarish experiences. Just then, a pirate stationed at the mountaintop lookout rushed into the camp, panting heavily. Boss Sean, there's a merchant ship approaching from the other side of the island. It seems they intend to land. The first mate Sean, a lean man with glasses, stood up upon hearing the news and headed to report to Katerina in her tent. Outside the tent, Sean shouted, Sister Butterfly, a merchant ship is landing on the other side of the island. You need to handle it quickly. Tish, what a buzzkill. Katerina Butterfly's dissatisfied voice emerged from within. However, despite her displeasure, she swiftly donned her clothing and armed herself before exiting the tent. Has the ship landed yet? It should be close. When the little monkey came to report, it was about a kilometer from the shore, Sean quickly explained. Lighting a lady's cigarette, Katerina Butterfly smirked, just as my interest was piquing. These guys come at the perfect time. Soon, I'll personally sever their 5 limbs, Sean quickly chimed in. Once Sister makes a move, they're doomed. But to prevent their escape, how about we split our forces? Not a bad idea. Sean, you've learned to strategize. You truly deserve to be my first mate. On the opposite side of the uncharted island, the Fortune was anchored near the mouth of a small river. With several crew members pretending to collect water on the deck, Noah sat beside Galdino, lifting a cup of red tea. Mr. Galdino, many are fervently pursuing Roger's great treasure. Why have you not set sail to join them? I lack such ambition. Galdino awkwardly waved his hand dismissively. Noah chuckled and shook his head. I see. It is becoming increasingly rare to find someone as self-aware as you, Mr. Galdino, in these vast seas. Galdino chose not to respond and instead sipped his tea. Suddenly, a ship flying a skull flag appeared on the outer sea. The lookout on the mast shouted, A pirate ship is approaching. Bang, bang, a series of gunshots rang out from the jungle on the island. Galdino's expression changed as he quickly conjured a mass of wax liquid. Wax wall. Kuro adjusted his glasses. Everyone, retaliate freely. Received. Boom, boom. The 2 cannons aboard the Fortune fired in succession, targeting the incoming pirate ship. Galdino's wax wall provided an extra layer of defense to the Fortune, blocking numerous cannonballs and bullets. Just then, a gust of wind surged from the mountains into the forest. I never expected to encounter the infamous wax hunter Galdino. The armed Galdino on the deck, upon seeing the woman on the beach, immediately turned grim, lowering his voice. President Noah, the opposing captain is Katerina Butterfly of the Crescent Moon Pirates. Her strength is formidable, and I may not be able to protect you. Please ensure your own safety. As soon as he finished speaking, Galdino's hands transformed into Gatling guns. Wax Gatling. Bang, bang. Countless wax bullets swept toward Katerina Butterfly and the pirates behind her. Katerina Butterfly's body instantly swelled, assuming her beast form, with 9 fox tails waving, her hands and feet morphing into claws, and fox ears sprouting atop her head. Let me witness the capabilities of the wax fruit. Galdino, of course, was not foolish enough to engage in close combat with a Zoan-type user. He promptly created a dozen wax soldiers, using them as cover while he positioned himself to take shots from afar. The 2 sides clashed fiercely on the beach. Meanwhile, the rapidly approaching Crescent Moon pirate ship remained unaware of the imminent danger. Noah continued sipping his tea, showing no intention of intervening, and even Ale appeared disinterested. As the 2 ships closed to within 100 meters, Kuro removed his black suit, executing a moonstep to appear on the deck of the Crescent Moon ship. The first mate Sean of the Crescent Moon Pirates was taken aback. And before he could react, Kuro's 10-blade claw had already sliced open his throat. Splurt, blood gushed onto the deck, and Sean fell to the ground, convulsing. Ugh, truly weak. Worthless scum. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 more pirates fell victim to his swift strikes. Terror enveloped the hearts of all the pirates, with some of the more timid ones trembling in fear. Quick, open fire. Everyone, shoulder to shoulder, let us charge forth. Attack. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Kuro did not even need to employ Haki, effortlessly decimating all the pirates aboard the Crescent Moon. Meanwhile, Katarina Devon, engaged in battle with Galatino, remained oblivious to the carnage occurring on the ship, as her opponent favored the cunning tactics of the Sixth Style, resulting in an evenly matched confrontation, Kuro having shed not a drop of blood. Returned to the deck of the Wealthy Fortune. Sir, shall I continue the assault? Noah shook his head. Wait, if Galatino falters, then you may intervene. Understood. Kuro stepped aside, wiping his tin-blade claws with a towel, yet his gaze remained fixed on the battle unfolding on the beach. The other pirates on the shore were being systematically eliminated by the temporary crew members. At that moment, Katarina finally grasped the severity of the situation. Not only had her subordinates on the beach been slain, but the Crescent Moon also lay in eerie silence, instilling within her a sense of foreboding. Similarly, Galatino sensed the unsettling changes around him. All the other pirates have been killed. Something is amiss, very amiss. Both Galatino and Katarina halted simultaneously. Their senses heightened as they surveyed their surroundings. The sight before them was startling. The pirates around them lay lifeless, dispatched with remarkable efficiency, most with a single blow, coupled with the pristine figures of Noah and Kuro aboard the Wealthy Fortune. This heightened their wariness towards Noah's group. Recognizing that the time for observation had passed, Kuro swiftly closed the distance, appearing before Katarina in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Katarina involuntarily recalled an encounter with a certain naval captain who had similarly manifested such martial prowess. What a waste of a mythical Zoan fruit! In a heartbeat, Kuro's claws became shrouded in darkness. Silent assassination technique. Alarm bells rang in Katarina's instincts, her body responding as if startled, every hair on her body standing on end. In an instant, 5 gashes opened across her abdomen, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, with her nervous system unable to relay any sensation of pain to her brain. The silent, lethal strikes evaded all vital points. However, Katarina was left riddled with wounds, her life force draining rapidly. Were it not for her mythical Zoan capabilities, she would have succumbed long ago. Nearby, Galatino felt an icy chill penetrate his very core. He had not anticipated this seemingly unassuming navigator harbored such terrifying might. Suddenly, Noah's brow furrowed, and an invisible electromagnetic wave erupted from his body. 11 kilometers away, a newsbird was soaring towards them. In the next moment, an unseen current discharged from the newsbird, which then plummeted from the sky, trailing smoke as it fell into the sea. Returning to the desolate island, Katarina lay motionless on the ground, her form drenched in blood. Noah casually tossed a card, sealing her away. Meanwhile, within the forest, several members who had feigned gathering water emerged, escorting 5 pallid youths onto the beach. They had evidently traversed to the opposite side of the island to eliminate the remaining pirates. These 5 boys having been serendipitously rescued, Noah was acutely aware that these youths had suffered greatly under Katarina's relentless torment, necessitating their temporary placement in a training camp for psychological counseling. However, another matter on the beach remained to be addressed. Noah turned to Galatino, revealing a broad grin, and inquired, "Mr. Galatino, what insights have you gleaned from those books?" "What?" Galatino gasped in surprise before realization dawned. "You did this on purpose?" "What do you think?" Noah countered. Instantly, Galatino felt a pang of regret. He recognized he may have unwittingly boarded a pirate vessel of extraordinary caliber. With a bitter expression, he implored, "What do you intend?" "I merely wish to extend a sincere invitation for you, Mr. Galatino, to join our family and embark on a journey to create a brand new world together. What say you?" "Heh, I say not much." Though he wanted to respond defiantly, Galatino understood he had little room to refuse, especially upon seeing Kuro eagerly poised beside him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. "Very well, I shall join." The voyage aboard the Wealthy Fortune continued. Although Galatino consented to join, Noah did not immediately assign him to the training camp. Primarily due to his age, he was already 21. Instead, Noah arranged for Galatino to serve aboard the ship. Their destination was the renowned land of the Long-Arm tribe, the White Mountain Kingdom in the South Sea. The culture of the White Mountain Kingdom was quite unique, reminiscent of the Flower Country in the West Sea. The future captain of the broadcast pirate crew, Skillickman AP, hailed from this kingdom. The objective of Noah and his companions was to seek out the elusive sound fruit, more accurately referred to as the instrument fruit. In the narrative of the pirate world, 3 fruits associated with music had made appearances. the Soundwave fruit, the Song fruit, and the Sound fruit. Judging by AP's subsequent development of abilities, the concept of the Sound fruit leaned towards a superhuman capacity related to instruments, while Yuta's Song fruit gravitated towards the realm of melody and song. The Soundwave fruit, consumed by Anthony, pertained to the physical essence of sound vibrations. Each held distinctions, yet shared certain overlaps. Through divination with tarot cards, Noah had discerned that the Sound fruit resided within the borders of the White Mountain Kingdom. As they sailed towards their destination at full speed, Galatino braced himself to endure Noah's comprehensive tutelage. In addition to cultural studies, he was also subjected to lessons on Haki, martial arts, and abilities development. Observing Galatino as he crafted wax figurines and various wax weapons, Noah calmly remarked, "Your development in wax modeling is commendable. However, you have yet to fully grasp the conceptual essence of the wax fruit." Conceptual essence? Galatino, somewhat illiterate, appeared bewildered, clearly unaware of the fundamental nature of wax. "The essence of wax is solidified oil," Noah explained. "Do you understand? The wax you create with your ability is, in fact, paraffin." Galatino, holding a wax ball in his hand, soon watched it melt into a pool of oily liquid. Noah continued, "Paraffin is wax. Butter is also wax. Soap is wax. And various oils are essentially forms of wax." He casually retrieved a row of reagent bottles from his card repository, each containing an assortment of waxes, including paraffin, brown coal wax, beeswax, shellac, spermaceti, lanolin, wood wax, rice bran wax, coconut wax, butter, soap, cheese, and more. Galatino picked up a piece of butter, examining its material structure. In no time, he transformed the wax liquid in his other hand into butter. "Mr. Noah, butter seems rather unremarkable as well. I could achieve the same with paraffin." Noah shook his head. "Every substance possesses its unique characteristics. It is rare to find two materials with identical properties. Can you consume paraffin?" "The nutritional benefits of butter are something paraffin cannot provide," Galatino pondered, then consumed the butter, discovering properties absent in the prior wax products. "You can combine butter and cheese, adjusting the ratios and ingredients to create a cream wax that serves as an emergency food," Noah suggested. In Noah's view, the wax fruit represented an elevated form of the cheese fruit, butter fruit, and soap fruit. Although the wax fruit could not conjure permanent wax products from nothing, it could repurpose existing oils for large-scale modification and manufacturing. For instance, using industrially produced paraffin oil to create butter, cheese, soap, or vice versa. This capacity for modification was the focal point for developing the wax fruit as a creative-type devil fruit. Beyond these specialized wax products, Noah also pointed out other avenues for development. "Your application of the wax fruit remains too superficial as a wielder of a devil fruit. You should be aware that those with abilities are vulnerable to seawater." Galatino nodded. "I am aware of this fact. However, what you do not know is that the wax fruit is one of the few devil fruits that allows its user to enter seawater." "What?" "It can go into the water. The wax coating is waterproof. You will understand once you try it." Galatino quickly applied a layer of wax on himself and then plunged his hand into a bucket of seawater. Indeed, his hand was fully submerged, yet he felt no weakness, which filled him with excitement. "Wonderful. I can swim in the sea again. Don't celebrate too soon. While the wax coating is indeed waterproof, it is also fragile. Which means that if you are in the ocean and are attacked by sea beasts or enemies, you could perish in an instant." Gulp. Galatino was startled. The thought of the wax coating shattering in the ocean sent chills down his spine. "Moreover, you have yet to recognize another issue. The wax coating merely serves as a diving suit. However, you are not a fisherman and cannot breathe normally underwater. This dilemma must be addressed." "Lord Noah, you must have a solution, right?" Galatino increasingly revered Noah. "There are two options. One is to carry a breathing apparatus and oxygen tank. The other is to create artificial gills." Galatino found the first option comprehensible, but the second left him acutely aware of the intellectual divide between people. "Lord Noah, where can I buy artificial gills?" Noah looked at him as if he had lost his mind. "Did you squander your wax fruit? Such a simple thing. Can't you manufacture it yourself?" Galatino pointed to his own face. "Me? Create it myself? That seems quite difficult." "Foolish. Can't you catch a few fish and mimic their gill structure?" Noah chided him. Somewhat exasperated. "Oh, that seems feasible. Truly, Lord Noah is remarkable." Galatino clapped his hands together, appearing enlightened. This scenario was a common occurrence for Noah, when guiding others in developing their devil fruit abilities to expedite Galatino's ability development. Noah would throw him into the sea for 2 hours each day, then tie him with a rope to maintain the wax coating and artificial gills. The rest of the time was spent with Chloe training Galatino's body with Haki, allowing him to experience Haki while attempting to awaken his observation Haki. During their journey to the White Mountain Kingdom, Galatino fully experienced the essence of pain and pleasure. Of course, Noah also placed great emphasis on ideological education, using both words and actions to help Galatino understand the true nature of the world. A month later, the fortune ship arrived at Yuzu Island in the White Mountain Kingdom. Disguised, Noah and his companions docked at Yuzu port, preparing to gather intelligence about the kingdom. Inside a bar at the port, Noah and Galatino were sipping red tea, gleaning information from the bartender and several patrons. Noah set down his teacup and picked up a nearby hat. "It's time for us to go." The two left the bar. They had just learned that an underground auction would be held on a deserted island not far from Yuzu Island, scheduled for 4 days later. However, such underground auctions are invitation only, and without a familiar introduction, entry is impossible. Galatino, somewhat puzzled, asked, "How do we obtain an invitation?" "Hee, you'll find out in due time." The two returned to the fortune ship that evening, using the abilities of the float fruit. Noah and his entourage appeared above the deserted island aboard the fortune ship. Observing the dim lights on the island, Noah casually released a small patch of Emperor's Cloud to conceal the ship, then fixed it at an altitude of around 7,000 meters above the island. Galatino was astonished by Noah's abilities, having previously witnessed Noah using card seals to bind and release items. He knew Noah was a card fruit user. However, he hadn't anticipated that Noah could levitate the fortune ship in midair. "Chloe, does Lord Noah not wield the card fruit? Can the card fruit allow objects to float?" Galatino curiously whispered. Chloe adjusted his glasses, responding with a half smile. "Regarding Lord Noah's abilities, that is a family secret. Are you sure you wish to delve deeper?" I was merely curious. Forget I asked." Galatino chuckled awkwardly and waved his hands. Standing on the deck, with his eyes closed, Noah was scanning the deserted island with his observation Haki, enhanced by electromagnetic waves. There are a total of 392 strong life signals and 125 relatively weak ones. There are 13 underground tunnels and a submerged port with 3 submarines on the northern slope of the island. There is a cave capable of housing over 1,000 people. Many conditions on the deserted island were laid bare before Noah's enhanced observation Haki, allowing him to overhear numerous conversations. After several minutes, Noah opened his eyes. "Brother, did you find anything?" R asked curiously. Noah shook his head. "There are over 100 slaves imprisoned inside, along with a devil fruit. Additionally, they mentioned a toxic mushroom known as Heaven's Mushroom." In R's mind, information about Heaven's Mushroom quickly surfaced. Heaven's Mushroom. Isn't that the raw material for creating Paradise of Joy? Quite normal. Underground auctions typically deal in contraband, which aligns with their rodent-like nature. Noah sneered mockingly. "Brother, shall we deal with them?" Although Noah's tone was calm, it bore a hint of murderous intent. "What do you think? Should we let them live until the new year? If we had not encountered them, we could have remained indifferent. Now that we have, there is no need to show mercy. I will activate the wormhole immediately. Hold on. Let's wait until those guests arrive. Then we shall properly entertain them." Noah had no intention of letting those attending the underground auction escape. After all, where there is trade, there is harm. The participants in the underground auction were, without exception, scum. Galatino expressed his concerns. "Lord Noah, I have heard that many underground auctions in the South Sea are connected to local nobles and the world government. Wouldn't our actions be too risky?" "Risky? Just kill them all, and that will suffice." Noah delivered a cold jest. Galatino was rendered speechless on the evening of the 3rd day. As the last sailing vessel docked at the temporary pier of the deserted island, the underground auction was finally about to commence. Meanwhile, aboard the fortune ship hovering above the island, Joshua, who had just arrived via wormhole from the Rum Kingdom, activated the electromagnetic shielding mode, rendering all telephone bugs within a 10-kilometer radius of the island inoperative. "Let us go down and entertain these guests," Noah commanded, manipulating a metal plate as he descended with R, Chloe, Galatino, and over 50 elite family members from midair. Minutes later, boom. The metal plate crashed at the entrance of the auction cave. The dozen or so men in black suits guarding the entrance immediately grabbed their weapons. "Who goes there? Spare us the chatter." The arrival is hostile. Open fire immediately. Puffed. Chloe appeared in an instant at the entrance, and the throats of the men in black suits behind him erupted with blood, collapsing to the ground, convulsing, before losing their lives. Are shrugged, then opened a wormhole, leading 5 elite members toward the underground port. With iron sand chains swirling around him, Noah thrust the chains into the door. Under the influence of the float fruit, the door swung open automatically. The group entered the auction venue without hindrance. Amidst the cacophony of voices in the venue, no one noticed the unexpected guests until Noah reached the auction stage, where Chloe swiftly severed the auctioneer's throat. Ah, bold intruders, who are these people? The scene was engulfed in chaos and shock, punctuated by screams and curses. Can you all be a little quieter? As soon as Noah's words fell, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's Haki descended upon everyone present. Carasso, the head of this underground auction, had just emerged from the surveillance room and was immediately struck by a wave of terrifying pressure. His complexion changed drastically. Conqueror's Haki? The other guests were equally paralyzed, unable to move, and some of the more timid ones even lost control of their bladders. Struggling to suppress his inner fury and fear, Carasso meekly inquired, "My lord, I am at a loss as to how our auction has offended you that we are willing to apologize and make amends." The Don Quixote family, as always, is nothing but trash and repulsive. Noah scoffed mercilessly. What? Carasso's expression darkened even further, but refusing to concede defeat, he sensed from Noah's tone that the latter was familiar with the Don Quixote family. Thus, he resorted to invoking his background. I admire your strength, but this auction is backed by more than just the Don Quixote clan. It involves the needs of the world's aristocracy that I hope you will grant us a modicum of favor. World aristocracy? Isn't that merely the celestial dragons? Noah shot a glance at Kuro. Oh no. Carasso's heart sank. However, Kuro's silent killing technique was even more horrifying, as in an instant, he severed Carasso's limbs by the time the pain registered in Carasso's brain. He had already collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Ah, the young master will not let you go. The other guests were now pallid with fear, many of them frantically fleeing towards the several escape routes. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a barrage of iron sand blocked all exits. Upon realizing their escape routes were obstructed, these individuals displayed their most disgraceful selves. You bastards! Let me go. Do you know who my father is? Please spare me. I am willing to give you all my money. Help? Wah, I want to go home. Die. Kuro swiftly severed the hands of a gangster leader who was preparing to fire a weapon. This gruesome spectacle only heightened the terror of the nobles, businessmen, and gangster leaders present. So, you too can feel fear and bleed. I thought you had transcended humanity. Noah chuckled mockingly. An aristocratic elder, paralyzed by fear, crawled on his knees before Noah, exclaiming, My lord, please spare me. I was tricked into attending this auction. I am a good person. Noah's smile grew increasingly radiant. Dino, create a wax statue for our good sir. Dino summoned a torrent of wax, enveloping the noble elder, who soon found himself solidified into a wax figure, albeit with breathing holes for his mouth and nose. Yet, before the noble could rejoice, he realized his body temperature was rapidly rising. Mere minutes later, the noble elder was literally cooked alive. The other auction participants, witnessing the elder's gruesome demise, felt an involuntary chill creep up their spines. Noah exhibited no sign of wavering or compassion, turning to stride towards the temporary storage room beside the auction platform. Galdino, Kuro, and the others immediately understood Noah's intent. The merciless slaughter transformed the entire auction venue into a hellish battleground. Upon pushing open the storage room door, they found several men in black suits sprawled in pools of blood. 5 elite family members were conducting a preliminary screening and registration of the slaves held captive here, which would subsequently be handed over to the inspection department. While some of these slaves were ordinary people and children, there were also ruthless criminals among them, and Noah would not allow villains to infiltrate his family. For instance, Kuro and Galdino were accepted because they were merely at the stage of minor misconduct. Kuro had only been involved in a bit of black market dealings back home. Galdino worked as a bounty hunter, eliminating pirates, which hardly constituted true villainy. Had Kuro become a captain of a pirate crew or Galdino joined Baroque works, Noah would have undoubtedly rejected them, possibly even eliminating them outright. This was Noah's principle and bottom line. Regardless of the rationale, anyone who identified as a pirate would find no mercy from him. After all, being hunted by the world government does not necessitate becoming a pirate. One could also align with resistance forces or revolutionary armies, which does not justify piracy in Noah's view. Those who became pirates after being persecuted by the world government merely transformed their suffering into the oppression of ordinary people. True strength lies in daring to confront those even stronger. Pirates who prey on the weak are simply the dregs of the sea. Noah bypassed the room containing the imprisoned slaves and entered the chamber where auction items were stored. In the first room, there was a vast array of firearms and ammunition, approximately 2,000 guns and around 2 million rounds of ammunition, which he effortlessly collected using cards. The second room housed several freezers filled with tens of thousands of heaven mushrooms. Heaven mushrooms? Though Noah despised drugs, he recognized that some substances could serve as raw materials for specific medicinal concoctions that he collected them, intending to take them back for Andy's research. The third room contained antiques and jewels, which he also gathered. The fourth room was notably sparse, housing merely 6 boxes, a high-quality blade, a box of 50 sea prism stone bullets, an animal-type devil fruit, red spider form, 3 vials of a substance labeled black blood, a manual titled Flying Willow Swordsmanship, and a treasure map leading to a certain island in the Lost Sea. These items were the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the auction. Picking up a vial, Noah examined the black blood substance of which he had heard. It originated from the Shadow Kingdom in the South Sea and was a forbidden drug that granted temporary immunity to all toxins, with the side effect of shortening one's lifespan by 5 years for each dose consumed. The high-quality blade and swordsmanship manual were of little value. The sea prism bullets held some worth. The red spider fruit was somewhat promising, being an insect-type animal fruit with good potential. However, Noah found himself particularly intrigued by the treasure map. The Lost Sea, situated near the Antarctic ice cap in the South Sea, was once a thriving region, or so local legends claimed. Approximately 630 years ago, a catastrophe befell it, drastically altering the area's climate. Although the Lost Sea was not on the initially planned route, it was close enough that with a slight adjustment to one of the waypoints, they could conveniently visit it. Once Noah had organized the auction items, Ale had also dispatched over 50 members of the Don Quixote family at the harbor, erasing all traces of communication. Meanwhile, Noah's elite members systematically eliminated the remaining Don Quixote family members on the island, also destroying all phone bugs. Within the span of an hour, the entire deserted island was left desolate. The Don Quixote family members and auction participants perished in this place, their belongings thoroughly pillaged. North Sea. North Wind Islands. Bang. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed as he smashed his fist through the desk. Beside him, Rosinante, beneath his clownish facade, revealed a flicker of concern. Toripole, responsible for managing the family's enterprises, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Find out who did this. I want to know who has the audacity to defy me. Doflamingo, I will uncover the culprit. Torpole clenched his fists tightly, while the seemingly mute Rosinante pondered in silence how to report this matter back to the warring states, in stark contrast to the enraged Don Quixote family. The massacre that transpired on the deserted island in the White Mountain Kingdom also elicited a fervent response in the South China Sea. The White Mountain Kingdom, along with a dozen neighboring kingdoms, saw the nobles, affluent merchants, and gang leaders who participated in the recent auction swept away in one fell swoop. This created a power vacuum in these regions, which those quick to react swiftly filled by seizing the vacated territories or businesses. Meanwhile, on Hart Island in the South China Sea, the Navy had established the South China Sea Base 201, the residence of the naval commander in the region. However, at that moment, Brigadier General Oster was dutifully escorting a tall and languid middle-aged naval officer around the base. General Kazan, may I inquire how long you intend to take leave in your homeland this time? Just as Kazan was about to respond, his transponder snail began to ring. With a wave of his hand, Kazan picked it up. Brigadier General Oster immediately instructed his aides, everyone, maintain vigilance in the vicinity. After issuing the command, he swiftly retreated, granting Kazan the necessary space. Kazan answered the call. Hello, this is Kazan. Brigadier General Kazan. This is the headquarters staff office. I am Kongming. A sudden incident has just been reported from the South China Intelligence Office, so I will be brief. After listening to Kongming's explanation, Kazan's expression remained inscrutable. What does the general mean by that? The general hopes you can take a detour to the White Mountain Kingdom to investigate, but the task of capturing the Crescent Hunter, Catherine Demii, remains unchanged. What a bother. Very well. I shall take a look while I am en route. After hanging up, Kazan reclined on a sunlit patch of grass. His accompanying aide immediately began arranging for warships and supplies. Typically, naval high-ranking officers like Kazan were assigned rather troublesome tasks under the pretext of granting them leave to the four seas. For instance, carp frequently returned to the East Sea, resulting in a marked decline in the quality of pirates in that region over the past 2 decades. This time, Kazan's leave in the South China Sea came with the task of capturing Catherine Demii. It was not that Catherine's strength was particularly formidable, but rather that her actions instilled great fear in many nobles from allied nations. Coupled with her transformation abilities granted by the nine-tailed fox fruit, she became a challenging target for the South China Sea Navy to apprehend. However, unbeknownst to Kazan, Catherine Demii had already become Noah's captive, imprisoned within a card. The impact of the deserted island incident did not seem to bother Noah and his companions. Primarily, Noah held confidence in his own abilities. Unless confronted with the combined might of the 5 Elder Stars, he felt little fear. Even in a losing battle, he could utilize Ael's wormhole to escape or temporarily enhance his powers with the float fruit to ascend into the skies. Therefore, Noah chose to wander through the territory of the White Mountain Kingdom with Galatino, Kuro, and others in search of the hidden sound fruit. Time slipped by unnoticed, and after more than a week, Noah and his companions had scoured 8 islands within the White Mountain Kingdom. Finally, on the edge of a cliff on the 8th island, they discovered the sound fruit lodged within the crevices of the rocks. After securing yet another devil fruit, Noah felt no inclination to linger in the White Mountain Kingdom any longer. The Fortune's Favor adjusted its course and headed towards the more southern Lost Sea. Just as the Fortune's Favor was leaving the territorial waters of the White Mountain Kingdom, it unexpectedly encountered a naval fleet. Noah, leisurely sipping tea and perusing the news, paid little attention to the Navy. Considering he was flying the flag of a merchant ship, unfortunately, sometimes, avoiding trouble does not guarantee that trouble will not come knocking. You are to halt immediately and submit to a Navy inspection. A small warship commanded from a short distance away. Kuro glanced at Noah, who nodded in affirmation. Consequently, the Fortune's Favor came to a stop, and the small warship dropped anchor alongside. Soon, a lieutenant clad in a Navy justice cloak leaped onto the deck of the Fortune's Favor. Kuro immediately donned a false smile. "Lieutenant, we are law-abiding citizens. Here are our commercial transport credentials and permits." The lieutenant accepted the documents and glanced at Kuro, noting that his appearance did not match any wanted posters, and nodded. "We are merely conducting a routine inspection. May we enter the cabin?" Kuro nodded. "Of course, I will lead the way." Suddenly, a soldier whispered something in the lieutenant's ear, causing him to turn his gaze towards Noah and Galatino, who were sipping tea not far off. Kuro also noticed this moment and smiled, explaining, "Mr. Galatino is a bounty hunter we hired for protection." The bounty hunter Candleman, Galatino? The lieutenant had no reason to doubt this, as it was entirely normal for a transport vessel to employ bounty hunters for protection. However, the situation quickly took a turn. The waters surrounding the Fortune's Favor were swiftly encased in ice, and a layer of frost formed on the deck. "Have you visited that deserted island?" Noah brushed the ice flakes off his clothing and regarded the imposing middle-aged man before him. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "General, you carry the scent of the heaven mushroom. I see. So your Navy possesses scent-sensing abilities?" Noah inquired with a smile. The lieutenant's gaze grew increasingly serious beneath his glasses. "Perhaps you should accompany me back to Marineford and assist us in investigating the deserted island incident in the White Mountain Kingdom. If it is a misunderstanding, we are willing to compensate your merchant company for any losses." Lieutenant Kazan certainly exuded confidence. In the next moment, a violent and solid Haki erupted. Boom! The hundreds of sailors aboard the small warship collapsed instantly. "Do you intend to resist?" The temperature around Kazan plummeted. "I wish to assess whether you, the future Admiral of the Navy, truly live up to the title." Ice Gauntlet. High heat punch. Boom. The searing iron fist, hotter than ordinary magma, smashed through Kazan's ice gauntlet. Yet Kazan pressed forward, swinging his ice sword towards Noah's neck. Iron sand wings. High-frequency vibration blade. Clang, clang, clang. Even as Kazan maintained his ice blade, he found it torn apart by the continuously vibrating iron sand blade. Iron sand tornado. Noah's sleeves released tons of iron sand, while his body activated the mimicry of the rubidium magnetic mode at full power, accelerating blood flow and transforming his body into a human generator. Countless iron sand particles began to whirl, forming a terrifying iron sand tornado. Kazan immediately conjured several ice walls, not for his own defense, but to protect the ordinary sailors. Meanwhile, the contingent of sailors who had accompanied Kazan from the naval headquarters, under the guidance of Kazan's aide, swiftly evacuated the naval lieutenant and several sailors from the Fortune's favor. Likewise, Kuro and the others aboard the Fortune's favor quickly distanced themselves from the battlefield between Noah and Kazan to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Of course, Kuro, Galatino, Ale, and others remained highly vigilant of their surroundings, prepared to counter any surprise attacks from the Navy and ready to support Noah at a moment's notice. The iron sand tornado clashed violently with the blizzard in midair. Kazan's expression grew increasingly grave. Iceball, 5 ice pillars erupted from the ice field, shooting directly towards Noah. Within the iron sand tornado, Noah's body radiated a dazzling crimson hue. Furnace meteor. He soared into the sky, rapidly heating a large quantity of malleable alloy iron sand to its molten state through electromagnetic induction, which then coalesced into basketball-sized molten iron balls from the heights. Hundreds of molten iron balls rained down from above. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Kazan, witnessing this scene, was reminded of a certain troublesome colleague, and he swiftly raised his hand to call out. Exploding pigeon, the ice bird soared skyward while the iron balls plummeted. Boom, boom, boom. Noah's observation Haki instantly sensed the impending danger, and in that fleeting moment, he accelerated using magnetic levitation, narrowly avoiding the incoming seastone bullets from a distance. Other officers from the naval headquarters, perhaps, in the next moment, the sea tower's bullets were consumed by flames and evaporated. Lillian materialized not far from the ice plain, evidently having summoned several elite warriors from her family to prevent Noah from being besieged by the Navy. Kazan glanced at the fiercely burning Lillian, a user of the flame fruit. Among the Navy personnel accompanying Kazan, a vice admiral wielding dual swords charged forth, his long blades enveloped in Haki. Unleashing a ferocious wave of slashing energy, do not assume that being a Logia user grants you free reign. The dual sword vice admiral leaped towards Lillian with moonwalk steps, without a hint of anxiety. Lillian unleashed blue flames from her hands. I am not like those who can merely use fire for cooking. Roar of the fire dragon. The deep blue flame dragon instantly evaporated the incoming slashing wave and surged towards the dual sword vice admiral. This is bad. Kazan's expression shifted. Ice Age, 2 ice spears. The freezing breath slightly lowered the temperature of the fire dragon. However, that terrifying temperature of 4,990 degrees Celsius was not something that could be suppressed in an instant. And the ensuing ice spears only offered minor resistance. Yet, that brief moment was sufficient for the dual sword vice admiral to react, swiftly employing a series of shaves to evade the fire dragon's assault. In the next instant, the fire dragon left a massive crater with a radius of several hundred meters where he had just stood. Meanwhile, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Kazan's mouth, as he had just been struck by Noah's molten iron ball while attempting to save someone. Though he had activated his elementalization, the high temperature was a natural counter to ice-based powers, and that blow had inflicted some damage upon him. At this juncture, both sides were on high alert on Kazan's side. Besides himself, there were 2 vice admirals, a cadre of naval colonels, and several warships that on Noah's side. There were Lillian, R, Galatino, Chloe, and Joshua and Monet concealed in the skies above. Kazan had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point, as if confronting a top-tier pirate crew from a new world. Hailstorm, Inferno Black Dragon Wave. A torrential hailstorm rained down upon Noah's side. Lillian unleashed several shockwaves in the form of black fire dragons, obliterating the colossal hailstones. Attack! Fire the cannons! Boom! 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 The cannons of a dozen warships fired in unison. Galatino clasped his hands. Exploding locusts. The surrounding glaciers were rapidly transformed into a massive swarm of grayish-white locusts. These wax-like locusts, in addition to their locust-like structure, contained specially modified explosive glycerin within. A deluge of locusts collided with the dense cannon fired, in an instant. The area of confrontation between the 2 sides erupted with an immensely violent explosion. Merciless sun. Lillian instantly transformed into a small blue sun. Though its radius was merely a few dozen meters, the surface temperature reached a terrifying 4,990 degrees Celsius, coupled with pervasive thermal radiation, causing the surrounding glaciers to evaporate rapidly into steam. Amidst the thick steam, a blue sun barreled towards the naval vessels. Kazan immediately summoned the nearby glaciers. Ice whale. An ice whale collided with the blue sun. However, Kazan's expression remained grave, sensing Noah's impending attack through Kinbunchika Haki. He could only swiftly dodge and continue to command more ice whales to obstruct Lillian's blue sun. Yet, Kazan found himself hard-pressed against overwhelming odds. Galatino's exploding locusts had already infiltrated a portion of the naval ships. Boom, boom, boom. Enemy attack. Defensive measures. Seeing the naval soldiers being continuously harmed, Kazan's fury ignited. Ice Age. Super Blizzard. Kazan, who do you think you're looking down upon? Noah radiated a crimson glow, his hands unleashing dozens of punches in an instant. Heatwave Burst Fist. The searing iron fists, imbued with Haki, compelled Kazan to heighten his vigilance. Boom! In the distance, a naval ship was struck by the blue sun, instantly devouring a significant portion of the steel and wood-hulled vessel and igniting the gunpowder within. Damn it! Kazan's anger intensified. Yet, the adversary he faced was Noah, engulfed in a state of high-temperature steel. Although Kazan's Haki was slightly superior to Noah's, and his stamina also favored him, the disparity in their strengths was not vast enough to determine a victor in an instant. Stalled by the confrontation, Kazan found it challenging to provide full support to the other naval forces. Meanwhile, the members of the Noah family, including the elusive Lilith and the audacious Galatino, proved difficult to defend against. Even with 2 vice admirals on the Navy's side, they still struggled to hold their ground. The fierce clash persisted for over an hour. 5 out of 12 warships had already been sunk, and the Navy suffered grievous losses. Kazan, though not severely injured, had sustained some injuries. Tragically, one of the 2 vice admirals, the dual sword one, perished under Lillian's blue sun. Reduced to nothingness. As Kazan constructed another massive ice wall. He gazed at the rampaging blue sun and Noah, whose stamina showed no signs of decline and could only approach his vice admiral. Guter, disperse everyone, operate in small teams, avoid clustering together, and prioritize evasion. Yes, Vice Admiral Kazan. Guter understood the gravity of the situation. Kazan clenched his fists. Ice explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The glacier beneath Noah erupted violently, sending ice chunks scattering in all directions. Super Blizzard. Frozen time capsule. Kazan suddenly emerged from beneath the glacier, appearing behind Galatino, instantly encasing him in ice, ready to deliver a crushing blow. However, Kazan abruptly retreated while activating elementalization. Boom! Galatino's body exploded, ravaging the area within dozens of meters. Clones, sneak attacks are not good habits. Vice Admiral Kazan. Noah's iron sand swept towards him. The high-frequency, vibrating iron sand sword clashed with Kazan's ice blade once more. Boom! Another naval vessel was destroyed by the blue sun. Just then, Noah's Kinbunchiku sensed an intense feeling of danger. He executed a magnetic levitation turn while encasing himself in an iron sand shield. A laser pierced through the iron sand shield, bending and reflecting off the magnetic field shield surrounding Noah. Deflecting the laser away. Kazan, you really are in a predicament. A somewhat lecherous middle-aged man appeared beside Kuzin. Do not underestimate them. These foes are formidable. Let me see how formidable they truly are. 8 Sun Jewel. Borsellino gathered countless light bullets in his hands. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The rapidly fired light bullets cascaded like rain. Heavenly thunder. Chelan. A thunderous Chelan descended from the heavens, instantly obliterating a vast number of light bullets and bearing down on Borsellino. Borsellino, astonished, quickly prepared a counterattack. What a fright! Radiant heaven. A colossal beam of light shot towards the thunderous Chelan. That a clash of lightning and laser illuminated the heavens. The terrifying explosion generated from their collision produced a mushroom cloud rising above the glacier, forming a massive crater with a radius of approximately 1 kilometer, accompanied by a shockwave akin to a super hurricane. Kazan swiftly raised a large expanse of glacier to shield the naval soldiers behind him. At this moment, both sides distanced themselves from one another. Minutes later, the steam gradually dissipated. Kazan, Borsellino, and Vice Admiral Guter surveyed the distant enemies, their Kinbunchiku detecting the presence of foes. Noah, Lillian, Galatino, and Joshua also eyed the Navy across from them. For a brief moment, neither side made a move. Truly terrifying. The steel fruit, flame fruit, wax fruit, and thunder fruit. Borsellino seemed to jest, yet he was genuinely serious at this moment. Kazan's expression was grave. He had not anticipated the presence of another Logia user in their midst. Had the opponent launched a surprise attack moments ago, it could have led to significant troubles for him. Upon witnessing the appearance of Borsalino, Noah relinquished the thought of eliminating Kazan here. After all, at this juncture, Kazan possessed the strength of a vice admiral. Taking down a natural-type vice admiral would prove exceedingly challenging. Initially, he had intended to have the lurking Joshua deliver a fatal blow to Kazan at a critical moment. But alas, Borsalino arrived far too swiftly. Retreat. As the command left his lips, a thick mist enveloped Noah and his companions, while Ael's wormhole activated, causing everyone to vanish from the glacier in an instant. Huh. They've vanished. Borsalino raised an eyebrow at Kazan's observation. Haki also sensed the enemy's disappearance. However, neither of them acted rashly. Instead, they maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings. After several minutes passed without any unusual occurrences, they finally began to relax slightly. Kazan turned to instruct Gyut, initiate immediate rescue operations. Understood. Gyut swiftly advanced towards the positions of the other sailors. Meanwhile, Borsalino removed his glasses, wiping away the condensation, and quietly inquired, "What is the background of these individuals?" Uncertain that I stumbled upon them while investigating the massacre incident on the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom and deduced they might be the culprits, which led to our confrontation at this moment. Kazan felt a profound headache regarding how to manage the aftermath. In the Grand Line, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, even the semi-retired Steelbone Kong was taken aback by the news relayed from the South Sea. Within the Marshal's office, apart from Steelbone Kong, the other high-ranking naval officials present were a rare assembly. This included Marine Instructor Blackwrist Zephyr, Marine Hero Iron Fist Carp, Chief of Staff Crane, and Generals Weasel and Gion, among others. While Sakazuki was in the North Sea, Sengoku held command at the G1 base in the New World, and Akainu was sweeping away pirates in the West Sea. As Chief of Staff, Crane also managed affairs for the Navy's intelligence department. Thus, she took it upon herself to provide a comprehensive report. According to Kazan's account, we can currently confirm the existence of 6 enemies. Colonel Branu, affiliated with the intelligence department, immediately projected images onto a side screen. The suspected leader was a young man with the Iron Fruit ability, possessing advanced mastery of all 3 types of Haki, as well as formidable skills in both hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship. With his fruit powers developed to an extraordinary level, images of Noah in disguise and several of his techniques appeared on the screen. Weasel expressed his astonishment. Wasn't the previous wielder of the Iron Fruit eliminated by Sakazuki just a few years ago? This individual must have acquired the fruit only in recent years, yet he has developed it to such an extent. The Naval High Command, upon seeing Noah's array of abilities, couldn't help but marvel at the depth of his mastery over the Iron Fruit, which had reached an unprecedented pinnacle among all previous users. High heat, mirror manipulation, magnetic fields, electric currents, and iron sand control. Such a fruit could serve multiple purposes. The second target was a blonde girl, estimated to be under 18, a natural-type flame fruit user, possessing both Haki types. Her martial arts and swordsmanship remained untested, yet her fruit abilities were also impressively developed. Rear Admiral Crazy Bull had fallen at her hands. The screen displayed images of Lillian, half-mast, along with her blue sun state. Flame fruit? Carp scrutinized the images. The previous wielder of the flame fruit had been sent to the depths of the sea by his fist. Yet, he seemed to be encountering this fruit for the first time. Are the flames of the flame fruit blue? Zephyr strained to recall classified documents from the Navy's archives, realizing that all prior users had exhibited orange flames. This blue fire was unprecedented. Weasel ventured a hypothesis. Could it be that the devil fruit has awakened? Awakening. It is indeed a possibility, Zephyr conceded, momentarily attributing this phenomenon to a potential awakening of the fruit's powers. Crane then elaborated. The third target is the South Sea bounty hunter Galdino. Currently the only confirmed identity among the targets, he wields the wax fruit, possesses observation Haki, and has yet to demonstrate armed Haki. His fruit powers are also remarkably advanced. The screen displayed Galdino's image along with an introduction to some of his techniques. The fourth target was a young man with black hair, a natural-type thunder fruit user, who had exchanged blows with Borsalino, who described him as possessing island-destroying capabilities. The screen transitioned to reveal Joshua in disguise, along with images of the clash between the heavenly thunder Kirin and the radiance of heaven. Another natural type, and such a formidable one, Gion remarked, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. The fifth target was a young man in glasses masquerading as a merchant ship supervisor, who exhibited no fruit abilities but was proficient in armed Haki and observation Haki, employing a silent martial art style and wielding a pair of claw blades. The screen shifted to reveal Cielo's image. Also in disguise, the sixth target was a green-haired youth with little presence, suspected of possessing a space-type devil fruit ability, who aided the other targets in their retreat. The screen now displayed a photo of Ale. Shrouded in a black mask, Steelbone Kong rubbed his temples. Crane, how do you propose we deal with this faction? Crane remained unfazed by the presence of two natural types and several formidable superhuman types. After all, she had witnessed the might of the three emperors in the New World, as well as the former Rocks pirates and Roger pirates. She set down her documents, stating, Marshal Kong, based on their actions, I do not believe they are the typical pirates motivated by treasure. It is precisely for this reason that I perceive them as an even greater threat. Indeed, Kong nodded. To him, those marauding pirates on the seas were merely a nuisance, posing no significant threat to the world government. Crane continued her analysis. Given the exhibited strength, this group likely did not originate from the Four Seas, but rather evolved from a secret organization within the Grand Line. Their objectives are what we must prioritize in our focus. Could they be the Revolutionary Army? Weasel ventured quietly. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office grew palpably awkward. Crane was acutely aware of the reason behind this discomfort, but chose not to address it directly. Continuing her analysis, the likelihood of them being affiliated with the Revolutionary Army is low, as those with Conqueror's Haki would not easily submit to others. That I do not believe Dragon possesses the strength to subdue this group. Ha. Indeed, that unfilial son lacks the ability to control such individuals. Carp laughed heartily, then grabbed a bag of rice crackers to snack on. Crane and Kong remained silent, while Zephyr furrowed his brow but also refrained from speaking. The matter of Dragon was a difficult topic for everyone present to comment on. I propose we issue a bounty on this group under the label of a terrorist organization. After contemplating Crane's suggestion for a moment, Kong nodded in agreement. Let it be so. Crane further proposed, in addition to the bounty, we should enhance our intelligence operations regarding this organization. We cannot afford to be caught off guard, as we were this time. Had Borisolino not arrived in time, Kazan and the others would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. That I will discuss this with the five elders and have CP assist us in investigating this organization. Kong took it upon himself to liaise with the five elders. Additionally, given Borisolino's mobility, he could no longer remain stationed at Sabaody Archipelago alone. A vice admiral must be dispatched to replace him, allowing us to deploy Borisolino to assist others as needed. Kong nodded. Yes, Borisolino should indeed serve as the core of our reserve forces to avoid any delays in support. Soon, discussions at the Marine headquarters regarding Noah's group reached their conclusion. The relevant bounty notices were hastily prepared by the Marine headquarters. The following morning, several news agencies under the world government, along with the well-informed World Economic News, reported the bounty along with revised event details. The world erupted in an uproar. Crane, of course, had no intention of genuinely promoting Noah's group. Rather, she aimed to intentionally inflate their notoriety, depicting their strength as comparable to that of the Sea Emperors of the New World. It seems that as long as Noah and his crew are willing to venture into the New World, they could immediately ascend to become the fourth Emperor of the Sea. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to sow discord, directing the gaze of the notorious pirates of the New World towards Noah's crew, hoping to exploit this opportunity to extract more detailed information during their confrontations with other formidable pirates. Moreover, Morgans, the Birdman, has audaciously crafted a sensational headline in the news: Capes of the Reverse Mountain Canal. The Twin Cape Lighthouse. The recently recovered Shanks is engaging in light-hearted conversation with Kakalos. Suddenly, a little girl with one side of her hair white and the other red bursts in, clutching a newspaper and gasping, Shanks. Today's paper claims a new emperor of the sea has emerged. What? Beckman swiftly intervenes, snatching the newspaper. After perusing the World Economic Journal, Beckman's brow furrows in concern. Shanks takes a sip of his drink and, half-jokingly, inquires, Beckman, is it possible that the fourth emperor of the sea has truly appeared? Not exactly, but the situation is rather intricate. You should take a look for yourself. Beckman hands the newspaper to Shanks. Shanks studies it for a moment, his expression turning grave. Such formidable power. The other members of the red-haired pirates also scrutinized the newspaper and the bounty notices. Iron Man, Bounty of 2,038,270,000 berries. Wielder of the iron fruit, proficient in all 3 types of Haki and swordsmanship. Leader of the secretive organization, orchestrator of the White Mountain Kingdom massacre and the slaughter of Navy soldiers. Most heinous and unforgivable. Blue Flame Witch. Bounty of 1,081,432,000 berries. User of the flame fruit, adept in 2-color Haki. Member of the secretive organization, involved in the massacre, responsible for the death of a Navy brigadier general. Most heinous and unforgivable. Candle Man, Galdino. Bounty of 554,010,000 berries. User of the wax fruit, capable of utilizing observation Haki. Former bounty hunter from the South Blue, member of the secretive organization, involved in the massacre. Responsible for the deaths of numerous Navy soldiers. Most heinous and unforgivable. Thunder Beast. Bounty of 1,059,825,000 berries. Wielder of the thunder fruit. Possesses the power to annihilate an island in 1 strike. Member of the secretive organization, involved in the massacre. Most heinous and unforgivable. Claw Glasses Man. Bounty of 336,980,000 berries. Proficient in Haki and martial arts. Utilizes specially crafted claw blades. Member of the secretive organization. Involved in the massacre. Most heinous and unforgivable. Mysterious Green-Haired Masked Man. Bounty of 1,011,040,000 berries. Suspected user of a space-type devil fruit. Capable of large-scale teleportation. Member of the secretive organization. Involved in the massacre. Most heinous and unforgivable. 2 nature types. Their strength is indeed formidable. Jesus Burgess muses while fiddling with his sniper rifle. Beckman takes a puff of his cigar. The key point is that they managed to kill a Navy brigadier general in the presence of Akiji, which indicates that Akiji was suppressed at that time. Moreover, even with the addition of Kazuro later on, they still could not subdue them, allowing them to escape unscathed. Clearly, these 2 vice admirals were incapable of taking down this organization. Shanks gazes deeply, lost in thought. Kakalos, standing nearby, jokes. Are you all perhaps overthinking this? The ones who should truly be worried now are the Navy and the world government. Ha! Truly a worthy ship's doctor. Shanks raises his glass and drains it in 1 gulp. Kakalos shoots Shanks a disapproving glare. You still have the nerve to say that, this time? Consider yourself lucky. That sickly fruit user didn't fully develop their powers. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it to the Twin Cape. Quickly find a competent ship's doctor, and make sure to give him the medical book I provided you. The old man cannot accompany you on your voyage. Ha! Thank you, esteemed ship's doctor. Shanks beams gratefully. In the Grand Line, New World, in a tranquil sea, several large ships resembling whales glide slowly, the largest bearing the name Moby Dick. Old man, the New World may soon welcome its 4th Emperor of the Sea. Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, exclaims as he presents a newspaper to Whitebeard at this moment. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, not yet fully gray-haired and devoid of the foredrip he would bear years later, glances at the newspaper. Ha ha ha. Is the world government and Navy again attempting to utilize others as pawns? Such tiresome theatrics. Bermank, captain of the 6th Division, laughs heartily. Who cares? I reckon that secretive organization isn't anything remarkable. If they dare to enter the New World, the Whitebeard pirates need not fear them. Indeed, Old Man is the strongest in the world that a bunch that dares not even reveal their true faces cannot possibly compare with the Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha. With Old Man around, there is naught to fear. Even Marshal D. Teach, who conceals himself, joins in the laughter. However, in his heart, he feels little agitation. As long as no user of the dark fruit appears, he remains unconcerned. In another part of the New World, within the beast pirate stronghold on Onigashima, the chief officer, King, his handsome visage concealed behind a steel mask, grows serious upon hearing a report from an overseas informant. Suddenly, a cacophony of violent clashes and the screams of a young girl echo from the plaza outside. Lord Kaido has begun again. Young Yamato should really wait until the evening to report this to Lord Kaido. King shakes his head in resignation. Though Noah's crew displays formidable strength, they are not the animal-type users that Kaido favors. And since they have not explicitly expressed their intent to enter the New World, King does not feel the urgency to report. In the Tado Land Sea of the New World, deep within the pastry castle of Cake Island, a corpulent woman indulging in sweets grows displeased as her eldest son enters. Perispero, you should know the consequences of interrupting my dessert time. Right? Sweating profusely, Charlotte Perispero hastily summarizes. Mother, the reason for the interruption is that a significant event has transpired at sea. Both the Navy and Morgans are rallying for the emergence of the fourth Emperor of the Sea. What? The fourth Emperor of the Sea? Which scoundrel has been thrust into the spotlight? Charlotte Linlin retains some intelligence when not in a frenzy. Perispero quickly outlines the situation. It is a force known as the Secretive Organization. They reportedly can contend with Akiji and Kizuru, and have even slain a Navy brigadier general, ultimately escaping unscathed. Charlotte Linlin raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, why have I not heard of this organization's intelligence before? Perispero explains rapidly. I just communicated with the underground kings, including Morgans. They all claim to have no knowledge of this organization. However, their strength is undeniably formidable. Among the 6 known members are a thunder fruit user and a flame fruit user, both of whom are nature types, along with a highly developed iron fruit user and a wax fruit user. Lastly, there is also a suspected space type user. Upon hearing of the 2 nature type users, Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleam with excitement. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate this organization. I want to know all there is to know about them. Recognizing his mother's intent, Perispero realizes she is likely considering some form of alliance. However, he is not optimistic about her plan. After all, the organization's strength is too formidable for a union to be feasible. The conflict between Noah's crew and the Navy, along with the subsequent issuance of bounties, has not only shaken the notorious pirates of the New World but has also astonished the 5 elders and Mary Geos. Mary Guaz.I in the realm of power. St. Saturn's gaze is stern. This organization is highly likely the one responsible for abducting the civilians of Fervance. St. Pitt furrows his brow, a space-type devil fruit user. The Dordor fruit was lost to CP9, and the teleportation fruit is currently unaccounted for. It is difficult to ascertain. That is of little consequence. The critical point is this girl. St. Walkuli holds up a photograph, revealing the unmistakable image of Lillian in her blue sun form. St. Nasajuro strokes the long sword in his hand. Can the flame fruit also transform into a sun? Has the search for that fruit yielded no results yet? CP is still clandestinely searching. But you should be aware that the fruit possesses a consciousness of its own. Satan's saint appears somewhat helpless. A flicker of seriousness crosses Nasashalang Saint's gaze. The fruit and the surgical fruit must be located post-haste. The time is drawing near, and we must expedite our plans. Vacheli Saint strokes his bushy beard. The 7 warlords' plan has thus far confirmed only Crocodile and Moria. CP is currently in contact with the naval hunter Mihawk and the terrifying weapon Dahlia. Other candidates are yet to be deemed suitable. What about Wang Ji? Nasashalang Saint raises an eyebrow. He has declined. Vacheli Saint casually explains. Satan Saint reminds. We must swiftly select suitable candidates for CP, as the 7 warlords' plan is of great significance. However, I have a plan to execute soon. If successful, we may acquire a valuable 7 warlord is it regarding the escaped slave from God Valley. What are your thoughts on the girl with the flame fruit? Let CP conduct a thorough investigation. Once her whereabouts are discovered, I shall personally lead CP0 to take action. Although her potential of becoming the new sun is slim, it is better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a potential threat. Meanwhile, in the depths of a small garden among the flowers, a delicate white butterfly gracefully alights on a finger. Nearby, on a stone platform, several photographs of Lillian are displayed at the same time. In the Grand Line, in the Kamabaka Kingdom of Paradise, the hidden temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army has received today's newspaper. Dragon, something significant has occurred. Ivankov glides in with an eccentric dance. Dragon, who is troubled by the supply of resources and weaponry channels, sets down his pen. Ivankov, what has happened? Look. Taking the newspaper, Dragon glances at it, and his pupils constrict sharply as he fixates on the paper and the bounty notices. After a moment, he exclaims, such formidable forces that can nearly be compared to the emperors of the New World. Ivankov suggests, Dragon, should we not make contact with this force? From their actions, they do not appear to be a malicious terrorist organization. Dragon ponders for a moment. Indeed, the auction at the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom involved various underground forces. As for the slaughter of the Navy, it seems a conflict erupted between both parties that I agree to make contact. However, we must not expose ourselves until we ascertain their true nature. Let the 4 Seas branches keep an eye out. If they discover members of the Seeker organization, instruct them to establish contact discreetly. The attention of various factions across the seas does not affect the movements of Noah and his companions. After all, The mobility of the Noah family is exceptionally high. The Apostle Shiki's float fruit and Ale's whole fruit facilitate rapid large-scale relocations. Moreover, Joshua's thunder fruit, Lillian's flame fruit, Monet's snow fruit, and Lilith's emperor butterfly fruit all possess the ability for long-distance flight. Coupled with the recently constructed ARC No. 001 experimental spacecraft, which relies on graphene batteries and wind turbines for its core power, preliminary testing has been completed as long as the Noah family intends to maintain secrecy. It is exceedingly difficult for other factions to pinpoint their whereabouts or infiltrate. After all, in the presence of Mary's observation Haki, any spy is as conspicuous as a flame in the dark. After disengaging from the battle with Akiji and Kizaru, Noah and his companions did not set sail immediately, but returned to Sky Island. Within the governor's office of Lion Island, Noah and others summarized the recent battles. He sips lemonade. This skirmish was merely an appetizer. The next encounter with the Navy or the world government will likely not be so effortless. I feel my observation Haki is insufficient. I must also awaken my armament Haki as soon as possible. Galatino expresses his shortcomings. Although he managed to eliminate several naval soldiers, he barely escaped being defeated by Kazan. Were it not for Joshua's timely telepathic warning from high above, advising him to use a candle substitute to conceal himself, he would likely have been obliterated. Lillian also acknowledges her limitations. My stamina is still lacking, after merely over 2 hours of using the sun mode. My energy dropped to less than half. I must enhance my physical training. For the young Lillian, stamina indeed poses a constraint on her capabilities. This was also one of the reasons Noah chose to retreat upon witnessing Borsalino's arrival. After all, a Navy admiral can combat tirelessly for 10 days and nights in a short time. Even with all their might, Noah and the other family members could only temporarily suppress Kazan and Borsalino. But they could not eliminate both in mere hours. Should the delay continue, reinforcements from the Navy and the world government would arrive in droves. By that time, the stamina of Lillian, Galatino, Kuro, and others would surely wane significantly, rendering the situation exceedingly unfavorable for Noah's side. Noah decisively ordered Ale to lead everyone to retreat. He felt no dismay at this outcome, for the members of the Noah family are still very young, with immense potential yet to be unlocked. In contrast, Kazan, Borsalino, and others are already at their peak. Unless they awaken Conqueror's Haki or achieve complete mastery of their fruits, their strength is unlikely to see significant improvement. Simultaneously, this clash has tempered the arrogance of the family members. Having witnessed the world's top-tier combat prowess, they have come to recognize the disparity between both sides, particularly in terms of physical constitution and endurance. Once their physical capabilities and stamina are enhanced, the Noah family could potentially produce 4 to 5 individuals of admiral caliber, after recuperating and adjusting for over a month on Sky Island. Noah and his companions set sail once more. However, Galatino has realized his shortcomings. Thus, he chose not to embark with the crew, but instead to attend a training camp in the Rumble Kingdom for a year. Noah, accompanied by Kuro, Ale, and others, after donning disguises, utilized wormhole jumping to reappear in a maritime area near the White Mountain Kingdom. This time, however, their vessel is the Nautilus, which has opted for submersible mode. Their destination is the Lost Sea in the southern part of the South Sea. On October 3 RD, 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, half a month has passed since Noah and his companions set sail again. During this time, they have traversed 8 islands. Today, they finally reach the edge of the Lost Sea. Wearing a cowboy hat, Noah stands at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the ominous sea. Brother, the conditions in this sea area are quite peculiar. Lilith, who has come from the Rumble Kingdom to assist, stands beside Noah, her expression grave. Noah's observation Haki similarly senses the strangeness of this sea region. Unforeseen storms and tornadoes, coupled with the sporadic descent of massive hailstones, make this area appear more akin to the Grand Line than the South Sea. Are we confident? Lilith contemplates for a moment. If we activate the magnetic field shield, along with my monitoring, we should be able to navigate. Then let us give it a try. If it truly proves impossible, we will have to let Ale open a wormhole to escape. Lilith nods. Then, armed with the treasure map obtained earlier and nautical charts from neighboring countries, she intently monitors the weather changes within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The Nautilus swiftly sails deeper into the Lost Sea. Hail incoming. Left at 37 degrees, approximately 3 kilometers ahead of the Nautilus. A large hailstone with a diameter of 5 to 6 meters descends from the dark clouds. Not good. Full defensive measures. Veer right. Noah enters rubidium magnet mode, and an incredibly strong defensive magnetic field envelopes the Nautilus. In the next moment, dozens of waterspouts surround them from all directions. Clear the way. Noah manipulates the magnetic force, condensing iron sand into spears. Super electromagnetic cannon. Fire at will. A multitude of electromagnetic cannons unleashed a barrage upon the tumultuous surface of the sea beneath the vortex. Producing a cacophony of explosive sounds, the fierce impacts further agitated the waters, disrupting the trajectory of the waterspout. Seizing the moment, the Nautilus maneuvered through the encirclement. By this time, for days had elapsed since their entry into the Lost Sea. And during this period, situations akin to the present had arisen almost every few hours. With the intention of fortifying their physical endurance, Noah refrained from utilizing the float fruit to elevate the Nautilus to a safe altitude. Instead, he continued to brave the winds and waves alongside his companions. Noah did not maintain the magnetic shield at all times. Rather, he permitted his crew to take turns in an effort to combat the bizarre weather. However, after 4 days and nights of relentless turmoil, fatigue had begun to set in for everyone. Even Noah felt a twinge of weariness, noticing that the Nautilus had successfully evaded the waterspout's domain. Noah turned to inquire, "Lilith, how far are we from our destination?" "Approximately 53 kilometers to the northwest. That if all goes well, we shall reach the target island in 5 hours. 5 hours. Then let us proceed at full speed." The Nautilus continued to forge ahead through the tempest. Clearly, the journey was far from tranquil, causing them to expend over 3 additional hours before finally arriving at their destination. Upon landing, Noah casually stowed away the Nautilus. The scene that unfolded before them was unexpectedly serene. The island was overrun with vines, weeds, and moss. Aside from the oysters, barnacles, mussels, and shrimp clinging to the coastal rocks, there was no sign of large fauna in the vicinity. Occasional glimpses of small crabs scuttling among the crevices of the rocks were the only other signs of life. After navigating through the jagged area of coastal boulders, Noah and his companions arrived at a low-lying hilly region. The ruins of structures emerged as Cloche cleared away a mass of vines, revealing numerous outlines of buildings. With each step, they delved deeper into the remnants of this ancient city. Everywhere they looked, they were greeted by crumbling walls overrun with moss and vines. "So pristine," Cloche exclaimed as he removed a section of a collapsed stone wall, discovering it devoid of any gold or jewels. Noah had begun to discern certain truths. As expected, if nature had not wrought destruction upon this place, treasures would have surely remained. 2 hours later, they arrived at what appeared to be the ruins of a temple. Noah gazed at a mural depicting a sacrificial ceremony, his expression one of astonishment. "Is that the Nika dance? Is this a site dedicated to the sun god?" Cloche swept his gaze across the surrounding stone walls, uncovering more murals. After examining the artwork, Noah shook his head. It seems this was indeed a site of worship for Nika. No wonder it met its demise, such as the fate of the vanquished. "Brother, how do we decipher the riddle on this treasure map?" Lilith asked, her brow furrowed in confusion as she held the map aloft. Noah read the riddle aloud. "In the land of sunrise, at sunset's hour, where colors dance, the ancient well calls." The riddle was, in fact, quite straightforward. The land of sunrise indicated a location. At sunset's hour referred to the evening of the day, and where colors dance signified the season of the aurora, suggesting that the treasure should be located within the ancient well. The season in which the auroras graced the Lost Sea occurred in either April or May, or August or September. During these months, the sun rose precisely from the northeast, indicating that the well must lie in the northeastern part of the island. Soon, the group centered their exploration towards the northeast from the site of worship. However, along their path, they encountered no signs of architectural remains and, naturally, no wells hewn by human hands. Despite Noah employing both electromagnetic waves and his observation Haki, he failed to detect any traces of the ancient well. Until they reached the shoreline, they remained empty-handed. Cloche adjusted his glasses. Could it be that the ancient well only appears at dusk each day? Not necessarily. Noah pondered anew, despite following the riddle's clues. Why could they not locate the well? As he gazed at the turbulent waves nearby, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the rising sea levels had submerged the ancient well? Once more, he concentrated his observation Haki and electromagnetic wave detection, probing the nearby seabed. But a few minutes later, Noah's eyes opened wide. I found it, just 2 kilometers beneath the surface. Indeed, it lay submerged. The influence of rising sea levels was undeniably real. Cloche had not anticipated that a treasure map from centuries past would inadvertently affirm the reality of rising tides. Noah placed his hands upon the water's surface. Soon, the surrounding sea parted, revealing the seabed, which lay at a depth of approximately 30 to 40 meters. As the water receded, the hidden remnants beneath the waves finally emerged, what appeared to be the remains of a lighthouse, with its upper half utterly shattered, leaving only the base intact, within which lay the ancient well. Clearing away the debris of the structure revealed a sizable ancient well, its walls adorned with a spiral stone staircase. Noah and his companions descended the stone steps. The water within had been evacuated by the float fruit, and numerous remnants of octopuses, eels, and lobsters lingered within the crevices of the surrounding rocks. After descending over 100 meters, they reached the muddy bottom, where, upon using the float fruit to siphon away the silt, a tunnel was unveiled. Passing through the tunnel, they arrived at a natural cavern. However, this cavern bore the marks of human modification, along with a section of tunnel that had been destroyed. Judging by its design, this must have been a hidden harbor. The interior of the abandoned submarine cavern spanned over 20,000 square meters, with a height of around 10 meters. Several small caverns had been hewn into the cave walls. Noah casually cleared away the mud and stones from the ground. Docked at the submarine pier was a rusted and decaying submarine. Although Noah held little hope for treasure, he did not extinguish the enthusiasm of his companions. Let us split up and search this place for any hidden treasures. Soon, the group dispersed, meticulously examining the numerous small caverns, the derelict submarine, and the areas concealed beneath debris. Cloche removed a rotting wooden door. Equipped with a portable respirator and oxygen tank, he ventured into the nearby small cavern, where his flashlight illuminated 2 rows of bookshelves, the books upon them having deteriorated into clumps. Fortunately, some of the books had been crafted from a special marine beast's hide, capable of withstanding the corrosive effects of seawater. Cloche picked one up and leafed through its pages. More unknown ancient scripts. Judging by the illustrations, it appears to be a book on botany. Extracting the books made of the special marine hide, he discovered over 200 volumes in total, and on a nearby desk, he found several nautical charts crafted from the same material, depicting the state of the lost sea from centuries ago. In another small cavern, Lilith discovered a plethora of ancient texts carved into the rock walls. However, a portion of the content was inscribed in a universally understood language, allowing her to comprehend that section. In the year 866 of the Sea-Round calendar, the Kingdom of Atlanti faced a surprise attack from the world government, resulting in the complete annihilation of the kingdom's first fleet. In May, the world government launched a demon extermination order against the kingdom, leading to a series of defeats for the Royal Army. By August, the capital, located on Atlan Island, was obliterated by a beam of light from the heavens. In September, the kingdom's guardian, Hulk, who had been lured away by the machinations of the world government, finally returned to find the kingdom in ruins, leading the remnants of the Royal Army to destroy 17 naval vessels and slay Admiral Rubio. In October, the 5 elders of the world government descended, and the Guardian was unable to withstand their might. The remnants of the Royal Army were nearly annihilated, and the citizens were almost slaughtered by the celestial dragons. The Guardian, awakening the powers of the hurricane fruit, sacrificed his life to obliterate the vessels in the Atlantean Sea. In November, I returned to the devastated homeland of Crab Island with the 6 surviving subordinates. Inscribing the history here, Lilith gazed at the ancient text. Is this a fragment of historical record? She recounted the situation here to Noah, who instructed his men to make rubbings of the historical texts within. In the other small caves, however, there was little of value. The only noteworthy artifact was a unique technique inscribed by a survivor. This special technique, known as the Atlantean deep-sea diving technology, encompassed the shark skin swimsuit technology, artificial gill technology, deep-sea blood serum technology, and Sea King respiratory simulation technology. Upon assessment, Noah recognized the significant value of this technology for races beyond the fishmen, while the sharkskin swimsuit was of minor importance. The artificial gills, deep-sea blood serum, and Sea King respiratory simulator exhibited considerable technological sophistication and a wide range of applications. The wax gills of Galatino and the graphite gills of Age were creations of specific fruit abilities. best suited for their respective users, allowing only brief usage by others. In contrast, the Atlantean artificial gills could be produced on an industrial scale for widespread use. Similarly, the deep-sea blood serum was an essential consumable for terrestrial creatures venturing into the depths, as neglecting its use would not only limit diving depth but also increase the risk of decompression sickness, potentially endangering lives. The final technology, the Sea King respiratory simulator, provided divers with a relative sense of security. After all, swimming in the ocean posed the greatest dangers from large sea beasts and sea kings, particularly in the Grand Line, where fearsome sea kings could make even a standard vice admiral retreat. However, Noah also discerned the limitations of the Sea King respiratory simulator. The oceanic breath simulator invented by Vegapunk rendered Sea Kings invisible to its user. In contrast, the Sea King respiratory simulator mimicked the user as a Sea King. But since Sea Kings are intelligent beings capable of communication and conflict, using such a simulator could lead to being perceived as an intruder competing for territory. This device could only be effectively utilized in the 4 seas to repel sea beasts. Once in the Grand Line, it would have to be discontinued to avoid attracting nearby Sea Kings. Noah instructed his accompanying subordinates to document these technological details after failing to uncover any other treasures. The group did not immediately leave Crab Island, as Noah believed the location of the Lost Sea was quite advantageous. An awakened hurricane fruit user had transformed this expanse into a perilous stormy sea through the sacrifice of their life. Now, apart from the occasional ship that accidentally entered the Lost Sea, few would willingly venture into these waters. The radius of the Lost Sea spanned approximately 500 kilometers, and according to Noah's observation Haki, there were still 13 islands within. With some modifications, these islands could serve as a secret base for the Noah family in the South Sea, especially with the increasing number of Fravan survivors under Roger's care. Sick-Ass Island was nearing its population limit, while the growth rate of the Sky Island's cubic clouds was insufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people all at once. Recognizing the unique environment of the Lost Sea, Noah deemed it an ideal location for new expansion, with storms acting as a natural barrier and the presence of several islands, the largest of which had a radius of approximately 11 kilometers. Noah swiftly set about relocating these islands to the central region of the Lost Sea, an area akin to the Eye of the Storm, appearing calm and serene. Through his observation Haki, Noah realized that this so-called Eye of the Storm was the very region where the capital of the Atlantean kingdom, Atlantia, once thrived. At that moment, beneath the surface of the sea, lay an unfathomably deep chasm, a clear consequence of the Celestial King's assault. Near this abyss, Noah selected a shallow area with a sturdy rocky foundation to position the 13 islands. He then excavated a substantial amount of rock and sediment from the surrounding waters to reinforce the islands' bases, enhancing their stability. Ultimately, he formed a cluster of 5 large islands, marking the official establishment of the Storm Islands Governorate. Arel opened a wormhole, transporting a large number of young men from Sick-Ass Island to commence construction on the Storm Islands. Currently, the Storm Islands consisted of 5 islands: Storm Island, Crab Island, Sharp Rock Island, Silver Beach Island, and Block Island. The first 4 islands were a combination of natural land and additional sediment and rock from the seabed, while Block Island was formed from the amalgamation of 9 small, desolate islands. The core of this cluster, Storm Island, also served as the site for Storm City. Noah summoned Garum, transformed into an apostle, whose cubic fruit had immense utility in construction, together with Shiki, utilizing the float fruit for assistance. They rapidly erected a city as if assembling building blocks. Employing the cubic fruit, they precisely carved out cubic stone blocks, which Shiki then manipulated to stack in designated locations. For instance, to construct a house, one would first cut a cubic stone block measuring 15 meters on each side, then subdivide the interior of the block to swiftly create a 2-story dwelling. Through this method, Storm City accomplished a series of infrastructure projects within a month, including a governor's mansion for granaries, 16 defensive fortresses, 12,000 sets of 2-story stone houses, an underground sewage system, 2 small reservoirs, and 10 large industrial factories. The population transferred from Sick-Ass Island reached 32,000, sufficiently sustaining the city's functions. Noah intended to designate the Storm Islands Governorate as an industrial zone. After all, the fertile islands of the Rum Kingdom, combined with their status as a member of the world government, were ill-suited for industrial development, particularly heavy industry. Similarly, the Sky Island was not conducive to heavy industrial growth, given the scarcity of minerals, Heavy industry could only be developed through Noah's transport of mineral-rich desolate islands from the windless zone, which was not a sustainable solution. The storm islands, situated within the eye of the storm, experienced nearly year-round dry weather, with freshwater supply reliant solely on piped water. Fortunately, the source of freshwater was straightforward. As Block Island was not entirely within the storm eye's range, one-third of its area experienced frequent downpours. Block Island was transformed into a special terrain where this one-third of land, located in the storm zone, was elevated and basin-shaped, allowing it to collect rainfall and channel the freshwater through pipes to the two small reservoirs on Storm Island. Thus, even though Storm Island remained perpetually dry, it would not face water shortages. Of course, not all of the storm islands were designated as industrial zones. For example, Crab Island was more suitable for livestock farming, while Silver Beach Island was ideal for agriculture. Sharp Rock Island and portions of Block Island were apt for mining endeavors. With the initial construction of Storm City nearing completion, Age, responsible for the industrial sector and concurrently overseeing the scientific and educational departments, was also transferred to Storm City to manage industrial development. Given the significance of the Storm Islands, Noah summoned Joshua from the Rum Kingdom to serve as the governor of the Storm Islands in consideration of the governance of various governorates. Noah dissolved the Sick-Ass Island Governorate, relocating it from its original maritime area to the vicinity of Black Rock Island. To ensure secrecy and safety, he transported nearly all of the cubic clouds produced in recent months to hover over Black Rock Island, forming a brand new Sky Island. Furthermore, Sick-Ass Island would serve as the production base for the Cloud Factory. After all, High Island's volcano continuously supplies volcanic ash rich in the components of sea tower stone. Zikasisi Island and the Kingdom of Rum comprise the Eastern Sea Governorate, overseen by Governor Joseph Uncle. The aerial archipelago above Gala Island, along with Baika Island and Glutton Island, constitutes the Sky Paradise Governorate, presided over by Governor Monet. Following a reorganization and adjustment, the Nation of Dawn has formed three governorates: the Storm Islands Governorate, the Sky Paradise Governorate, and the Eastern Sea Governorate. As for other smaller bases, such as listening posts, they have been assigned to the Inspection Department for Unified Management. Noah and his companions remained in the Storm Islands until the end of the year, only setting sail again after the new year. Over the course of more than 2 months of development, the Storm Islands have added 4 more mineral-rich islands, all of which are desolate lands from the mineral veins secretly excavated by Shurji within the Antarctic ice cap. A significant portion of the factory secretly constructed underground in the Kingdom of Rum has been relocated to Storm Island through card seals and the wormhole jumps facilitated by Ale. At this juncture, the industrial area of Storm Island has established a large arc dock capable of mass-producing medium-sized arcs. Furthermore, the technology acquired from the ancient well ruins of Crab Island has commenced research and replication efforts. Noah has left Gaelam in charge of the industrial zone in the Storm Islands, also to fulfill Noah's vision for the development of the cubic fruit. This cubic fruit possesses immense potential not only in infrastructure, but also in scientific research and weaponry. The cubes produced from this fruit can be compressed, and this very characteristic opens a plethora of application avenues. For instance, compressing hydrogen to its utmost limits transforms it into metallic hydrogen, an explosive substance with destructive power exponentially greater. Should metallic hydrogen be further compressed, the hydrogen atoms within could initiate nuclear fusion, leading to a nuclear explosion. Naturally, achieving such compression of hydrogen atoms to induce fusion would likely require the awakening of the cubic fruit. Beyond this, cubic compression can yield various high-strength alloys and non-metallic materials. For example, compressing graphite using the cubic fruit can produce a vast quantity of synthetic diamonds, which, if managed properly, can provide the Noah family with a continuous stream of revenue. The devil fruit is not only applicable in combat, but can also play a significant role in production and daily life. Thus, Noah's decision to retain Gaelam in the Storm Islands is a matter of utilizing resources efficiently. Were it not for the lack of more suitable trump cards, Noah would not have hesitated to keep Deshiom, the steel fruit user, as well. After all, the steel fruit allows control over magnetic fields and generates high heat, greatly enhancing metallurgy and machining processes. However, for his own safety, Noah would naturally refrain from leaving Deshiom in the Storm Islands. At this stage, the extraordinary physical capabilities granted by the steel fruit enable him to withstand an admiral's assault. Without the enhancement of the steel fruit, a surprise attack from an adversary of admiral rank could prove fatal. Although the likelihood of such an attack is low, Noah remains vigilant. This is due to the world government still concealing many trump cards, such as the mysterious Knights of God, the Five Elders, and the ancient weapon king. Should the world government devise a means to ascertain his identity and dispatch the Knights of God for a decapitation mission, he would face an overwhelmingly formidable foe at such a moment. Each of his apostles could significantly influence the outcome of the confrontation. Therefore, whenever Noah ventures outside, he ensures that the apostles accompanying him include Shurji and Ishion. While other apostles are of lesser importance, on May 17, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, a secret tunnel was quietly excavated between the Red Earth continent, situated between the South Sea and the West Sea, with two small secret bases established at each end of the tunnel. After the tunnel was completed, Noah and his companions boarded an unremarkable commercial transport ship, the Prosperity, and formally entered the southern waters of the West Sea. As for the West Sea, the distillery had already dispatched over 20 specialized agents early last year to engage in covert intelligence operations, with the operation led by Shirley. Currently, the distillery boasts 6 major teams: the Eastern Sea Rum Team, the Northern Sea Vodka Team, the Southern Sea Tequila Team, the Western Sea Sherry Team, the Paradise Gin Team, and the New World Champagne Team. The overall commander of the distillery is Tomini, under the authority of the Inspection Department. As Noah's temporary secretary, Chloe has completed an intelligence exchange with Shirley, the leader of the West Sea Team. Master Noah, among the 3 targets, 2 have already been confirmed in location. Let me guess, the confirmed targets are Capone Beach and Des Bones, Chloe suggested. Nodding, Chloe affirmed, Master Noah, your insight is unparalleled. Noah shook his head. The obvious answer is that the woman is not so easily located. Here, the woman refers to Nika Robin. On this journey to the West Sea, Noah has numerous objectives, including Nika Robin. Whether she is willing to join is not for her to decide. Among the 2 confirmed targets, which one is closer? Des Bones has been active in the Tulip Islands recently, approximately a 10-day voyage from us. Then let us set sail. The Prosperity, concealing a trove of hardware tools, swiftly approached the Tulip Islands. Simultaneously, the undercurrents of the sea calmed as Akiji swept through the entire South Sea. However, high above in Mariwa, a red figure leaped into the abyss from a cliff of 10,000 meters, unnoticed by the guards stationed there. After 6 months of sailing, the red-haired pirates once again docked at the Sabaody archipelago. Indeed, this was not the first visit of the red-haired pirates to the Sabaody archipelago. Inside Shaki's bar, long time no see, first mate Rayleigh, having just returned from the slave auction, poured himself a glass of rum. Shanks, are you still not planning to enter the New World? Ha! No rush. Shanks clinked glasses with Rayleigh. Forget it. I won T-medal in the affairs of the young, Rayleigh said with a self-deprecating shake of his head. Shanks smiled silently. After taking a sip of rum, he turned to greet Shaki, who was smoking a lady cigarette. Boss Shaki, you're looking younger by the day. Heh, if you have something to say, just get to the point. Shaki responded, seemingly aware of Shank's intentions. Shank's expression turned serious. I would like to ask Boss Shaki for assistance in gathering intelligence on the CP organization, particularly concerning the transport of secret treasures. CP organization? Shaki furrowed her brow. What are you looking for? Nothing much, just some speculations I wish to verify, Shanks replied ambiguously. Rayleigh, on the other hand, seemed to have guessed something but chose to remain silent. Shaki extinguished her cigarette and replied nonchalantly. My price is quite high. You must be prepared for that. Ha! No problem, Shanks responded confidently, causing Beckman to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Beckman interjected. Do you have any information regarding that secretive organization? Shaki shook her head. None, but if you encounter them, it's best to be cautious. Although the Navy hasn't disclosed the details of the confrontation, my informants tell me Akiji sustained some injuries, and Kizuru and that Thunderfruit user were evenly matched in their clash. So powerful. Beckman fell into deep thought. Shanks laughed confidently. Beckman, don't worry. If we do encounter them, we won TB at a disadvantage. While Beckman did not dispute Shanks' confidence, as the vice captain and strategist of the red-haired pirates, he had to consider various scenarios and prepare for contingencies. 10 days later, on Perfume Island in the Tulip Islands, a towering figure, approximately 2 meters tall, suddenly halted in a narrow alley, his fingers emitting a metallic silver sheen. Come out. A gentle and rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the alley. As a man clad in a white suit and sporting a monocle approached with a smile, "Is that you?" Quick blade Daz. Knowing the answer, why bother with such inquiries? Are you not curious about who sent me? I harbor no interest in the deceased. As soon as the words left his lips, Daz had already materialized before Chloe, his fingers poised menacingly towards Chloe's neck. Yet, at the moment his fingers made contact, his expression shifted dramatically, for the sensation was akin to piercing through air itself. Too slow, Chloe's figure vanished like a wisp of wind, his voice resonating behind Daz, causing the latter to tense up. In an instant, Daz executed a forward roll, his heels transforming into blades as he kicked backward. However, he was woefully naive that Chloe's voice echoed once more, this time from the front of the alley. Daz's countenance darkened considerably. He had felt like a wild beast, ruffled and toyed with by an unseen adversary. Unable to even brush the hem of his opponent's garments, it seemed his skills had reached their limits. The quick blade fruit truly was wasted on him. Daz's already frayed nerve snapped, and he bellowed in frustration, "You scoundrel, why don't you attack? Are you afraid? Oh, then I shall oblige," came Chloe's calm reply. In the next moment, Daz felt a tremendous kick to his abdomen, propelling his body several meters away. Before he could comprehend the situation, another kick struck his back. Daz was sent flying like a football, tossed back and forth by Chloe, never once colliding with the surrounding walls. Enough of this play, Noah observed from atop the roof, recognizing Daz's current level of prowess, merely that of a standard marine colonel. And that was with the enhancement of his fruit abilities. Chloe erupted into action, his fist enveloped in armament Haki, striking Daz squarely in the chest. The internal devastation from the blow felt akin to being electrocuted. As Daz slowly crumpled to the ground, Chloe effortlessly lifted him up. After securing his target, the two of them swiftly vanished into the alleyway. Upon returning to the Prosperity, Noah had no intention of transforming Daz into an apostle. At least not for the time being. After all, Daz was currently a bounty hunter and merely 16 years old, still at an age suitable for transformation. If ideological conversion proved impossible, he would have to be altered into a card apostle. However, Noah believed that Daz would prove to be a sagacious individual. Ugh, Daz groaned as he opened his eyes, rubbing his face before finally taking in his surroundings. The unfamiliar ceiling, the swaying bed, and the unmistakable sound of waves all indicated that he was indeed aboard a ship. Memories flooded back. He had been defeated by a man in a white suit and glasses. It seems I've been brought aboard by that fellow, but why did he not kill me? Is he planning to sell me to a slave trader? Or perhaps recruit me? As Daz pondered these thoughts, the wooden door to the cabin creaked open. "Awake? Have something to eat. Then come with me to meet the patriarch," said a member of the family elite. Regarding the wary Daz before casually placing a plate of food down, gurgling with hunger at the sight of the food, Daz remained silent. Once the man departed, he wasted no time in grabbing a spoon and devouring the seafood fried rice. As for whether the food was poisoned, Daz had not a single doubt. If they wished him dead, there would be no need for a bottle of poison. A swift blade across the throat would suffice. Far more straightforward than this. Having polished off the plate of fried rice, he downed a large bottle of watermelon juice. The next moment, the wooden door swung open again. The temporary crew member glanced at the empty plate and tossed a new set of clothes onto the table. "Change." Daz glanced down at his tattered garments before quickly donning the new attire. "Let us go." Following the temporary crew member into the captain's quarters, Daz found Noah engrossed in a book, surrounded by a dense cloud of iron sand. Daz's eyes widened at the sight. He was not only astonished by the various manipulations of the iron sand, but also recognized the refined gentleman before him as the true leader of the Secret Keepers. "You are the leader of the Secret Keepers." Noah lifted his gaze, his calm eyes locking onto Daz's. "Are you afraid?" "Ha, are you joking? Who wouldn't be afraid in the presence of a monster capable of contending with a Marine Vice Admiral?" "You are quite honest. I appreciate that," Noah replied, summoning a chair with his iron sand. "Sit down, let us converse." After calming himself, Daz took a seat. "Do you wish to recruit me?" "I have that intention, but it requires further observation." "And if I do not pass, what do you think?" Noah responded with a knowing smile. Having navigated the bounty hunter industry for several years, Daz understood the implications of Noah's words. Such secretive organizations would never allow those in the know to leave freely. Yet, Daz did not harbor much resentment. After all, the world operated on a survival of the fittest principle. He inquired about some pressing questions in his mind. "What is your organization's purpose?" "The purpose?" Noah opened the window and gazed into the vast, azure sea. "I aim to liberate the entire world. to establish a brand new realm, a nation where all races coexist in peace, prosperity, and freedom. Daz was momentarily speechless. He had anticipated Noah's ambitions would revolve around discovering a great treasure or becoming the pirate king. But this was a far more daunting dream. Do you find my dream unrealistic? Noah asked with a smile. Daz paused for a moment before sharing his thoughts. While I do believe your dream is somewhat distant, I admire your ambition, but I have never thought of my dreams as unattainable. From the moment I arrived in this world, my thoughts have taken root here. Even if I were to perish one day, the ideas I leave behind will ensure my dreams come to fruition. Noah's words were calm, yet his presence resonated with an unprecedented fervor. Although that fervor did not erupt, Daz could feel the intense, fiery, and vast aura of Conqueror's Haki emanating from him. Would you not regret it? Even if it meant your demise, for lofty ambitions require sacrifice. Without the courage to risk life and death, how can one speak of dreams? I understand now. Please allow me to follow in your footsteps. I, too, wish to see this so-called new world. Welcome aboard, my comrade. You shall witness a world anew. Daz stood. Leader, I look forward to your guidance. Call me Noah or Patriarch. Either is acceptable. Of course, outside, you may refer to me as President or Boss. I comprehend. After waiting outside for some time, Chloe, having learned that Daz had agreed to join, knocked and entered, leading Daz onward. For newly joined members, particularly those with potential, a systematic transformation process was essential, whether it be ideological education, knowledge dissemination, Haki training, physical conditioning, or fruit development. These elements would be arranged progressively. Aboard the ship, Chloe could only serve as a temporary instructor, imparting various knowledge to Daz. Once their voyage in the West Sea concluded, Daz would undoubtedly spend about a year at the training camp on Rum Island before becoming a full-fledged member. Unbeknownst to them, the Prosperity had been sailing through the West Sea for over a month. During this time, they passed 13 islands and discovered a devil fruit on one of them, an animal-type mantis fruit, which was considered a rather valuable find. After all, the mantis possessed the traits of flight, immense strength, camouflage, and insect sensing. If developed well, he would at least be a minor expert of the rank of a lieutenant general. However, Noah did not forget the objective of this journey. On this day, amidst the misty rain, the Prosperity slowly lowered its sails and docked at the white port of Sicily. Noah observed the Gambino family members on the dock brazenly collecting protection fees, their faces adorned with smiles. The 5 major mafia families of the West truly resembled local emperors. President, I have just spoken with several disciples of the Gambino family, and they indicated that the auction on Sicily will take place the day after tomorrow, Chloe reported softly. The day after tomorrow? Noah toyed with the tarot cards in his hand. Capone Becky's probability of participating in the auction exceeds 80. It seems that we only need to wait here for the right opportunity. Soon, the group checked into a hotel at the port. As the auction approached, the entire Sicily became increasingly lively. Yet this was accompanied by violence and chaos on the nearby island of Naples. Capone Becky, who had already arrived secretly, scrutinized the intelligence gathered by his subordinates, fixating intently on a particular page that displayed an image of the auction's devil fruit. Castle fruit. It appears that I must take action against the Gambino family in advance. You lot, execute Plan B immediately. The combat team will accompany me to the auction. Yes, Godfather. At Becky's command, the Capone family's forces surged forth as if a tide was unleashed. The Gambino family, being one of the 5 major mafia families, certainly would not let their guard down. To ensure the auction proceeded smoothly, they had discreetly stationed numerous experts on Sicily. A thrilling drama of mantis stalking cicadas and yellow birds lurking behind was about to unfold on Sicily. St. Raphael Cathedral. Noah sat before the grand clock atop the cathedral, while Tomani, who came through the Arai wormhole to provide assistance, employed colorful camouflage, transforming their location into a row of stone statues. Daze maintained a state of dual-bladed readiness while attempting to activate his Busashoka Haki. Having consumed the source blood potion a few days prior, his physical prowess was rapidly enhancing, and he could now vaguely sense the Busashoka Haki within his body. Chloe poured Noah a cup of red tea. Standing by like a professional butler, a gentle breeze wafted through, and the large minute hand moved slowly, pointing to 9 o'clock in the morning. Approximately a kilometer away, within a towering structure, the Sicilian auction was in full swing. However, soon, the auction was interrupted by intense gunfire and explosions. In the next moment, a wormhole opened beside Noah and Arai. clad in a white suit and wearing a mask, emerged from the opposite side, carrying a small box. Did you succeed? Mission accomplished. The castle fruit is right here. Arai opened the small box, revealing the castle fruit inside. Meanwhile, Capone Becky, making a beeline for the auction item storage room, had already dispatched several Gambino Mafia guards. With an exhilarated expression, he opened the storage room door and found the small box containing the castle fruit. Upon opening it, he discovered a castle fruit lying inside. Ha! The castle fruit. This is the fruit I have always desired. Without hesitation, Capone Becky took a large bite of the fruit. Delicious, Suddenly, he halted, staring at the fruit's flesh, which had a texture reminiscent of a blend of cheese and cream, leaving him puzzled. Wasn't it said that devil fruits were exceedingly unpalatable? This castle fruit is not distasteful at all. He took several more bites, finding the flavor quite agreeable. However, after a moment, his expression soured. He felt no sign of the devil fruit's abilities. Could it be that he hadn't consumed enough? Capone Becky swallowed the remaining flesh, yet after a while, the fruit's powers remained dormant. How could this be? Could it be that this castle fruit is a fake? Damn you, Gambino oaf. You are cursed. Capone Becky clenched his fists in fury. Godfather, Gambino's reinforcements have arrived. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Capone Becky's face grew even grimmer. Retreat immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The area was bombarded with a multitude of rockets, and the intense explosions resulted in heavy casualties among the Capone family members. Shielding a subordinate from the onslaught, Capone Becky sensed that the situation was dire. Soon, amidst the deafening gunfire and explosions, the number of Capone family members dwindled, leaving only Capone Becky and a handful of subordinates. At that moment, Gambino family godfather Gambino oaf emerged from cover, flanked by over 300 elite family members. Becky, surrender the devil fruit and 1 billion berries, and I will let you leave. Otherwise, haha. Oaf, I didn't expect all this to be your plan. I truly underestimated you. Realizing the imminent danger, Capone Becky feigned calmness. That fruit has already been consumed by me. What? Oaf's gaze turned menacing. However, I can offer you compensation. How about 2 billion berries? This plunged Oaf into a quandary. Meanwhile, Capone Becky maintained a facade of composure, while internally contemplating. Strange. Oaf seems unaware that the castle fruit is a fake. Does he not know that this fruit is counterfeit? Or was it switched midway? Nevertheless, this outcome gave him greater confidence in his escape. Oaf, the fruit has already been consumed by me if you insist on a total destruction. I will have no choice but to use the devil fruit's abilities and perish alongside you. Even if I cannot kill you, I can severely damage the Gambino family. You wouldn't want other families to take advantage of the situation. Would you? Oaf found himself increasingly conflicted on the cathedral's summit. Noah and the others watched the electromagnetic wave's secondary simulation. Chloe wore a disdainful expression, truly a case of a mud that cannot be shaped. Despite having been secretly warned, they still allowed the Capone family to launch a surprise attack. Capone Becky, indeed a figure to be reckoned with, but regrettably, his ambitions are too grand. Such thoughts have already taken root, rendering him unworthy of transformation. Elder brother, the negotiations between both parties have concluded. Observing Capone Becky striding away confidently on the screen, Noah's expression remained unperturbed. Proceed as planned. Yes. After leaving Sicily, Capone Becky and his entourage sped back to the family's stronghold. Although they did not acquire the castle fruit this time, Capone Becky had thoroughly recognized Gambino oaf's ineptitude. Clearly, he did not intend to honor his promise of 2 billion berries, and even sought to take advantage of the situation to undermine the Gambino family. Just then, a shadow loomed from the sky. Capone Becky instinctively looked up, his pupils constricting. Golden Lion? However, Noah had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, directly unleashing his conqueror's Haki. Even Capone Becky was instantaneously rendered unconscious. With a casual swipe of the Gura Gura no Mi, both the ship and its occupants were drawn into the sky. Noah, holding the unconscious Capone Becky, was met by Law, who was on standby in the ship's cabin. Is this the subject for the operation? Proceed. Law skillfully set up the operating room and meticulously excised Capone Becky's frontal lobe. Noah nonchalantly retrieved the castle fruit, placing it into Capone Becky's mouth, and then drew the world card from the tarot deck. A golden cocoon enveloped Capone Becky. In no time, Apostle Becky was successfully transformed. World. Capone Becky castle fruit. On one knee, Apostle Becky gazed fervently at Noah, My lord, servant Becky pays homage to you. Becky, your task is exceedingly simple. Unify the Mafia of the West Sea that I hereby appoint you as the temporary governor of the West Sea District ASU Command. That evening, Arai and Noah launched a surprise attack on the Gambino family's stronghold. In the shadows, unbeknownst to all, Gambino was transformed into an ordinary apostle, utilizing the previously acquired bulldog fruit. By exerting control over off, he swiftly dominated the Gambino family, achieving preliminary control over these two mafia families. Thus, he could expediently eliminate the remaining three mafia families, orchestrating mutual attrition and covert designs to eradicate the most heinous members among these gangs in the turmoil of infighting. This was, after all, part of the plan. The Noah family would never accept those notorious mafia members. Through this method, an internal purification of the five major mafias could be accomplished in secrecy. Such trivial matters did not necessitate Noah's direct involvement. Under the leadership of Mary, the entire inspection department clandestinely infiltrated the Capone family, initiating a thorough internal investigation in preparation for the forthcoming purge. Simultaneously, Becky and Off discreetly issued orders to their subordinates to track down the whereabouts of Nico Robin. The Capone family's stronghold lay on York Island within the Newfoundland archipelago in the northwestern seas. After over a month of secret screening and cleansing, Apostle Becky had eliminated the core members of the Capone family, replacing them entirely with elite members from the Noah family, while also recruiting a portion of reformable youths from the lower ranks of the Capone family, to facilitate the rational elimination of the Capone family's core members. Becky and Off devised multiple schemes of mutually ambushing each other, utilizing the hand of the adversary to dispose of dissenters. Following the initial internal cleansing, Becky delegated some management responsibilities to the elite members who had come over from the Noah family. While she collaborated with Noah to conduct experiments, within a subterranean cave on York Island, a notorious mafia member lay incapacitated, his frontal lobe severed, rendered into a stupor. Noah seized the prepared koi fish fruit and stuffed it into the man's mouth. Observing the test subject consume the devil fruit, Becky promptly swallowed it into the castle's spatial realm. Inside the castle space, several personnel on standby swiftly transported the test subject to a room filled with fruits of the same type as the koi fish fruit. They then swiftly slit the subject's throat. As the test subject succumbed to death, the information entity of the koi fish fruit began to disentangle from the subject's soul. However, upon separation, the information entity encountered an insurmountable spatial barrier. A unique spatial barrier existed between the castle space and the external world. Unless Becky opened an exit, the two spaces remained completely isolated. The information entity of the koi fish fruit flailed about within the castle space until, after several minutes, it collided with an apple, transforming this apple back into the koi fish fruit. Those monitoring the room quickly noticed the apple's transformation and immediately reported the incident to Becky. In the laboratory outside, Lord Noah, the experiment was successful. Successful, it appears to be as expected. Noah had long harbored some research and conjectures regarding the rebirth mechanism of the devil fruits, from memories of his past life. He was aware of two fixed methods of rebirth for certain devil fruits: the gravitational locking of the dark fruit and the belief locking of alabasta. Additionally, Noah had deduced a third method of spatial locking from the gravitational absorption mechanism of the dark fruit. If the gravity of the dark fruit could attract the information entities of the devil fruits, then an alternate space should be capable of achieving the same. After all, the small alternate spaces generated by other fruits are relatively independent of the pirate world. And since the information entity of the fruit could not even escape strong gravity, the spatial barrier of the alternate space would naturally be even more formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for the information entity to breach its confines, forcing it to be trapped within the fruits of the alternate space. As for why no one else had discovered this method of rebirth within an alternate space, the answer was quite simple. On one hand, fruits with alternate spaces are exceedingly rare. The known fruits possessing alternate spaces include the dark fruit, the door fruit, the swallow fruit, the castle fruit, the swamp fruit, the mirror fruit, the book fruit, and the card fruit. Among these, the spaces of the card fruit and the book fruit are static, rendering them incapable of executing the kill-to-gain fruit scheme. Thus, only 6 fruits remain viable for such a plan. However, without the observer's divine perspective, the indigenous inhabitants of the pirate world seldom contemplate this avenue, relying instead on sheer luck. In other words, unless the users of these 6 fruits were to draw other devil fruit users into their alternate spaces and eliminate them. While fortuitously having a plethora of fruits within the alternate space, discovering the secret of fruit rebirth would be nearly impossible. Among these 6 fruits, the user of the dark fruit has the highest probability of uncovering the rebirth secret. Why is this so? Firstly, the alternate space of the door fruit is the underworld of the pirate world, meaning it does not function as a portable type, thus lacking the capacity for storage. Consequently, the user would not store fruits within it. After all, if one were to store fruits in the underworld of Submarine Archipelago, upon arriving in the new world and opening the door, they would be unable to retrieve those fruits, negating the purpose of a storage space. The same reasoning applies to the mirror fruit.as for the swallow fruit, castle fruit, and swamp fruit. While they possess some probability, their inherent chances of capturing devil fruit users are relatively low. The dark fruit, with its ability to nullify an opponent's powers and its capacity to draw items into its dark space, presents a greater likelihood of encountering both a user and a fruit simultaneously within the dark space. If Noah's conjecture is correct, the reason Marshall D. Teach is so fixated on the dark fruit is that he once acquired information left behind by a previous user, realizing that the dark fruit could absorb deceased users into its dark space. This, in turn, allows for the storage of fruits, compelling the information entities of the fruits to be reborn within the dark space. However, this does not imply that the capacity to force fruit rebirth is an exclusive ability of the dark fruit. Initially, Noah intended to use the swallow fruit to create an apostle and test this hypothesis. However, he discovered that the castle fruit was more suitable for experimentation, leading to the current endeavor as the koi fish fruit lay before Noah. His smile grew increasingly radiant. Shortly thereafter, he extracted the previously sealed users, the parrot fruit user, Golo, the turtle fruit user, Dick, the earthworm fruit user, Austin, the nine-tailed fox fruit user, Catherine D. May, and Diamante, who had been transformed into a card apostle. These individuals had not been transformed into apostles by Noah, but had remained sealed within cards until now. Finally reaching the moment for repurposing, the inclusion of Diamante in the recovery process was straightforward. Since his life paper was in the hands of the Don Quixote family and the value of the flapping fruit was not high, Noah opted to reclaim the fruit. Within moments, 5 freshly produced devil fruits lay before him. With these 5 fruits added, the Noah family's current stock of devil fruits had surged to a total of 17. The superhuman type swallow fruit, sticky fruit, childlike fruit, sound fruit, and flapping fruit. The zoan type ordinary koi fish fruit, rattlesnake fruit, red fox fruit, crow fruit, sheep fruit, red spider fruit, mantis fruit, parrot fruit, turtle fruit, and earthworm fruit, and the mythical zoan type vampire fruit and nine-tailed fox fruit. After pondering for a moment, he instructed his phone book, Alray, to summon the 6 squad leaders from the distillery as the first batch of elite members of the family. Their emergence as squad leaders indicated not only their superior strength, but also their capabilities and loyalty. These individuals had made significant contributions to the family's intelligence network in navigating both the seas and the Grand Line, prompting Noah to allocate these fruits to the newly appointed cadres instead of further reserving them. After all, the potential of many family members is inherently limited. Even the most outstanding cadres find it exceedingly challenging to attain the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters solely through physical prowess, swordsmanship, or sheer dominance. It is at this juncture that the true value of the devil fruits becomes apparent. The first cadre to arrive from the distillery is Sherry, who oversees the West Sea branch. She is an unremarkable young woman, with flowing sea blue hair, hailing from the Kingdom of Rum, and she is 18 years old. Next is Tequila, the head of the South Sea branch, a burly man with a light red complexion. Born a vagrant in the Kingdom of Oirak, and he is 19 years of age. The leader of the Paradise branch, Juniper, is a somewhat expressionless young man with black hair, an orphan from the port of Bluefish in the Kingdom of Rum. Carrying a longsword, and he is 20 years old. The head of the East Sea branch, Rum, is the son of a merchant from the capital of the Kingdom of Rum. After his family went bankrupt, he found himself on the streets and was secretly taken in by a training camp. He is a portly man with a cheerful demeanor, aged 19. The leader of the North Sea branch, Vodka, is a red-haired youth with a prominent scar across his face, an orphan from Loguetown, also 20 years old. Lastly, the head of the New World branch, Champagne, is a golden-haired girl adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Abandoned in Orange Town, and she is 18 years old. Lord Noah. The 6 individuals respectfully greeted Noah. He waved his hand, signaling them to sit down. It has been nearly 2 years since your graduation from the training camp. I have summoned you today to reward your hard work. Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with joy. However, out of respect for Noah, they remained silent, patiently awaiting further words. Noah retrieved several boxes from his card space. These 14 devil fruits have yet to be assigned. You may choose one according to your needs. As they gazed upon the row of small boxes, their eyes grew ever more fervent. Soon, they selected the fruits of their desire. Sherry chose the glue fruit. Tequila selected the rattlesnake fruit. Rum opted for the flutter fruit. Juniper picked the mantis fruit. Vodka chose the red spider fruit. And champagne settled on the nine-tailed fox fruit. Now that you have made your selections, consume them. Yes, thank you for your generous gift, Lord Noah. The group eagerly devoured the fruits, and though the taste was indescribable, they left no morsel behind, adhering to their family's customs and showcasing their resolve. Noah held a favorable view of the fruits they had chosen. Each of these fruits leaned towards information-gathering capabilities, whether it be the omnipresent nature of the glue fruit, the mimicry and transformation of the nine-tailed fox, or the infrared sensing of the rattlesnake, the environmental awareness of the red spider, and the camouflage and flight of the mantis, all of which could be applied to intelligence gathering. After they consumed the fruits, Noah offered guidance on their ability development. Although all but the glue fruit and flutter fruit were of the Zoan type, this did not imply that the Zoan fruits lacked alternative development methods. For instance, the rattlesnake fruit, being a serpent, possesses universal traits such as infrared sensing, hibernation, shedding, and venom. The shedding characteristic could be enhanced through the use of a specially developed source blood potion from their family, enabling rapid strengthening. Similarly, the red spider, known for its rapid reproduction, speed, stealth, and social behavior, also boasts considerable strength and the ability to spin webs. In summary, each species has its unique attributes. Even ordinary Zoan fruits can attain remarkable power if one identifies their characteristics. As for the awakening of the fruits, the awakening of Zoan-type devil fruits is relatively straightforward yet perilous. The very ease of awakening implies that the wielder may not have endured sufficient trials, resulting in a lack of inner fortitude, which could lead to being overtaken by the fruit's consciousness during the awakening process. Thus, Noah solemnly cautioned everyone to focus on strengthening their willpower to avoid being dominated by the fruit's consciousness, lest they transform into a beast due to a failed awakening. Regarding the development of the superhuman-type glue and flutter fruits, Noah had already conceived a plethora of ideas documented in the Book of Devils. Sherry and Rum merely needed to request access to the book to follow these concepts in their development. With Noah present, they were granted immediate access to the original manuscript of the Book of Devils. Rum quickly turned to the section detailing the flutter fruit's development. Noah had conducted various experiments on himself using his abilities to extract knowledge, resulting in a comprehensive compilation within the book regarding the flutter fruit's capabilities. Rum swiftly grasped the various derivative abilities associated with the flutter fruit, and combined with his mastery of the dual-color Haki, he was on the verge of matching the strength of a rear admiral within the Navy headquarters. As for Sherry's glue fruit, much of its developmental potential stemmed from Noah's concepts, including pseudo-elementalization using observation Haki, non-Newtonian fluid defense, gel shaping, and gel fusion. Among these, the gel series held the most promise, although the glue fruit user could not create glue gel. They themselves embodied it. This meant the user could transform their body into a gelatinous state, allowing for metamorphosis and fusion. During a training session, when Sherry was struck by a prisoner, she instantaneously transformed into a puddle of glue, swiftly adhering to the prisoner and enveloping him entirely. Soon, the prisoner succumbed to asphyxiation as his mouth and nose were obstructed by the glue. Yet, Sherry maintained her connection to the prisoner's corpse and could manipulate it to perform various actions. Noah interjected, "Even if an ordinary person's body is fused, it does not greatly enhance strength. However, you may enlist Rose's assistance in modifying some special materials. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Noah." While the glue fruit's inherent offensive power may not be particularly formidable, those who underwent modifications could be equipped with various enhancements. With Ro, a user of the surgery fruit, present, the technology for human modification was nearly at their fingertips. However, it would be prudent not to control too many modified individuals at once. After all, The glue fruit is not akin to a puppet fruit. Managing 2 or 3 would be virtually your limit. Indeed, I shall be cautious. Sherry was acutely aware of her limitations, unless she could achieve an awakening of the fruit. Otherwise, controlling 2 or 3 modified individuals was her utmost capacity, given the current technological advancements of the Noah family, utilizing relatively powerful pirates as experimental subjects, excising the frontal lobe, and employing various potions for rapid enhancement to create dozens of modified individuals with a lifespan of approximately 10 years at the level of Rear Admiral was entirely feasible. If the original subject possessed considerable strength, the modified individuals could even reach the level of Rear Admiral. However, such modified individuals, having undergone frontal lobe removal, would essentially become mindless, struggling to follow basic commands and reliant on methods akin to the glue fruit's fusion or the graphite fruit's graphene wire for control. The advantages and disadvantages were glaringly evident. Following the allocation of the fruits, the distillery cadres underwent training on York Island for a month before gradually returning to the Four Seas and the Grand Line. At that moment, a message arrived from the Gambino family, prompting Noah to set sail once more. On August 16, 1507, in the Year of the Sea, in the waters of Naples in the West Sea. A pirate ship was relishing a rare afternoon respite. Captain Dirk, taking a sip of rum, squinted as he quietly inquired of his one-eyed first mate, "Has the identity of that woman been confirmed?" The one-eyed mate responded in kind, "Yes, it should be correct, but it will be quite troublesome to take action. No matter. Didn't the Kimura family state that they would only part with that batch of arms for 50 million berries? Let us use her as payment." Dirk's plans were falling into place. Meanwhile, the girl hidden in the ship's cabin, having crafted ears through her abilities, overheard the conversation on deck. Her expression remained neutral, as if she were accustomed to such betrayals. Despite her lack of emotional upheaval, she meticulously prepared her small backpack. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted on the deck. "Captain, we've spotted a merchant ship. Where? Northwest, approximately 6 kilometers from our position. Ha ha ha, lads, we're in for a windfall. Steer us closer." "Understood." In the cabin, the young girl displayed a hint of compassion on her face, yet she found herself in a precarious situation, praying fervently for the merchant ship to make its swift escape. The maritime chase, characterized by a relentless pursuit, lasted over an hour at this juncture. The distance between the pirate ship and the merchant vessel dwindled to less than 200 meters. The pirates aboard the ship revealed cruel, bloodthirsty smiles, eagerly rubbing their hands together, preparing their grappling hooks and planks for boarding. However, in the next moment, fear and panic washed over the faces of the pirates, as several figures leapt from the opposing ship. In the blink of an eye, Kuro led 5 of his subordinates onto the deck of the pirate ship. Quick! One pirate, about to utter a word, suddenly felt a chill grip his throat, clutching it as he collapsed. Blood spurting forth, Dirk, with a fierce expression, swung his long knife at Kuro, exclaiming, "Die, you wretch!" In that instant, a void appeared where Dirk's heart had been. Kuro's figure materialized behind him, his palm grasping a still-beating heart. Within the cabin, the girl witnessed this horrifying scene through her abilities, her limbs turning cold as shock and fear flooded her gaze. Her, Dirk, who had a bounty of 35 million berries, could easily slay hundreds of ordinary soldiers. Yet, at this very moment, he lay sprawled like a defeated dog in a pool of his own blood, appearing utterly weak and pitiable. Within minutes, all 50 pirates aboard the ship were eradicated, none even qualifying as experimental subjects. Kuro stood on the deck, cleaning his hands of blood with a bottle of rum. "Aren't you coming out, Miss Nika?" Robin. The voice sent waves of terror and despair through Robin, who knew she had no chance of escape. After all, she was in the vast sea, unable to swim as a user of abilities. Before long, the pale-faced Robin emerged from the cabin, wordlessly displaying an expression of resignation. Kuro's lips curled into a slight smile. "You are quite rational. Captain, we've secured all the valuables aboard the ship. 2 subordinates brought forth 2 large chests filled with treasures and berries. Then let us depart." Kuro seized Robin by her backpack strap, leaping into the air with the moonwalk technique, while the other 5 subordinates followed suit, 2 of them still carrying the heavy chests. With a sudden forceful kick, Kuro unleashed a flurry of wind blades, dismantling the pirate ship into several pieces, which slowly sank beneath the waves. Gulping, Robin swallowed hard. Shortly after, the group returned to the Prosperity. Kuro led Robin to the captain's quarters. Noah, seemingly indifferent to the events outside, looked up to see Robin's face marred by despair. her youthful features tinged with a weariness that spoke of many hardships. Pausing his writing, Noah manipulated iron sand to pour her a cup of red tea. The steaming cup floated over to the side table. "Please, take a seat." Suddenly, Robin's gaze flickered with surprise, uncertainty coloring her voice as she asked, "Are you the Iron Man? The Iron Man of the secretive organization?" The moniker used by the Navy was indeed trite. Noah felt no particular affinity for the title, yet as a cover, he found it acceptable to IT that moment. Robin finally regained her composure. She had previously taken an interest in the secretive organization for a very simple reason. The man who stirred her complex feelings had clashed with the organization merely months prior. Collecting her thoughts, she settled into a chair beside him. "How do you intend to treat me? I presume you wouldn't hand me over to the Navy for a bounty of 79 million berries." "You are quite astute." Noah sipped his red tea, then smiled as he returned the question. "Why not take a guess at my intentions?" Robin pondered for a moment. "The most valuable thing I possess is the historical knowledge within my mind. You require that knowledge to achieve certain objectives. Arrogance and prejudice, indeed, are flaws that everyone struggles to avoid." Noah toyed with the globe on his desk. "Your historical knowledge holds little value to me because I have no great interest in the past. Rather than dwelling on what has been, I prefer to gaze toward the future." Robin's mind momentarily blanked before she finally spoke. "But I am a historian. My existence is dedicated to exploring the past." "Indeed. Therefore, I cannot allow you to leave unimpeded." "Why? Are you also fearful of the history of the past like the world government?" Robin's tone involuntarily quickened. Noah calmly expressed his inner thoughts. "Because if you become a pawn of another, it would obstruct my plans. I refuse to allow my enemies to gain greater power and thwart my ambition to overturn the world that I see that." Robin found herself at a loss for words. Noah casually placed a book in Robin's hands. Instinctively, she glanced at it, and her gaze was immediately captivated. The Book of Ages. She opened its pages, losing track of time for over 2 hours. This tome contained 7 rubbings of historical texts, along with historical materials gathered by the Noah family from various ancient ruins, particularly rich in the history of the Kingdom of Atlantis. The origins of the 7 historical texts included: one discovered on the seabed of the East Sea, one found in the royal tombs of Alabasta, one unearthed in the Alabasta Desert, one located in the ruins of Skypea, one found on Crab Island in the Lost Sea of the South Sea, and 2 originating from the sea forest of Fishman Island. Robin exhaled a sigh of relief that I never expected that the 7 fragments of historical texts I have longed for would appear before me all at once. Then, with a hint of caution in her gaze, she inquired, "Do you truly not wish to know the contents of these historical texts? I have already stated that you are quite clever, yet clever individuals often overthink matters." Noah replied, his gaze piercing as if he could see through Robin's innermost thoughts. "Does it not document the ancient weapons Poseidon and Pluto, as well as a pirate named Joy Boy?" "What?" Robin's breath quickened. "You actually know the content within. Thus, I maintain that your value to me is minimal." Noah's indifference left Robin feeling powerless. After a moment, she finally asked, "So you mean to say that you do not want other factions to learn of the historical text contents, which necessitates keeping me, a historian, under your control?" "Precisely. Even if I do not require those so-called ancient weapons, I do not wish for my enemies to acquire them, and you are one of the keys to unlocking those ancient weapons." "I understand, but I would like to know why you wouldn't simply eliminate me to ensure safety." Noah chuckled, shaking his head. "You overestimate your importance. There are others who know history beyond you. Most members of the Roger Pirates learned everything about the past at Raftel. They simply chose to wait for the so-called child of destiny, while I refused to wait, having never believed in such a concept. That is that so? Raftel holds all the history." Robin realized with sudden clarity. "You are mistaken. The history of Raftel is merely Joy Boy's perspective. People tend to write diaries selectively. Thus this history only reflects Joy Boy's view." Noah resumed fiddling with the globe on his desk. "The past has long been set in stone, yet the future holds infinite possibilities. If I were to accept the notion of a child of destiny, would not all my efforts be rendered meaningless?" For the first time, Robin felt the terrifying aura emanating from Noah, particularly that sense of ambition and determination capable of altering the world. To overturn the entire world. What kind of world do you envision? Noah retrieved the 5 volumes of Dragon Slayer and other texts. "This is the world I envision. Even if I were to be shattered into pieces, my will shall forever leave an indelible mark upon the annals of civilization." With that declaration, Noah waved his hand. Kuro, arrange a room for Miss Robin. Leave it to me, Lord Noah. Chloe nodded respectfully. Although Robin was filled with questions, she nonetheless left with Chloe, carrying a considerable number of books. After arranging the cabin, Chloe provided Robin with some clothing and daily necessities before departing. Inside the room, after hastily consuming a bento, Robin eagerly opened the books Noah had given her, particularly a set titled The 5 Volumes of Dragon Slaying. Unbeknownst to her, night fell. Yet, within the confines of her room, Robin continued to read late into the night, and after finishing 2 volumes, she was profoundly affected. The following morning, Chloe arrived with breakfast. Miss Robin, while reading is important, one must not neglect their health. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chloe. Despite her fatigued appearance, with dark circles under her eyes, Robin's gaze sparkled with enthusiasm. Chloe recognized that she had not absorbed his advice, yet chose not to press the matter further. Quietly taking his leave. 5 days later, the Prosperity returned to the secret base on York Island as Robin disembarked. Her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Where once she had been enveloped in confusion and fear, she now seemed to have transcended the bizarre intricacies of the world. Upon meeting Noah again, Robin was devoid of her previous anxiety, replaced instead by admiration. Mr. Noah, it appears that York Island is the stronghold of the Capone family, isn't it? Indeed, I have already transformed it. Transformed? It is merely an application of a devil fruit ability. For individuals of questionable morality yet considerable strength, I convert them into card apostles, like this one. As his words faded, Apostle Shiki shifted from card form to human shape. Robin's eyes widened. Shiki the Golden Lion? Young lady, I am indeed Shiki the Golden Lion, an apostle of my master. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Gazing at this legendary pirate before her, Robin finally comprehended Noah's ambition to reshape the world. I increasingly anticipate Mr. Noah's new world. You shall witness it, but your strength is insufficient. The enemies we will face in the future are exceedingly formidable. Without power, one may fall before dawn, Noah cautioned. Robin nodded. I understand. Then please, Mr. Noah, train me. Had this been her former self, she would have been indifferent to the pursuit of strength, as her obsession with the true history consumed her and the shadow of Akiji loomed large. Yet now, not only had her fixation on the true history diminished, but she also no longer feared the Marines or the world government. She deemed it essential to enhance her strength. Chloe will instruct you in physical techniques for a time, while I will guide you in the development of your devil fruit abilities. Development of my devil fruit. Robin was aware that her fruit, the Hana no Mi, had limited potential. Noticing her expression, Noah understood that she perceived her fruit's abilities as mediocre. Though your knowledge is extensive, your application of devil fruit powers is rather ordinary, resulting in a squandered opportunity. I do apologize for that. Robin replied half-jokingly. The ability of the Hana no Mi belongs to a category that combines superpowers with superhuman traits. You can create floral organs externally, and these external organs are connected to your senses. Correct. Yes, Robin affirmed. Then why did you so easily expose your identity? What? Robin was baffled by Noah's sudden inquiry. That is why I say you have wasted this fruit. You could easily bloom flowers on your own face, altering your appearance and even your physique through the floral skin. After hearing this, Robin experimented and indeed found that by covering her face with a layer of floral skin, her appearance changed somewhat. Noah conjured a full-length mirror. You can mold an entirely new visage. Before long, Robin's face transformed completely. Unless one was intimately familiar with her figure, a stranger would find it difficult to discern the disguise. The disguise is merely a minor application of the Hana no Mi. The fruit grants you the ability to create floral organs from a distance if your physical prowess and Haki are sufficiently strong. Then any target within your observation Haki's range would find it exceedingly difficult to evade your assassination attempts. Robin poked the stone before her with her finger, feeling a twinge of pain. Next, we will explore the third application direction, which is the foundation of your future strength, exoskeletal derivation. You must emulate an insect's exoskeleton, creating a layer of exoskeleton and specialized organs on your body, thereby addressing the physiological weaknesses of women. Under Noah's guidance, Robin clumsily began her attempts. Initially, the exoskeletons she generated were grotesque, failing to enhance her strength and instead restricting her movements. However, Noah reminded her to integrate the structure of insect exoskeletons with that of the human body, significantly accelerating her progress. Soon, she developed her first exoskeleton armor. Ant King version 1.0. This was the result of Robin dissecting hundreds of ants under a microscope. Upon entering Ant King mode, her strength increased manifold. Though the duration was regrettably short, lasting only about 10 minutes, Noah recognized this as a consequence of Robin's rigid imitation of the ant structure. Adjustments based on her own physique would be necessary for a sustainable exoskeletal form. In the West Sea, within the Calabria Sea, one of the 5 major mafia families, the Intrang family, had established their stronghold at Haki this moment, on the Intrang family's home turf, Citrus Island. Kill. For the Godfather, a horde of Capone family's expendable minions brandished axes and blades. With ordinary foot soldiers wielding rifles and rocket launchers behind them, one of the supervising team, Enel coldly observed the fearless expendables ahead, disregarding them as comrades. After more than a year of ideological reconditioning, Enel had finally passed the ideological examination half a year ago, completing his training in physical techniques and dual-color Haki. Particularly in observation Haki, his talent was exceptional, akin to Noah's broad-spectrum type. Suddenly, a multitude of Intrang family mafia members emerged from both sides of the street. Bang, bang, bang. The expendable minions at the forefront were immediately met with a fierce onslaught, quickly retreating in disarray. Enel smirked coldly. Open fire. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the hail of bullets, several rockets were also launched. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, the expendable minions, caught between the crossfire, suffered heavy casualties. The Intrang family members were left stunned. However, Enel had no interest in explaining himself to these worthless foes. With a swift motion of his alloy trident, a dozen expendables were cleaved in half. This gruesome scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. This is the fate of retreating. Follow me into the fray. Enel led the charge, swiftly decimating the retreating expendables before surging towards the Intrang family's mafia members. Help, don't kill me. On this day, the Citrus Island ran red with blood. Soon, news of the Capone family devouring the Intrang family spread like wildfire through the underground world of the West Sea. The remaining families, Camorra, Omida, and the secretly controlled Gambino family, immediately conspired in the shadows, preparing to unite against the Capone family. Unfortunately, the Camorra and Omida families were unaware that Gambino had already become Noah's apostle. A presence akin to a high-level spy, this posed a near-fatal flaw for this so-called temporary alliance in the Naples Sea, at the Camorra family stronghold, Pearl Island, following a secret communication with the other 2 mafia families via a snail phone. Godfather Camorra Harry bore a countenance devoid of any relief. Have we made contact with the dirt pirates? A bald-headed cadre of the family shook his head. Godfather, the dirt pirates have gone missing recently. Harry furrowed his brow, declaring, No, the strength of the Capone family is too formidable. We cannot entirely rely on the other families. This situation is perilous. The Godfather, there is actually another option, suggested a shifty-eyed subordinate. What about the antique dealer? Harry hesitated, not because he doubted the antique dealer's capabilities, but rather because of the latter's overwhelming power, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. After contemplating for a while, Harry still could not reach a resolution. Let us postpone the matter of contacting the antique dealer. You all should reach out to other pirate crews if they are willing to assist. The reward will be 5 billion berries. Yes, Godfather, the family members expressed no dissent regarding Harry's decision. After all, the antique dealer's reputation in the underworld of the West Sea was notoriously poor, akin to a double-edged sword. Should they annihilate the Capone family only to suffer significant losses themselves, it would be a grave miscalculation. However, a week later, an unexpected piece of news stunned the somewhat relaxed Camorra family. What did you say? Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and his expression darkening as he listened to his subordinate's report. The bald subordinate continued, Godfather, the information is genuine. I acquired it through channels within the United Chamber of Commerce. Harry gritted his teeth. Damn it, Gambino. I never anticipated you would conceal your strength so effectively. Just moments ago, the headquarters of the Omeda family, one of the 5 major mafia families, had been overtaken by a force led by Off, who had gone to a secret meeting. Now, nearly the entire upper echelon of the Omeda family had been slaughtered, while the lower ranks were swiftly absorbed by the Gambino family. The Gambino family devoured the Omeda family, and the Capone family absorbed the Intrang family. The structure of the 5 major mafia families in the underworld of the West Sea began to crumble. Faced with such a dire situation, Harry, unwilling to remain passive, finally resolved. More, immediately contact the antique dealer. Yes, Godfather, the bald subordinate, Moore, hurried off to reach out to the antique dealer. Meanwhile, Mary, accompanied by members of the inspection department, undertook a covert screening of the recently assimilated Entrang and Ometa family members. For those who had committed numerous misdeeds, they would devise strategies to eliminate them during the upcoming campaign against the Kimura family. As for those with fewer issues or only minor offenses, they would undergo ideological reformation or be assigned to inconsequential positions. Both parties were preparing. Unbeknownst to them, over a month had passed. During this time, the Capone and Gambino families had been engaging in skirmishes. On one hand, it was to keep the Kimura family off guard, and on the other, to reasonably eliminate some unqualified members. The Kimura family, however, did not relax their vigilance due to the conflicts between the Capone and Gambino families. Instead, they fortified their internal defenses. Of course, as the mastermind behind the scenes, Noah, through intelligence monitoring from the distillery, was keenly aware of the Kimura family's subtle movements. However, allowing them to prepare extensively was also one of Noah's objectives. After all, to effectively eliminate the unqualified pawns, the Kimura family's strength must be sufficiently robust. As for the antique dealer who would intervene, Noah did not regard him as a significant threat. He was well informed about the antique dealer's background. Given that the Noah family possessed communication bug monitoring technology, once someone was on the monitoring list, any discussions over the phone were essentially known to the Noah family. This one-way transparency of information had terrifying consequences. On the evening of November 21 SD, at the secret base on York Island, Robin entered with a document in hand. Having undergone a complete transformation, even within the family, she chose to maintain her facade. Is there crucial intelligence? Indeed, it concerns the antique dealer and the telephone records of Kimura Harry. Noah took the document, perusing it briefly before a smile crept across his face. Not bad. This Harry possesses some intellect. Sending off to the meeting. By the way, the Navy's West Sea branch has also been monitoring the conflicts in the underworld. Noah waved his hand dismissively. No need to worry. As long as the Gambino and Capone families have yet to determine a victor, the Navy will not intervene. He had studied the dynamics of the West Sea. The three major underground powers, 5 mafia families, the United Chamber of Commerce, and the 8 Treasure Navy, were all interconnected. The disappearance of any one of these entities would precipitate even greater chaos in the West Sea underworld. Moreover, these factions were tied to the nobility of various kingdoms, the West Sea Navy, and global underground magnates. Although the current admiral of the West Sea Navy was T. Pig Jackie, he lacked the authority to deploy the Navy against the Mafia. The Mafia, as a gray area of influence, often emerged from compromises between various parties. On November 28 th. 1507 in the Sea Circle calendar, the West Tower Sea, renowned as the pinnacle of the Western Seas, served as the location for this clandestine meeting. This region lay centrally between the territories of the Gambino and Kimura families, making it a fitting choice for their rendezvous to further allay off suspicions. Harry specifically selected a nearby island, Red Coral Island, on the eastern sea of Red Coral Island. A fleet bearing the Kimura family's flag slowly approached the harbor of Coral Town. Who had arrived early, brought along many members he intended to eliminate, yet he had driven all nearby residents away. Among the Kimura family's fleet, an elderly gentleman donning a top hat stood at the bow, gazing at the approaching dock and the faint figures of Gambino family members. Beside him was Moore, the bald subordinate of the Kimura family, who was currently observing the dock through binoculars. Mr. Hanover, Gambino's off, is at the dock. Patience, my friend. Hanover chuckled ominously, idly toying with his pistol. Despite Hanover's confidence, Moore did not genuinely concern himself with the antique dealer. Rather, he feared that Hanover might fail to eliminate Off and his companions, thereby inflicting losses upon the Kimura family. Minutes later, the fleet finally entered the docking area, now less than 200 meters from the dock. Moore, where is that rascal Harry? Off bellowed. Moore wished to remain discreet, quickly replying, Off, my godfather will soon emerge for the meeting. Concealed behind several Kimura Mafia members, Hanover abruptly raised his hand and fired corrosive bullets. In an instant, 6 bullets were unleashed. Off, having sensed the imminent danger through his observation Haki, swiftly dodged, while several of his expendable guards were struck by the corrosive bullets. The agonizing screams echoed as the unfortunate souls, as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, writhed in pain, their bodies emitting smoke before crumbling to mere bones. Open fire. Hidden cannons within the fleet were rolled out, and gunners rushed out to shoot and bombard the Gambino family members on the dock. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Ah, take cover, return fire, help. Chaos erupted at the dock, while Off, who had leapt to the rooftop of a tall building, along with several members of the Noah family, watched the scene unfold with calmness. Hanover's pistol continued to fire. Anything struck by his bullets faced extensive corrosion and dissolution. Soon, the unqualified members at the dock were entirely eradicated. Then, a large number of Camorra family mafiosos stormed the dock, encircling Off and his companions in the high-rise building. Seeing this scene, more erupted into laughter. Off, your Gambino family's doom is upon you. You truly are overconfident. Off, maintaining a serene expression, regarded the triumphant Moor and the nearby Hanover. In the next moment, Off's shirt exploded, his body swelling dramatically as he transformed into the half-beast form of the bully dog. What? A devil fruit user. Moore was taken aback. Hanover, however, wore a contemptuous expression. Is this your source of confidence? How utterly dull. The corrosive bullet. The bullet penetrated Alf's body, striking the tiles behind him and eroding a large hole. Yet, Hanover's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he suddenly exhaled forcefully. Corrosive gas. Several members of the Camorra Mafia, caught off guard, were left grotesquely disfigured, writhing on the ground in agony. However, this all-consuming gas met Alf, who was enveloped in Haki in an instant. Alf appeared before Hanover. Haki, infuriating, corrosive fist. Boom. Alf unleashed a punch, generating a shockwave that Hanover's eyes widened in shock as he was sent flying hundreds of meters by the force of the iron fist, crashing through the docked ships and plunging into the sea. Garbage. Yet another half-baked individual who focuses solely on developing abilities without training the body, from the moment Alf transformed and struck until Hanover was submerged in the ocean. Merely a few seconds elapsed. Moore, awakening from his stupor, now felt icy dread, his limbs trembling involuntarily. Did I concede? Puffed. His heart was instantaneously ripped from his chest, and Moore collapsed, eyes wide open in death. Alf casually crushed the heart in his grasp. The family has no need for trash. Soon, the Camorra Mafia members brought in were bloodily eradicated. Hanover, the antique dealer who was fished out from the sea, was a user of the corrosive fruit, his powers reminiscent of the Navy Schuen's rust fruit. While Alf dealt with the Camorra family members brought by Moore, the Camorra family's stronghold was raided by Becky. Harry and the other high-ranking members of the Camorra family were utterly annihilated. Thus, 3 of the 5 major mafias in the West Sea were completely obliterated, leaving only the Capone and Gambino families. The 2 families, while appearing to clash, were secretly aiding one another in eliminating rivals, swiftly absorbing the territories of the other 3 mafias. Meanwhile, other factions in the West Sea, witnessing the restrained yet evenly matched situation between the Capone and Gambino families, reluctantly abandoned their thoughts of seizing the opportunity. As the Noah family busied themselves with conquering the West Sea mafias, in the Grand Line, at the Paradise in Mariwa on the Red Line, flames soared into the sky amidst chaos and fire, allowing a multitude of slaves to escape from Mariwa. Ships, long prepared beneath the Red Line, rescued thousands of slaves. Fisher Tiger was fortunate, for that night, the 5 elders were absent from Mariwa, having gone to Egghead Island. Borsalino was also engaged with matters in the New World, providing support to Sengoku against the crazed Kaido. Kazan had been wandering the South Sea, seemingly searching for the Noah group's whereabouts, and had not returned to the Navy headquarters. Garp returned to the East Sea to visit his grandson. Saru pursued the Don Quixote family in the North Sea to the Navy headquarters. Only Fleet Admiral Kong, Chief Instructor Zifa, and Vice Admiral Guion remained. One among them had to stay in Marineford. Thus, only Kong and Guion set out, but regrettably, neither possessed control abilities. With the covert assistance of Rayleigh and Shaki, the fleeing ships swiftly completed their cloaking and submerged beneath the waves, leaving Kong and Guion lamenting their misfortune. This incident ignited a tempest across the seas, especially for the chaos-loving Morgans, who plastered this news across the headlines the next day. Clearly, this matter could not be concealed, and the world government had no choice but to issue a bounty for the Sun Pirates and their mastermind, Tiger. Thankfully, Tiger was not entirely reckless, having severed ties with the Ryugu Kingdom in advance, thus becoming a wanted criminal of the Ryugu Kingdom. Otherwise, the world government would undoubtedly have targeted the Ryugu kingdom. The five elders, just returned to Mariawa, though outwardly silent, were already scheming on how to deal with the Ryugu kingdom. The covert unification of the West Sea mafias significantly bolstered the Noah family's influence. Yet, Noah did not set sail again, but remained in the secret base on York Island at this moment. He had completed the creation of the sixth major arcana cards apostle. The six major arcana apostles currently in Noah's possession were the Devil, Pan Barton, Swap Fruit, the Emperor, Shiki, Float Fruit, Death, Mushroom Fruit, Justice, Garum, Cube Fruit, the World, Capone Becky, Castle Fruit, the Hermit, Hanover, Corrosive Fruit. The corrosive fruit enhanced Noah's attack potency. Its ability was straightforward yet brutal. To corrode all, even Haki could be eroded. Of course, to corrode an opponent's Haki, one must possess sufficient stamina and a stronger observation Haki. Otherwise, one could find themselves in a predicament of possessing formidable attack power, yet being unable to strike the opponent. Upon acquiring the sixth apostle of the major arcana, Noah's card fruit grew even more powerful, with the progression of its full awakening reaching approximately 27. Furthermore, the number of fruit abilities he could utilize independently increased from 1 to 2. However, Noah had also consulted the tarot for divination, realizing that his body could only accommodate a maximum of 3 external devil fruit abilities simultaneously. In other words, even if Noah achieved the awakening state of a fruit, excluding his own card fruit, he could only use the abilities of 3 apostles at once. This was an anticipated limitation, as the human body has its constraints, unless one were to forsake their humanity. Yet, his apostles were crafted from human bodies, allowing them to enhance their strength through personal cultivation, in the training grounds. Noah controlled the corrosive power, merging it with iron sand, and then harnessed the control of the float fruit. The corrosive sand instantly eroded the nearby rock wall, creating a dense array of small holes. Should someone with a fear of clusters witness this scene, they would likely faint on the spot. The combined use of 2 fruit abilities proved to be exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Noah had long anticipated this outcome that he retrieved the card of Bear, the iron fruit, deeming it necessary for a rework. Previously, Noah had misunderstood the awakening mechanism of the card fruit, believing that he needed to gather both the minor and major arcana to complete the awakening. Now knowing that only the major arcana set was required. The previously reworked Bear was no longer suitable to remain within the minor arcana. He pressed his palm against Bear's forehead, instantly extracting the spirit residing within, and then took out the power card from the major arcana set. Fuse. Bear's body was once again enveloped in a golden cocoon. Soon, the 7th apostle of the major arcana was born. Power. Bear. Iron fruit. Noah's card fruit advanced another step toward awakening, with Bear transformed into a major arcana card. Noah's connection to this card deepened significantly. In reality, the iron fruit was of equal importance to Noah at this stage as the float fruit. Among the 7 major arcana apostles, only the iron fruit and the castle fruit were of the superhuman type, while the others were of the psychic and super creature types. The castle fruit did not sufficiently enhance physical strength, and Noah himself was merely an ordinary human. The iron fruit was crucial for his development. Even with the enhancement provided by the source blood potion, such improvements are not without their limitations. Contend with masters possessing mythical beasts, the steel fruit must become a staple. For instance, entities of the caliber of Sengoku, Kaido, and the 5 elders have physical attributes that are essentially at the pinnacle of the world. Without an extraordinary physique, Noah can only bridge the gap between himself and those with mythical beasts through the steel fruit. Fortunately, Noah's Conqueror's Haki is exceptionally potent. After years of psychological conditioning and mental fortification, his Conqueror's Haki has undergone a noticeable mutation at this moment. In a highly concentrated state, his Conqueror's Haki manifests not as the typical dark or purple shades, but rather a vibrant crimson hue. This mutation is, in fact, quite normal, as Haki embodies the crystallization and extension of an individual's will, spirit, and emotions. Those who are ambitious or lawless typically exhibit black or purple tones in their Conqueror's Haki, which are the prevailing hues of this power. In contrast, Noah's mindset naturally lends his Haki a red tint. It is worth noting that this transformation has endowed his Conqueror's Haki with entirely new capabilities. The first ability is a form of mental resonance, akin to the observation Haki possessed by Princess Shirahoshi of the Ryugu Kingdom. The second ability, known as the Crimson Torrent, serves as the core power of Noah's Conqueror's Haki. Any ally sharing Noah's ideology can channel their will into his Haki. However, this ability is limited to a radius of 3 kilometers. The Crimson Torrent possesses effects reminiscent of the observation kill technique, and it can entwine with armament Haki to breach the defenses of others, proving even more potent than flowing Sakura. In essence, the Crimson Torrent and mental resonance function as a combined skill. Those who do not resonate with Noah's beliefs cannot connect through mental resonance, and without this connection, they cannot infuse their will into Noah's Conqueror's Haki. Furthermore, the Crimson Torrent has a reverse application, granting allies who align with Noah's ideology immunity to the oppressive pressure of others' Conqueror's Haki within a specified range. Nevertheless, Noah has yet to genuinely test this application, as, to date, the Noah family has not engaged in combat with foes wielding Conqueror's Haki. Training in the arena continues unabated. At this juncture, Robin appears at the periphery of the training ground. Noah halts, and Taisha retrieves a towel from the lounge, wiping his sweat as he inquires, "What is the matter?" News from the North Sea reveals that Don Quixote da Flamingo has hijacked a treasure ship transporting celestial gold, intending to use it to coerce the 5 elders into appointing him as a warlord of the sea. Noah picks up a glass of lemonade, stating, "A misguided choice. Without strength, what does it matter to become a warlord of the sea? The ocean respects power." Robin continues to relay intelligence. The Navy hunter Mihawk has accepted the world government's invitation, becoming the 3rd warlord. The terrifying weapon Dahlia has become the 4th terrifying weapon, the user of the weapon fruit. Where is he located? Currently in the Orlando Sea of the New World. Increase surveillance at the distillery. Noah instructs. Understood. Robin continues. The East Blue Division has identified a valuable target, a user of the imitation fruit named Fonkele, who entered the Grand Line yesterday. Imitation fruit. Noah remains unfazed as he takes a sip of lemonade. Reports from the infiltrators in Sabeti Archipelago indicate that an informant from the Big Mom Pirates has acquired a devil fruit, confirmed to be the Paramecia type heat fruit. Noah's gaze narrows slightly. Heat fruit. Can we ascertain their location? They should still be at Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, another thought crosses Noah's mind. Why travel to Fishman Island? Could it be that Charlotte Pudding has yet to consume the Mirror fruit? After all, such a significant devil fruit would prompt the Noah family to dispatch Alii immediately to secure it. Yet, the informants from the Big Mom Pirates have opted to pass through Fishman Island, which suggests one thing. Charlotte Pudding has not yet acquired the Mirror fruit. The year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, January 8.I in the New World, along the Thunder God Island route. A few days prior, Noah and his companions had traversed through a wormhole to arrive in this sea area, and they are now hovering above Thunder God Island. Accompanying Noah are Kuro, Robin, Daz, and others, along with Joshua, who has also joined them from the Storm Islands of the South Sea. At this moment, Joshua has entered an elemental state,